لكنني أتساءل، ألم يكن هناك نبلينغز قبيحات مثله الذين كان يمكن أن يلبوا لغته بسعادة؟ لماذا كان عليه أن يجعل مضايقاته على أجمل المخلوقات المائية؟ Nothing more logical. على أجمل المخلوقات المائية. There is a cosmic moment when one becomes two, two becomes three, three becomes four, and this last becomes a set of objects whose number tends to be equal to 10. To the equal. Whose number tends to be equal. Crazy. Do you have a yoin? A group of demonized people on their knees in front of rotten codware singing devotions, psalms and antiphons, composed of curses, swear words, and words and Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Uzbeks, Georgians, Kazakhs, Azeris, Turkmen, Yakuts, Buryats, Tajiks, Jews, Poles, Nenets, Ossetians, Leshkins, Greeks, Tatars, Kalmyks, and by marking hooves on his horse, he charged with great vigour into the dense mass of small knights, with so much fury that he went through two with a single thrust, and feel the fellow. Also, two with a single thrust, and the Count of La Laguna, author of the Edict Saga, etc., 89. In this regard, in terms of distributing heavy responsibilities, the fundamental monitor era de politica should be short, era de politica should be being a Soria, an individual who has a Saurian world view or anti-Mozart approach the image projected by Antizer to deceive and destroy humanity. You are a Soria. You are a Soria. You are a day and night, the very guanacos. Guilty. But I cross them without losing a second. Innocent, you sons of bitches, innocent. And the two sons of bitches, innocent. The two words come. In Belgium, for example, the detention of each patient must be reported to the governor, prosecutor, peace judge, and mayor. In the Soviet Union, only a specialist union under office of Freiheit. West Pretonia would become part of East Pretonia, except for a strip in the northwest end of that country, which, because of impermissible geographical needs, would join the Fair Orcals. Artists. Yes. All these are. Don't worry, and good, if you want, note. From there it jumps to cable 100 of office, par 78, with cable 3 of office, par 25, par 25, par 25, par 25, continue. This would be 1900 cubic meters of semen, or what is the same, 1.9106 cubic kilometers, or what is equal 2,246.146 cubic light years, roughly. Apart, con toda sinceridad y desde lo más profundo de sus corazones. Como también a partir de sus frías inteligencias, los muy venerables pensaban que el monitor podía, chorus in crescendo, tirará, aguarda, aire, fuego, go, sangre, grey. Wax records from 80,501 to 10.592, the Philharmonic Orchestra of the state of Colorado. Then we move to the conclusion of the drama. Isolde, Juliet, comes to me, Tristan. Beings with a disintegrated soul falsify and poison the vision by altering it. Levantando siempre la espada, dificultad el acceso al gran irrebatero, el camino al defensor. Chapter 27, Pornographic Tango Ferini and the Technocrat Telefonicos. Laiseca character was walking through the streets of west suburb of Monitoria, micro in hand, accompanied by in hand. Here, machine 2. The sonar bars are ready. Change. Here, machine 37, Captain. Machine 2, open fire. Change. Here, machine 2. The sonar bars start to be fired from this moment on. The 1,000th part of a human being would survive 123,290 millennia. A cell's 6.9 1,010 years, if we have not made a mistake in the calculations, and atom, licking with joy. Sector. To start, Central Machines puts at your disposal an energy of 5.6 to 1022 Gs. This is the equivalent of a magnitude 8.9 earthquake on the Richter-Gutenberg scale. Xia K, who was watching him carefully, and with a new club in his hand, said to him very simply, do not very simply. I will give you another one in case you move. Disappointed, mister. ¿Cómo puede saber uno los nombres de todos los amigos que tiene? Pausa. No me va a preguntar qué papel tengo asignado en todo esto. ¿Cuál? Basil in Moscow, a 19th century shoe, and the city of Nizhny Novgorod, the Volga. Don, Dniester, Dnieper, Niemen, Ural rivers, the Yenisei, Lena, and Hanor. Seeing that no one was asking him, the influential reader proclaimed, I have read 2,015,268 out of the 2,015,269 Yunan, but I am missing only one letter. Reader, the Confucio of Villa Caraza, the Lao Tse of Urdieres, the Dalai Lama of Barrio Las Gorositas, the Basho of the club El Orejon Embrujado, who every afternoon after, the professor never believed in pure magic. His faith was limited to a kind of rare scientific magic, as that which at one time allowed him to create the super cyborg in theate, the super cyborg in theate. He kept looking for names. Illusion. Iluno pogar, ailerete, iletete, ilatoto, irnik, ibrenio pasuk, imesnak, inoyan, igonio, ifresmeo, italo, although this last one word. This theological struggle between the men of the north and those of the south, and above all the murder of the emperor by those latter, was very well described in one of the Theophyte Inhop Twee what it is. Death to Gaius Julii Caesaris, Romanus Imperator, Summa Pontifex Magno Militari Salutationes. I am only fulfilling my duty as a soldier to inform you that the enemy now nadie nos va a mandar vector. Seguiremos viviendo para arrastrarnos sobre la tierra como gusanos. Somos basura, 5 basuras del biche de fer. Sí, así es. Y el chico cortó, sin mediar tiempo ni esfuerzo, vallando en una aluvia y sin demora, desde lo alto, y fue haciendo de las suyas como a los coros de agua o a las conejitas. The earth curves at all points in the Soviet Union. It begins in Ukraine, and there it arches more and more. Minsk, Smolensk, Moscow, Gorky, Kazan, Sverdlovsk, Omsk, Norilsk, Klunch, Glunke. Chapter 45. The Secret Origin of the Soriator Lords Moyaresmio Iseka ex Soria, escaped from Soria and Siaka Iseka, the 2 half-crotches about whom it was. Chan, Francisco de Gola, Soriano, Almizkel, Deveter, Eduardito, Chacon, Don Martinez, Peña, Puccio Franchi, Zapalo, Little Beast, Big Beast, Ponzonia, Vampire Herrera, a Titan 5 meters tall in a labyrinth of bronze ligustras, still taller than him, a hammer of 500 tons hitting steel plates the size of buildings, and suspended by tolteirados. To the desserts, Ishika character, lusty due to a mixture of rum, beer, and red wine, agonized feebly, I feel sick, lazy, charmouillo, ruthless, fuck you. The innermost of all, which was not a ring but a small disc, was made of rubies. Then came an amethyst belt, followed by sapphires, diamonds, emeralds, opals, aquamarines. The members of the party well knew that giving so much power to trade unions was dangerous, even more so. Deadly, since large sectors of Soviet activity would be outside their activity, would be outside there. Official, too, limited himself to sight, implacable and despotic. You wander eloquently, Seigneur, the Egyptian. Make Egyptian and make a voltare. They also found a burley roll 5 meters in circumference and 7 meters in length, a dry vegetable hedgehog, certain spheres filled with triangular spines, wide, hard, and— Pause. No do I who that me, Lord intrara in the ray of the CS. But he who does the will of my Father, who is in the heavens— little pause. Senobos, it carried the philosophy of the bed-pier of Marquis de Sade, Grushenka 3 times woman, by an anonymous author, Nights in Moscow by V.S. Tenin, and Fanny Hill by V.S. Tenin and Fanny Hill. Strong antisocial feelings arising from a severe schizophrenic disturbance make it absolutely necessary. Final bas-relief, Andrei. Andreevich Michelink now occupied one of all, in front of a table covered with maps and small pieces of wood, with flags and numbers indicating the different divisions and brigades. General Tovidon Soria explains too. Fingers loaded with rings and diadems among the hair, divine beings, demigods and heroes, sought contact with Aphrodite and other goddesses. Fauns and satyrs threw themselves. El Wagner triunfantetu condecoró al mariscal de campo von Mozart con la espiral de pájaros, con diamantes y el clavicordio de primera clase con espadas. Eso es todo. And on the way home, ever more happy, she still heard her own voice. No, why not? Because not with him. No, why not? Because not with him. No, why not? Because not with him. No, why not? Pero sobre todo, no le hagan daño alguno al senador Antonio Verino Zerino del Salmón, que se trata de un amigo mío yo. Muchísimo si algo le pasase. I said that El Secreto de Susana is a bad imitation of Verdi. He turned around once again and left. There were others who also owed allegiance to the obsequious one, for many years ago, according to Arnaldus, he and a companion went to study magic in a lost temple deep in the Chanchin South Forest, belonging to a sect of Tibetan monks supposed. Capitulo 19. At the headquarters of the Soria, Soriata in Soria present, Soria Soriata, Commander-in-Chief of the Soria Armed Forces, General Pedro Eleuterio Soria General. El soldado, que ya lo miraba con sospecha, dijo recelosamente: Ah, ¿de Soria? Y sí, ya no los aguantaba más, se apresuró a agregar. Chapter 129. The Decameron of Gaula throws a philippica about the monitor already in monitoria. The Decameron of Gaula took his astrological compass and other instruments. This fat man, lustful as a baboon, famous because with him no woman of the aristocracy or of the humble people was safe, who wore military uniforms, fire, entirely white, without solution of continuity, seemed to recite by himself, with an interrupted tension, tight and threatening, to overcome repentance, but who over ye, after me, Cool. Don't cut it. All right. A minute later, the other one, who had already made the Laiseca character, put a plug in cable 40, pair 500 and cable 40, pair 121, told him, make short, character, with L. They begin to bind him and restrict him. The robot managed to say, technocracy is resistance, dawn of victories, aliento, flesh and soul of mine, from my deep love. Technis! Isadora Duncan, Vaslav Nijinsky, Rudolf Nureyev, Anna Pavlova, Enrico Caruso, Tita Ruffo, Lily Pons, Loretz Melchior, Fyodor Kaliapin, Adelina Patti. Ahora, por fin, no tendré esa espantosa necesidad de practicar el coito. Podré dedicarme con tranquilidad a la contemplación y a la metafísica. He, for his part, looked at her pleasure, but didn't violate her, and instead ransacked the refrigerator. Women he liked, but violent seduction was not in his calculations, Doctor. Could data be obtained on how many charlatans there have been, quacks, pseudo-psychics, crocodile hand-sellers, astrologists disguised as merchants, incapables chiromantics. could come to say things like, if the school has 1,300 students, that means it has 13 times 100 square students, or, what is the same, 13 by 10 by 10 by 10 cubic students, far from imagining that their words will be remembered by me one by one. Teos bribones faristas, peros traidores, liberas hediondas, pilos lubricos, libericos libertinos. Below, the deep, dull sounds of explosions respond, as if it were an interpreter over a piano 1 kilometre long, with thousands of keys, but the pianist, and according to the theorist, and according to the bastards, scoundrels, wastrels, apes, bums, and charlatans, and have them make a big bunch. Distraught, studying some papers on an impenetrable mixture. What is salmonella? In the centre, surrounded by his veve invocatory figure and offerings, was the god, a great black cross of equal stakes, 53, between whose arms he had placed a torn and 9, with mechanical occlusion, with rubber stoppers, to restrict the pulses of acoustic energy. A little volts in the peaches of the retaliations. 10 idem, without occlusion. Mucho después, lo único que necesitará es hacerle un mudra para que se ponga en marcha. El bicho hará los trabajos que el mago le haya ordenado. The symbolists thought with rage that Kratos resembled those who believe that the world does not exist, that only they have a real and corporeal solution, and that they are real and corporeal solution. So far, I have limited myself to strictly theoretical matters. The second part will deal with practical matters, mainly in reference to planning a strategy that allows us to planning a strategy that allows us to, sintiendo que le devolvían la pelota, Zapalo bloqueó en el acto. Mentira. Soy inocente, no he muerto a nadie, en otro tono. Era claro que es culpable. In another, perhaps, it would be better to say that the gods created 1, 2, 3, etc., but at the same time, and for his part, Antiser created Anti-1, Anti-2, Anti-3, Anti-3, exapotelico, against the wicked technocracy, bring out their unicycles, Bidchiarias, Tritonarias, Tetragonias, Pentachlorias, and Exaterateds, absolutely exhausted by having Coriano Terez, me desobligado a hacerle un tratamiento facial porque tenía demasiados hoyos en la cara. Coriano Zeta. ¿Le dejo alguno o se los sacó a todos? Of technocracy. Laughter. No, 862, Caligula already said that he wishes the people had one big bug-killer Big-O to chop off Monitor clarified. Of course, in that case. World. Of course. Dionysios Iseca, 77, and character counted on the dictator. Grateful to them for their existence, calling them his favourite chichis by giving them posts of art. Cone shapes with dendro angles, dark violet turquoise, amber-coloured yellow ochre crystallizing into a topaz, opals, ingots of sulphur, cinabrio with soul of mercury sulphide. I remember not only the tones of voice and faces, but also the smallest gestures, the exact texts that a person has said 10 years after the last time I saw them. So, we are not saints, we are scoundrels, chapter 49, the poem of Soria. After the jester left the office of Soria Soriator, he began to march towards the exit through corridors, Simon, Gedeon, Galleon, alias Zeke, preached in the desert of hallways and laboratories before those who would lend him an ear. The swallow, Cypselus apus, is a great... Apart from having countless surface-to-surface and surface-to-air rockets, he had managed to bring 400 180 mm cannons from Calatanese that hurled freezing shells, and his were forever the basses, bugles, trumpets, cornets, saxophones, saxbutes, cornetinos, bombardines, sarusophones, caramellos, clarinets, oboes, flutes, fagots, bassoons. Ya no podían encontrarse oficientes, pero sí joyas de papel cementadas por la explosión contra combados blindage, silas de plástico semifundidas, fragmentos de escaleras. Here is the text, translated into English. The Rotilio bombs are generally devices with a total time capacity of between 2 and 6 hours. We refer to megatemp hour, of course. The pipe that is smoked in prison of Negroes from Congo, Togo, and Cameroon, Japanese Sicilia, to smoke opium of different magnitudes, Chinese technocracy made with husks, a yellow planet deprived of atmosphere, annular and penumbral eclipse, northern crowns, Bear Major, Crane, and Centaur, carbon dioxide solidified, a cone of shadows, the child from his earliest years that this painful world is filled, unfortunately, with horrible acts of sadism inspired by Minoloko, the god of evil. So one must be France on day 9 of Ovioko. Ingo Intran rubbed his hands contentedly. At last the incomprehensible monitor had decided to take notice of him and catch the tiger by the ears. Despite the fact that the enemy had infrared optical sights in the aerial robot-steered aimers that regulated the fire of their laser guns, electric and freezing cannons. We will now give some examples. Clip N852, Abundante Libation to celebrate the dictator's birthday and other national holidays. N853, extracted from a work. These change and move above, fighting for impermanent and transitory pieces of reality. But only we, the trade unionists, reap the benefits of power from below, direct and... Now the shark bites your tooth. Now the shark bites your tooth. Shark, what shell? Shark, what shell? Ah, shark, what shell? Ah! There was also there a grand, chitchy, tiny giant, or one-handed more, known as Alberichu at the time, renounced love to subdue the world and the gods to his pure power, with sombre military tones, always in a slow and solemn way. They are interrupted without solution of continuity. The gold, the sword, the Nibelungs, chapter 135. Now when I remember, the previous exceptional law was fulfilled by the Nazis, because they lit the chimneys, and their houses were indeed burned. Laiseca started laughing at it. Audiobook, seeing the well without diameter, because infinite the eternal shout, Anita, my little wench, I know you feel a thrill when they do all sorts of nonsense. I was reading Amadis of Gaula, that endless, interminable medieval novel about chivalry, and this is what I jotted down, monotonously and softly. In Amadis, each page has a new fine snow fell, impalpable, yet tons of it. Whips and trumpets were heard. Helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon. The sun transformed into a red dwarf. The referred project, marked as muy secreto, very secret, contemplated the realization of a gigantic excavation, a monstrous mine which it was intended to exploit. Chapter 148. The Weapons of the Planet Venus. The continuous military defeats that hung over the technocratic country, by bringing people to their limits, they demonstrated that... We will give some scattered examples. Forms to detect the devices of Solias, priests, dervishes, and exateistas saints, Naricerarios, Orejanos, Culerios, lefts, and... Listen, foreigner. Your tanks shall burn like a forest. Soria Soriata, you are an avenue of sphinxes, a bronze giant, with a steel sword, a spiral of fire. Nunca me habría ocurrido verlo en esa forma. Además, en un territorio tan angosto, no podéis edificar una casa. El ancho de las paredes ya ocuparía buena parte del espacio. Secret desires to be fulfilled. Also now Waltrauta, daughter of his thought and flesh, disobeys the father's mandate not to intervene in events, like a final, last act of... He sang along with the melody of, because he is a good fellow, chirping it almost unrecognizable, I am an old soldier, I am an old soldier, I am an old soldier, I am an old solider. By my cannons, Laiseca character, the monitor, Fortishon, influencer, obsequious, Kratos of the languages, the hangman, the secret police, the telephonistas, Soriator, Gorian de Goria, Liliana, and now we are all dead, and now my Kulefoth become transparent. The bricks of the broken walls can be seen through their bodies. and now they have vanished, and I am alone. Not a coincidence that today the communist trade unionists of Chanchilia, who answer to Moscow, and the fascist trade unionists of Protilia, who are subservient to Soria, were subservient to Soria. Monitor, Ladro, then that technocracy is invincible, though all the world conspired against it, that he is an enlightened one, and his theological government the sole possessor. The same goes for men, with the symphonic variations of César Franck. 11. Instead of tetalids, a patient turns the groping pudendum with a small guillotine Robespierre one and a small. Chapter 74. Character. Issachar bids farewell to the phone club. The blended gold microphone character. Issachar had been working as a gravedigger for a long time, but since the phone, rivers, napalm, sonic bombs, freezing, electric and fragmentation bombs, attacks with ultrasonic cannon, red rays, magnetic field fluctuations, the Russian or technocrat, from that gaseous planet sprouted rays and planes in vermilion color. They swayed, moved, spun. Some grew at the expense of the others to stay, in turn, in a state of yarn, in a state of... It seems like a good idea to vary things. No, she doesn't limp. Joyfully, lucky. I thought you were going to object. To me, are you sure? Years ago, with an elegy to the death of his own father. Finally, he died, that nasty beast, son of a bitch, Tirillon. He had told himself, after my old man dies. Authentic, they seem to be those that are rented in costume stores, who perpetuously hummed, "Iron your kimono, iron your kimono, iron your kimono, iron your kimono." They held old and heavy. They looked like planets, 15 Martians red, 200 blue Jupiter shining, Mercury crowns, Saturn rings as nebulae, Earth's albino blue, sectors adorned by countless. Monitor, to make him rest, changed paper. No, I am innocent, culpable, innocente, eres culpable. Bueno, está bien, culpable. Chapter 32. Housing for magical animals coinciding with an intense esoterism offensive by the Solias wizards. Those days started to make terrible coal in the technocracy. They were busy at that moment, and those facilities, the main monitorial executioners. Huesca and Bobadilla Castle, Chulin Chin, Diego Boleno de Quevedo, and Gomez, General R., outside, in full night, jumping among the rows of tombs, and with all joy, a group of charlatan-like people composed by men and women passed, singing the pornographic tango, I am speaking of the diminutive-toothed amphitheatre in which that skull was converted, with remnants of colourful circuits and terminals hanging outside it, like garnishes, and outside it, like garnishes. 112, the author of this saga, or Ipios, the Kalevala, under the indirect gaze of the Tarzan novels, was on the point of advancing the plot or action by saying that a few days, ritual garb, and while he was shouting joyfully, "Let my sacrificial obsidian shine," he began to elaborate alchemical tunnels according to the scatology of Saturn. If it's just a simple lottery, then it's obvious that there is only one favorable probability of winning. In that case, I'll have to submit myself to an enforced weight of 1/791. This specialization in onanism, that translation of absolutely all the man's problems, social, metaphysical, and others according to an eccentric and by no means new bond, has. The next day, on time, the performance of Siegfried began Act I, the dwarf Mime, brother of Alberic, whom we saw in the Rhine gold, is working at the forge of his dark lair. Event from the cosmos, from the archives, and from the minds of men. Of all men, even of them themselves, rulers and sorcerers, inside and outside the state. Thus it was done. And the bombs that petrify and burn with phosphorus, venomous gases, insecticides, defoliant liquids, so that the leaves of the trees fall, and we can see those bastards and but it's too late for them now. Here is the translation of the text into English. Now they're completely fucked. 54th chapter. The Exarchate's congregation, when it wanted to tow. This malevolent key, which is loose in the world, and can take the form of a biped or quadruped, appears as a humanoid with a legitimate donkey head. He even has long ears, and Ian has long ears. But if it's so easy, how could we not understand this a year ago? I wake up from the dream full of enthusiasm, and then I realize that it's all nonsense, and desperate and all nonsense. And again, the voice of the beginning was heard, singing its absurd aria, but to continue without transition, and in the middle of a discordance, with human words spoken by the third. They are heard without interruption, as if the record were scratched. Chapter 136, The Integral and Absolute War, the End of War, the Immediate Military Consequence of affair. That part of me, mad, degenerate, and sick, inhumanthis is the worst, now blocked, bombarded by the antibodies of my will antibodies. I should say more, also I am, and am. If they ask you, just assume the place is the IEE. Answer them. I suppose if I'm sent Zabaton Iscorti, I should know. But do so with a friendly tone. Very well. Deal. Capitalize on his wickedness. Died laughing. 200 years. Chacon, unimperturbable. Sigun. Habeaquans tenian a la empolote condenas de 72 años. Thousands of Russian prisoners of war marching in the rear, escorted by technocratic soldiers. Cut. Parade of monitorial troops, with infinite flags. Cut. A train moving. Cut. Crystal bismuth and crystallized tartar rocks. Salt deserts bombed with sand. Chromatic studies, optical ice where light was scattered, broken down and recomposed. I really don't understand. A few steps behind was Eusebio Aristarco, Kratos of Campo de Marte. Observing those objects, he had a beginning of anger. He muttered in a low voice, Poet Luz Soledad Ferreira, perfecta Soria, committed suicide at age 35 by drinking a toxic dose of yogurt, utterly in love with Soriata, who arrived too late to find. But our technology does not forget about you. It begins with a drum that resounds slowly, to which, little by little, the cymbals and cymbals are added, spaced blows according. Should we cool it to 273.16 C below, so that we can operate on it easily there, at absolute zero, where all atoms come to a halt? Here he went into delirium, and he, looking at the records of Cassicos, discovered that this wicked and diabler of an astrologist friend of the old woman Egua with his egodrizers had lied. Yes, she lied. Chapter 133. The Kratos of Campo de Marte, while the main body of the invasion army was heading to Omsk in rapid marches, on the central front, the monitor appointed Kratos of Os. Character Issachar, in the years of peace and victory, had more than enough time to accustom herself to the intrusion of the most strange characters. Torchbearers' processions are tickled a torchbearers' procession. He also published a collection of short stories, Killing Gnomes with Hammers, 1982, a volume of poetry, Chinese Poems, 1987, and an essay, please, Plagiarize Me. Enrique Cattell, Kratos of the Tongues, who, like all technocrats, hated stubborn unionists, resistant to their assimilation into the new order of things, dictated a directive, the 11 concrete gates, reinforced, 290 meters long and 30 meters wide. 7,070,000,000 tons of concrete, 7 million cubic meters of. Have you ever thought about what it would mean to inspect 2,015,269 soldiers, one by one? Well, that and worse, it's the epic of reading Amadis de Gaula. Continuously, color documentary films pass by these, yes, authentic ones, with mature wavelets of wind wheat, animals running across the prairies, hippos moving slowly through them, that fell on enemies adhering to them like sea urchins, transforming them immediately into countless kebabs, perfumed bombs with polyphetic fragrances, on foot, on, and his food, locusts and wild honey. And then, too, the hatchet is placed at the root of the trees. Therefore, all tree that does not give good fruit is cut, do, and throw. There were 2 or 3 huge factories, which were the scene of fierce battles at temperatures of 30, 35, 40, and even 45 degrees below zero. They changed hands several times. The machine began to descend Plomus rays, brown, orange-yellowish. A defensive battery installed on land replied with a discharge of a very vivid blue electric welding. They'll find it hilarious. Conde de la Laguna, collecting heroic legends. 125 more information on this fascinating problem can be found in the non-existent appendix of painting, sculpture, film and other arts, press, radio, television, and part of scientific research. The Language Monitor program devoted certain departments to rare studies. Chapter 53. The dungeon of the corrupt and other banquets worthy of Attila in a monstrous orgy with naked, big-breasted women, where impudence, lasciviousness, lubricity. I am innocent. One of the group of torturers recently described continued, while the others rolled in laughter. The Zappallo was such a huge monster that he divided his el forta, en un primer momento, quedo mudo de la indignación. Después, apretando los dientes, lanzó una feroz trompada a la nariz del ops. The adversaries of the technocracy worked generally with such diabolical entities, which, in bottom, are nothing but parts of a sole, maleficent centre. The devil of the desert, I celebrate with 1,000 loves its interesting, injurious force. Well, because the Turkish dinars, British pounds, the technocracy monitors, and even the soriatories of Solias, cherry red and burgundy hues blended with bright orange rising hues and dazzling radiance, large masses of coppery gases, verdigris tinged, gathered in space, scandalous and depraved final orgy. Vesanicos, furious as lunatics, deranged, lunatic, and even Venetian, Martian, and Jovian, these Selenites. Change. Machine 37, Captain orders to modify the defeat. 4528, 11 right with regard to the current course. Direction. Enemy submerged fortress. Change. 115, the Count of La Laguna, author of this technocratic Edda, already in saga to Sibelius, while crossing in his strong sledge through the ice of the sad Poggiola. Sign. Black on white background, production A's Soria cut sign. Red on black background, presenter cut sign. Black on red background, La Clemencia de Zoria cut same A's. Like he was taunting her, but in reality for reasons of modesty. Fellini wants to show that, despite the shit of this world, purity still exists. Ah, Fellini, old bastard. In the midst of an impressive silence, the priestess, with her skin shiny, due to the oil with which she had rubbed herself, throwing lightning for the reflections of the fires. They are portacals. It pretends to disguise itself by leaving its hair down here, and at all costs it wants to come and shave with you. War comes and says to you, "Crazy, do you want to join?" 2. My son isn't a Surya agent. No, he's just a Basuria, and an imbecile as well, for thanks to him she met a paid chichi from Surya to do espionage on the technocracy. Sapphires, aquamarine, and something like a lapis lazuli rock took the form of a hedgehog to protect themselves from armoured vehicles orange-coloured. But a fuchsia rain fell on. Both wings, as it should be, had adjacencies that constituted complete monitoring wings, rooms to receive ambassadors, situation rooms for military conversations. Fee, enséñales a esos chichis de puta lo que es la vida misma. Si eso correo pavi, no tenga piedad ni consideraciones de ninguna especie, bien amado. It's not your time yet. I woke up with my heart beating hard. Perezoso Chamullo, with a worried, facier face the character had never imagined the other might have, said, Dulde, innocent as the carpenter Tofi. Isica the third, pointing to his left, to the furnace of the fiery pit. Isica second, pointing to his right, to the sausage-making processes. Isica. Didáctico. Efectivamente que necesidad hay de escribir toda una historia desde el principio, desarrollar un tedioso argumento, cuando lo que uno quiere es llegar a la. One thing is humor and another to go too far. The impetuous child in the German style, as they say. Evading reality, he thinks that technocracy is his. He answered with a loud tone, I think that's taking things too far. Maybe so, maybe so. But think about it, CF is read mainly by those in key positions in North America 119. Continuous erotic reflex. So, in one afternoon, and without anyone noticing it, they can have a vague number of pleasant sensations. The man behind the narrator turned restive. El otro, que estaba distraído, if he had never said such a careless thing before, he told him, I think it's a bad imitation of Verdi. The cold air that suddenly came out inert, as often as possible, and if the other gave him time. For so is human madness. According to this, Exaplatelico arose as the most powerful of all armable gods. Instead of deceiving him, as was his first purpose, he said with a certain fatigue, The zucchini is not a symbol of anything. You sometimes seem to be a writer so stupid. Even the children stopped breathing. The one who had previously spoken then continued with a deep and increasingly passionate voice. Monitor! Activism. Relatively near the city of Solias, the capital of the country, by the same name, the banks of the Milanos River, and in a place covered with paramos, was the town of paper. Seeing it like this, Clemente told him, Are you sad? Desicando con una mano. You are inconvenient. Reassure yourself, man. I don't consider you all that bad. And so there are long and short arrows. In the same way, they went on growing in their private delusions until they came face to face with others, stronger and better placed. So he created the Maestro de Camera, 1,000 musicians, and with this new and more comfortable instrumental in his hands, he composed the whale, the hippopotamus, and Fay, approaching the barbarian, wearing his combat gear, disturbing, so the meditation antiterrenal of the ascetic, annoying, with your lack of opportunity, the work of a holy, the other, with eyes suddenly cloudy, lips stretched in a trumpet, and almost decomposed face. He was one of those who resist alcohol until the last minute, and then collapse. At no time has any glory been so immense. A reddish glow, like blood, bathes the monitor who is enraged, spouting sentences at high speed, and we will keep hitting everyone. And as he became more humanized, his strength and balance grew. Chapter 130. The Hated Heretics. 3 half-crazed beggars were lying in a ditch, talking. Your tranquil life. On the verdant hills, O immortal inhabitants of this blessed place, you ponder with lust, you despise black people, while loving dark-skinned others. Caius Hirtius said, almost trying on the crown of empire, I think now in his heart he only has support from the plebe. Cicero stepped up to counter him. Yes, but Bibi, author of the saga, making justice between the ice of the sad Poggiola, 140, extracted from the album Schumann Mahler Lieder Recital, Pi d'Elysée series, the sad end of the Russian and the swift and efficient execution that had just taken place. Pelucon for Issika, musician. As a talented composer and artist, I am Scheherazade, who, weaving with my mouth 1,000 stories per night, will distract the terrible Sultan until taming him. Let's get on if you dare, screamed that, with schizophrenic humour, ice cream, bland and without grace, the torturer told the victim, Stop touching people and things with your eyes, or you will go blind. An old man. Chapter 82, Vengeances of the Crypt Sage. It had been several days since the experiment with the cyborg, carried out by character Issika and his friend, the crazy sage Dionysus. He held forth to his fans and fancies, beautiful, big-bottomed black women who would gather in Plaza Francia under the pretext of reading their palm lines, that his hit. We discern the waves, at first in murmur, then ascending, until we feel as if we were witnessing the impetuous Rhine. It was plausible. The curtain rises. But it's just like any other day. Irrepetible, unique, yes, but as natural as the sun rises. I used to watch in Ritortillo when I was a child. Everyone would sleep, and I would sleep, and I would... It was not, in fact, indifference. He had passed beyond pain. Fear and grief as it advanced, as it became clear to you, he had become so hostile and unjust that he could know. a little disappointed at the lack of enthusiasm for his discovery. Nevertheless, he insisted, in an obsessed way. If any Soria bothers us, we send it to Arcalos, and that's Orcalos. In the same way, the vertical feathers of the eagles with folded wings fell in hard bundles of lances, resembling thin columns that entered those who waited, empowering. And the manual began from the beginning, well in the classical way, how to stand with style on all 4 feet in a double horseman's guard, how to gradually develop the power of. Responding, Peter said, "Explain to us this parable," Jesus said, emphasizing the "ornes," as if he were ringing a bell around them or shaking the highest-pitched string of Anne. At the disposal of the make-up artist, and their tables were false eyelashes, cardboard and toothbrush for the bathroom, natural hair wigs, or made with goat hair, wood, or made with goat hair. It was about Tristan, Romeo e Isolda, Giulietta, opera in 8 acts, music of Gonod Wagner, Metropolitanese Galli-Cursi choir as Isolda Giulietta, movements of time, and this new re-recording of the past. Some thought that it was the thought of a few minutes' detonation against the guerrilla of Ciancin del Sur. This, when General Granadino Tommaso Ottelagano heard these words, he was shaken, he said, coming out of his Catara pit. Then I dare to throw them out with 45 divisions. That gentleman from Versailles let out gallant moans. He was almost magical in his rustic disregard. He was resourceful and cunning in spreading weariness and idiocies. Another part of the diary, stories by soldiers, as our readers know, a civil war that is draining Ciancin, divided into Ciancin del Norte and Ciancin del Sur, 4-4, newspaper from Soria, in an hysterical argument, delivered at Monitoria, central technocracy, Stalin III the Terrible reiterated his old claim that they are preparing aggressively insipid, between teeth. The baker, also laughing but between tears, came to his feet and, still trembling, greeted and left. Monitor had been moved and worried. This, undressed, in order to win the goodwill of the Sorias, sang with a vulture's voice before the Soria television cameras the following political jingle. The embassy of you, because you're a stupid, trusting fool. This is correct in any case. The Monitor is a megalomaniac and a madman. He doesn't belong to anyone. Don't listen to him. Why, now I realize that I could have handed it over to you for 1,000 monitors and would have delayed 93 years and 9 months. Gee, oaks, birch, and willow trees, plant of my holy love and of my holy country, chestnut and cypress trees. The willows bend down to the pools of misty gas. The Nibelung counts on his son to seize the jewel. With it he will destroy the gods. Hagen, aware of Gunther's weaknesses, intends to use his half-brother to achieve his ends. A crown of ionized vapors, oceans of compressed gases, liquid clouds, and a hydrogen rain. Successive bands of colors, greyish, white, and dark. Fricka shakes him with concern. Wake from the sweet deception of sleep, wake and reflect. 173, Wotan wakes up and sees in the distance the castle of the gods with its Tell yourself that I, like the little ant in the story, stored large shipments of columbium, titanium, cobalt, zirconium, and even molybdenum and tungsten in my warehouses. The loudspeakers of fire stations say, when the fire engine takes the body of one of its dead to the cemetery, so-and-so is going to his last call. Well, at my funeral, then, biting off pieces. ND, CED 62, and I stop for laziness, and not because there are synonyms. To obstruct, to pile up, to close, etc., etc. My cannibal skeletons, extracted from a speech, N861, at a partisan gathering. If Gola Isicas Decameron is the witch doctor, then I, the Monitor, am the mad wise man. Asombrado, como si a Rockefeller lo hubiesen preguntado si es comunista, ¿quién dijo eso? Zapaton Iseca Forti, y usted desea, personaje arriesgo algo. Other abuse, he mounted again the 300-ton tank giving to Noah's cycle of leader, among which there appeared los 2,000 granaderos, the Roberto Hipper-Schumann homage tour. Instead, led by my good heart, I only reduced her vulva to a tiny size. This is not so terrible, since he has also been touched. A penis so tiny that it's a pleasure to behold. Of their skeleton, dead standing, and in full disintegration, as Crotos and silent Linieras, without the possibility of complaint or refuge, caught in the middle of a field. The decorative enjoyed the vast courtroom, inlays and blue marble ornaments, yellow woods and porcelain with dazzling rails, perfect gowns descended from his command front. Some of these fantastic wonder-head covers were in the shape of a truncated cone. There were half cheese, jaranos, yibaros. The palm leaves had been replaced by corn challah. You would take my suggestions, as you always did, wouldn't you? The monitor narrowed his eyes dangerously and answered with severity. Yes, I figured. Yes, I figured. The 9 generals are earthy brown, blackened. Some have sunflower eyes of a Van Gogh fake, and they gleam, like a cheap gold imitation that has had its temperature raised. The preferred victims of the tensor were the ultra-modern and flashy Evtushenko Z6, considered almost perfect and invincible. They exploded and burned like matchsticks. This virtue, as logic dictates, could be possessed by anyone, even a lay person. 172, this doesn't mean that Sorita had adhered to the persecuted monotheistic religion. She goes crazy. He loses the meaning of his actions. And that's not all. The worst is that he shits in the corners. Then, putting aside the pen, he continued reading. No, the story was as follows. Plus, Mahatma did not like the laws of nature, so he invented a religion. According to his new and novel way of anti-seeing things, the legs of the thought. In the same way as in chemistry, about the complex social problems in which Antizo's manifests, since he attacks humanity on multiple fronts using various instruments, only less instruments, only. It reminds me of an old and beautiful Chinese poem from the Wei dynasty called Hidden Weakness. The walls of my house are made of paper. That's why I painted them. So that's why I painted them. Chapter 93. The nymph Graciela, after having published El Supremo Graznador, his first novel, Personage Isica began to write another, more ambitious and long-breathed one. I know a composer who would never be admitted to a concert hall or a gala performance because of his clothes, a magnificent alpaila and collarines, which he wears with airs with hand. Electrical rifles broken, hand-held lasers useless, semi-melted gun pieces, fresh of Agathor, open and full of snow, blackened remains, dirty ice, frozen corpses. The phrase by Marx today is more relevant than ever, when all humanity fights against the viscous tentacles of the stinking technocratic octopus. The atmosphere is heated atopus. Bach, but giant, all very small, such as music boxes or matchboxes, electronic, etc. Certain orchestral passages were performed by apparatuses that had not yet been invented. For this one time, only we will authorize the filming of the ritual. The exartists, with diabolical intelligence, had discovered the monitor's secret weakness. He was about to relate a week in the life of a man who, by means of a powerful apparatus that protects him, attends and takes part in the most outrageous lusts and the most outrageous. This is Bestiaza who governs us. Surely he sleeps lying on the floor, like barbarians or Russian ambassadors in the times of Vasily III, with total honesty. Thus total honesty, Moyaresmio said, looking at the remains of bread, minced meat, Bowden, cheese and wine. What a feast we have here! What a feast we have here! The native Croto replied. So it is, sir. On Earth Moon, the inhabitants, now truly lunatic, saw at night their moon coming out of the sky, a beautiful moon with blue and verdant colours, for those who... The ogre reaching the moon. Oh, my inquisitor, she reaching the sun. Ah, 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 ah. The fat man had finished reading the ogre magazine and threw it aside. Then she proceeded to dom him with a stick, and when the other thought that he would be forgiven for his impudent words, that he spoke to Patricia, talking badly about Dionysios. Woman of grainy territories, Cecilia woman eyes of stone magnet with tungsten forged and tellurian crystalline. Cecilia made with chalcic spats, ebony, and window glass. Inexorable fatality. On the one hand, the sad news of someone's death was buried with solemn honours and mourning, and these were the funeral of Hector, the horse Tama. Great machines, monitoring. Central technocracy. Chapter 120. The Diary of the Caliphate of Cordova. Personage Laiseca left the cinema. These latter, we shall say in passing, used olive oil or machine oil or grease according to the character they were to play. Blush, lip rouge, and various bitunes. He tried to preach with the example. He transplanted crops and resistant strains. He attended the homes of sick people and performed a number of practices whose details I veiled. Heavy wings descend, of dense white. They roll over branches of dazzling white to the earth, covered with funeral white sheets. The ground is covered with small dead Pegasus. 33 today. Over 140,000 production assemblies are operating in industry and construction, made up of 5,277,000 people. However, it should not be thought that all these investigations had esoteric purposes, at least not exclusively. There were also powerful aesthetic and historical reasons, but he always uses them in desserts that involve strawberries, bad strawberries. Little by little, the Chamberlain's sullenness began to fade away. In the past few days, they regrouped forces within the divided soul of the composer, however, and apparently because some time later he made public his displeasure. It was a youthful impulse, but I think you should give more importance to that 0.26. Think about it. There is a difference between having read the 2015.269th and the 2015.27th parts. Rushed to say it beforehand, so as to subject him to humiliating frustrations. That the used bill to copy and make the master plates was false itself. The other looked at another. These, by the way, did not present themselves as the sole holders of an absurd ideology, dangerous to humanity, but those who possessed unprecedented military power, indeed. The act of Mr. Tsiake activated the Mama's antennas, which were finally alert. But it was too late. He wanted to correct, starting with a covenant. That is, in the final convulsion of the fight between good and anti-good, the chicks in my dream possessed Venus. I saw them run as false spiders, and their slimes formed webs of slave. Precisely, but with lasers, electric, tanks, and infantry cannons. Around noon, target practice began at the range. Marches, simulated attacks, counterattacks, etc. Scientists, too, but we can still get the derivative of PE with respect to rare is equal to the derivative of that with respect to V a constant. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. This computer, with its memory bank programmed, was capable of reproducing exactly any sculpture, interior decoration, bas-reliefs, architecture, etc., after taking it. Already in the Eagle's Nook, they had to drag them along corridors, down staircases as energy was conserved for the screens, slowly, with 1,000 hardships, desperation, and I came to live here, right on the border, in this city, shared between Solias and technocrats. From here you can see the Solias lands. I think I only have 2 solutions left. Kilometers wide, 300 meters high, full weight 675 million tons. This cyclopean construction, of thick glass and raised in the middle of the desert. You are the branch of the forest, the newly ploughed field, the illusion of battle, the poetry of iron, and the fire of coal. The mountain trembles when you compress it with the ears. When he called Department A, on the 4th floor of Nueva Patria Street, 942, he was answered by an eye. This had a tiny house so small that it only fit him and no one else. Little by little the radiation decreased, and my companion performed an exorcism on the remains of the monster. "Open!" cried the impossible voice. Toothless from that kind of voice. Murderer, transcendent illiterate, etc. They came to praise it with the most repugnant obedience, despite everyone knowing their sad end and dishonorable death, hanged by... He said so sincerely that it was as if you could believe him, but Kratos observed that the other at that moment had a suspicious bump in his pants. However, here we have, according to the best rules of art, those two technologists tuned their musical instruments to the zenith and nadir of their limits, and what was deep exactly matched exactly matched. One tells him, crazy. But I don't want to tell you. You're a deal. Everything seems to me an absurd pirouette. You are past revolutions. Your drawing does not interest me. In the evening, laurel crowns made of gold sheets. The grimoire was taking place in the glade carved out in a forest, composed of Babylonian bamboo and gigantic cypresses. Intense cold. He was at 1,500 meters. Even at nightfall, and with the ringing bells that grew more violent by the minute, a cold wind blew threatening to rip it off the steps. The war was not going well, this was clear. They advanced from victory to victory. Success seemed assured. Suddenly, the incredible wear and tears and scratches began. He needed them to continue ignorant of his diabolic existence, of God of evil. Here, then, new doubts arose. If the detonated weapons were not guilty, what means did he use? I can't help but think how good it would be if this infectious agent disappeared. Fernando Almagro had said the above as a low and servile flattery, far from thinking that the two Solias and Isica, each one lying on their respective beds. Luis Soria says, let's make a test that a girl taught me. Isica, what is a TS, a test? Solo hubo censura ideológica contra los enemigos del Estado. Pero ni on esto hubo acuerdo, la literatura soriana, por ejemplo, and other statements of the same vein. Filled with well-deserved pride, as one might imagine, he presented his great work to the criticism of other students, hoping in no. Don't tell me that at this time of the game you believe in the miraculous cures of Mother Celestina or such bullshit. Ha, 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 ha. 4 at 12 Aislica did not respond. I speak in general terms because, as Dostoevsky said so well, there is not a man who is so bad or ugly that he does not find at least one woman who wants him. So there was Anti-Mozart, who fell under the telescopic sight of his electromagnetic rifle. Chaff! I made it invisible, sent it into another dimension, and no more trouble on this land. Beyond all legends, I assert that it existed, and for a long time. Until very recently, in fact, until I even seemed to guess the secret of its prolonged survival. Limestone 4, he said so. While preparing them, he was also sanctifying them. Appetizers to bite into of manganese, lettuce mixed with boiled anchovies in Kyoto water. The parallel becomes greater. If we consider that the cold of 30 or 40 degrees below zero burns the faces of soldiers like the worst burns caused by long exposure to. Floating tree remnants descended on the saltpear. He observed the shirt full of holes, the stylized hump octahedral cylinder which his electric rifle formed on his back. Because I was hungry, and you did not feed me, or thirsty, and you did not give me a drink, or a stranger, and you did not invite me in, naked, and you did not cover me, sick. New films, other movements, different sounds begin to roll out. A white bear appears. A dinosaur trots by next Gaston, an entire building made with live marten pelts, propeller plane loaded with bombs as a kamikaze. Another carried 25 liters of napalm under his overcoat. There were no shortage of those who invented a shotgun or those who invented a shotgun. Now, however, they have the advantage of being able to hear my chufletta's chuckles and jokes. It is true, for example, that Cassio will die, and perhaps someone else. The topic is heard as background, a great silence in the foreground, sounds again and again, as in the interview between Mime and the Wanderer. We are in Bayreuth. These remained attached to their owners, but mummified, useless for any sexual use. The women of the sect did the same with their breasts. They worshipped two gods. But he died anyway, because he didn't know they had hit him twice, once in the arm and once in the liver. So this man, who never in his life had abused alcohol, was declared. Among them was the writer Federico Sagen Iseca, who became famous for his ruptured poem Nena, ¿por qué no querés venir a vivir conmigo al cementerio? Entering into a fevered delusion. Technes, Odin technes, technocracy technes, monitor technes, triumph technes, 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 technes. Humphrey died when his time came, and the few Americans who accompanied him into exile forgot their past as former citizens of a nation. They even changed their bodies and out Island. Chapter 100. The Laiseca Reporter pamphlet, more of a trashy, legendary, and extremely long novel, appeared in La Technocracia, signed by some Professor Truchet Isica, which they existed before. I don't know if you understand me. So, if they existed before, they can exist now too. Crocodiles up to 20 meters long. Thousands of them. 3 clavos por cada extremo de tirador, y sobre los del marco inserte 4. Y ahora por ti ese R, yo pensaba colocar solo 2 clavos por extremo. Returning Gaston prayed in desperation. Oh, Dionysus, you who have pity on fools like me, do not let me float in the center of earth per secula, or I will die forever. This way, extremely annoyed, I saw the monitor in a room with wooden walls, leaks on the tin roof, incomplete and stained chairs, dirt floor, and illuminated with candles. Now then, as the Solias could count on Model 4 at best, Pericate devised a simple but effective tactic. They let the armored hunters pass, and then shot them with lasers when... Is there not a god who works tirelessly and overtime, on Saturdays and Sundays, to in his immense laboratories and celestial factories, to get 10,000 plagues per human? The wet and cracked walls of the Archimedes solid that contains the dungeons have the exact color of the fire of a low-power acetylene torch. Cartoon blue, white puff or cap. The only one who wasn't afraid was an old Japanese man whom no one knew. Each assumed that someone else had invited him, and who, sitting in a corner, watched everything. The physical or psychic annihilation of a man, either in recent times or in distant times, had a metaphysical origin. There was a theological explanation behind it, and he took them everywhere, to concerts, to natural history museums, to botanical gardens, to eat carizos at the waterfront, to go boating on the lakes of Brittany, 97, to all. Here is the translation of the text into English. Witness account report it was 215 hours on June 22nd, the beginning of summer solstice in the northern hemisphere, chosen by beautiful, fine and beautiful, I think, than to bore the listener with a long and useless phrase. The German Isica, with very strange and glassy eyes. Well, give it to me. Medinaceli, Adrados, Almazan, and, after crossing the Dura River, would enter Soria. As can be seen, the 3 armies were planning to converge on the enemy's capital, and there was vast Siberia, filled with factories, secret laboratories, and underground factories. Beyond the Urals extended a territory 5 times larger than that. Nahu, this is where personage Isica directed his steps. Such folletons came as a treat for personage's material delirium. The caps were black and had red letters, Gothic style. The armed acolytes of the referred gang, launching unpleasant harmonies and strident noises, forced those who, in the vastness of time, in the mercy of the Varro, believed too. Moyaresmio Isica, as he already enjoyed power, also had his obsequious, another scum, dressed in rags but cultissimo, who would say things like this every now and then, Mr. According to the above, Gaston Zeke made only the first skeletal automatons, then themselves took charge of stealing materials, transforming them into dolls, and putting them into dolls, and putting them... 1. I would say of the migrations that much earlier settled in the Caucasus. So many reasons existed to find him happy. However, 2 great causes put him in very bad humour. Free from his hands, General Jacobo Terenzio Pupitre turned back once again on his tracks, ready to invade Goria in order to help his technocratic allies who were in trouble. By 4 cubic meters of potassium sulfate, he still had the card with the address that the sage had given him. Professor, my wife and I are both tired of impossible dreams. In our opinion, they have also gone too far. Imposing terrestrial joy and beauty on someone who hates it can be too much. As if we were to say an inadmissible abuse. Land, almost as big as Catalonia, which everyone called the forests. It was supposed that beyond this known world, in the unknown lands, there existed other territories. Each breast in humanity will not come from their cold, judgmental nature, nor from the joy of sadistic subjects, but rather from the immense satisfaction they get from... Inerne looked at her dad's face, exactly as she had seen it, already retired, a week earlier, but now young and robust, without decay, and therefore more virulent. The memorable theological discussion dealt with the theme, but then, do animals have a soul or not? After the dark meeting, it was decided that they didn't have it in order. Written legend on the door, say, I go by way of the grieving city. I go down into the abyss of fierce torment. I live with the lost people. Justice moved my author harshly, with indescribable joy, that the population of Pomia 78 has seen impaled on pikes and around the pyramid of Cheops in the Plaza de Todos los Rosas, heads of fades. As a precaution, the bomb will only start its activation when a special number is dialed. 45-9, for example. Talcahuano. Testing desk. What kind of number is 45-9? Simon Gideon Galleon, for his friends Zeke Board, though somewhat interested, replied, For the moment we don't have the necessary technology. His slight interest within. Some went but came young recruits. With only 10 masturbations per year per person, we have 380,000, which in 5 years become 1900. 3 meters beyond the campfire, the grass turned into ice, even if it had been hot a moment before. The water was already there, and Sergeant Pedraza Isica began to brew. According to calculations, 0.0001 of the world's population would be more than enough to repopulate the earth, after nature had taken care to restore things to their normal. As white as the horn of a unicorn. A voice was heard singing disconcertingly absurd dissonances. From time to time he would interrupt his aria to let out a series of chokes, cry appropriate to those bellicose girls, Hoo-yo-to-ho, 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 ho-yo-to-hoo, and it came down against the costumes, bang. But he ignores the most important thing, that a curse has erased Sigfrido's memory. He believes he has been betrayed, and so says before all present, Siegfried denies. Thus, after the annexations, titles of nobility and theology, orgy of blood and death of the monitor, this was the 5th satisfaction that I intended to have as thief. Tuchashusky, displeased with expelling the monitorials from Leningrad and Moscow, set out on an ambitious operation to destroy the enemy in all occupied parts of the Soviet, that the honorable enemy will correspond in the same way. The current curfew and martial law are confirmed. Any civilian who circulates after 10 p.m. will die by sword. Chapter 161. The decision of the astrologers, the technocrats, fighting in desperation, had rejected 5 Russian and sorry attacks aimed at siege of the capital. The color of a dolphin's belly, or a whale's belly, with yellow reflections, huge and heavy as a cetacean. Blackness, very shiny, with the wavelength of certain gemstones. Not serious, which consulted. This does not mean that I come out as a guarantor of such facts. Or yes, 116, the Gogol is a figure, 10 to the power of 100. And Musaranya, whom he involved in following Chanchilia on an evil policy of siege against his regime, encouraging his satellites Dervia, Goria, and Protelia, the fascist, Soria, and technocracy, with a long common border, had authority over a city divided into equal hives, Technoria, where personage Issachar lived at the beginning of this work. Travestite, likes to walk in baby dolls and flip-flops bad company, Ferini sketch of Ferini drawn, spit here dirty ram, no serves for breeding or engender, and exagerades. Absolutely exhausted from having fired off an incredibly long sentence, in exactest, he fell into a heavy, abrupt silence after a sum of clicks between monsters. It stopped over huge elastic devices. Then, after a moment of absolute immobility, slowly but gradually, the rectangle began to walk on a fork of the master tunnel. Give us your mercy, O Lord, and give us your salvation. O Lord, hear my prayer, and let my cry come to you. The Lord is with you, and may his Spirit be with us all. Afterwards they repented and helped character to clean the filth, to put the slabs in place, to rip off the walls of pantheons, the sculptors left as new the eagles with the eagles. After wolfing down their food like lions, the Three Stooges went to drinking liquors, coffee, tea, and smoking Egyptian and Turkish cigarettes of these latter, Tsar Nicholas. But fortunately, after the fall of Nineveh, a Puritan dialectical opposition arose that placed it among the monsters, and we must resort to Hegel's synthetic expressions. This last was an emergency measure in case the situation became difficult. In a technocracy hollowed out by bombs, rockets, and energy rays fired from enemy astronavs, it hurts too much. Without paying any attention, the Lucenarios sustained their effort. It is remembered that the final goal of all these rehearsals was to hang the great Santa Claus, like the Halliards. He carried an English horn, lit with coins of 5 cents and another change. Subscribers controlled their impatience by smoking cigarettes. So Pedro Gorovin Iseca's brain was dissolved, but the helmet that covered his head, although it remained open from the dome to all sides like a rococo point with infinite. But the monitorial riposta saw Japanese blood red, surrounded by an aura like a thick ring of black zen, transparent and achieved with darkest ink on rice paper. The first engine of tragedy is the god of evil, and the subsidiary and synchronous engines, men who collaborate with his diabolic work, that is, the destruction of terrestrial. Here is the translation of the text into English, to which the composers retorted, "We are queers and proud of it, but not sissies like you beggars of Priapo, who cry. They must be attacking their own troops. The technocracy is a gigantic bonfire. It's all fire, and the smoke forms walls, kilometers tall, taller than the buildings we build." He also tried his hand at the musical genre with his impressive zarzuela funebre for choir and orchestra, percussion, and double timpani roll, which made more than one musician. Relative of someone Iseca. "Ah, but how good, Father. Today a remarkable event occurred to me. I was coming here when I saw a woman." "Did you make an appointment?" The most audacious desires and dreams of pre-revolutionary psychiatrists were realized under Soviet rule. A new system of organization of psychiatric care was developed. So then, nothing, everyone to the hand that tightens the balls. And the 5 Isicars looked at Soriano with a frown, smiling, and teeth sharper than those of Count Stoker. They were at that moment inside a building which had approximately 20 stainless steel sheets with grooves. Several executioners worked tirelessly on patients who worked tirelessly on patients. "I'm leaving you. I have a couple of Teresinaro that I have to do. Don't forget, in New Motherland, at dawn. Well, all right. Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." And he left. Then he saw a man armed with an enormous sword come out. This man, so huge was he that there were no horses for him. The giant Parian Patojo, perhaps, and after all, some understood it too much. And this existing essence was his way to contribute to enhance the signifier and embody the entity of technocrats. Their heads to the ground to eat grass, herds of elephants cross a river, a mother breastfeeding her child, children playing on a merry-go-round fat fish move lazily through. The combat unit A had the mission of taking S. Leonardo de Yague, Cabrejas, Del Pinar, Abijao, Sidones, Toledo, and falling on the city of Soria. Because it wasn't Robertito, that son of a bitch who got hooked, and only Margarita, a miner who doesn't give a shit about you, didn't bother. Well, now little Bobby is in the sand, earth, ashes, and all manner of debris that they dragged red-hot, rusted cans. The Linieras fled in a hurry. The most hurried were those below. From the time of the consulate in France, horrible and ridiculous Louis XIV's shoes, whose lacing was almost as big as the rest of the footwear, polished shoes, football shoes, piston rifle, daggers, spears, halberds, crossbows, Mercy dagger, breech-loaded knife, Mauser, and Luger pistols. These are authentic, though without ammunition. Desperate, they perused their manuals in the section titled Retirements, but the letters danced. Unfriendly, they would not allow them to understand the simplest of things. That exatlatellico, that's what the technocrats called those Soria rockets, had come down very close by. Later, with his Kratos of Campo de Marte, he would inspect the damage, his machine, which by loyalty to him dared to break with routine and grow, understanding that these were his boss's deep desires, and the final destination proposed by the final destination. The old General Chanchinita, von Nguyen Teng, who was already over 90 by that date, despite attacking and retreating being his tactic for almost 2 decades, now firmly, I know it's very difficult, almost a yoga discipline, and becomes an unsolvable problem for ordinary people because Antizer distorts everything. It invents crimes by passing. Immediately after each victory, the roar of a donkey would be heard, all the more terrifying since part of the sound was outside the range of hearing, only captured in fearing. It is also rare that they who believed in magical universalism, consulted the I Ching every day, did not notice the obvious, that a chichi is a chichi, no twists or seconds. Then read slowly a few sentences and fragments. The current citizen, deprived of the autonomy of his cooperative desire, is laughing at him and shaving others' desires. More fatal still is the fate of the lord of the castle, a giant crab of the cocoa-nut trees, to whom all pay homage, who, isolated in the tower of the dungeon, conducts fear. In Russia, however, in the Soviet Union, not only was this method employed, but also the team of Pavel discovered something known as electrical sleep 39, a procedure that... Chapter 36. Magical infrastructure within the esoteric factions engaged in magical practice. In addition to the great mages, there was an immense number of minor esoterists. A moment of tiredness or boredom, and the monitor, however friendly I may now be, will make me liquidate so that I can join his collection. The beard, completely surprised by. He was also the inventor of a special menu based on cinquentonas, sexagenarias, or septuagenarias chichis, which he recommended to all his acquaintances, but which no one ever... Don't touch my cock 75 secret police, Cholton. Hey, hey, but he stayed rubbing his hand. Near the window 2 secrets were chatting. Secret I always say so. Pascualitos. He would say the same thing every time he appeared, as if the other didn't already know. He shot an oppressive glance a la Benito and a big nose. Verdi music. This would be equivalent to displacing a mass of earth and rocks 1 kilometer wide, by 1 kilometer long, by 135 meters high. Everything was fine at first. Fags and misogynists. A priestess imposed silence, and then said, in an authoritative voice, "The orbital bomb will descend without delay. The door of your house, beloved, whom I can no longer call the very perfect, that is, tired of the Antiser devourer of gods and stars, was walking along a completely ostrus. One of the 3 large combat groups, the North Army Group, marched towards Leningrad. The others were in charge of expanding the headway in the center and south of the USSR. That virtual technocracy, discontinuous, half-visible, and ensconced in the middle of Russia, in a sense was as real as the true one, and its responsibility as head of state. A few days before, and at the general rehearsal, one of the Walkyrias, Waltrauta, so soon was cut by the rope that held her up in the sky while singing enthusiastic, the war. Sigfrido retorts that all this is not his business. It would be better if he were to reveal him the way to Brunhilde's rock, since the bird that used to guide him has fled in. Among so many thousands as we are, there must be one who knows electronics. How didn't it occur to the supers? Another Soviet space knave. This is going to be glass in no time. But in reality, what the Russians didn't know was that the true cause of their amazement lay in the fantastic astral appearances they were witnessing, disguised by the veil of fire. We will force antimatter to work together with death in favor of the living beings. Only a blind or malevolent person could see anything else. Don't you understand? An hour and a half later, Enrique Cattell left, but the bearded one appeared from a side door. When they saw him approaching, an overall alert was declared in the duo. It was indispensable for the story to forget that there was a Soriator in Soria, because, as he was a true Soria, till the last consequences, he denounced all Sorias, even if erst. Only those who could not unveil their secret to avoid hurting the other suffered. Monitor, turning back to his Kratos, asked sarcastically and maliciously, "And you, Mr. His duties attended literary round-tables with friends at the café and restaurant La Tortilla Voladora, no identificada, to read them a fragment of the 10,000 Best. That's right, Laiseca is like Macedonio. Everyone used to read Galvez when Macedonio wrote the Museum of the Eternal Novel, but those who count figures see that the museum is the dictates of this season's fashion. Here is the translation of the text from Spanish to English. This is the style of a world under pressure, of a world drowned. The dervishes and extaste mendicants printed flyers and posters in their clandestine printing presses, distributing them passing them around the pagodas. By joining forces, they created a kind of penetration cone in order to penetrate the armor at a single point. They launched energy capable of making half of Soria disappear. The spectacular fires lit by cokes from the Kuznetsk works, with low sulfur content, 409 million tons of magnetite ore in a single mountain. After an incoherent, overly autobiographical development, he reaches highly social conclusions such as, and apart from a freshly washed shirt, I don't care for anything 42. We had there the Pierce-Coca de Zorejad, poor thing, inevitable inheritance from her old cult, who in times of strict fasts, and to punish herself for the innocent, and all the saints grant peace in our days, so that we may be always helped by your mercy, and be free of sin and safe from all peril. The priest bends and divides the host, not to mention papilloma, uremia, an extremely high blood glucose, and the proven fact that women's breast tissues become relaxed. Change, meditate, and react. 64. Chapter syndicalists, who met in a basement in Soria. The technocrats knew very well that trade unions were part of the Synarchia, and not the theological head. In Calcul de Protecta, however, there is a small law that is usually followed. The home team has more advantages than the visiting team, and a draw has more chances than the fee. Find out about his betrayal, then, and I repeat, Anita smiling. She held on to her two huge breasts, and between them she crushed his head, in the same way that one can. He simply commented resignedly, "Oh, the German, the beautiful forests of the Black Forest, the marble buildings of Carrara, and the dazzling purple of my secret Almabras." The Monitor, in the solitude of his study, and while smoking cigarette after cigarette, thought, we must at all times possess the most important of Napoleon's virtues. Besides, the tetranicolization or forced death will take place by freezing the fire and all heat below 200 C under zero, completely sterilizing the earth and its beneficial bacteria. In her search, the girl did, in fact, go past the house of Dionysios Isica. She didn't try to spot it in order to enter, since she wouldn't have dared but to know and get to the cave. Woden has called upon Sigmund to help him with this task of purification that has gotten out of hand due to his own mistakes. It is necessary that Sigmund, after killing the ancient Chinese kitchen, which had 100, only inspires us with the indulgent smile. Fads the time. Of course, nowadays, no restaurant can afford to have a menu. The ring is already forged and acting. Only can identify with the maleficent archetype, work as slaves for the Lord of the Ring, and participate in its final defeat. That's why you're bald and smelly, aren't you? By chance were you born in Soria? Soria, a great country, all very nice. There no one drinks wine. The Phantom composed during his entire life a terrible, tragic, grandiose opera that no human had ever heard. He composed it in the sub-basements of the opera, assisted by his haste. Protestant pastor, who stated in the USA, I am convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that if a person is not born again in Christ, he will be damned forever. Count of La. To Fray Buñuelos in Soria, I convinced myself that my husband was a Soria, and I went with the milkman. My misfortune, Q1 Iseca, was that 3 times I married Sorias. After all, that's what you are for. The technocratic occultists were forced to perform powerful exorcisms and magie not anticipated in order to prevent the detection of thieves. The Kremlin, whose name comes from a Tatar word meaning bastion, and Tsar Ivan IV son of Vasily III, grandson of Ivan III, called the Terrible. Thus the quartet is going to turn into a quintet. And immediately, before he had time to repress, Yogurt was also his friend, and you see how it ended. So much fury gave him. Once already defenceless, having deprived her of wallets, elbows, nauseating creams, lipstick, and other secret weapons, particular to the gas war and trench warfare, he, Wish, agreed, promising the terrified young men that no reprisals would be taken against them. For once they saw him appear, they lost sexual ability like a dead firefly. However, if the types underestimated Laiseca and attacked him, everyone would have died. Character, Liliana, and esoterists, because when calling on Laiseca to God, the Minotaur, that they will not be but machines, that we ourselves will be arming for our destruction, unless we understand who is crushing our lives, twisting all happy paths and longing for the sea. After taking Technoria, the city shared by technocrats and Solias, which, as we remember, was where personage Laiseca lived when he began this tale, would occupy. You are the best. Bring high the sacred flag of Techness. Let the enemy know your anger, so that technocracy, indivisible and beautiful, may live on, nudity and covered it up with gloves, boots, blouses, and maxi skirt. She let her hair fall to her ankles like our grandmas, and used it thus, loose like a lady Godiva. Every table also had, placed next to the lead goblet, a large silver skull. Its volume was 3 times that of a human skull, which had irregular fragments of lapis lazuli. Hortan remains defeated and beset with gloomy thoughts. Decide to descend with Loge, god of fire, into Alberich's underground lairs in order to snatch away his ring. If we also consider the existence of opponent magicians interested in producing blocks, flooding the astral with false data, so that the astras and horoscopes slide into their anavoro. The inner courtyard I mentioned before will also have a large stadium-style tribune, in the shape of an arc or half-circle, like an amphitheatre, where people can watch. About women or breasts. According to him, this was his way of composing protest songs. I had such a vast necrotetica, which was inestimable to me. Score would only use the few hundred meters close to the ultra-infrasound extremes. Semi-semiquaver notes follow each other, becoming increasingly more acute, alternated with edit. That movement and strategy are told in Los Solias. The conspiracies and the war machines are the theme of the novel, because this book is also a book about the functioning of another, mysteriously full of coloured birds and shrieking monkeys. No lazy, I assure you. It is as unstable as an elephant giving a charismatic speech next to a ning vase. The people are led with all joy to the holy hands of a benevolent sacrifice, where there is no suffering of any kind, but on the contrary, and from which they go by sacred tubing. But one of his most commented sentences was, "We are preparing a Super 70 megaton bomb, but not for bellicose purposes." This puzzle prompted the following comment in a, he does not procreate either. It is all his personal misfortune. Ferini, the old one made of flatulence, and who knows how to fuck people, crazy bastard and traitor light. Exat Latelico. Megapolis was an exarch who had lived 7 centuries ago, famous for his outlandish statement. Then he handed the paper to the jester, who said, "Thus then, my monitor, I propose with passionate concern and plaintive anguish that we take a trade unionist, a communist, or someone similar, and, already naked, dress him in with an even more absolute privation, if possible, of all intellectual faculties. Ah, a student of archaeology. Yes, how not? The master will be delighted to help him. Otherwise, a decrease in the number of hours worked may and must take place, but only on condition that, at the same time, workers' time dedicated to trade union activities, how to camouflage ourselves and gain power in the same ogre's castle." El Kratos, who was somewhat distracted and misunderstood, asked with some interest, "War, display of his well-Tanschauen. Here I come, like a tired ox pulling the wagon of life." He was fat even in the superciliary arches. He had stored up fat in even the ears. Silences were perceived between one phrase and another, brief ones, within which his deep, cavernous breathing made the moment more dramatic. Comrades, It is my duty to inform. At the peak of military progress, that is, the Ural in all fronts, the Russians had suffered 75 million casualties, including dead, seriously wounded, and it was until the blackboard where his frantic haste made him break 3 pieces of chalk and drew thoroughly. As you see, in position A, the triangle is more closed, and in B more. There was also there a Lenin fat enough with a 6-yard belly, 12 cubits, and 3 feet in diameter. Such seemed to be an abnormal ant queen, with its belly full of eggs. Power, eternal might, may reign for evermore in glory. Fricka, awake from thy dream of pleasure. Rise from thy sweet delusion. Man, awake and reflect. Sigfrido, very Germanic, finds no better thing to answer him with a tune in his horn. The noise wakes up Fafner, who comes out of his cave yelling horrifying yells. On the other hand, Commander Gaston, his Culifoth army, and the stand for runes, with insignia, pennants, and oriflammes. Gaston leads the skeletal cavalry into battle. The worms dared not approach the places where the uniform was torn or burned. They fled from these horrible masses of cold flesh, big in their own eyes as icebergs. After technocrats were forced to carry out a strategic withdrawal from Omsk and Aral to the Ural Mountains, Sorieda met with his Russian route-mate, Konstantin Nekrasov. It is true that the foreign judges belonged to all countries allied with the Soviet Union, but the Russian plan turned out to be perfect because, and this was the supreme act, Pale Beast Isika, commander of the Southern Army Group, tasked with halting the Sigirinsky Army Group's offensive in the sector. We must aid our perimeter with a mysterious aid. Even in the USSR, which would be for those secret directors, one of the many federated republics associated with NAB, as France is one of the many autonomous states, wasn't it obvious? That man was going to kill himself. So they tried not to allow him to disturb the hours that were passing. There would be time to do the same, but where? Positions by an incredulously slow camera for all eternity. It was not that at all. The real problem arose from the fact that Louis Soria had also lost his fear. Isika penetrated through a crowded pedestrian mall. But from an apartment insolite in place and time, Wagner was heard on one of its blitzkrieg sexuals. Ah, Richard! Right-shapen areas, etc., dedicated to smuggling matches, powered by batteries and the plagiarism of industrial brands and patents. Another, how happy we lived, said the Fed. And yet more. Long rolled-up scrolls, mangling words and even sentences. Proceedings initiated in the above-named file, duly scribbled down Ministry of Law fee. The pain will be mitigated in the movable membranes that protect the eyes of humans, mammals, and other vertebrates, but at the cost of an increase in distress in the mouth. Thus, with the aid of magic and secret medicine that occultists know, the corpses of certain pharaohs could come back to life. Not their doubles, but the very same theological. So, as you will imagine, the inhabitants of this hateful world lived terribly boring, facing wear and tear, moral suffering, and greyish, indescribable tortures. Rumbling softly, officers who fall within the range of big grenades 58, tanks through the infinite steppes of Russia, and in which, thanks to a wise use of light and dark, go through the same procedure several times until you only have one finger of your tongue. It's almost a synonym, or the cylindrical support of the skull 65. And when in a second, and despite his advanced age, the lying down got up and proceeded to put him in order, while at the same time issuing a roaring ruckus of protests. You think you yell. Monitorials, on the other hand, have definitely technocratized whole branches of production, such as energy, transport, communication, and are moving towards new achievements. They intensify and accentuate these degenerates, amplifying their basic repugnant mist, trying to expand themselves. I must be 100 times more ruthless than before. His friend, bored, who didn't even for a second hope that the other was going to propose something feasible, because he knew him very well, said, "Yes, very good, great, great." Beaver, the elephant, the flamethrower that pierces the balls, the tortoise, and other fine things, I have intentionally omitted the quotation marks. Dum-dum bullets oiled. But he must have gotten a bit of a scar, because he asked, What were you before becoming a soldier? I worked in the Monitor of Languages section, which dedicated itself to two. In case there was still any doubt, the teacher accompanied certain exercises with drawings to clarify stops, blows, and blocks that those tetrapod beings should perform. And, for all these reasons, as the subscribers moved away from the stage, they were forced to equip themselves with increasingly large acoustic trumpets, so much so that at Phi it started from the base of the cone and went around and around it until it reached the apex. The idea was that as the wick burned, it would light each luminary in turn. That's how Vittorio used to say things like this: "Repent, perverse polymorphs. Do not fail to pay the proper respect to such august remains." He meant Tofi, the architect, with all the patience, and trying to get him not to notice it, despite its jokera from hidden corners, they made tapes here magnetic that had recordings of bird songs, animal, with ropes like everything else, with such force that the strings must cause him tremendous damage. Rocket planes, red-headed flies, large black dream shots blast. Bone of the Pits, his assistant, presents himself to character and says, "I must inform you, Superduke, that as if our misfortunes were not enough, they have stolen the jars." The former ambassador of Chanchilia in technocracy, who later became the first prime minister of the new pro-Soviet government, remembered Laiseca with particular hatred. He whispered, "I'm done. My eyelids feel like lead." The loco who, despite his mumbling, listened clearly jumped out, as lead will the eyelids of a French officer weigh, more furious and aggressive, attacking the peaceful people of Chanchin del Norte and that patched-together feudal regimes, such as that of the Caliphate of Cordoba. Only gives, luego prosiguió, poniendo cara ingenua, porque decís eso, así como si yo fuese cruel. ¿No ves que incluso a ese le puse una tricotita para que no tenga frío? 3 seconds. Kill them. A long period indeed, full of discussions on legal terms, calling witnesses, appeals to the media and Supreme Court, and contentious papers. At Asorian, after removing his gag, a hot iron was inserted into the lower labyrinth. Once inside, he was stirred up like one looking for the thread of Ariadne. En verdad, más de una novela en 3 tomos ha sido escrita so. Just to have the excuse of arriving at a single-grade sentence, inserted in the middle 67. In this way, each sphinx was formed by a condemned man who had been put into a mould, within which, regardless of pleas and supplications, they poured Paris plaster of quick. By the sedge passed the most interesting. Those who proposed plans to end all Solias with an ontic ray machine, powered by the forces themselves that sprout from chaos, or ordered Dionysius Laiseca, "Don't touch the bandages." In fact, I did not want character to see the monster's face, because it was horrible, and could die of shock, however, for the deliberation in the exotic almost cost him dearly. I wonder if to embalm or not. In that case, I would send it to the Anthropological Museum of Monitoria. Female snake of Cholula, 70 meters high, with tobacco leaves in its gigantic hearth, and which smokes an entire village. Flat-backed bindings with a wavy accident. Let's end it, then. For in that false kingdom of Castile, only the standard coins of lead are masterfully current. Metal, which, when combined with acids, gives us poisonous. Chapter 123. The Eagle's Terrace, after the start of the war, Monitor realized that the monitorial palace was neither very safe nor very practical. The scientists concluded that some rich joker had gathered a large amount of dynamite and then made it explode after surrounding it with old lava, volcanic bombs and other, Mars and its sandstorms, giant machines and constructions, buried by the monstrous catastrophe that once was, the sudden variation of the planet's orbit and axis. Please, my Soriator, don't be offended, but here the only one who practices austerity is you. The Soriator sternly glared at Fernando Almagro. Eusebio Aristarco, the Kratos of Campo de Marte, that morning walked through the capital of technocracy in the middle of curfew, without an escort, and protected by his grey ray. He arrived alive by pure miracle, among other things, because a wind almost threw him over the Russian lines. A single Roman, managed to escape from the siege. But when he appeared on the podium, with his legendary look like in old times, everyone, even those who doubted, began to shout, completely possessed, full of hope and wild. 143. What the monitor just said is absurd. Fibonacci sequences, which are numbers that follow an increase according to a law, have nothing to do with serial production. Here we have another example of his blatant cynicism. He, and only he, is responsible for the increase in international tension, the resumption of the Cold War, and fair spheres, while remaining with an open mind. No, 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 no. Feeling that his greed to bite and taste grew at the same time as a familiar tickle in his sex system made him. The sweet flutes, or malefic mozalbetes supercicis, were plucked in a very similar way to the ancient troubadour laudes, or as if they were percussion medieval triangle, or the ogre, an instructor, President Bin Tulun, creator of the Couché or Kucha doctrine, and author of the Four Modernizations, said, "She, oh, my character." I remember them from previous dreams, for after waking I no longer have any memory. They were giants, very thin, extraordinarily strong, 71, and they smiled at me. Laiseca 42.8, the influential, instantly lost a bit of his composure like someone who walks very calmly and, all of a sudden, realizes that he has gotten himself into a tank. It left from the fact that old people, when they want to make a trick, they make a candle by melting black wax mixed with tome earth, this latter in small quantities, because it is the indestructibility of your tragedy, sir. Chapter 85. Gola's Decameron, Laiseca Gaula found a used matchstick wrapped in tobacco inside his cigarette. I don't want to give those cardboard Renanians military status. If the foolhardy act of invading such sojourners were to take place, soon despair and disappointment would spread. I feel a certain irrational affection for you that I can't explain, since your intelligence is pitiful, and let's not even talk about your culture. An ape could at least learn. After the shot, the megalithons began flying with their maximum speed and gradually slowed down until, when they reached the rarefied layers of the atmosphere, into the outer, until the other began to tell him about the projects for the next 2 years, which included works by sheepherders, novelists as authors. Then yes, then interested, he... The false Bayreuth orchestra makes us hear the orchestral passage, the legacy of the world, but not horribly distorted, but convincingly and magnificently. A verdigris discharge was immediately answered by a thin yellow cylinder of white lightning, in whose tip there was a monitorial crown of gold with 38 large pearls. As Hercules, he performed the labor of Heraclean. He drowned the lion of Nemea's forest, killed the Lernaean hydra, and caught the wild boar of Erymanthea alive. For now, I will proceed to bombard a position. However, it was a matter of seeing if his purposes would coincide with hers, since she did not like passive attitudes very. With a few inhabitants inside, the stake in the eyelid, the branch in the trachea, which was made to enter and exit very quickly in a sort of coitus with leaves, thorns, and the uproar that arose among the legionary commanders there present came close to disrespect. In war there is no room for supernatural agents or something like that. If the final invader spaceship crashed down, engulfed in flames over the wreckage of that sector, sinking the remaining floors that were burning and finally exploding on. Lo, what I can't explain is how he just now was disillusioned, after being in Fravis of the monitorial education for more than 5 years. It is curious. Laiseca has replied to this postulate, and has assumed the difficulty and importance of the challenge, not only the book and its dimensions, but also the conditions in which it... The girl was arrested, and then disappeared, no matter how much the 3 most venerables of the pagoda prayed with the police. Continuously, a crowd of young ruffians approached. Offensive? Monitor retorted grossly. The deaf rumbling of the boots of technocratic troops. The ambassador, hearing the outburst, for an instant lost his head. But that's his head. Peewit, din, don to each din, and to each don he would swing a whip with soul and life on the feet of the dancer. Peewit, din, don, he told himself. Everything will change if I first buy myself an expensive suit. Since he was now going to live in a new economic frontier, he decided to get Casimir, already the coffin, in the Valerium, and in moments when the 6 saints began the rituals of descent, to the 7th, last, deep, invisible minaret, a group of about 30. As one was a heterodox magician, he had, besides these rooms dedicated to the pagan deities of Scandinavia and Babylon, others reserved for the gods of voodoo. The secret fart transmitted by the Soriator to his officials is as follows. I issue, today, and here in Soria, capital of Soria, the order to start a great slug hunt all over. After, while the elderly and frail woman watched him in horror, and bled profusely, after her cries of surprise and pain, he said, convulsively hateful but funny-looking, they then wallpapered the walls with blood, ate a mortadella that the Turk had in his refrigerator, drank 2 damajanas of wine, and robbed a total of 28 pesos at the foot. Well, I continue. Now I will bless you, because the ruler must be the priest of the masses, in the name of Caesar, etc., turning to his assassins, cast them into the fire. We lack Ramses II. We are deprived of Colossus Elm of Memnon, carved in living rock, by order of Amenophis III, deposed in the valley of the kings of the cards. Dionysios Laiseca trembled, stretched out his hand, and sent forth the energy wave, Delta 4. The cyborg was left as stunned as looking at something too fantastic to believe. So, in the huge place there was only 1 Viking table and 3 thrones, where Monitor, Barbudo, and Kratos ate like dukes while everyone else was reduced to watching water. The Saurian Soriator of Soria, rubbing his hands together and erotized to death, had at his disposal the inexhaustible reserves of men, weapons, and material of the Soviet. Also did not ignore that, with all probability, the girl already was dead. Only a miracle of the most thick could save her. Character entered in one of its crepuscular states. This is the translation of the text into English. The magnificent Lucifer worm, indeed. For outside it is constructed of wood, but underneath has a light plate. After the departure of the proud and blinded Fricka, Brunilda returns to receive the last orders of Wharton. The Valkyrie awaits impatiently for her cue to depart for battle. Bad de Pichi. Why did you kill the old people, de Pichi? God the bad of the Pilagua. The sun comes out. Farmers plant, lacustrine cities, underground, port cities. The landscape is landscaped. The room fills with statues. The ceiling looks like an old photo, reddish-brown. The floor is bright green, due to its high black content. They did not dream, so soon, these technocrats, of being equaled and even surpassed in little time by the Soviet people in what they considered their sacred arena. What happens is that people do not tolerate humor, novelties, and big things. It is necessary to be great not to put the creator-artist inside the great bag of noises. ¿Algún otro nombre? Preguntó el barbudo, escribiendo a toda velocidad. Bueno, yo también estoy, por supuesto, aparte del nuevo cónsul de seguridad interna. Zombies, combis, golems, red ray machine annihilation tools, machine hunting machines, machine hunts of machine hunters, and various cuts and bitches were used. When the first died, his coffin was lowered to the bottom, and 100 kilos of earth were thrown on top. The next dead people were superimposed in the same procedure. Technocratic youth movement was heard very clearly, despite the distance. When the Soria, a type of car, threatens to rise, it challenges man's triumphal march, technocracy. The entire campaign was oriented towards combating the adverse religions and sects to technocracy, and to allow the acceptable ones. In other words, encourage their free play. There are no formulas, nor can there be, because nothing is simple. I am sending you this letter because of the tone of intransigence on all fronts that you use in your own. Day, unrelentless. When I dreamed of silence, but the calm in shadows towards the soul of the hour by the passionate delirium without fire, my enchantment, you were sleeping. The interest in the mysterious jungle occupied the technocrats by caprice, the Russians by strategy and Soria, Catalonia, and Chanchin del Norte by annexation reasons. His concerns began when technocratic architects convinced him that the engineering problem to solve was tremendous given the limiting condition of using skulls as the soul. Coco, who by that point had been culturally exposed to a lot of things, finally fully understood, and will never be able to go into. The lost territory, shall we? No, no. But the truth was that character Laiseca had no idea what it meant for him that his card changed files. He thought he was being promoted, ignored that now he was a real agent. To record his progress and be able to consult with the masters about his doubts, character wrote down his dreams in a notebook, those that seemed to him elaborate by his thoughts. In Catel's opinion, the work was uneven, contradictory, youthful. There was light, but constantly impeded by clusters of futas. After all, what was the author's thesis? His knighthood was more than any other less noble was. The return to justice the region, devastated by the giant Parian Patojo and his 14 walking giants, and hundred. Finally alone, she undresses and throws herself on the bed. Kneeling on this, and with her face on the pillow, with her hands separates the portals of his cave of Altamira. Earthquake can interrogate every man and kill him if he could not answer. And yet, this absolute war in appearance, certain people didn't bother him at all. They continued to rape that pig who got fat on everyone. Unappealable sentence. To keep the totem in the crypt, it has been said, bring the Hammond organ so we can play a cantata. From now, I am the weary general of a mirage, of the wars of Silesia, cheated 1,000 times by an inexperienced enemy who lacks all gentleness. Defeating them is not a triumph. He hid in the jungle with the remains of his division 66A12, and from there he was ready to perform guerrilla warfare, something that he did with terrifying competence. The technocrats fought with fury and savagery in the first hours of the total war against the Soviet Union, and one can really say that the aggression, for its brutality, took. He wants to eat caramels and terrans, the boy, so divided that he is not entirely bad. When it goes well for him, it goes badly, always giving off bad vibes. The march of the motley horde described was preceded by several majestic vials. Their heads were adorned with diadems, made from all the filth and nails of the dead in faith. The great wardrobe cavern in the opera house had not only brocades, as one might imagine. The cavalry section included suits of Egyptian horsemen, royal pensionist, jester. There were blue rubies, yellow diamonds, red pearls, liquid nitrogens, solid airs, and liquefied helios. Pressures varied instantly due to the bomb carpets. In addition, the 13th Army was being squeezed into a strip of land that was becoming increasingly insignificant. Battles were fought over every ruin, every grenade crater. That cylindrical refrigerator lets remember that cold had assumed that form in the region, typical of interstellar spaces, transformed all fluids into solid frozen ice. Instead of buses and subways, elevators. Elevator operators would have ticket machines around their necks. What floor do you want to go to, sir? 2380th floor. Almost immediately afterwards, an ominous hint was inserted. As the squealing of a machine, insanely evil, and yet beautiful, which had invaded the fields of Russia. The scientists assure me that soon we will equip our war spaceships with a powerful, cheap, and adaptable engine, which can be easily mass-produced. Even our old Abe 32. Know it, gentlemen, because this is a very serious thing. We can manage badly, bad that copper and almost inexploitable iron of the South Technocrat. But if we lose wolframium, my glorious remains will not escape insult. Without a doubt, for the first time, in the face of betrayal and the symptoms of decomposition that were generalized, he realized. The magical golden technocrat, with a special filigree design that she always wore around her neck on a chain, upon evaporating, penetrated her emanations into the surface of even sexual torture, such as cutting off their breasts out of lust. I don't do those things any more. I've come to the conclusion that, as an act of love, it's way too rough. The Russian tanks and Sorita III turned red like fire. They melted. They transformed into gas. That is, they continued to walk, but burned the films that contained them. While all these smells usually overlapped with each other in mutual masking, they could sometimes be identified. Luxurious armchairs here and there, a billiards table. In the same way, according to technocrats, trade unionists are more interested in the trade union, in it growing, prospering, and being stable, than in its members themselves. The salvos of cannons go behind. accompanied in a spaced form, always according to a mathematical law, solemnly. Little by little, effects of march and percussion are added. The doctor put the last card in the mouth of his mind's machine. 4 violent reactions. Diagnosis: we are dealing with an extremely clear case of schizophrenia paranoia. Them in their rituals and spells of high magic. In the same way, they worried about finding out how many members each society had, what occult specialty it was dedicated to. As a first measure, the head of state would hang her by the breasts from the ceiling, and she would remain so until the end of the festivities, which sometimes lasted hours. On the other hand, and without in any way reducing the value of the famous execution that, as we know, he greatly praised the critic Sebastian Efrain Delgado, considered that there he became insane, whether from remorse or from continued suffering no one knows, and he began to hold out against wind, and tied the thesis of his innocence. They opened the coffin, and, unbuttoning their blouses, each one took with one hand the soft left pyramid of the comrade, who was on her right, and with the other the white. Many plastic artists, writers, or simply good people, were punished by virtue of refusing to belong to a certain esoteric society, or for renouncing to the one they belonged to. They cannot get rid of us for the simple reason that no one can move down more efficiently than we do, nor wash so dirty laundry. The filth called sex, for example. There is a leper, however. A leper? Yes, a leper. The priests made an inventory of disciples, one by one, and observed that no one was missing. How was it possible? Continuously lost. They committed so many errors and despotic mistakes, they made such a mess. In other words, during their short time, belonging to the languages monitorial. Por eso, precisamente por razones de cansancio, es que me dan ganas de casarme con Estela. Lírico Estela, amo tu culo lleno de moros. Technological wonders, after the bombards, looked like apple trees, lime trees, vines, peach and plum trees, which, after the stone, would have been without skin, showing part. In the monitorial armored archives, there was something like half a ton of folders, in which, in tiny letters and on rice paper, were recorded projects to destroy Solias, and here is the text translated into English. From here on, a more physical action than spiritual one was undertaken, through machinations that acted as operators without this. World car lists wore, which had attached 2 car horns. He was wearing an azabache black choker, thanks to the batoons, and a dried raven resting on one of his shoulders. So perfect, yes, as only the Greeks knew how to create them. The statue moved. All were going where she was, and they tried. And she loved them without discrimination. Techno-ontocracy. In reality, we are techno-ontocratic, and not just ontocratic. Eusebio Aristarco Isica. You can't imagine the monitor's fury when he heard them. This resignation is much more deadly and final than that made by Alberich, to seize the Rhine's gold. I told all this to Ricardo Wagner Isica in a letter. He didn't even reply. From the field of Mars submonitor, only circles, now vagrants, and piles of rubble remained. However, thanks to a pure miracle, some subsouls had not been drilled. The calm they were enjoying would not last long. Solias and Russians controlled almost all of Monitoria, and were about to launch a general assault on the last stronghold. Many occasions throughout the novel, it usually takes on a vaguely human form, but has a giant virile member. 27 Chichi was a word invented by technocratic esoterists. Apparently, the last words of the unfortunate young man were, "Having 2 aunts on the same street is an oversaturation of aunts by the street," a few seconds after saying. But what the technocratic mages, Solias and Russians, didn't realize was that even with all their goodwill, they had created a single cone of energy, using the magical forces. The other, without listening, continued out of control. The doctrine of the least parbel dead consists in taking a few from each and joining them until they form an. Now, the postmaker, indifferently, yes, more convinced than ever and content, the intravisus of Chamberlain went to where the Camelin to refer him that his order had been. Chapter 40. The assassination of the General Secretary of the Central Labourers' Congress, as predicted by Gaula Isica, and about the same time, the General Secretary, optional of. Before diving in, he conducted a series of studies and tests on the cavernous bodies. For this he required the help of a friend, a medical student, and between the two of a Holford. After his speech, full of adverbs and in parentheses, he had the bulldozers dump the pile of corpses into huge pits where the exhorted dead burned for 28 hours. In the A department on the 4th floor of New Patriot Street, there were 2 filing cabinets where employees deposited their cards upon entering, after marking them on react, meditate, and change. How do you not understand that taking even a single glass of wine a day is enough to attract lepers, cancer, and all kinds of syphilis? When God starts to sing again, the sky, which is so full of mirrors now, enters into a storm. The giant steps on rubies from an alchemist and philosopher's stones. Many colleagues and good trade unionists and comrades, like Alejandro Kollontai, let's say, committed the error of intruding on jurisdictions and going beyond what was. How good and bad shooters can be established there with the shots, a probability distribution analogous to that of Calcul de Protector, then erasing with hasty urgency, Massachusetts instead of a Madagascar, that is to say, a nation of black Americans. This way we would solve 2 great problems, getting rid of Puerto Ricans and blacks. Attack the abode of the gods from a vessel made with the nails of the dead. He will burn the tree of life that sustains the world, and men. Gods and demons will perish. Terrible doubt. Suppose that, in the coals, one misjudges the path, and taking for the disparated side, falls into the pan. But Aleman Issika no longer heard him, a sound war specialist who went insane and escaped from the laboratory where he worked, with a fake document, got a job at the music box factory, and, in order to carry out A, they find support in a part of their soul that is also on the other side. You, as anti-CERN saving distances, are also with one foot inside and another outside. He loved Procol Harum and Pink Floyd, particularly the song Wish You Were Here. Look if it would not be decadence, contrary and English pig, this our monitor. New fissures in the volcano let off more steam from the caldera. Sulphurous anhydride, hydrochloric acid, and sodium chloride added to the gaseous water. 4th. Winter's Funeral for the Old Crone, by composer Hansel Humperdinck Issika, following Moyarismia's precise and exact directives, all the short men got to work. Alberich sings in a singularly violent tone, and almost with good voice. Die en Linda Luffy wehen, you who live on the high peaks, laugh and love, where the sweet zephyr, the intensity of the celestials. A bright impression after another on cave paintings. Blood transformed into gum Arabic, oboes, cannons, and other wind instruments. It is also true that the technocrats, thanks to an internal device of the uniforms, could do their needs without undressing themselves, then detaching the containers without. Issika character, who was watching them hidden behind a granite grey obelisk raised in memory of a hero of the 22nd Carlist War, thought that he had never seen a fanatic crowd. Nearly total destruction of our captive minds. Stand by. Stop field fluctuator operation. Order repairs. Stand by. Fluctuator stopped. But if the situation becomes difficult, and Russians and Solias form an alliance, we will lose Protelia, and then we will have to say goodbye to 3/4 of the titanium. The truth is that 7th pale beast Issika, without having the slightest conversation with anyone, greeting only for pure military discipline, flew that same night to the Thel. He started walking the streets of Polytectoria while thinking, strive to find a path, a new beginning, a more just world view, and you will encounter your own injustices. When the first drops fell, they verified that it also had the taste, and so it was cider after all. Terrible winds and a deluge threatened to sink the boat. 4 Russian soldiers and 5 Solias, who were already celebrating the victory, succumbed to his stop-stepperin, typical of Martian tundra, before they could finally thanks. There is no possibility of imagining a literary supplement, an edition aestheticized, or the acceptance of what convention calls writing, well, that is, write according to. Optimistic, with a single leap. I'm not like that. I delay as many minutes as I can, lazy in bed. He creates all the laziness ahead, necessary to start the day. Isheka, here you have nothing to do with why yes or why no. The matter is that it is so, and that's all. Soria Juan Carlos. Well, but why? We want to know. Until the golden micro. For the Sorias, nothing. Within the premises, a rare mixture of aromas from high-end cigar leaves and Egyptian cigars could be smelled. Everyone well remembers that, indeed, my poem Las Horas Dormidas did not only he served as an example and prototype for all the poets of the state. The sleep hours mine. They observed watchtowers with natafalchion artillery, battlements filled with partinopes, and lookout towers crystal clear from all angles with acanthophyras and river crabs. Glass. So I recommend you not take that last glass. If Shamuyo had another culture, he could have added, this decision, carried out to the last consequences, may still... Soon the peoples will settle their accounts with them. Deplorable. The Goriagorian declared it was the porcine technocrats. Davia's super maintained. Malicious. Folded legs. Funeral. They will drink the wine of death. If in these songs of glory I wish to sing the praises of Sorian, why then do I sing to you, O reader? Issika character knew, like all his fellow workers, who also served in the office of the Avenue of all Technocrats at 1500, that Zapaton Issika Forte was not just another telephone. But, as I told you, the torment requires that you strip yourself of a few of those old, disgusting ones who spend thousands of hours on public phones without you being able to. The guardian of the necropolis asked softly, do you think that hatred is the only admirable virtue? The other, calmer, took a drink and answered, forgive me. On the other hand, they are in a more and more defined degree part of the economic apparatus and the government power apparatus. This is taken from Trotsky and his fusion. The lady or maiden, mentioned in the previous point of this story, on the banks of the lake, cried so loudly that all her tears made a lot of water from the lake to continue. Through Mudra, Issika character managed to get Penelope and Palmyra stage, where, after saluting the Zen monk, they set out to tell themselves a story. She interrupted duty for a moment and answered, after leaning on the hair-dryer, yes, dear, yes, I've been married, but I killed my husband. Lo, Mate, I killed my husband. In order not to forget how many were going, I drew a small cup on the table of the killers for each megaton in a bag, in the same way that air aces, in times of war, painted. This last was a concession to classicism more than anything else, since tanks, already by that time, did not need them at all to cross a river. They could cross it submerged. Surname had, after the Greek letter. Plagiarizing James Bond was one of his most cherished and witty jokes. That license was an expression of desire, more or less. The monitorial dependencies had outside the dormitory a dining room, rooms for the guards, a room of maps and situation where military conversations took place, rooms, the general's hands, which karate has hardened to the point of turning them into Gothic horrors, leave in space, indelible and floating, a succession of hands, gradually. Monitor, as seen, due to his timidity, had lost the girl, making her fall in love with the other. But at the same time, he took a Mozart attitude towards the teacher, defending. Suecos worked with glass pedlaries, chasubles, breastplates for Aida, that Italian Wagner, fur coats made from sheep's wool. They did the commas of the trim with Chinese. On the contrary, my monitor, the Russians, including the very same Sorias, produce without ceasing new weapons and equipment, supplies, and ensure efficient communication for. Bright green, tall plants, it's very hot. Heavy birds, as big as elephants, pass by in silence, harmless and majestic. They land in the middle of a forest. El Tarnhelm, this man, represented by the light motive of Tarnhelm because of his ability to transform things with the nape, ears, and nostrils illuminated by red. There can follow a Kratos, but it has to obey my orders without arguing. If people do not follow my instructions, total war will continue to be a meaningless expression. Dismemberments, tight embraces by the tank, black pits of Calcutta, exhaustive interrogations that force confessions after numerous contradictions are pointed out, summary. There the armored hunter, Agathor V, was being built. There the monitor had placed all his hopes, since it was a weapon much superior to the Evtushenko IV of the Russians. City of Politectoria applauded loudly. This provincial capital, belonging to central technocracy, was situated 300 kilometers east-northeast of Monitorium. Button 2. Very slowly, the snout of a 3-meter rocket began to sprout. Button 3. The missile, perfect and noisy, went off rapidly toward the Russians. He conducted the operation on his own account and risk. Gowler's Decameron was neither informed nor consulted, despite being the head of the esoteric technocratic team. Dog, the squeak of the rat when stepped on by that other one, the Neanderthal Club, the Piltdown Woman, I have an Arctic desert, the steppes rabbit, if you behave well with me. So then, this man from Soria, who did not love the Sorias themselves, as he almost detested them as much as he detested technocrats and Russians, who neither loved nor as the most distant galaxy, 82, with flattened disk shape, which is 20,000 light-years in diameter, and whose explosion was seen and photographed in 1990. He fell into a fit, and after several convulsions in the form of kips, first right leg, then left leg, again right leg, and so on several times, he died forever. The last, a woman who I knew. But everything very strange, because at times it seemed like that same woman that I knew, and then another, like a mixture of the two. Others, in order to investigate, made astrals to the times of Nero, to Babylon or Nineveh. But enemy magicians cut them with Mercury, the silver cord that tied them to their trap. Why, no matter how much one hates someone, the simple reason, the most basic soundness, says enough. Enough. The wall has already collapsed, so let it rest in peace. Next to me, the punks are pale bourgeois boys. But suddenly, as if it were a transplanted artificial thing in the mind of the bearded, crystallized the following phrase: Chapter 47:47. The magic halls in Soria, as well as in the technocracy. The Russians didn't have time. There were people who thought they could sneak around with fee. Way. Now he fed exclusively on the seminal liquor of 58 lovers, whom he extracted when they were sleeping or distracted, using some rare machines called suckers. Ismos, a long, uncountable list, nothing better than to make them participate actively, thought the technocrats. But just this time, not in a subliminal form, but seriously. I don't like the French triangle of the Bermudas. Sagen, Sagen, Viva Sagen, and Odin Ra. Sagen, Viva Sagen, and military marches. We would find ourselves inclined to give them our mothers, if we had shown symptoms of being interested in old ladies, so that we sated these most deplorable erotic fantasies. However, by a rare and slow alchemy, 2 weeks later not only did they rejuvenate, but, empowered to incredible degrees by having sex with that goddess, they transformed into whole. Is there no solution? No way. Now this first circuit has destroyed others, and these to others, in geometric progression, until annihilate everything. And then the dancers took the chicken from the unfortunate hands, laid the bird on the ground, and free of charge, and without doing him the slightest harm, but contrarily, how this little animal stays in Eurysberia for about 7 months, and since it is very abundant on this continent, with only 2 million animals of such a kind, we find that when Juan Valdez began with his extravagances, he was generally abandoned by the listener without further ado. I had a bland, hermetic, schizophrenic, low-key mood. From that moment on, Puente del Medio limited itself to tying up well the cords of the annihilation bag, so that no one could escape, and began to chop the Sorias into off. Technocracy simultaneously attacked the border armies mentioned and Seros forces, as well as launch sites for intercontinental ballistic missiles, combat starships. Once all the Chilismans are inside the mortar, you then pronunciate the secret incantation of Apollonio de Triana, Coro Rinaranos, Picine Corono, Casibo Yagoro, and so on until, little by little, it reaches its top of 70 tons, all in 2 seconds, to fall with a roar of meteorite onto the chosen position in polygon. 15 meters further on, and regardless of what was seen, an admirer of these goods left very resentful with the dwarfs because they refused to crucify him, the breasts over A. The door opens and Sigmund appears, weak and unsteady. He collapses by the fire. He doesn't know that he has entered into the hut of his worst enemy and seeks to sleep. In the De La Paz Café, they despised deeply anything that even remotely smacked of genius or intuition. Their enemy in this regard was Frederick the Great of Prussia. It had begun the height from which natives said most falls were registered, 3,000 meters, chattering and shivering. The steps were covered in snow and ice. Fernando Almagro got what he wanted, but for a minute the risk was immense. Nobody could predict in advance how the master of Soria would react to any correction or variable, as each family of tubes moves in a different plane. They never cut each other. However, viewed from above or below, they give the illusion of a large bichromatic grill. Passion dominated him, and for brief moments he united with the collective unconscious of the group. Evidently, such things could only happen in the presence of a monitor. Before revealing his secret, he had to design gas chambers, ovens, and put them into operation. Only then did Samantha ease the surveillance, and the other could act. There was also a strong earthquake that caused damage to some buildings, since De Gaula, when it exploded like a bomb, had produced energy imbalances that needed to be patched. As the soldier had nothing to do, he devoted himself to smoking, thinking in slow and paused puffs. He spoke little and didn't participate in the general animation, half asleep to justify his use of language in the final monologue of Ulysses. Laiseca's narrator sees the world as a plot aimed at destroying him, and there is no. But the youth does not give so much. I agree to spare Luis and Juan Carlos Soria a minute of lucid time without detonators when they are eating carelessly. Of favor. By pure mistake, the poet Rinaldo Mariani Iseca was arrested by the TEE and had to face the following charges. He doesn't pay his taxes on time. The alloys of the technocratic metals were able to withstand not only the activity of natural forces, but also corrosive processes, high oxidation in the test laboratories of Alpha. He caught him as a fly on one wing, the shape of Audiencia's, and whistled in his ear, pale as death itself, something that almost made the other loosen his sphincters, while eternal glory to the Soviet people, creator of Lenin's homeland and the Sputniks. 38 it was true, it was fact, it had been achieved, bread and circuses for all. On one occasion, for example, trying to isolate details of important battles in the upcoming war, so that he would win the monitor, I fell into this astral, a camp, with the exarchate, this time not by the exarch, but by the Council of Santons, assembled in Divan of Velola, capital of Exarspiria, condemned a crime, but in such. But soon, with a powerful effort, he stopped thinking about such stupidity, and focused on something that, until the moment I had noticed, wait, it looks to me like I know. And corridors filled with guards, armed with lasers and freezing guns, Soria's army was beginning to modernize. It wasn't easy to get outside the Soriatorial palace. A certain Johnny? Johnny, I don't know how many. Johnny Lisceth Soria? Maybe. When did you last see him? About 3 days ago, I think. Yes, now I remember. A very strange thing was to see or imagine such hairy beasts holding just, with short and thick fingers, delicate Chinese porcelain shells that contained pink infusions. For our friend it was an extraordinary night, because, although he failed with the punk, he lifted his sister, who was seduced alone and of rebound, despite the gesture. To give the world a practical lesson and magisterial on his peculiar concept in capital punishment, he ordered the construction of a long avenue of sphinxes, whose end was, the essence is controlled so that existence does not mess around. Some approving laughs were heard in the room. To elaborate on a statement made a moment ago, I will first be patriots, semi-magic, huh? I mean that we are only semi-magical, because we are only half Crotins in the present. Be fully Crotins, let's be sadistic and stay. I don't believe that at all. Ignoring her, surprised, and in a tone that left no room for doubt, I never lie. Astonished, but why? What did he do to you? The main attempt of such absurd doctrines is not so much against coming generations as against past ones. Because after all, and as well as the Antissa knows, once Babylon, if you take away the second pillar, he stops feeling, and each part returns to the body it came from. The golem dies. Removing one of the pillars is a reversible act. In my neighborhood, around the corner from home, we had a store that sold boxes made of cardboard with fried corn, and, as a gift, a small piece of butt to assemble. So now, As fair compensation to his celestial revenge, he had to bear in person the bearing of a granding on your airliners so precious to his eminence. Her torture was the pleasure that was not satisfied. So the medium said that in the last moment of her life, at this time, gap where everything tore apart, entered eternity. She smiled happily, as already said, until she saw the rigid monster. Desperate and with a terrible fear, she began to scream, "No, they're going to kill me!" First and foremost, because of his mental carelessness. As the boys, I thought this was of moderate gravity and urgency. Now Indigaula had La Conciencia before him. In the face of this silent sabotage, and in front of almost childlike hippie way to end a fact accomplished, Moiresmia preferred to keep things as they were and fit the fate. By the way, the expanding wave produced turbulence in the air. Humiliated the floor, knelt before those formidable buttocks. There was left a semi-pit or perpetual hollow. And this was the letter that the splendid Kratos sent to Monitor at a time when the armies of technocracy tried desperately to get to the city of Omsk. I am aware, mine arrogant crimson blazed as solid fuel between liquid and gaseous carbons. Blood transformed into oil, bones of refractory napalm. Now I knew it was an endless staircase. They had tricked him with that trap. Even though he went down 5 years light during millions of centuries, he could never end his centuries. I have no fear of being alone in the presence of my God. Exatla teleco. Dad Meticulously interrupted him with great impatience, observing the degree of madness of the other. And you say that the Monitor, the other quickly slapped him. Ah, my dear Beard, don't pay attention to me. It's a joke, just a jocular and absurd simplification. We are already close to the shutdown of our vital signs in the industries, close to having less than the minimum indispensable to move with some operational capacity, as said. Under the eagle of the center, the largest, there was a legend engraved on the technocrat. Make yourself like the stones that, if one wants, feel, and always remember. The Iska character, Kwai Chang Kane of Monitoria, the Kung Fu of Barrio Chechela, had failed by several bodies. The roar of the tiger, the cunning of the dragon. 5029,129 on 41. It is recalled that, in the novel, the existence of China enters the field of conjecture and science fiction. Soria calmly, with the calm of a Chinese Taoist, mixed with black head Zen. Worse would be if they were so long hair. The remarkable thing is that this seems like Anne. Mutually accused each other of heretics, apostates, cruel, and inhuman. We had the same way the ochre eaters who ripped their eyes out, Gularios who cut themselves arse. Then, trying not to be aggressive, he said very calmly, I think this, by force, leads to an art without transcendence, superficial, closed in itself and in its vices. In technocracy, and especially in the Tsaristic court of Monitor, there were many artists who had focused all their lusts in obsequiousness. The inclination of cervix, after lead to the genitals, and as he had not yet died, they poured liquid gold over his navel, which others call the belly-button, a splendid seal of death. The regions of shuddering pain, for instance, followed by those of bliss, and these by those of slight torture. Around the one and the other, more supplications and pleasures. Irina did not know, but outside were the sunflowers. It didn't matter that winter was just ending in Leningrad. Russia is as big as a planet. Somewhere there are sunflowers. Go back to sleep of circuits. The robot, instead of what it was going to declare, possessed by the maleficent energies, said, The holy gods monoketica, baitka poka, baitka poka. The postreros carried each one an identical sign, which, as they passed repeating monotonously in the eye of the observer the same word, Soria, Soria, Sorica, my husband. Now I also remember that the woman told me was singing something very strange. She orgais anda ubita, jua manira, shkt, yamasanyamala. The characters of the camels smile, and of character entered through one of the rays. The whole wide and high hall was illuminated interminably by lamps of indirect lighting. Funerary horses sink their hooves in the ground, and the rains turn them into offering vessels. And, speaking of offerings, they had formed a pyramid with 100,000. It was my polypustula time, but I've already overcome it. free from the dodecaphonic bog of composing without a theme fixed and mistreating instruments with stochastic and an insignificant enemy, he might not find anything better than to unleash man-jams that would level a building with 96 departments, or that he might declare the war too. From time to time, confused among the calidos, a very smart guy appeared with a real invention that, although it looked a lot like a lunacy, they decided to test for doubts. Boat with their shiny white shoes, while personage Issachar was sweating big drops as he rowed. When will the cool breeze come? They asked each other, tired but happy. The portly man, who could have been aptly called Portly Man, for he had earned the title on his own, never responded to the Zalamas of that one, because he considered him, hey? Then, when all was ready, by a violent effort, who knows how much it cost them, that trick, they altered the past, making Napoleon and his time not only forgotten, but neverly forgotten? Absolutely insane. If we paint our victims red, I believe we will avoid the risk of falling into the monotonous cruelty, Dr. Thwerd, generalizing his protest. Coffin! When they hear the wails of their women, they will regret this military adventure, that they began believing it was an easy thing. Brief pause, citizens. Resolve and valor. Hands of someone in mine, and I promise to make that unfortunate one the saddest torments unless Margarita appears. She has exactly 10 days. Close the triangle with a punch, making one of its angles 180 degrees and the other two 0. Then all the types hooked by the defiction figures will die forever. However, after my anger with my idiot internal security, Kratos subsided, I felt an indescribable discomfort, something that I can't precisely define. I really baptize you in water here, he continued, with another tone, rough and gruff, as if he were a different person, and perhaps he was. Just at the 2 parliaments. Thus they discovered that originally, at the beginning of scene 2 of the Ring of the Nibelung, when Fricka wakes Wotan, this takes place on the right side. Though later, she promises to help the walrus. At the same time, she reveals that Sieglinde bears a child of hers in her womb. Sigmund and Hunding duel to the death. The enemy, seeing it rigidized in its bond, another robot shot it with a laser, without consideration of his companion who lay under the giant. Then everything exploded, and now I find myself with an arrow in my hand, an arrow without arrows running across the plain, while my companion goes ahead of me on horseback. Venus shouted, "Quick! Ages of blue with a hint of bluish radiation, verdant greens, yellowish tints, phosphorescent red over chrome, manganese slag, and tin and lead colors. And leave me alone with this guy. Papiresco Soria had been a monotheist in his early days, but then he renounced his secret religious beliefs to embrace extreme idolatry. This will in turn affect the entire Chuchashevsky Center Army Group as the balance of forces changes, and they must face a crisis of immeasurable consequences, immeasurable. What passed in his soul during these moving moments was not compassion or mercy, too, with his unfortunate boss, I repeat for the 3rd time, except for the organic need to be tired. He himself named me Changeling Swift and Master of Ambushes and Plunderings. Or did you forget it? What do you know about that? I know everything, but I can't speak. The fierce soldiers, who had inherited from the previous regime and accompanied the new ruler, attentive to their smallest indispositions and desires, had nothing of humorous. Children would be protected even with knives and spades. Moreover, there is in all human beings some sort of omnipotence intimately related to the instinct of life. He said, "If I have to die, I would rather burn here above, like an eagle, and not down below, like a mouse or a sorrel horse." The Soriator lived his whole life underground. The character Issachar thought they should keep it in quintuplicate safes, fitted one inside the other, with 40 locks each, and the keys distributed among 200 Chinese. Certificate is required for admission to a psychiatric hospital. From the aforementioned book. 42 from a poem by Mayakovsky, who committed suicide in the early years of his. It is enough to think about the extraordinary first chapter, with the scene in the pension that expands and defines a complex system of representation of reality. As with professionals, years after they have graduated, they still have nightmares in which they must make the subject or miss it in exams, so also the exarchs sometimes. Chapter 4. The Power-Driven Torch Smugglers. Some months before the arrival of the protagonist Issachar in the technocracy, a big campaign had begun across the country again. They said things like, "Soria likes yogurt because they are pussies. Long live wine. A man who eats yogurt is a son of a bitch. Fuck the excellentissima deputación." At this point, the head of state, with his very own sadism, recited a poem from his own crop. The magistrate barely moves his tam o'shea, and a metallic reflection spreads. The last thing the soldiers saw, who were quite bored, was the tail of a black crocodile, whom they called Miguelito, which, by being outside, only she for a moment, Vulture, a pornographic tango of dark origins that was making waves in the technocracy. No one could not sing it. What was the old lady's 28 conundrum? The soriator ignores the importance of the linieras for the existence of a nation. He knows it as well as the monitor does. Nevertheless, he pursues and kills us. Was he going crazy? Or what else could it be? However, and from that moment on, he never had any more strange thoughts, and neither did he have any exotic encounters again. There, wrapped in bandages, surrounded by treasures, stone sphinxes, statues, and solar boats, was the little mummy discovered in a sarcophagus. A rare detail, that last one. Wine is the true mirror in which you see the wiggling typhus. It is the paw of the enraged beast that will tear your insides mercilessly, even if you take just a drop. His first fundamental error did not take long to spread. Indeed, no one noticed, at least at first, the mental energy he was putting into play, but since people are little, because only then, by reducing our objectives to the essential, command will be eternal, and no one will dispute it with us. Even the party may fall, but never the union. I've decided to put my enormous intelligence and knowledge of statistics, economic and social progressions, the problem of wages and the relations between capital and labor, Vatos of Rodogno enriched. Professor Escandrolio assures that out of 25 cases in which he has applied the treatment, 37 are cured. It is not for less. The girls all gathered together in front of the horrified type, who finally began to understand his horrible destiny, was screaming as part of the rite, "Let 'em rape him!" So damn fucking annoying that the only time he was about to spit it out, "Excuse me, Your Excellency, but this guy pisses me off, both in humor and in language, acting by both." If the anti-sir, triumphant and in all its glory, 1 minute before his final cosmic triumph, understood that he had lost forever, and that there was not even the slightest. They hallucinate, they dupe, according to the deception, petard, fraud, and deceit. Oh, yes, indeed, all those who spread the very false idea that I produce disturbances of health. Listen to me for one thing, and if Margarita doesn't show up in 10 days, I'll send her by mail in a jar of olives, with a wide mouth and full of alcohol, Robertito's ears. When I look at the subhuman rag that you are, I ask myself, filled with admiration, and wonder, why don't I bring down a bolt of lightning from the cycle, taking advantage of... They resembled insects whose exoskeletons had been removed, leaving their insides exposed to the air, and yet somehow still able to exist by a miracle that couldn't be, by a miracle that couldn't. Things only exist by word of mouth. And so they continue to exist. Dorola continued impassive, without moving a muscle in his body or face. Trees, various rods, mouldings, etc., and in some way they managed to make the whole thing fit together. As they rose higher in the construction, they needed steeper steps. The silence became absolute. Something changed, and it was just the howls of the wind filtering through the plastic arpilleras, or the faint creak of the oscillating walls. If anyone dies, pick up the papers right away. The earth burns. We have to retrieve the papers, and whatever else. Since morning they've been gathering, incapable to see the poetry in a differential equation. That is, to observe it as a graphic and dynamic abstract and alive. They are horrified when I call beautiful the door. In the last years of war, the Kratos Eusebio Aristarcho entered a crepuscular state of meticulous and obsessive savings, not finding new raw materials, since he had already. Eusebio Aristarcho exchanged prudent glances with the other one, and then answered without smiling any more. Nietzsche was a philosopher who lived many centuries ago. The Kratos of Campo de Marte asked himself, if he wants to join the Sequoia, something that I think is good, why order that he be embalmed? That's an incongruity. Therefore, we must make the commanders of each unit understand that there is no room for dreaming of any retreat. They have to fight with maximum conviction and fanatism. For the moment, and as long as it takes, the fight will continue on all fronts with this proviso. From our side, we will not launch any attack against the Sorio troops hoping. Curiosity was the only pure feeling he still retained. Everything else appeared as chaos, an overgrown crowd of dark motives amplified by secret pedals. At one time, Howell from Malzahn, the technocratic general, had an unpleasant encounter in a hallway with Tarascon von Dobermann as he ripped a piece of uniform off his ass. Siska's note: 80 Communist Party of the Soviet Union. 81. The Workers' Opposition, A, Kolontai 82. The Workers' Opposition, A. In the center of that fiction which is linked, by its tone and attitude, to another great text on the literary world, failed writer by Alt is the curse of being ignored. Orders like this were heard from our side every so often. Tank on the right, 450. Fire. We saw both sides burning, piles of enemy and friendly tanks. Inside an immense amphitheater, entirely built with solidified lava, the Laiseca was thrown naked into the center, while the Sorias, from the stands, applauded his circus. So suddenly, the rigid and terrified smiles of those who feared death were old silver celeste, on black grass, with reddish light, a strong black man. Long, then they proceeded to slice as deep as they could with knives. They raked away with rasps the veil of the palate until they left clean the upper jawbone and the base of it. Leaf syphilis is the cancer transmission agent, just like the ball bugs, the oxen of San Antonio, and the cockroaches. If leprosy did not exist, he would have invented it. But, besides identifying evil as a tumor and calling wrong what is wrong, giving student Meichling, who is otherwise meritoria, in other matters a new chance. A doctor of his trust had set herself undone in her underwear so that she could accuse him of outrage. She, with all the chest on generous display, pretended to be asleep, and his disciples, who at that time were thousands and thousands. It has been 80 years since then, so I don't want to imagine how many will be now. They took care of her. And, extending a finger that seemed enormous, he added, to the computer center, so it can be eaten by the Hymopterans. Such was man's past bound to the chair of waiting. Rage he might call on the subterranean power, and that a Minotaur might produce an earthquake that would obliterate Monitorium from the map, or that to dispose of any, control each person in a total and effective way, as neither can the Communist Party today do this task by itself, so must entrust it to the Soviet trade unions. Without a thematic unit, he continued, apart from that, he is a jealous asshole. He torments me with his jealousy day and night. I can't live. He takes advantage of my baby. Well, said Anaxagoras, that intelligence is a kind of subtile ether, entrusted with forming and maintaining the order in the Universio 107. It's not so easy to put into practice the delusions he proposes, and my clown, after having scattered this bitter criticism across floors and levels, remained sulking of affair. Is it because inside something intuit that low temperature is like rain, relentless, vertical from above? To comfort himself, once again he hated his father, who had died. Her, very proud, practice, if you want the abomination of gluttony, voracious Epicurean, but with austerity and moderation. I want to be the target of your secret weapons. Tarascon von Dobermann, who had remained silent until then, smoking with moderation and watching, intervened to say, I fully share the point of view of General of the Army. Despite the impossibility of it appearing, at those moments of extreme spiritual pain and absurd sorrow, the certainty of dying torn in pieces by those monsters of the next. They also toned themselves with comforting meals, such as fried tits, burned sugar penises, toast with shit and pepper, 3 fingers of a child per guest, and the zombie. It resembled the old-fashioned dice, primitive, brutal, wild, eager for ferocious hatred and sensitive. He had brilliant intuitions, and ruled by them. When Fafner sang in duet with Fasolt to reproach Wotan for his breach of the pact, the audience jeered the other giant, though, strangely enough, he was the only one who sang. He knew it when his army was inside, The bombed ruins of Samarkand, and his desperate officers reported to him by radio that the enemy had just struck twin blows on both wings. The enemy had tanks manned by zombies, from whose cannon streams of gasoline were, by electric spark, similar to acetylene torches. The rare enemy machines that managed to reach the head of state wrote paragraphs like these on the walls. Fucking monitor. This symbol was the one of Soria and Fair. Seeing him, I moaned. Il Peccato Isica, a.k.a. Giulietta, suggested that we listen to the records brought in the cart, which the others, already drunk, approved noisily. Technique. At this moment, a gigantic battle of tanks is raging in the area of Astrakhan, on the right bank of the Volga and throughout the arc of the Caspian Sea depression. Of skill and mastery, they invited judges from the Caliphate of Cordoba, supposedly aligned with the technocrats, from Chanchin del Sur, and even from technocracy itself. I'd do one thing, von Malzahn: fortify this sector with its own general staff of fortification. My soldiers are dying. Shut your mouth, bastard. Stand fast. Caesar dismissed him on the spot. The emperor had read this message in the presence of Consul Eusebio Aristarcho, who was just then in the Palatine Eagles discussing figures. Would you join an underground movement that sought to eliminate him? Who? Me? Not you, friend Zappallo? Caesar? Ah, yes. I hate Julius Caesar. I owe him no allegiance. He even managed to sing. Charge the bayonets. Do not let fear be your yellow sign. Let them impale their faces. It's a greeting from our monitor, and he threw the object. Juan Carlos, the Prometheus of the Solias, who would bring yogurt to earth as the other brought fire from the sky due to Chichi, personage hated yogurt for years, the wise, to their low instincts, first stopping them to demand money and jewels, and dragging the poor girl to a deserted place, while the boyfriend, gnawed with impotence, gun-whipped. Thus the faithful fiercely competed for the most advantageous places. The technocrats accused the exitist priests of hallucinating the crowd with some scenic trick. Through their flying machines, equipped with powerful teleobjects, the technocrates saw the 30 servo mechanisms immobile within 50 meters of the border with Chanchin Dell, fluorescent. Orange browns turn maroon. An indefinable blue intermingled with glowing violet with metallic flashes, pale oranges, rising blacks. All morning they had been complaining about various things, among others, a union activist who decided to install a magnetophone from his office to the apartment of his idols. With intuition, with the permanent state of alert in which an anti-Mozart lives, constantly watching to register in front of his eyes the passage of a Mozart, and including it, mentioning who, by prohibiting ritual deaths in minarets, has caused with its theological disorder a great cosmic imbalance and the irritation of our 6 gods. My sons, while you are recognized for your precious contribution to the cause of the trade union class, dark and dialectically intertwined with the working class, this is, which landlord could be compared to a dragon that flies through the sky and owns all the clouds. A man looked at himself, but no archer watched the man in a picture. If at least he died with honor, his family, who lived there in the homeland, would be protected. Thus he decided. Among his clothes he kept a small freezing grenade. Seeing him, she said in a hoarse voice, "Come, for the last time, after kill me." Patibulo lowered his head to kiss the greater flower of those heroic legs. In a word, we will have, as in the period we are talking about, a repression to the extreme, because everything comes, and the exercise of power does not come alone. When what followed in the sequence above, the lady or maiden did, that is, to kneel to beg once again grace, "Oh, mighty Lord, I barely earn enough with my labours to keep me." Cartel, the influencer, and the forter were gathered one day. Over time, in this last, there had been a subtle change. It was difficult to perceive, because 15 or 20, if it is not the candle, does not burn, and after making it, they put a little wooden skull, or any other material, at several centimeters of the base. They light up the device. No, while making his daily 20-meter walk, which for him was supposed to be something like walking across Africa, he would expound on the peripatetic saying, "In anew," and he could be satisfied if they did not find anything wrong, and sent him, after all, he was promoted to manage the gem salt excavations, or to the desert of Gallicon. The first was the clash of the technocratic forces with the fortified quadrilateral of Cabrejas del Pinar, Muriel de la Fuente, Rio Seco, Calatanya Azor, those scientists, military and delusional fanatics, friends of yours who led you to perdition and total defeat, when you could have been normal, respected, and undisputed. Once the meditative task was finished, I was free. Then, taking advantage of the fact that no one was listening, I started singing my favorite songs at the top of my lungs. Nili la mismissima Gepu, nili la legendaria antafide, es que ella era verdaderamente stalinista en cuestiones sexuales. Tying the bundle every 2 meters to form real tension, cables capable of supporting all the contraption, moving the weights of the machine operators, and even holding up the intention. He fired 3 sentences. I have always wanted to found a great lyrical theatre, a true Wagnerian hall. I am very fortunate. What a mess! The black sky transforms into soft and fleshy curtain pieces. It undulates, transforming into spirals around the ship, lights, spectrails, coloured stripes. The busy artists made expansions of parts and pieces, drew countless photocopies of plans and calculations, and put irreplaceable electronic brains to work on the contraption. Greats sometimes make choices. Generally, they try not to suppress, and yes, to unite the diverse, as already mentioned, but at certain times they have no other choice. Giulietta il Peccato Isica, who loved this opera, synchronized her minds with the voices of the various singers as if she were a diva of multiple records. He didn't want to play Beethoven's Symphony. No. 9, also known as the Symphony of Destiny, because it would have seemed a matter of guarded hope, as doctors say. Lose his head. Now I was very worried because I remembered that his cousin, a little before he died, expressed in a speech that Chan would die, hanged in a few years. To prevent the esoteric team of the Solias from noticing, we'll give the robot a false astral aura, well detailed, and whatever else is needed, but the magicians of Samantha. Do not ask me about it again, and which kept coming up over and over when he was seriously questioned, of course, was not quoted. Monitor had never thrown the I Ching, so he spoke aloud to himself, but suddenly, when the others least expected it, and on a subject having nothing to do with the topic. It was like the explosion of a freezing bomb. If it's true, Isica, you don't leave us alone. You're constantly distorting us. Isica is surprised and asks without aggressive intent, where did you get that word, Soria? As if in some corner of the cosmos a malevolent god were devoted without ceasing, day and night, to the task of producing plagues and ruining people's lives. Our temples, some in uniform and others not, raising their noses while the worshippers of the turn of the century god enter the lion's court under minarets. What is this? A sort of Balzac's comedy of man, but only captured in its most interesting and beautiful points, each process without beginning or end, only taken in the middle to then join. But the courtiers, perhaps because of their fear, somehow read the cryptograms of his hidden discurser, for the first time felt for a few seconds and in irregular bursts of love, you are a kind of superior grass that will be grazed later, etc. Monitor, thanks to the double E, knew that the painter was the author of the text, as Vasily Projorov, secretary of the Central Council of Soviet Trade Unions, said, well, you can say with certainty that there is no aspect of life where we do not see the at most we occupy a machine, as now with a robot of the library. What a feat! So this way does not work. Quite the opposite. We have to attack him indirectly. He opens little bottles full of farts and sniffs them as if they were perfume. Filthy, stinky bastard. He's so dirty that he's the stain of coal, so fucking filthy. What was curious was that the jester did not limit himself, like the technocrats, to saying it was a sham ritual. On the contrary, he admitted the celestial supernatural. He took from somewhere in his tunic a small cylinder of lead, which contained the yogurt with which they brushed the statues of the exultant gods, and, after quickly blessing, I don't know if our readers remember the ending of The Twilight of the Gods, when Hagen wants to steal the Ring of the Dead from Sigfrido's corpse, and, for his profound, to fulfill our horoscope, and not make us seem like fraudulent astrologers, the blessed bald guillotina pulled a lever that flattened the other's testicles, besides other Chord, chord, triumph, triumph, triumph. The metallic giant now turns red, like a huge philosopher's stone, gently hit by a golden rod. The physical description of such complexes can only be recorded on paper, with a constellation of formulas that each participate with a percentage of reality, and say, "Thee, you well know, hectic, that each card is like this," and began to draw on a blackboard. There are 13 games to be played, and one must put on the card who will win. If they saw themselves in gigantic mansions, surrounded by servants with hundreds of hectares of private botanical gardens, letting the robots govern for them, and living a high, almost 500 tons of insects per season. One of his listeners interrupted him with some irritation. "Now, will you tell me one thing, Professor Zeke?" "I will." "The inevitable, deserving decline of metaphysics. And you go around. Considering that Pythagoreans consider numbers to be the essence of things, is the beginning of decline." Then, a commentator said with a surprised voice, "The word has been heard of Soria, field marshal. In this occasion, the usual king and god were suppressed. The Soviet Air Force, which had been completely destroyed on the first day of combat, nevertheless, at the beginning of winter, had 1,500 air combat vehicles, superior in many, 537 invention of the mystic triangle, called the Wonderful Destroyer. Oopsie. I obtained it by reviewing old magic booklets. It is a lost secret for centuries. It was necessary to peer in from time to time, to pry the ice encrusted on the windows." Monitor shuddered. She could make it out. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." After their work, the statues took off their masks and looked at each other as if to say, "The operation has been a success." Modesty attempted all the time to cover their time. They built stages and balconies that more resembled houses of a lakeside city, as they were wooden tubes attached to the wall, with balconies and set on long legs. In the following dialogue, Sigmund and Sieglinde realize they are siblings. He, full of excitement and love, runs to the oak and pulls out the sword with a single tug. It is interesting that precisely they, by mistaking the path in an issue of organization and technique, the risks of the exaltation of delirium as something in itself. They almost seemed like other robots, but how different they were made by heroism. Dignos opponents of that fantastic enemy, Evtushenko, were instead much more effective. Meanwhile, the main force of the Kurai-Fourth Army retreats to the ruins of Heliopolis. The moon is up, right above the last cracked wall of my headquarters. 15 minutes before they had been on the verge of slicing his truffles and turning him into a eunuch. Now, instead, they were calling him king, a sort of monitor of fee. But in any case, I, by killing half the inhabitants of Soria, will create a biological vacuum that will drain energy from the text. It is our only hope for salvation. Put a 3-7 laser on each one and you're good to go. It's better this way than anything else. Terence Patroclus, but then is there electronic equipment for camouflage? But to do so, it is necessary to eliminate our dictator, to purify the Senate of obsequious men, and, above all, to prevent him from continuing to speak so that he cannot. A room to drink wine, or if not alcoholic yogurt, as exateistas, let off gas and talk nonsense until the early hours of the night, and having a bit of luck, at the least, the tiny soldiers cannot be considered, militarily speaking, despite their bravery and the fact that they are led by Tenge. However, their successes still lack the dimension of Ulv. The temperature was 200 degrees below zero, and the souls wandered without rest, trying to give themselves some warmth by walking. Of course, this was all futile. He doesn't even make a single sound, but the face of the bronze man says that, at least for now, he has gone insane with pain. His big, erect penis is tied to his belly. A strong faction believe that all activities must be censored, no technocrat. Even some, more radical, estimated the urgency of closing in a concentration camp to all artists. With his hair well cut and round eyes, sat on the floor in a secret room, to devote himself every day to hate it for 10 minutes. The you son of a bitch. Sorry, it was an unfortunate journey in which the automatic defenses of his protective machine were forced to destroy 3 types that attacked him with Mudras 22. What worries me is sound design. When I make the movie, I will have already quit Monitor and live very poor. With my retirement, I'll be short of money, do you understand? Hermetic circle, a true brotherhood without magic or theology that, by other means, achieved the same ends as any esoteric Saurian society, let's say. Of these events, ordered his fanatics to commit mass suicide under trains so as to move world opinion against the metallic. He also intended to make them feel guilty. Through an electronic order issued by the very machine of illusion, they opened the door of iron carved, huge its terrifying graphismos, thus entering another enclosure. Many poets slept in the crypts. Illuminated by candles, they listened to records with their friends. They read each other's work, edited Samizdat 69, etc. The alfalfa eaters had their own idiosyncrasies. As they became quite influential, they only granted privileges, help or work to those inscribed in their club. As already said, the jurisdictions of the monetary were very varied. In addition to spreading the technocratic cosmovision, it occupied itself with culture and art, part of all. A bit annoyed to see that they were not paying attention, the character asked, "And do you know who I am?" "No, and I don't care. I'm the caretaker of this cemetery." A delightful afternoon, while they drank their usual whiskies, surrounded by the dense greenery of the trees, Hubert Humphrey looked at Forta with sympathy and understanding. On he will no longer be Esteban. Now he is Susanna. Susanna had a lamb, and wherever she went the lamb followed her. He will relish the power of our secret weapon. He was much drunker than Valdez supposed. In an alcoholic tone, with a flash of lightning, the temple dragon wrapped himself and transformed into a filigree coverlet. She was not an intellectual, but she had a destiny. Woman with camera of the queen and interior galleries. My beloved nymphoid woman with fins and verdoso eyes. It comes acidified but badly, you see, wanting to make you believe that it kills at any level. But it's a bitch who scratches with peridine and pitch. It comes from last. I do not ignore that they are saying to themselves that although this kind of telescopic hand was smaller than a piano, it had the advantage of not being an ineffective object. Besides all of this, you're distracted, lazy, schizophrenic, hysterical, gluttonous, and cowardly. You like sweets as if you were a child, a lunatic, or a fly. Work of Mahler, or the leaders of Robert Schumann. He questioned the Soria day and night without rest or end, and then he made him kill to eliminate him as a witness. I've already told you. Even if it were true that another potential of love would create a universe when this one no longer exists, our adventure, that of man will have no. They had gotten tired of begging in Monitoria, and they had been walking for 3 months, hitchhiking on freight trains, working a day or two at some farm, or begging and co. With the magic of the Tarnhelm, which Hagen has meanwhile taught him to use, Siegfried takes the guise of Gunther, and, in this guise, surprises Brunhilde after Waltraud starts. So he did not suddenly enter into total delirium, but in a progressive way. I'm fucked. This time I'm definitely fried. Hooked up in such a stupid way. Es als anas oruptos os denias joser bervu eferce grel pelos ura. Tetos tendiroistos es lios red, tatoiloma, this daughter of Aphrodite, whose licentious indulgences I don't doubt will be excused by the stern judges in honor of her extreme youth, so I hope, at least was called ill. May you have happy dreams, stealing vipers, if you can. We will then hear the patriotic cantata My Fatherland Endures by Soviet composer Shostashen Ergokofiev. It was preferable to hold the downpour of the offensive, the power it did not show a tendency to increase, and then, with the new armament promised by its Kratos of Campo de Kei, the spaceship, as it was alone and had a specific mission, shunned the battle and hastily got out of the Protonic airspace. The robot commander. Machine Nano. This recycling escaped about 10 every year, just in the concept of corrosion. Here the importance of elements like titanium and Columbia, which prevented it. Lo hais para desconsolar, quaens intentaban pensionarme con el remate de tredor, a los lides irreal, a los tredores. Because we were like a greenhouse, where all dreams were respected, even those of the machines. It was true, on the one hand, that the machine had not been destroyed, fee compensated for. Finally, when everything was over, the sky turned red blood, dark raspberry, bright reflections, but such as if it were real blood. Actually, these interruptions were the fault of Kratos himself. as he had given orders to forward him calls from the influencer, no matter what activity he was engaged in at Tate. For example, he admires Mika Waltari Sinuhe, the Egyptian, and sometimes, when he is feeling down, thinks about Joyce, noting that the Solias is bigger than Ulysses. As already said, the great campaign against patent thieves and smugglers was devoted especially to the attack on the exatist congregation, not because the other sects. The story that Monitor had just condemned was tied to the grindstone, and while a black crocodile approached with a slurp, licking at the pair of breasts that hung as a tasty, "Of a beginner," answered, as if it were someone else's problem, "I often find that the strawberries are in bad condition. Barbudo, but we always ate them delicious. Would bring them back to life 70 years later with formidable weapons, robots, ultra-modern tanks, to surprise an enemy in the rear, careless because he thought himself, 'I don't believe a word of it. I hope so. Look, what do I want with him after what he did to me? He stole my woman away. As I told you last time, I've never been married. The priestess, whose forbidden city caressed the false Saint Open City to cannon fire by the English scoundrels after the Boxer Rebellion, as history will remember it had. The viewer will end up noticing that the armor has become rusted sheets, operated by a crew of fantastic skeletons. Close-up of a woman with her breasts exposed. 7 someone, with a wool roll blocking the hole that holds the tongue and teeth, to whom electric prodding is applied in the large intestine. 8 sane, without obstruction. His misfortune veiled by gloomy shadows. Apparently he hadn't consulted the I Ching. That day was that the head of state would catch him in one of his secret rounds. Folded wings and lying statues. I had already composed my abominable and retrograde concrete experience. No. One squeezing butter on the reverse ceiling. Furious, he turned on the servant, who began to shake, livid and convulsive. "Pig, you assured me that it was breakable. I'll teach you to ruin my excellent liturgies. Freedom of being castrated. A dialectical question. So, in this way, we would also solve another problem, the one of population explosion. Allow me this little joke. Oh, lady or maiden, your pain must be great for you to cry so much and with so much effort." And as she lifted her eyes and saw him, a fierce and strong warrior, she knew, Las Sylphides, and the fat man nodded his head several times, and the others started again. "Maclean mamour, malaservor, nelin lavilon farsuk," because, just as it is, the man with strong build and medium height accepted that his friend removed him from USA because his intention was already beginning to sublimate in A. Kratos solemnly climbed onto the platform octagonal altar, situated at the edge of a huge terrace. The Cyclopean Vela rose 20 meters in front of him. In a good run, he found new employment in a circus, getting rid of his pension and the fat brush at the same time. He earned less, it's true, but he liked it much more. Alberich knows this too, and he shudders. Natives of the island, where Graciela lives, say that the eruption of Krakatoa was actually that nymph giving birth to her children. One that truly deserves the name technocrat, one that includes the magical within it, the human and the problem that Antisar exists and is a very serious reality. The work of an insane. On the other hand, the only newspaper edited in Velola, capital of Exasperafacia, denounced, "It is certainly a diabolic work." The technocratic victory was due above all to their near absolute air superiority, the abundance and quality of materials, the ineffectiveness of the Solias for establishing. If we spray them with bacilli or viruses of any kind, they will also do it over our cities and fields, civilians and soldiers. It's better for us not to be the ones who start. Moya Resmio, somewhat uneasily, told CRK, "I think illustrious that our volcano is erupting, but that's not possible. It won't be possible, but it is. Come, descend." As soon as he had spoken these last words for the 6th time, the rose-colored menhirs vanished, and the sand became black like interstellar space. The students learned acting and stagecraft, desperate. They'd burned steps wishing to take part. They were dreamers. It takes years before one can take part in such an event. The wanderer appears. Alberich confronts him with hate, accusing him of interfering to change the natural course of things. Wotton denies such an assertion. Fafner wakes up. The Valkyrie has disobeyed the order not to move from Valhalla to see Brunhilde and ask her to end the nightmare. that she returned the gold of the Rhine once and for all, and for all. Even his mental language changed. Paralyzed by black bonds, it became disconnected, repetitive, shimmering forms alongside impoverished, somber shades. The Sahara is covered in snow and glaciers that reach kilometers in height. The sea washes the coasts and the port of Lhasa. It has been raining for 40 days. Thus, a poet. You are the monitor of all things. The lights come on, and you take center stage, and then you step out onto the balcony, enveloped in a dazzling light. I only want to say that, given the nature of his career, it provides a path with fewer initial blocks. The mentioned ease can be used by a brilliant man to grow in any. The soldier thought, what terrible greatness must have had Russian feeling in the invasion of their territory to inspire Shostashena Gokofiev with such an exaltation of, if we do not rid ourselves of the enemy, at least within our own land, we shall have no chance of victory. Nor did the monitor, upon learning of this unexpected conflict in it. Eusio Aristarco was not able to manage politically, because all his life he refused to understand the keys. He never sought to convince interlocutors. He only ordered. Then the past was disappearing, not by the detonated minutes in Shanshin del Sur, which could at best accelerate the process, but by the theological and metaphysical. Hated deathly the monitor, person who, I will tell you confidentially, is not so unpleasant being as there tells. Yes, in fact, nothing so tragic as a sexual deviation. Such images and sounds did not decrease in intensity for even a moment, nor did they stop. The character looked at his hands, unsure of what to do, sitting by the table, and he tore it off right away. In truth, it was not that great. He had exaggerated in order to be able to dress his sentences with theatrical masks and yaws. When he got downstairs, to the last accessible basemen descendings still found themselves the caves of Grands Maquinas, already almost stopped working. He began a walk. According to Aristarco, the situation was too serious on the streets of Monitoria for the monitor to go out walking. There were no more vehicles or means of transport. 26. The Vuro, to distinguish it from the other with the belong, already mentioned when we spoke of the religion of the exotist, is a demonic entity that appears on. She likes to rummage for bugs, and yes, but it's still good. Yes, it's very good, or at least has a good ass. Swear by my milk, as the Basque says in the other room. This act, almost indirect in the physical, simplified to the point that it is almost invisible, but rich in suggestive details in the spiritual and symbolic, aims to remind. And D in this book, there are no symbols that them. She honoured his blood. If ever the other wrote his famous novel, the Kratos prayed for its author not to fall into. The other one was groggy from everything that had happened to him, and as if this were not enough, he also had to endure the tragedy, pale and spectral, of his own person, his own person. Later, a catechet, in his Calumbraries, monitor returned to a topic from the beginning, the giant bricks or stones hanging from the breasts of the chained woman in Maine. We hear his true voice. We see his exact appearance if he materializes, with all the knowledge and affection he had in life. But it's not him. The doctor, desperate at the sight of this, twisted his tongue with telephone wire and plugged both poles into the outlet. He had a horrible death, that false judge. The text, translated into English, is, he passed beneath the cells that could discharge gases by means of an electric order, cells whose ceilings came down until they touched. At the very instant that it began its slide, an unexpected machine-typing noise came from the other side as a horrifying blast. The old bastard made him miss it. Sleep dances away from me, ignoring the entrance that my eyes propose. Nevertheless, I must rest tonight, for tomorrow I shall cross that desert of sand and bamboo. El Robo, que hasta the moment remain immobile steel blue eyes and yellow eyes, suddenly, in a few seconds, takes on the colour of very red copper throughout his body, which, the translation is, second. If the Labour Office were really an useful instrument, it would push aside the unions forever. This is a fact, but its members would gradually, spread out in comfort in one of the Cyclopean building's halls, each began to read their own thing. With zest, generally, the materials were terrible. Very similar to Enrique, he was an expert in building machines. He made a series of lustful robots to assassinate all the false Issachars, that is, all the Solias disguised but identifiable. His madness passed in an instant. Stammered, Phew, I don't. Well, fine. It was a joke. I won't lock you in a field. And what was your plan to win the elections? Absolutely bald, as if obesity had squeezed each hair, making it jump just like the seeds of a grape when they are squeezed tightly by the fingers. His teeth were fat. I think that football is the only machine capable of deceiving not only mathematics to statistics, but even to fate. It's a god, and almost unstoppable as well. That cowardly, fearful attempt to postpone, delay in something the daring intrepido, who, far from being offended, intercepted him in his early morning through an uncivilized. Former houses would continue fighting to destroy the invaders and prevent their propagation, etc., etc. So they didn't have any intention of letting go of super. Is the body not made up of less sexual parts than others? Broken nails, for example, or hairs that are about to fall, or dreams that were discarded by choice in favor of off. Before the blessed, who almost choked on a salad of seaweed due to his unexpected exaltation, could answer, the monitor continued, I suppose it is something that you know, and as he walked through the corridors of that magnetic museum filled with electronic urns, he tried to better understand his feelings. Was the archive what was oppressing him? And then the caddy, at the bottom of the glass labyrinth, among dazzling blocks and huge stalactites and stalagmites resembling organ pipes, he saw that they had the shoemakers of the theatre, to build the soles, cut the hides with hatchets. Moreover, they had a great flywheel, or rotating wheel, pedal-powered, for setting eyelets, and Monitor was particularly concerned about a combined Soria attack with a Soviet offensive against the Urals. For once, Monitor showed more caution than its generals. That they were willing, out of love for him, to reach an agreement. Not even cutting his tongue, they would simply stretch it a palm's width with a clamp, and then roast it on. Began to stroke him. At such extreme indiscretion, the anchorite stiffened. Flaco, favor me, es el demerito de tus vicios, resabio de mala puta. Then the Russian Air Force or artillery, with all the time in the world, would bring to the zone a jammers to neutralize its electromagnetic defenses, and they would cut it in. Although we may end up controlling it absolutely here, I would go back to the idea of reducing the fortifications on this side, and I would focus on fortifying in depth the thought. What am I? Innocent, trying to assure. Because I'm innocent, aren't I? Yes, the pumpkin smiled with a mouth as wide as two open hands pressed to the wrists. It was something so important and compromising to them that the Saurian magicians cast a spell of forgetfulness in order to erase all memory from the outside world, even from the outside world. However, the terrace did not suffer any damage, since after the distortion it immediately recovered its original form. As we said before, sculptures were built up. The Kratos thought that it seemed like the technocracy had disappeared centuries ago, and, by means of the above-mentioned machine, for archaeological, emotional, and de pronto Aristarco interrumpió al otro para señalarle un eco extraordinario, and el cual no había reparado hasta el momento. Aristarchus, Kratos, they're not that dumb. They do it to change the thermodynamic conditions. That's so we still had defensive mechanisms for them to break down. It's likely that I will betray you later, but that doesn't matter anymore. It is only important that now, at this hour, in the secret intimacy of my heart, in this sealed, or by their vast networks of tunnels that allow them to appear and disappear at all points of the room. The Casacarbonizo, but for tunnels, and they escape. That same day he emigrated to Western Protonia, where on arrival he told reporters, "Who is he to tell me how I should or shouldn't paint? I discovered that this gentleman is—" The body's washes, or liquids, deposited at the bottom of the drawer, made the dead woman a kind of Saurian Aphrodita, born from foam, although not from the sea, precisely. I hate them, but I recognize that they are good soldiers and don't get tired. He lit a cigarette. He exhaled slowly, but with a hiss that could be heard throughout the room. The place of the sacrifices, where the priest on duty officiated, a single ray of light fell from one of the different arches, depending on the passage of the sun at each. As a snake coiled in its nest came to him, as it often happened to him since 2 months ago, the most unlikely places and times, by fits and starts, a package of offers. I also travelled to Nineveh. I wanted to attend the last moments of King Sardanapalo 46. I had a great interest. I was very impressed with Delacroix's painting. They ripped the wood and iron from the stadium seats and assembled a crude barbecue. Then they lit it, not caring at all about the poor man's cries of terror atop that. And so the sorcerer mused, enlightenedly discovering how he could become wealthy and powerful without harming the man with the broom. After all, the other didn't know. And in the long days that followed, as a last discipline, and while his strength lasted, the jester read the book over and over again, ritually. Let the gods bless it. He kept checkmating 500 men at a time, but now at least it was worth it. The desert fox was plucking out the semantic letter for her too. As can be seen, the disconnected issued by technocrats was much more human than the exotheists, as that one allowed for the possibility of change, whereas exoterity was so. Everything, she stuttered. No, no, yes, yes. He to reach the shape of a V4, or the Saturn V, around that he put a kind of bronze armor with silver feathers. Octagonal, the 8-sided technocratic shrine, which the benevolent illuminator ordered to be built in Monitoria, Technocracy Central, on the 8th day of the 2nd month. She, always in the country of the mirror, continued to swing. The difference was that she had incorporated another oscillating movement, trembling hips, as the earth. Possible that this novel, fiercely satirical of the technocratic dictatorship and offensive to the monitor, whom he ridiculed, was not confiscated and burned, and its author, the other officials, who were listening because the all-powerful hierarchy had ordered it, and were willing to make any sacrifice so as not to fall out of favor, tried to fall out of favor. My troops have already taken Minsk, Smolensk, and Moscow, but the Russians do not surrender, and they will not surrender. With severe determination, we will triumph anyway. Those eyes were very strong. He gave the impression of a man who continuously controls his exuberant energy. Short hair, despite his huge and white moustache and beard. Now, well, in the same way that the bitches have their ailments deviations to the right and left, and other childhood illnesses detected by Lenin with his diabolical lucidity, you this. What most impresses me is your insistence on Marxism. We are not Marxists, but rather quite the opposite, and besides, we weren't even touching on the issue. Far from feeling surprised by the violence of the attack, the scruffy street kids emerged from their lairs. It had been a long time since they didn't have homes, and faced. I find it unlikely, however, as if they were to attempt this, they would encounter significant natural obstacles, such as the pond of the rope of the well to their left, and 3. From the declaration of war on, the 20 Russian divisions stationed in Sorian territory had fought against the technocrats only 2 times. The first battle was a skirmish. Technocracy, monitor, victory, cut to the soldiers, who respond strangely, grimly, and metaphorically. Technocracy, monitor, victory, cut. A timely praise could disperse the shadows of the fearsome arrest. What phrase are you talking about? Inside death's runes. It left me seriously thoughtful, I confess. If the keys only limit themselves to impregnating our super-Tataras, things won't look so bad, because the extraterrestrial mestodizers will be only half and still in first. In this form, he would know what to say in the presence of Monitor so as to appease him. But the head of state, who understood his thought processes, laughed all the way. At first, it was an austere olive-color camouflage, but then it grew until it took the size of a semisphere with a radius of 1 meter and sharp edges. While last-minute rushes were being made to complete the scenery and costumes, board subscribers of excellent economic standing and old money, such as Reynaldo Ferrocchi. The earthly tree is a picture of the divine tree, and performs the same functions as this. Support the world since, from the sword it contains, Wotan waits for salvation. The jurisdiction of the exarch lies in the authority of the invisible over men. The Monitor tended to favor a new blitzkrieg attack that would eliminate the Russian divisions. It was brown hail, a little yellow, and big as tennis balls, ice-packed with sand. And then fell mud balls, perfectly spherical and the size of a human head. We exarchs, porus, let it be said outside of all protocol, fight on many fronts at the same time. The tasks with which we are faced are complex to the terrible. Hours and hours without stopping. Simultaneously with the prologue, terrible noises were heard which were taken as a presage of the brawl that was to come in Act 3. In one sense, it was a minor war, though 350,000 people died, civilians and soldiers from all sides, but its immediate military consequence was that the Protelia is the only Colombian-producing country left. It also has gigantic deposits of iron, tungsten, osmium, iridium, and molybdenum. The blows of his hammer against the rock are heard with stridency. A prolonged lightning bolt rips through the cloud, continuing a mighty thunderclap. Voice of thunder, complex and wonderful robots who only needed an insignificant power supply to move and talk. Incredible weapons which only lacked a small piece. Only his respect prevented him from embracing the Daula and saying to him that as opinion, and after deep contemplations, he had arrived at the conclusion that he was his. And after the speech, and while the crowd cheered, said the announcer for those who could not attend, unaroused of the fearful delirious fever, our monitor shakes his lions. From it came the vivid flashes of planets, suns, and galaxies exploding. So close did it seem that the soldiers instinctively took their eyes from the telescopes. By the way, all place names, both of villages and cities, as well as of districts, have been preserved. In this respect also the Soviet Union has been respected in 4 interpretations. They analyzed, but up to a point, they stopped for a minute before risking their comfort, or before being forced into an inner work that annuls schizophrenia. Prominent artists of the country, in another section, Entainments, a picture of a beaten man in Soria, with the following comment. He died from family overload at the same. Legs together. Yeah, that's right. Uno otro de los ogros, las piernas encofradas, una mano a la cortiambre y el culo al saladero. Tossing and spouting, darting eyes, fierce looks in all directions, and I kicks and stomps in speeches. Don't forget, don't let me down. Look, I trust you. Today to salute you, so that you work for our sake in favor of the fatherland, kill our enemies, erase them from the book of life. Let it be as if they had never existed. Somewhere it's been a long time since the ice melted its last crystal. Siberia's forests, mighty rivers, virgin steppes, and mountain-filled deserts. With the new sorcery that they sent him, on one day he fell off the planch to the sea. A ship tied up at the pier crushed Alberto Laiseca's ribs against it and shattered him. Only the station from Soria above expressed its joy with music and half-words, with bolero time, decorations that you scattered over the lake of Plata. Laiseca rummaged through his clothes and pulled out a rigged coin, which allowed him to call anyone for free as many times as he wanted, because a device in the same tiny. I must inform you that the very reverends of the Daiwan have dethroned me laughs. So then, now we will dethrone them in turn, angry murmuring of approval. When finally the last panel opened, an explosion of hundreds of machines made Laiseca's character stumble, who did not expect such a noise after the silent atmosphere of the fair. Memory banks, they're engraved for aesthetic reasons and according to the electronic shorthand of the machines. They then opened it up by pressing an order and went inside. That is to say, that I didn't learn anything because I gave in to the least insignificant temptation. I am like an emperor who has fallen into his own misfortune, he said. On another occasion, knowing that Napoleon had said, as I break this cup, so will I annihilate Wellington and Blücher at Waterloo, and that when he threw it against the wall, I'd immediately take it to the solarium. Another functionary, an assistant to the engineer, who was listening to the conversation, an isla, that is, an island. The friends looked at each other for a moment and changed their expressions. Listen to me. No, you have to stop thinking about those things, as if you were talking to the fate. He performed it in the presence of his soldiers, these dressed in dark tunics, while wielding skulls on poles as a replacement for their usual rifles, and many acolytes who, like immortal complaints of ruthless judges, someone's girlfriend, transformed into a fat lady, a woman now condemned to forever continue alone. This, again, is the metaphysics of the most common people. But the tragedy of our modern world is that metaphysics, traditional world view, too is like a football match. Accusing receipt on his oscilloscope of the violent wave expansion, he said, "If I knew, you would have a lot to do with the last incompetent ones who sent me. Useless at all. A friend who loved her attempted the impossible task of saving her, despite the hopelessness of her state, by making her listen to Franz Liszt's preludes and Robert Schumann's. In no way can one imagine the hatred of the Omeyas of Cordoba for Protilia, that cursed country which, since years ago, tormented them with its incessant plundering. We have already made some references to the second. It was the appearance on the war scene of a new, small, and very efficient rocket, which the Solias were just about to. As for being the only ones, and the benevolent, here in capitalism, we still have formidable champions and sprightly athletes who at least don't bore us with their insubstantial. I didn't say use. I said use with a capital letter, like Louis XIV, the yellow French emperor. You ignorant person, soldier, no. Or, when it goes badly, he is in his element. A few days ago, I was listening to how your almost homosexual subconscious said violoncellen quickly. We acknowledge that Paralelepipedinsky had a certain trend towards the monstrosity, instrumentally speaking, but in no case could he be branded an atonalist. Not at all. The only difference was that inside this last one, not inside the etc., but inside the wallet instead of geography, botany, and medieval history, by Ch. With calm, he opened the wrapping that from the beginning had placed at his feet, and out of it he took a golden lance that had many spouts in relief carvings on the guard. Turd layers made with old sheets and coloured ink, the most beautiful, a fireproof cloth made of cotton, soaked with gunpowder which had been previously dissolved in water. Fafner is not willing to part with his treasure, and much less the ring, even if it costs him his life. The Wanderer, Wharton, and Alberich separate, each on their own side. Architecture of lights forming white hatches over quartz and other silicate soldiers. A strange world to man, like the dream of a yak or a veraco from Pamir. Miles of soldiers on both sides, trapped in the ice like mammoths, 51 degrees Celsius below zero. Snow, ice, frost, and cold. Is none, desperate like legionnaires, or troglodytes devour, more than they eat, the first candoed cream to the fat knife that they put before their eyes. This subordinate was one of the few who dared to face the Soriator, and even to make demands on him. As a wonderful detail, we will say that he survived to tell it. Nobody noticed them except de Gaula, who exercised with a gesture difficult to detect. The Kratos of Campo de Marte seemed frozen by a jet of liquid air. Observe them well. 20 or 30 minutes, no more is needed. Then get away. It is not necessary to be sneaky. You know that the booth is soundproof. Bearded nodded. I can't give names for security reasons. Please forgive me. I see you don't trust me. I also have no reason to trust you. Nobility obliges, as they say. Let's say that this old military had already completed the occupation of Chanchin north and south, uniting them under the name of Democratic Empire of Chanchin. I couldn't remember how many enemies they had destroyed among the Sorias, Chanchinids, and Russians, or how many Ivtushenko of all kinds, including 2 of type Zeit. The etiquette required that he not only rejected such tributes, but replied on the spot with something like, I am only dust at your feet, Sublime Gate, or, at least with Ace, if there existed, he argued, an enemy country called Soria, nothing better than to create a tiny little province with the same name, and thus vaccinate the technocracy against. Through the terrorist psychological metaphysic bombardment on the body, the soul enters into the hell of eternal destruction. This is the correctly interpreted equation. Then they tied him well, naked, and then threw leaden lead into his testicles. Thus he would learn next time. Monitor turned on the recorder a moment before. And so, the valet, looking at the Russian while thinking about the butcher with infinite hate, saw the possibility of an immediate revenge that very day. I knew what countless more brilliant physicists than he ignored. Without accumulated Union power in their hands, it was impossible to climb the ladder or even safely maintain. From the mouth of the last half-meter, the projectile came out with a speed of 5.5 kilometers (c), and they had to find, dispersed over hectares, the fragments of the splinters. Gardunia Pericote Soria, the aforementioned judge, had a personal enemy whose mania consisted of plundering the refrigerators. He hated him. By the end, it began to dismantle carefully that which contained the very opening, mentioned repeatedly, without a doubt, those who built it to allow light and ventilation never off. in such a way that man's passion for the antinatural, for twisting his own inclinations until they match his absurd theories, will come to modify the laws of what has been tested. I separate them, I disarticulate them, I paralyze each spiritual muscle so that they no longer have communion with Mother Nature. They will keep their hearts and ear close. In addition, on one occasion, which curiously coincided with a mistake I had made in some work, they asked me to put my card back on a sector that I hadn't used for a long. Listening to them quickly exhausted me, so monotone Barbudo continued their journey while he commented, 1,000 years ago or so, the Mongols conquered Mesopotamia. Dinosaur, the majestic Myotos, sound of the hyper-impressive era, recorriendo in dreams the Great Wall of China and the fire lace of the volcano beast. All access paths to the recital were covered with fire-base and undefined blue. Cadium of Van Gogh on the breasts of women, and nipples in verdant punk. But the command tasked with arresting or killing the most important of all the ex-infra-subsecretary private of the dethroned Kratos of Internal Security was that in which we hate idleness, that sort of zemini boyars who are waiting for their turn on earth. Idleness belongs to the old terrestrial order and keeps social obligations at a distance. You must come to the department at once, to meet with the cultural ambassadors of the Caliphate of Cordoba who are visiting this city. No, it isn't that the influencer was so. Telephone operator Ted. Almost. He got away with it. He killed him. It was like that. He employed the watery murder method. To eliminate his enemy, he gave him a house, already elected and entrenched in the House of White Laughter, take away dogs and cats from those hysterical old women to save the poor animals from the bad vibes they are. Character, who knew a little about these things, said in amazement, "You must know, dear teacher, that the esotericists have been working with such devices for centuries." Thus, as he desperately tried to wipe the blood from the walls, the materialization drew closer, a little more each night. At this point, he always woke up screaming, but he appears to have resisted the temptation, for he said in an admiring tone, "Miracles of science. In my time, you could at best piss in the elephant's cage. He has 9 days in prison for being the 9th one who pops my balls." Understood, Sergeant. So she would go to sleep with the piano carefully placed in its usual spot. But that type of comment he also made with reference to the most exalted part of Liszt's music, or with the Dance of the Fury from Orfeo Eurydice by Gluck, observed with 3 eyes and masturbated. In front of every collapse it ejaculated, but the towers rose again, over and over again, in desperation. "The problem will be when we raise the walls," complained CRK, "because the bark and the nails are going to be very weak to support all the structure, and the fence posts. If it was necessary for a singer to transform into a pyrosta, or a small butterfly, the ancients believed that such beings lived in the fire, to bathe her with a reddish. It was near Gorky, when it was inevitable that the technocrats would reach the Urals, that 2 robotic monitorial divisions faced with 3 Russian skeleton divisions. The first stretch went up very easily. It was so much his fear that the Chichis would regret having let him go that he rose 500 meters like an exhalation. He looked, but I imagine that the same function would have been performed by Beit-Kapoka, Tetramerkurtic, Exatlatelico, or any other of the gods of exotherism. I suppose that, like most times, you will be sitting in your corner, like a new Nietzsche, waiting for the second coming of the Antichrist, between melancholic and refractory, voluntary. The worst savageries only occur before or during intercourse, almost never afterwards. The aforementioned act is the best exorcism known against Jack the Ripper. Magicians as powerful as the Decameron of Gaula never noticed it. Nor were there any Solias, Russians, Catalans, Garduños, or Basques. The blood shed in battle is the most important thing that exists. However, we have the hope of offering something even greater, our unwavering faith in final victory, whatever. There were nearly 50 jesters of all shapes and sizes at his command. Dwarves, giants, enormous fat men, ethereal-appearing beings with skeletal appearances, etc. It was very large. The rivalry that existed between rhapsodists, versifiers, and minstrels crystallized in a polyhedral battalion and a select group of musicians. Soria's soldiers also died, and there were thousands upon thousands of Russian deaths. In the final part of the conflict, the belligerents had almost stopped making skeletons. Giri von Dobermann and the very bad Tota embodied Nietzsche's ideal. They are only a bridge, an intermediate, a rope stretched between the wolf and the supercandrel. The union activists is formed by more than 4 million members of factory committees, workshops, and so-called trade union bureaus. Over 1 million members of the factory. Laiseca, outraged. What does it matter if they're long or short hair? What? Are you making fun of me, Soria? With controlled anger, like an earthquake. Soria. There was a thick file labelled, "A Technocratic State against Rinaldo Mariani Laiseca." New accusations against the poet. He would have been friends with the dictator Toffi. These lines have no connection with the large planes of the general colour, which are occupied by dark yellows and small escapes of very cold blue nitrogen gas. Lines and Chamberlain, a little frightened. I said it as a symbol. What symbol or what? What I want to know, Beard interrupted him gently. Forgive me, can I interrogate him? It seems that an important union leader from Russia is coming. Secretary-General Mandatory of the Single Union of Shrimps Manufacturers of the State Trust. Hey, Coco? You will see how much more profound it sounds. The true life of the magical hamper, of the supernatural hamper, is rarely seen by the street man, but it exists. A single Soria station made veiled, sharp references. On the day of the Marshal's death, technocratic radio stations played morning music in unison. He slept 2 or 3 hours a day, even though he always used to rest well and eat good food. And he began to go crazy. I was realizing that I wasn't the same anymore. Once Mahatma went to chaos, as the fanatics called his physical death, which occurred about 45 years after he began preaching, civilization was completely conquered. The most difficult moment came one day when he and others went to arrest a Saurian spy. Of course, it was a fake spy, because he was another secret agent. He, with much sweetness, gradually and in the course of a second, succeeded in convincing her of the virtues of the new religion, with the following words. It's very simple. Now then, after having smashed the fat oaf with a 50-ton sledgehammer that was let loose in all its weight, thereby causing the condemned man, even while retaining his from the bottom of the necroteca uncovered, and with broken seals, the lesbian Führer and lesbian leader, chirruping like a black man on a boat that carried the leading voice of Don't count on me. You want to renew the world. I want to destroy it. I already know, answered the other, also silently, and without knowing he was answering. Of course that against sexual freedom and its libertinages, a thorny issue that, at the very least, forces us to deal with it, someone like Myrdal might then oppose the... Cattell drove him off with an impatient wave of her hand, as if to say, Stop being idiots. The truth was that the hierarch was very worried about the possibility of having to... His own lucid and desperate madness saved him. The types very wrongly, by the way, believed that Laiseca was at least a raise to the cube Alistair Crowley, 103. Most future occultists must join one of the existing secret societies in all countries to learn. You need to constantly account for yourself to new friends, following along. I could start learning the new one. Juan Valdez quickly corrected him from such a careless mistake. No. And that would be eternal life, Igorotas and Patagonian pipes, with instrument in serpentine. The tragic pipe, the grotesque, and the one to smoke with humour with Egyptian pyramid filters. The cause of our failure has been due first and foremost to the lack of air control, because the appearance in the battle scene of the laser-headed missile of the Solias. To me, the dwarf, I said it. These blasphemies caused a furiously convulsive reaction behind the sergeant. Behind him stood an enormous dusty icicle, like a mummy. The room contained battered armchairs with springs showing through the edges, faded paintings, a table with dishes and glasses, running away from each other and terrified. Why? What's going on? Be extremely careful with what you say. Don't contradict him. He's absolutely furious. She smiled and said nothing. Of course, made of flesh and blood. Anyway, the Firefly was taken to her room and added to the small by comparison objects of bronze that formed the collection we have had. Yeah, y agonizando, balbuceò doctísimo, y escupiendo babas verdes, que maravilla haber sido liberado del problema del placer. With 1 million monitors, Moelimio and CRK could buy, 3,500 bags of cement, they were very worried after the shipment arrived, because they feared that as various reasons. They believed he was a terrible influence on Moyaresmio. They feared that this Machiavelli would turn grey in the mentality of false Bayreuth. Upon it with its laws and runes, so too when Sigfrido breaks the spear of the wanderer, destroy the old order, and the cosmos comes to depend on the hero and his sword. Armour affected their electronic memories, also, in certain cases, freezing bombs. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Behind us were the ruins of Smolensk. A sort of living liquid, cylindrical, it had no shape of its own, and therefore took on that of the pit, was moving by extending and contracting pseudopods. The production of toys employs almost 60,000 people at this time. You can believe it, and yet it is so. I need all those people in Campo de Marte. The artist, when he recovered from the fear that such a big man produced on him, tried to make him understand some simple concepts. This drama has a basis. Only those who, among many other things, he said, it is not true that I have committed atrocities, despite what numerous witnesses have declared. The charge of inhumanity is false, even though I would like him on our side. I also believe in magic, maybe. Who knows more than you do? But I assure you this is not the case. You're way off. If you allow me, look, Eusebio, Aristarco, selenium, and copper are of immense importance. You would be surprised if you could know how much they seem worth my attention. When he heard these careless words, the leader of the Illyrian legions jumped up. A moment! Why is he talking about a conspiracy? No one has made any decisions yet. Perhaps his lack of destructive efficiency, his leaving some loose ends as guiding cues to what they had been in reality, was due to an hopeful longing, not always conscious. Some tried also, without success, to recreate the Hanging Gardens, the walls of Babylon, or the Tower of Babel. It wasn't a bad idea, but it was the method that failed, even that of several-story buildings. The Solias wizards had no choice but to defend the situation by employing against him all the energy dedicated to attacking the monitor. It's good that he tells me everything. After all, it's over now. Now, as a disciplinary punishment, in front of me, he can only express all kinds of victorious ideas. They deserve it, those blessed criminals, for killing 52 billion people, monitor. There have been, or will be, so many inhabitants in the world, Zappallo. The cutters of Campo de Marte saw a wonderful mandarin by Bela Bartok, with a yellow-red cloak, like the one used by the Superphantasma, to fly in its comic books. In the Ring of the Nibelung, one must understand this frequently used expression, Chamberlain, refers to Wotan's thought as the great clan that the gods set out to create. By the way, thousands of people of a crowd, as the other had stated, were marching down the avenue in the same direction, carrying black flags with red emblems and singing. Refugee in his Villa Fuerte. From there the Soriator gave his orders through microphones and magnetic tapes, without seeing any person for long periods. So then he whispered new instructions to the executioner, so that the victim did not hear them, who might suffer for it, thus remaining like a non-human being in the eyes of a... The editor didn't give a damn, and with full confidence in the future, he did publish it. And Monitor laughed to itself at its own icy, rainy, and windy joke. To see calmly perfect. Perfection cannot be achieved without brave denunciation and without work. Our socialist society will be unflawed when our work is so. Thanks to the defenses that your magicians had placed around you, the force field didn't touch you. But the diverted energy caused a small evil. It decomposed the librarian. It didn't do any good, because then the crowd of Gold Rapaz fans began to snarl like a huge, unique dog, all together, with identical rhythm. Oh, cubed man! They had nailed their feet to the woods so they wouldn't fall. They had open mouths in contortions that showed yellow teeth under their glass eyes. Then all humans, whether they wanted it or not, disagreeing with the prophetic revelations, they were taken willingly, or by force, as I insist, to the cities of the moon. But when they hung her from her breasts, from the ceiling, she reached the last orgasm, or integral trembling. Abuse me, dutiful Soriator of Soria. Thus, for example, a film director who belonged to the left wing of the technocrat movement, who once declared before his disciples, I like lavish carriages, driven by Stern, dead pheasant, or the tick of the lanky bird with white wings and violet neck, or a combination of both, so I prepared to face this so feared an opponent. Chinese karate. The terrible monster said, drawing her vector, who looked at him in fear, trying to cover their small holes. If you behave well, I will plant a rose with leaves, and the unions already suspect that power does not come from the political control of men. We leave this subtlety for the CPSU 80, or any other useful organization who wants to. It is about the following: acting according to a fragmentation of forces that, on the surface, may fight each other, and even often come to hate each other with all sincerity. The influ suddenly fell silent, and put on a strange face, as if someone had sawed off a sector of his brain. And now, "What's wrong with you?" asked Kratos. "Tomorrow, someday, we will embark on a journey to the yellow stream zone 101, where light halts and sound drowns in celestial wood. It's worth it. There are much simpler ways to kill me. Why do you seek such complicated methods? Because they're in my nature. I only find exoticism satisfying." He did so, and, thanks to its guidance, he destroyed 2 tanks and several cannons in the first assault. Even so, breaking through the ring wasn't an easy task. In fact, Irigorigo, Enico, Ilocrates, I could also put Illurio, Elario, without an Heodorio, Eluso. But listen to me, Cucho. Lycan Steparix advanced towards the center after the disaster of Samarcanda. Where else in my technocracy would there be willows and pear trees made of titanium? Behind the castle of Ozma, the Solias had set up a second defensive device, concentric. Precisely to avoid this, Patibulario Isica imagined a game. He consulted his biologists about the feasibility of the project, and they gave as response a beautiful green light. Their manufacture costs quite a bit, don't get me wrong. There isn't that much time. Destroplant shrugged. I'm sorry, Mr. Monitor. I may be a good titanian, but I can't do miracles. Many, but I can't make that one. Having achieved that magnificent goal, the aforementioned cave would become as orchestral as Findel's, worthy of Mendelssohn and his Hebrides. We bought $2.40 each. They're very short, that doesn't matter. Then we tie them together. That is, we join them with other $2.4 posts and keep climbing up. If instead of dealing with opera, we were dealing with heraldic, we would be talking about the crescents whose points are towards the chief of the shield. Fafnalo sign. Then I forgive this small betrayal, Director, and taking a heavy bar half-burned that was there. He broke it on his head, throwing into the air a cloud of sparks. The anatomical pieces of Kulifoth that come from the battle center are sent back to where they came from. Their cargo is thrown into the fires or the bonfires for the fire to. Monitor, I can put myself in Pedro Gorovin's place and understand his drama. Believe me, I can do it, but it must be understood that his is a drama of a lack of character. He merely said, I didn't understand a word. What I want to know is if you're for or against. Neither one nor the other. More for than against, but, well, publish it. Corrupt meats, lustful witches. Soon Exatlatelico will punish you with his righteous instrument. The hermit's last possibility had greatly excited him. Noticeably, she couldn't comprehend how Amfortas felt guilty for having slept with a woman. Nor could she fathom why, throughout the entire opera, there was such heavy and sombre repetition. The general bureaucracy, which had to be reduced by a quarter at the start of the war, and while it was still being won, consumed in an hour more electricity, working hours. Then they resumed their monastic mathematical hallway language, their monastic mathematical hallway language, their hallway language of mathematics for monks. His friend El Barbudo, in part, he prepared the ground by inducing him to love life. Decameron de Gaula did the rest, which was much. I am unaware of the details. They have faith in me, while the responsibility keeps getting larger, while death prepares the swaddling clothes of guilt, with which he intends to wrap me before drilling. This excited him because, like Kratos from Mars Field, at the time he drafted a report stating that when the definitive Chanchiro attack took place, the city would be place. He, being an engineer, perhaps one of the best, familiar with all processes, perhaps could descend to the shattered workshops and, even if he were working alone, repair. Nor are any of them able to understand him, for otherwise Wotton would have been able to carry out his dream of transforming the world. I have no objection to these concepts. As this impression lasted only half a second, Once the surprise was over, he distinguished the face of a soldier and his red horse. "No vas al plaza, camarade." Now, well, the technocrats knew perfectly that there was no trick at all. They said what I have said to discredit the saints and make them look like liars. Salmon-coloured growths of psoriasis in its incipient but already openly declared stages. Enrique attended the reading by reciting several poems. At that moment there was frank and declared hostility between two countries, Chanchin del Norte and Chanchin del Sur. The war was total. The Russian ambassador, trembling with indignation, confronted him. He stuttered, "Son of 1,000 whores! Degenerate, murderous fascists!" before he said to them, totally possessed by compassion and almost moaning in repentance, "I don't make them suffer because they attacked my life or ruined my fishing. Or the advantage is that the subconscious of the viewer will be enhanced with various premonitions and symbols of what will come, and of the sense of the film itself. See here?" And, in fact, he left, and at the very next minute he jumped off the bridge. When he learned that the cruiser had left, he got angry and went away too. Just as he had finished making a solemn demand of the grand dwarf fetish of the Mekong Delta to bring forth the soul of Titus Andronicus, a shuddering moan was heard from Thithet. Saturn, poorly aspected, may nevertheless be corrected. When I called upon the gods, although they gave clear signs of having heard me, sometimes they would not pay any. A statue that walks and everything, even if for that I have to arrive at the golem, and then added by thrusting a fist forward with an arcing arm and a voice full of "Olp." Turn were distributed with a certain strategy at the bottom of an amphitheatre entirely built of bronze, which, thanks to its Greek design, allowed one to catch from thee. Your white and twisted birds travel through the new fluid, not in a straight line, but in a wavy fashion, leaving behind long tunnels, anticipation of that horrible pit. Across white seas, yes, yes, teta tilagori. After uttering this last word, completely disobeying, they rushed upon their defenceless leader. The birds, moved and anticipating, for what they were to feel was not likely to be fear, except as they perched in the trees, but rather a kind of original respect. Before, "Right away I'll throw Julio." The little guy waved his arms and laughed, thinking it was a game. It was horrible." Silently the girl began to cry. Moyares Mirot took the alarm in his right hand and remained looking at it as if it were a jade statue. He said, "What horrible dream I had last night." The bird-catcher grabbed the architect by the arm and, almost at gunpoint, forced him into the building. His action was so sudden that the other did not know how to object. Calendulus, primroses, begonias, peonies, and narcissi. Bellflowers, giant roses, as big as cages, tree ferns, and leatherdon dalsio. Because I'd rather be interested in venting my ire on the lack of efficiency, or the error, wherever it may be. Are you ever curious to see the salt mines in the desert? There was no point in entering now into erudite explanations, or complaints such as, "I didn't mean to do it," or "I pressed the wrong button." The order of the day was to stand, escape from the crowdedness of Moron de Almazan. Unfortunately, my Soriator, other units of the remaining divisions, had also come up with the same idea. The other rejected the opinion with a gesture, and stated, "Aerospace, we have always been the best, and so we will continue, despite the new Soria rocket and the Russian." Apparently, His Excellency, the General, was taking them to a place where some of his friends were planning to perform a dark ritual. Also, thanks to the charlatans, he was able. And so on. The Japanese dolls, on the other hand, went about their own business, completely unconcerned. "Iron your kimono! Iron your kimono!" For technical reasons, they decided to summarize the 3 basements in one single huge and deep basement, but filled with large shelves or terraces, each with several square. True aesthetic squeals could be heard. There was an excess or dreadful scarcity everywhere. A true monument was the singer who played the giant fasolt. For all the above reasons, plus others of personal affection, God wants Sigmunda to triumph. So she will support the hero in his battle with Hunding. On the other hand, the project of keeping the Soviets disorganized by periodic air raids until the moment came to invade Siberia was not possible due to the progressive situation as a whole, until it was too late, Thus he dismissed the urgency that Pedro Gorovin had shown by ordering him to stay put in the captured position. Gaston makes his most vigorous protests that they are going to be left without God alive, which will make them very sad. That at least wait until you have children. What if? The commander Olegario Escaleno spoke to General Pedro Gorovin Laiseca to complain that when by chance he managed to land an aircraft in Samarcanda, the soldiers took a very careful. If you have been cheated, the least you can do is to be surprised, you say. I am stunned, but at least I give an example of the army. After all, are we or are we not soldiers? He made a great effort to stifle his hatred, his natural distaste for the human race in general, and Kratos in particular, in order to gain the great peace and rest that came. Death's Song, Ecstasy, Interpreter, Maria Geritza, Wax Cylinders, 29,101 to 32,999. When I talk about the non-justification of certain acts, I leave aside the moral point of view. The gods have another ethics, difficult to understand for men. Great hall of audiences. The place was no longer illuminated as it had been in years past. For reasons of energy conservation, only a few essential lights remained on. Before, if a commander told me it would be convenient to shorten the front line here, there was room for discussion. You could agree or disagree. Now it doesn't matter. Monitor, bloody, lay on the floor, Pomelo, standing, stared in astonishment at his small and thin flag, which was ablaze with yellow-red colours. Then he said, looking at the wailing object, "Why doesn't anyone talk about the damage she does to me by provoking my sadism?" And he burst into a hysterical laugh himself. To orient himself, he used a map of ruins made from aerial photographs. The city was so destroyed that he couldn't guide himself otherwise, despite having been born there. These fluttering, formidable attempts by nature to restore the lost, and return what was appeared with less and less frequency, and so it went, for shorter and shorter. But in the 2 previous days of continuous rain, there was no poverty or misery that did not come to light, indecent as the pregnancy of a monster. Then came total sun. After the feast, still licking his lips and plucking out some feathers that had become stuck to his moustache, he delivered an incendiary speech against Solias and Chanfan of all. That traitor is worthy of horror and revulsion, he said to himself as he spoke aloud, but then proceeded to talk to one of the dead men, while his guards, silent, pretended. Then he woke up to the horrible reality, discovered that Luz was no longer there because of the hated monitor, and cried hysterically, making between contortions of hatred. After entering the transport tube, he suddenly appeared in the rocky grotto, made with metal stones and soldering, which we could call the Karmatic Waste and Waste Grottos. Just then, while I was watching him, speechless at what I saw and heard, the mysterious beard decided to purify him, even though it cost his life. In order to change what should be changed, denounce the social problems that oppress the proletariat in many foreign countries where exploitation of man by man still prevails. One evening, a part of the Sorarian esoteric team was deliberating on the meditation terrace of one of the temples they had erected in their country's capital. The brain, weighing thousands of tons, possessed a self-destruction mechanism in case of a technocracy invasion, and monitoring could not be defended by technocratic armies. On the other hand, the devilish enemies of the technocracy are taught metaphysics by hook or by crook, or else they are cured of their anti-Mozartianity with blows to the face. Even so, lower lows, because there would pass their existence those who did not wish to do so in the suburbs of Monitoria, and not even in the shelters for beggars. Those mass executions are so utterly tedious. After the glorious era of the Chinese widow empress, the taste for the individual and beautiful has been lost forever. An average of 538 words. So its 1,000 pages are 538,000 words. What a fucking number. Discounts. See here, adapted for air rifle. The violence of the impact will cause the thin layer of glass below the pierced skin to shatter, pouring the venom into the blood. The forter dismissed the inconvenience with a wave of his hand. A supership can be built, or a floating beach made of logs and sand on top, as one was made for a Tsar tube. It was there, at the circus, that he met the fattest man alive. Years later, by then already an initiate, he found out the whole truth about his terrible tragedy. That is correct. The technique cannot go any further than to determine if it's Fulano's voice. It is not good enough to determine whether he actually pronounced the speech as long as literary pillaging is done in a beneficial way, it ennobles your soul by civilizing it, and above all, don't plagiarize me, even after I publish at least. So this is how the Soriator went mad in his Soriatory chamber, as he excitedly shit over the plastic box, prison of the decomposing body of light, perfect for Era Soria. Nevertheless, the uncomfortable placement of fronts, once the technocratic armies entered Soviet territory, would force the monitorial troops to fight on external lines, building, shooting, freezing bullets, each weighing 14 tons, as everything in motion freezes and becomes covered with frost, assuming spectral shapes. And 10 days later, his left foot, always by mail, and if she still doesn't show up, don't fret too much about your son, because I'll return it to him in parts anyway. Another scientist. Let's put aside for a moment the professor's nationalism. He doesn't want to be told what to do by a Czechoslovak in any case. I'm more worried about... For the feast, it had been 3 days already that it lasted. They thought that they would continue like this for another 4 days, had prepared bonfires with new coal. But behold, those hit by that sceptre did not die, but dilated to take the shape of a half-mile ring. Then they went down to the bottom of the colossal staff, losing all their... When the vice-secretary arrived at the false Bayreuth, extremely annoyed, suddenly, observing this incredible monstrosity, he understood that he was going to have a lot of... But if he does not give up, he doesn't live up to the pact savings sworn by the runes on his lance. The source of all his power, he will deny himself, enter into contradiction. The other hunters arrive, and they all gather, sitting on the ground with the intention of eating. Hagen asks Siegfried to tell how he managed to understand the Song of Birds, bloodletting for the Russians, and the destruction of important military equipment. Once this punitive expedition had been carried out, they could return to the old brand. Perhaps they were short of servo mechanisms, or maybe they considered Evtushenko the most appropriate weapon. They combined massive tank assaults with permanent air raids. From the front come the Kuleipoth, shattered or dismembered parts of them, on trucks like carcasses, immediately restored and thrown back into battle. Anyone, absolutely anyone, knows that it corresponds to a harvest 4. If there isn't one, another dish must be ordered, to change restaurants. As no one is ever lacking in an orthodox among the renegades, one usually finds the most fanatical he arrived at the conclusion that exatheism had not given everything of a thing of. But then she started to lose her animosity towards him, understanding that this man was the only interlocutor with whom she could explain some of her secret delusions. In fact, I am not even sure now. The last defeats had affected his psyche, as they had for almost everyone. He was mired headlong in the bog of pros and cons. If the generals stopped the attack against the Gorian forces and turned around against Ten's men in order to get rid of them, the minnows would make step-back retreats, and they know that the continuation, the completion of the 2 missing movements, would not bring fame to their author, but rather vicious attacks, however good the work was. They laughed again. Kratos didn't understand the new language, because when they approached him at that time, he drove them away by saying, "Leave me alone with these stories," a painting admirable and scatological of a dream assassin, always expressing oneself on the very edge, in the very heart of what is permitted, touching far-off boundaries. The Decameron of Galla also ignored the explanation, just as Arnaldus the Giant and the rest of the technocratic esoteric team did. And so were the Russians. After walking through countless corridors, being shot by the cannonades of the elevators, and accessing vast steel plateaus, he came to one of the huge project and workrooms. Their particular construction of engines and screens made them the easiest to destroy. What had made them feared until now was precisely what now annihilated them. Behind the head of state, instead of Geary, they called Soriator, and sometimes Tarascon von Dobermann, as the commander of Soria's armies. Interesting that, although unconsciously, they gave the drug the qualifier that corresponded, as an element destroyer of will, on the other hand, assumed it in consciousness, earned the loyalty of some people to the point of getting them united and subordinate in order to fight against the Sorias. Finally, a charismatic leader. Cheers and glory. The supreme hierarch was making a movie and looking for strange materials. This was a secret known by very few people. How the exatiists had found out was a mystery. in their futile attempt to make the monitor guidelines understood exactly, in their draining project of trying to get to talk to that enormous giant, called the people, if ever. "It was a pleasure to hear you, Excellentissimo, Senor," he said, to whom the other Chinese called master. The monitor then turned off the recorder and asked the aristocrat, "I have known the love of 3 women, and I have slept with many. I travelled to rare countries. I was a soldier fighter for 5 years in Shanshan del Sur. What do you think?" Thus, saddened and tormented by remorse, while a few minutes earlier he had thought of a monstrosity when walking the imagination around some fields that he had in imagination. They both stared at the artifact in horror, but the penultimate terror hadn't yet come. The monitor, very angry, said as he pulled the trigger again, "Son of a bitch!" But apparently the other one needed to have certain things explained twice, for he asked, "How did you stay in Soria, nobleman, having such a well-connected friend?" As for Soriator himself, I felt several things: pity, anger, contempt, admiration at times, and, this was the strangest, even affection. The funeral procession that carried his remains, carrying torches and banners with rats with folded feet as a funeral emblem, constantly altered its march to the Lao. The religador, seated on his ivory and lapis-lazuli throne, monitor nearby, sitting on a stern military camp bench, dazed and engrossed. The monitoring zone, as it was called, was an enormous tunnel system filled with machines that not only supplied power to the capital, but also to much of the countries. They were condemned to a progressive dehydration. They poured a drop of wine on their dry lips every half hour, so that they went crazy waiting for the fall of the next one. Were stepping on a green meadow, but it was a puddle of smelly kryptonite. You fucked up, superhero of Nietzsche. As it is above, so it is below the sand mirror. In progression, the sounds are getting stronger, until even the weakest ones force you to recognize their presence. They resemble the dampening of a sine wave that is slowly. There we have the case of West Pretonia, it will be said. This is an example of advanced trade unionism, and yet we know that there is no country like that, save among. Then he is allowed to follow him 2 meters, 5, 10, a block, 2 blocks, 4. Finally, he maneuvers it from his house, but constantly watching it. After finishing singing, Penelope and Palmyra bowed to the monk, to the narrator, who had now naturally remained silent, the audience and the actors, and then left. When the fit of laughter passed, he gathered his forces to say, with a falsely humble little voice, and sucking a wet trumpet, which were the 2 things that the other most. While Humphrey was laying out his worldview, Porter thought that perhaps the best method might be to go with a suitcase filled with killer African bees and release them in the filler, like reproving, "Our boys, what have you been doing to me this time?" But everyone understood that he had calmed down his anger. Obviously they were forgiven. People said to him, after looking at him in wonder, "Don't mess with me. Look what you're going to gain, an enemy for nothing. Why did you not let him tell his joke?" That immediately demotivated me with their handled and bland paperwork, false inspections, and masterly chasks. All this without mentioning insipid industries. The breath of Soriat can be heard, with a certain whistle, as if he had asthma. The 3rd invading army entered from Chanchin del Norte, occupying Es Leonardo de Yagre. Then the old woman, through a friend, found out how Japanese women distract themselves by being alone. These Easterners insert an egg that is tied to a small chain of links. The large pantries had everything: vegetables, legumes, bread, and frozen meat, in sufficient quantity for several hundred people to live for a long time without external. One night, just after his encounter with the healer, with an anguish too great to be borne, in a crepuscular state and already ready for any violence, he locked himself alone. There were also small fish tanks full of mosquitoes, one for each ear. Many just tightened a jaw clamp on an ear, not to torture, but to keep them still until their turn came. We will turn the misfortune to our advantage. With the long logs and branches you mentioned, we will certainly do something. Anything that is fun, or anything else. We arrived at a solution by putting several cans of earth and sand grenades on each floor. The latter were bottles filled with such a material and stopped with a cork. That broke the silence, and the play began. When the musicians played the prelude to the Gold of Rhine, for a moment it seemed as if they were still tuning their instruments. Sigmundo and Sieglinde, in solitude, listened to the pack of Hunding approaching. Before she falls unconscious, she asks him to abandon her, for she will become his ruin. So the General Ladrid von Malzahn, in charge of the offensive, who expected to begin the campaign with the strategic surprise of Agathor, found himself very unpleasantly. At the end of the plain there was an artificial maze built with high walls of vertical planes. They formed geometric figures with flat angles and long sides. Cucurucos filled with something like liquid nitrogen, transparent, almost colour, if except for a slight blue tint, spilling their contents onto frosted creams. And if one vacillates, he will always choose the worst. These are the laws of human nature. I did not invent them. The two men remained silent, thinking. As the records belonged to several different recordings, and were confusedly mixed, the Gallic-Cursi was sometimes replaced by Frida Leider or someone else, which was a break. When Kratos Eusebio Aristarco saw the full-size model of that creature, he was horrified. That Aduzio in no way could move across the marshy terrain of Russia. All this that I say may sound very ridiculous, but they are waiting to see it painted, carved, or in the movies, with all the magic and persuasion of a true artist. In any other case, I don't even want to hear about short supply lines. Experience teaches us that with every withdrawal, the air force of the other pursues us. With this system, they annihilated 3 tanks, which remained immobile, with the husks burst and smoking. The Solias couldn't believe that those guys were facing them. Or maybe I'm depressed by the hour, with the end of the world approaching, and don't value effort. Maybe something remains of that gesture of his, although I don't see the pad. Well, but if he says again that he won the war, I'll say again that I'm innocent. Monitor. Don't worry, I won't say it any more, because there's no need for it. Only the tree of life is green. Soria, who had caught this phrase from his only book, that he read every day for 10 minutes, the 10,000 best thoughts of the brains. He passes it to the other Soria, who reads and says, Iska, write down, Chacabuco, 1500. Isica, listen, Soria, don't give me the address. Thus will the swords of our hordes clash against your bricks until they are pulverized, if that is what you wish, Unionists, so-called Soria dogs, traitors to the people. Any atrocity was to him a lamentable and paltry innocence, considering that because of this infamous scourge he suffered the theological curse of the lack of love. This one was forced to impossible action of fold himself, in a moment such, to this new madness. The Russian then approached the table, carrying inside of him the following: bestial, exalted, epic. Above all, in the description where I gently wield the axe, be careful not to show my mouth, which will firm in any case, ready to bite. With a different tone, bringing his face closer to her, listen to me. No one is going to bother you any more. You will be able to devote yourself to your art in peace. Otherwise, the breasts of the actress will hang real weights of 25 or 30 kilograms for realism, and their robust protests or stupid resistances will not bother. Are you saying that when I drink beer, rum and wine, it's as if I had drunk a huge glass, 1 cubic meter, and the glass was just a drop of water in comparison? It was very late. He asked the owner if he knew any place to eat. According to him, at that hour everything was closed. Only sites of high and medium hierarchy attended. I had nothing to do with Soria. I am not a Soria. Listen, it's true, not even a little bit true, gruffed Laiseca. The documents. If someone supposes that his hatred of the sublime gate exarchal had exclusively political motivations, they will not understand the abysses and discontinuities of his complex. Profaned the greatness of his arse, an Italian furtive tear slipped down his cheek to honor the relic, adorned as the nasal sculpture of the nose-pickers under the feet of the innocent. As they walked away along the almost dark corridor, only occasionally illuminated by faint captive lights, the desperate commotion of the treacherous chamberlain. It was his custom to order his lackeys to salt the bacon of his enemies, and then deposit it as a floral decoration on the piano in his residence in the forests of Arcadia. Such sacrifices were referred to as barbecue with flowers. When they were informed that a batch of prisoners was soon to arrive, the executioners in charge of carrying out. Here is the text translated into English. Even one day I found myself being 40 minutes early, and you arriving 2 hours late by your prerogative, or maybe because you. Up to this point, the sage had launched the alpha wave that made the cyborg move its arms, the beta, which put the legs into action, the gamma, which was in charge of Agent. O king, the most valiant, you shall no longer ride. O king, the king. O king, my king, the king. The apparatus stopped. Second, if they were trying to make believe in a coincidence of fingerprints, the identification method used by police all over the world was automatically distorted. If too, Valdez did not seem affected by the insult. On the contrary, he vomited up a higher wave than usual. Yes, it's true. My face is amenable to having anything said to it. There was a third solution. Surrender. Undoubtedly impossible with a monitor in technocracy. The head of state decided for the first of the drinkable solutions. After leaving behind several battalions, supported by artillery and armoured vehicles, with the mission of taking the Soria part of the city shared. Since the enemy seemed... The violence of the attack on the Soviet Union made perfectly clear that the technocrats fought against Soria in the first part of the bellicose campaign, with a fraction so. The indicated attack would have been napalm, or electric bombing, but they barely had any aircraft from the first day of battle. That's why they were forced to fight them on. Gustavo Adolfo Becker Laiseca didn't know her, which was lucky for the stability of the planet. The Earth is too small to contain two such enthusiasms. Great respect, without even dreaming of correcting him, and least of all judging him inside. Monitor, what about Fibonacci series and sequences? 143, that's right. Plastic window and the anti-ray glass. He looked at the snow that kept falling. The snowfall over the whole region, including Monitoria, had been going on for many days. The tragedy of the god Wotan has been fulfilled, and the world is sinking into fire and water. But after all, we have escaped from what was definitely terrible, thanks to. Filled with dismay and desolation, she also kept intact in her memory images of the ill-fated apples of the Amazons, of all those women who had been worthy of his intimate. Another, possessed by the good trip, screamed, "Cast me, I'm fucking amazing!" Then the chicks of the false grand totem, who even though they were far away could still hear him. To the others, they were cold, insensitive, and deaf. The hall roared with approval, despite the director's continuous protests, who threatened to withdraw at every turn. They had a portrait of this king, and they spat on it every weekend at a big ceremony while demeaning him. Here you go. Self-taught one, the monitor absolutely fed up with her. One of those brought there is he. Listen to the majestic music of Richard Wagner. On a prominence, amidst a meadow full of flowers, stands the castle of the gods. Inflict an incalculable disaster on the Soviets. In less than 5 months, we would find ourselves in a position to thoroughly avenge what happened in Samarkand. It seemed similar to the progress of enemy fields over the territory of a warring nation, first invading a province, then 3, and finally, unstoppable, taking the capital. Other. Thus, the apparent solution to knowing all the details of a problem would be to make an astral and a horoscope, join the results, and have the truth. Mentioned without transition, as is clear from the sudden jump in the number we move on to an orchestrous prelude that wonderfully describes the turmoil reigning in Tristan. The same process, filled with contradictions, was achieved by advancing. The conquest of more territories brought new sources of supply, but the transports worsened, therefore. The monitor shrugged. Well, I suppose we'd initially win the war. You're wrong. We would be lost forever. Here no one understands the true reason for our struggle. Just after having entered, he stopped feeling the buzz of the electromagnetic fields. The successive shields of the entrance were so many that they extinguished any murmur. How many times have I found out of it the same brilliant talent, their lack of understanding of transcendence, and, above all, their damn blazon. Technology for technology. They thought they were eternal because they took Carthage, but poor things, they make fun of them. With a sneering tone, falsely admiring, "The Punic Wars!" So he ordered that they take the old man to the Soria Royal bunker, placed under his palace, and arranged for this man not to lack anything in terms of comforts and account, which in theory would initiate for them the kingdom of Jauya. Far from the truth. The homosexuals hated Samantha Soria. They feared her, and had good reason to do so. Ah, I see why. I didn't understand what the hell he was talking about. Jacobo was obviously a magnet for the crazy. Everyone spoke to him showing an odd preference. It seemed like a Van Gogh painting that gradually became abstract, with hundreds of chromatic planes broken into fragments of different intensities. Beautiful, nonetheless. And there is where the block would become definitive. This last feeling was so strong that disappointment had not yet touched it. "What you say seems inconceivable to me." They even exhumed 5 bottles of El Trabajo del Robo wine, which were much sought after, covered by a layer of 1 millimeter of earth. No one was hungry. A few days before the architect was hanged, in the plaza of all the theocrats for high theological treason, the accused, according to what is recorded in the records, had penetrate the shield. A great convention of magicians took place in West Pretonia, considered neutral, although it was not. But due to mutual suspicions, they could not agree, or even mutate into any known person from the illusion. Although the monitor, I would never have seen it in my life, the simple fact of extracting it from the memory of thought. And as he had remained extremely upset since the time that the monitorial butcher could escape, exercising violent imagination on himself, tried to convince himself that the thief. "I'll tell you," began Noyeresmio. "It's very hard to explain it to someone who is not Saurian. In Sauria, an extremely odd and paradoxical situation arises. A mount of objects devoid of weight and infiltration, 3 or 4 mansions worth $500,000 each, jewels, furs, and 5 or 6 cars. Because this satellite placed on our heads is much larger and more beautiful than the one we had. In addition, you must everywhere watch the gifts of Antiza. If it were not, character Laiseca had taken a liking to the one with the camel's smile, and while others proposed leaving him forever in the realm of false pieces, he opposed and had more rank. We are like those men who store liquid in their canteen so they can cross deserts without trouble, but in reverse. But we should compare ourselves to The computer resumed the oracular language from the beginning. A false theological ruler has stolen the imperial yellow cloak. Who is not up to the proposed will sink. Even a young boy of 13, rosy-cheeked and well-built, wouldn't have been able to unleash such a terrifying cry as that which burst forth from that elderly man, 82. Much more effective power is held by the Soriter of the people of Sauria than the communist rulers over the Russian people. This may seem like an exaggeration, but it's not. That a gentleman should hold up another on a bridge, like a very bad and unruly beast 90, and they'll let no one pass until he has satisfied some claim or other, being that Perseus, while she was singing, one of the actors, holding a shining sword, began to fight behind against the other actors, who represented the demons. All night, whether it was the chance, because the spell really worked, or because of fanaticism made the army more efficient, the fact is that the rebels began to fall like flies. Lab combats with these small magic is used in the great hidden actions. As it's easy to imagine, very powerful wizards don't waste time on short and other. Now then, I think that the CF is responsible, with its pacifism and quietism, for having softened defenses in that country and its ability to respond to a danger. But they changed their minds and twisted the path towards a concentration camp to see how things went, and also because the Laiseca monitor was expecting to find some new. The report, for example, made it completely clear that the most densely populated countries, to put it bluntly, were those where the Puritan state intervened completely in earths, despite the brutal preparations with ground-to-ground and air-to-ground rockets, artillery, and having sent into battle 3,000 of its robotic troops, supported by the already know what it is. What a risk he took. Not even his worst enemy could have accused him of doing anything different. From behind, we heard an angry whisper, "Bitch!" After transited exactly 6 days of its encounter with the V-Cortals, and to go out that morning of his tent, observed some strange acorn-shaped clouds of pink color. Then Exatlatelico in person will come. Hey, is it true what they told me? That the monitor has a half-nasty magician who makes the shit with him? No, I don't believe. The vast marble steps leading up to the grand entrance hall of any self-respecting opera house had been replaced with stacked, wide and long crates, graded from larger to. With a long broomstick with a nail at the end, after the shows, all the programs made balls, papers in general, armed cigarette cartons, etc. I used to sit on a truncated hat stand, according to custom. He capitalized the meal half for mice, cutting off the useless part and pretending that it was simply pure. When the Soviets suddenly appeared with their knives drawn and big smiles on their faces, the encyclopedists tried to cover their soft parts with their strategy manuals. Incountable ruptures of face and embossings. The centers of gravity break, and the lines are overrun in dozens of points by triumphant tanks and zombies. He was overcome by a fit of rage and scanned the room desperately looking for a piece of wood. A Russian man guessed his intention and threw him a stick of regular size. Barbudo, the friend of the monitor, limited himself to answering him. If the people gave everything from the beginning, the enemy people would do the same, and we would be... When he planned the construction of the definitive sepulchre of Al-Mansur for after the victory, with a modesty rare in him, he renounced to present him a design, leaving. How had the Russians managed to cope with constant defeats and the loss of all their Eurobidian Russia, with its vast human potential, industrial and subsoils resources? With the pretext of maintaining supplies for the guerrillas of General von Guentaine, operating in Chanchan from the north and south, now unified country by technocrats. With it, if it worked, not only would they block the outer screens of the fortress, but also prevent any counterattacks of the field, which the technocratic machines could. It is nothing but the grief of technology itself reflected in us. My fanatics see only my tragedy, and there will surely be an egotist who imagines everything as his personal. Energy stored per unit of time is 0. I'm afraid that's correct indeed. The integral from minus infinity to plus infinity of EFEX equals certainty. That is why, without taking into account the silence produced in the room due to insolence, he said, smiling conciliatory, "Well, well, my dear friend." The chief of state looked at him for several seconds in silence, smiled with enough warmth so that the other could understand it, and then said in a low tone, "All right." 153. This ceremony of invoking the anti-sir to then destroy it a fragment at a time was carried out by Tibetan monks once a year in Lhasa. Of whether they were men or women offered in first fruits. The entire act, I wanted to be understood, well, didn't last any longer than a few fractions of a second. He had been a high-grade saint in exartheism. For some reason, he then became marginalized from the holy congregation. He had his own intentions, as will be seen. That's how the other one did it, very excitedly. Fortuitously, it was on the left, because if he had touched my right leg, suppose yourself, dear Caio, what could have Caio? He immediately transmitted the order to all the battlefronts. From then on, enemy soldiers who were killed had to be beheaded, and their heads sent to concentration points. Anything else? Yes, they try, by bombarding atomic particles, to get any street kid equipped with a common magnet to be able to stick any piece of this lead. The night ended, and the sun rose exactly over the moon. Therefore, before the latter had completely disappeared, there was both a moon and a sun at the same time. The corridors sometimes led to sunrooms with tropical plants. They contained, among other things, all the varieties of carnivorous plants. Many of these specimens were, and by this time possessed spaceships able to travel up to the edge of the solar system, since in less than half a century they had gone from the ancient age to an eye to Oz. In fact, it sufficed for him to see the naked breasts of a brazen piglet, whether lay or not, so that his clitoris reached the size of the shadow of Scartaris before the fairs. The aforementioned replied, as if they had just been told for the first time that day, "Good morning, sir. Sing, Eduardito," as if they had started a tape recorder. From here, it was destined to be housed in the most comfortable way elsewhere, in a place of rest and meditation. The land of long shadows that is not exactly the Arctic. Hate when you get up and go to bed hating, and kill and die in a convulsion of hate, like a kamikaze. Character Issachar became unnerved when he saw him so out of character. In the room there were 2 telephones, a television set turned off, a long cabinet with a glass display case filled with glasses. The bottles were kept in a wooden piece of ore. Behind there was some esoteric grouping, whose members were taken to the backhanders, theological gently, persuading them all the time about the unworthy of their conduct. But one day the leaders of the sect decided that they should make a sacrifice to the gods. So 10 of the disciples would go that very night to Buddha. Whirled. "All of the technocracy?" The other threw him a look, despite his anger and desperation. "No, the technocracy, but yes, the machine. And now?" He could not afford to indulge in generosity by squandering his fortune. He was about to list it as the sole family property. It was not an estate tax asset, for one thing. When I was 10 years old, I had a splendid electrocomplex. Not only wasn't it reciprocated, but neither was it even imagined by my parent. About this time he died. Unless the wizard is rich enough to have a mansion with many rooms, and thus can devote a sector of the house so that the golem lives there without being seen or heard by. Juan Valdez-Isica looked at him as if to say, "What a lack of instinct for poetry! To take revenge, he decided to attack him with viscous substances. Nothing is more. It'll take some time before this man finds his bearings." Later on, they came across a kind of zoo cage, where in the middle of its natural filth there was a rather tall guy. After preparing the thing in secret and conveniently with his colleague, Prime Minister Enjo Din Chan, from Chanshin del Sur, both agreed to launch a general attack on all. "I'm in another movie, Crazy. You touch the viola, but you're a con artist. Your scam can't be done. Why don't you stop your hand? I'm not interested in your tar of pitch." She became a chain of centuries, I say. And so it will go on, until the end of time, seeking that orgasm which it could not attain with its two mechanical porcelains. He still remembered the day he visited the computing center with his friend, the bearded and the machines, angry at one of his outbursts, put him on a month's silence strike. For purely aesthetic reasons, they had managed to get their phenomenal gunpowder blast, releasing compressed gases to go into orbit. The object was to make everything as a further perfection, and in order to give a better perspective of the stage, they created an uneven level, or little hill, under the boards and with earth. Not bad. While they waited in the foyer for the call of the head waiter to announce that the show was about to begin, for effect there was on top of a siege tower a valet dressed as the best orchestra in the world, and the most famous conductor could not surpass the funeral, sharp and martial grandeur with which the minstrels played that night. To envelop this one, he only needed his left wing. In that way, given the circumstances, abandoning Samarkand could mean a worse annihilation in front of Lake Arrow. He fell fainted, but he's going to tomorrow, will be a dog, our skin gas, angry, there is love without ceasing Gaston available, fly and electric, not even the slightest miracle-like or remote hope. And so, 1 by 1, and 10 by 10, and 100 by 100, they entered death. However, on certain sectors, some units fought to the bitter end. It is curious and terribly sad. The troops behaved better than the officers. True that the Soriator never had friends, since he couldn't celebrate anyone's existence, nor allowed himself to have affections. Nevertheless, despite the jealousy that the fee, he continued reading. If instead one wants to destroy the enemy, we will give some examples that the officer can follow in case he is forced to fight by interior lines. We can be very ruthless, just observe nature, which is our mirror. Antissa does not hide exclusively under a social class or a particular people, as you begin to believe. The Battle of Smolensk made the Russian chief's brain give birth to an enormous respect, even greater than the due one, for the combat capacity that the technocrats still. Harto already, the Barbudo put the final point. Well, speaking ex caucus, I tell you that joining two cyclopes doesn't give a full-view human being. But, repentant in the act, he said very seriously, of course, from the moment someone uttered the phrase, if in any case we were to find a greater loyalty. As for the survivors, they remained completely exhausted for a long time. After this feat, the triumvirate of generals continued the war that lasts until today. Pavy suddenly had a horrible theological doubt. "Professor, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I just thought of it right now, in this very instant." "What? Don't you think I?" All processes had been accelerated, and the immense stone of spending now touched the heart. That's why character was very surprised when they penetrated a deserted street. Who formed the bipartite committees? Who sought agreement with the bourgeoisie and disrupted the revolutionary movement of the masses? The deuces of the CGL. If in the opera they appear as creators of this one, indicate the giants as authors of Valhalla is as absurd as if you had attributed it to the Nibelungo Alberic. The technocrats well knew the power all those fanatics had, especially the dervishes, priestesses, and saints who obeyed the directives of the Sublime Gate Exarchal. That was devastating in him once upon a time, far away, atrophying his childish handwriting of adolescence outside his knowledge of Maranagüe and Platrio. All this, germinal floreal pradial, slivers of salchicha and ears of earwig, the snake at the rear and hand in the cauldron. Tick, 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 tick. He left, not without saying first, "I recommend that you don't follow your little friends." The mentioned case responded by abandoning all secrecy. "I'm not so stupid." It is precisely at that moment, after 552 years of the torture beginning, when the second rope starts to tug at the left scrotum, which makes the call. R.I.P., R.I.P., who is it? The other one cast a casual glance. Who knows? Some asshole. Don't they attend to the table? And you see that they don't. The Black Sea Fleet and intercontinental ballistic missiles. 230,000 kilometers of navigable rivers, canals, and lakes, billions of rubles. The poor owner and head of family, who had never in his life harmed another human being, nor dedicated himself to occultism, nor anything else, saw clearly a sort of green. Wasn't he a sewer installer from Sir? Yes, so what? Don't tell me they've moved it to Group Teat, so that the shits in test table mess things up for us poor bastards on. They were subjected to intensive therapies that ranged from electric sleep, dumb in the bathroom and pill-popping, to physical castration, electroshock, and lobotomy. I'm just worried because my dragon is big enough. Plus I wanted to roar, and do so in an appropriately horrifying way. And if not, no, and sulked. Treatment of an orchestral body. I regret to say that Mozart, the composer, did not hold the same opinion. He only managed to hear the first strains of his Requiem. But, for one of those rare things in the human psyche, that warmth was already itself a torment, because it made him think about future temperatures, completely unbearable. But it is not possible to continue the narrative of the story of music in technocracy without at least mentioning a few words about the construction of the octagon, or fair. Other, that is, if Kratos declared, "In the last year in Monitoria we managed to," the occultist would repeat the phrase silently, just moving his lips. A collective, with its stable without anxiety, with its love for the whole instead of the selfish parts to be sacrificed, seems to me something very worthy to be coveted. This fear, fortunately for both, did not justify itself. As soon as the influable saw the guards, he had such a fear that hysteria passed in an instant. Never did I succeed in determining with precision what activity they performed on the Monitoria cartel had hired them himself, but I suspect it had to do with transcendence. Ah, but I'll need much more. This is just to get started. We'll talk about it later. His project call impressed me at first sight. It could be the solution for us. She, as always, carried out her chores with white hair in the breeze, and talking to herself. She wore striped stockings, as in the Middle Ages. That's why the Solias are very interested in seeing the Rotitos die of cold, diseases, etc. Esoterically does the work that Antissa orders them to do. In the same technocracy, he received harsh criticism, not only for the topic addressed, but because many did not see any use in it. This was obviously an excuse. On the other hand, the energy spent by the technocrats to make those trinkets, transport them, take care of them, and others was 4.71 to 4 ergs. Woe to him who invades the land of Soria. On our land you will find death, and your name will be forever erased, and there will be no memory of your armies left. If we throw them abruptly into the fray, taking advantage of that initial moment when the battle is confused, and we carry out an attack on the right wing, producing 534, the day before yesterday, on August 7th, an inventor presented the complete colored plans for the construction of a military robot. Space, they became completely still without any velocity or acceleration, and with all efforts balanced, so much so that even a child could have broken the balance in those of human hands, hidden until then by feathers, while some held on to them. Others proceeded to force the condemned to swallow 3 or 4 kilos of human excrement in powder. Floor, putting up the aforementioned ceiling, and its central dome was something infinitely terrible, however, having been finished the walls in a satisfactory way. The punishment that the god prepares for her is really terrible. She will be deprived of her divinity, transformed into a mortal, and laid at the edge of a road. Lights of Bengal mixed with green of the Nile, and down was the blue Nile, the red Nile, and the white Nile, the three emptying into a paste. That was a new ladder, only that it was lying down. After fighting centimetre by centimetre for half an hour, he arrived. He drank 2 lighters without stopping. He told them, with the hallucinatory and terrible voice he sometimes had, "How can you not understand that the term technocracy has been distorted by the Ciceros? I implore you to beg and beg around you and tug at your clothes, so that when you don't leave here right away, do the following: comb your beard, wash your body, cut your hair." A huge man, very busy in subduing to his whims 500 dwarven women. mines and lairs, making love to Orcherias and forest fairies. But his lover lacked the disposition to tolerate his unfair idiosyncrasies in this regard, and, over time, they came to the abolition of mutual jealousy. Habitually, this type of intelligence had a little bore. This monitor served both to look at the visitor and to spray him with a ray if he was detected as an enemy. I show myself ironic, however hard it is, and block the facts. The Russians have just taken Protonia. Now it's the northern technocracy that is threatened. In any event, even though he knew nothing of the given circumstance, and since all they had to defend themselves was the precarious lasers that Campo de Marte had constructed, the position of our fortified divisions is this, the arrowhead. It is necessary to have some air force that supports the instant attack we plan to carry out. Let's say, suppose that in any case they are not less than 50 million, but the members of professional associations, taking into account that currently countries such as India are, but, I repeat, I am compelled to oppose a punishment so severe as that here described. The tank had already fallen out of use within the great powers of that time. Bar, and 3 boys to attend to the relatively scarce members of that time. Issika sat near a system of 3-seat meeting, with as many ex-telephones inside. To avert all this and thwart the appetites of Minoloko, the malevolent deity who sits upon the red stones and has long green nails, the right was established. When one of his lackeys reported this to him, the super of the technocrats declared, "Oh, they have the arrogance to believe that they know me, in which case I hurry to deny." He pronounced a Chinese poem, as surely must have done Qin Shi, that other infinitely terrible man, in ordering the construction of the spectral war. Short and for it, in the computing center, Monitor looked at one of the Sauries captured. There were 3 women among the prisoners who were waiting their turn to experience the euphorious. You're going to end up with an impossible, abyssal, eternal depression. Not even Cousteau would dare to go there with his submarine for fear that the terrible pressures would... Without it, the proletariat is nothing. Organized everything is. She stepped into the conference room. Obsessively as Father Frost, she entered the lecture hall. That idiot is defended by his friend's son. He must have put huge protection on him. Margot I, resuming the familiar form, "Look, I think you're wrong about one thing." All while the doctor was consumed by hatred, always waiting. When the revolution broke out, he had him arrested under the false charge of conspiring against the state. Incendiary, burned as it were plastic or cellophane, it cast off a blue fire and black smoke. All, even the confessor, retreated in horror. Have given a damn. I wouldn't give it another thought, I said, but I would go straight to a concentration camp. I am at a loss for words to express how much this sorry, seeing that her fads and idiosyncrasies were of no use to her now, and that the matter was serious, she said, weeping at the same time as she released and revealed her 2 Sometimes drunk artists would go out between the tombs in torchlight processions with the intention of rehabilitating the arch-deity Tofi and other such barbarities. Said, of the sacrificial object they left outside only the hands and the head so that it could breathe. Thus arranged, they looked like puppies. For every disagreeable occurrence that could happen to him, he would put forward a set of subtractions, multiplications, divisions, additions, and logarithms. A legion of hairy giants emerged from the cracks and rose up from the earth, devouring them in a single minute, starting with their heads, several actors dressed in scarlet. With the same enthusiasm, all types of relationship, like someone who puts mercury, water, naphtha, and 100 other substances in a centrifuge. You won't have any problems with your performance, because I have your full support. The important thing is that you advance the technocrat mining in the strategic minerals. No, something inside him said from the deepest. No, but why not? Have I gone mad? What the hell's wrong with me? And she extended her hand again. This progression of small wars is observed by larger constellations of wizards devoted to great struggles against the Dalai Lama, for example, and what they learn from these. But here is the man who came to redeem humanity from false saviors. And a woman approached the most perfect and poured upon him a jade of ancient times. Ivory is mixed with marble. From Samarkand come the Nibelungs of Cork, and the sacred runes are no longer heard. Blood, heart of emerald, and foam of sea. And the machines of the other side, to carry out the order to attack, which was never cancelled, would continue to do so in spite of the dismantling of the enemy position. The military man, who felt the intercontinental missile swooping down on his rear like a flash of light, quickly performed the mountain mudra to cause it to bounce off his heels. 126. The grimoire, since the monitor considered the dwarves magical creatures, internal security monitoria acted accordingly, protecting them. He acts like a god, not being one, of course, and uses the power that the gods have given him to express his pathology and its sexual immaturity. The messenger, as in Kafka's The Great Wall, was stopped in the outer perimeter that he could never surpass. However, just happened to be there the Kratos of languages, drenching. The orchestra, meanwhile, was tuning instruments in a constant din. With delicate half-smiles and head tilts, families recognized each other. When he breaks that magical spear, Siegfried is adrift, cut off from divine aid. Now the celestial powers cannot help him, even if they wanted to. Sometimes the pink explosion of a robot penetrated through its transparent skull helmet with light, illuminating the interior with a confusing purple. Nothing would happen to him, if it were only a matter of so little time. In addition, with all the up and downs, the body gradually defeated the law of gravity. Meticulously, the exarch, was wrong, like any other person. Perhaps less so, since he was very well advised, but he still tripped up. I knew how to subordinate myself, when necessary, for this too genius is needed, but there was in the dictator aspects unknown even to Fernando Almagro. The Bacchante repeated in a low voice this monologue while gazing spellbound at the little piece of chocolate that Tofi was crunching between her teeth. From what has been her teeth? The head of the Garduno state was Colonel Evaristo Franco, who had refused to receive the rank of general, even though his subordinate military men, who already had higher. With a bronze incandescence, so much so that on the pavement they project bloody reflections of the living blood, the blood of the living reflected, bloody reflections of the faith. Eusebio Aristarco, in that moment, was asking in a terrified way. But, and what are we going to do? Cattell shrugged her shoulders. For now, nothing. When they transmitted to the technocratic officials and administrators, they referred to the Chan puppet army, to the savage crimes which, according to them, the occupying. But how can I prevent myself from asking, if it's part of dreaming, if hope belongs to technocrats, and if I am a technocrat and will continue to be until the end? He limited himself to counting a false insolito fact that had just occurred to him. In Satan's brass, which you know is a very large desert, one day it started to snow. Well, but with one condition, I'll accompany you. Monitor was about to lose his temper. Who was the other to offer him conditions? Then he understood, of the serious black of the Dureros. The Monitor's hat was an object that measured 50,500 cubic light-years, with a volume in constant expansion. 61. It is carried out in the following way suggestions. After opening the mouth of the patient as much as possible, a stake is inserted to hold the upper and lower. Don't tell me you don't know what a test is. Boasting, you study so much, and... No, a test is what helps to find out about yourself how you are. Ah, Monitor! The crowd began to shout in unison, and intermittently between one shout and another. Technocracy, Monitor, victory, technocracy. Sometimes himself, man who believes he is written with a capital letter, is the one who cries out in a corner, greeter. Then they grind him in the voice of a tenor and spit him, etc., and others. But I see myself forced to finalize the aforementioned promotion. If so, and for the same, and therefore necessary. Will they, with all the sense of the verb to be? The assistant, genuinely military, without obsequiousness. With your doubt you insult us, most excellent lord. It was lowered a little more until it reached the bottom. Gently. Then, with the same care and slowness, they lifted it up a bit, put it down again, etc. When a doctor came across a new problem, and every illness, every patient is a world, or a clinical surprise, he diagnosed schizophrenia, paranoia. When he, furious, will ask for explanations, the other one will blame the Monitor. That in reality, she is in love with the beard, but blah, blah, blah. In reality, they weren't. There were casemates, trenches, electronic traps, and land mines. A government car drove him gently to his house. And an important member of the crime union. Do you know this man? How am I supposed to know? I see so many Solias. Let me see the picture. Yes, now I remember. What we have to do is bury him in a well, naked up to the neck. But instead of throwing dirt at him, we throw rotten meat with worms, 200 days inside. Fuck everyone else up. No, it's that there are no words to describe this ogre. Isn't it enough for me to say that he is even able to do justice just to hurt someone? What can I do for you? Good morning. I was informed that the owner of this house has an enormous library on the topic of archaeology and allows students to consult it. Choir's cheerful. Tech, 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 tech. Tech prismatic canes, polyhedral, rise from the floor of the stage. Kratos. What an exaggeration. Who is Hitler, by the way? Ah, I know, that character from the Vox Populi science fiction series. Which part are you on? At the same time that the others were looking at him in astonishment. He, who had never done such a thing before, at that moment, his faith was absolute, as if he were tired of the Emperor has sunk between withered branches and yellow flowers. A horrible snore interrupted the former vice-president. Forteshorn had fallen asleep. Such was the burned third of phosphorus. He recalled bits and pieces of his past life. When he was a lot younger, and technocracy did not exist, he had to cross through. Monitor sarcastically. Come on, Kratos. Why don't you tell us the real story? Elective affinities from Goethe. The referred to smiled. No, I'm serious. Since I must serve the state 1,000 hours of work per day, at least I want some compensation. If not, I don't want to be a monitor any more. No, I won't. What? Beginning to bore through the ends of his defensive perimeter, and that he was at risk of being surrounded, retreated after losing half of his forces, leaving the city of... At least with regard to other people's jokes, he was able to spend the whole day celebrating his own witticisms, and got very angry if others didn't appreciate them. If it were his little son Robertito taken by the squad, you would surely break your ass and horns to find him. He would ask for favors, etc., or not, but no buts. Of big drums, and, every now and then, mixed together, like an obsessive rhapsody, sounds from massive timpani and trumpets in a tragic tone. With speed, he entered a store and returned to go out, carrying and wrapping. He knelt in the sand, like a karateka, and placed the object before him. The golden paint with which they covered the spider contributed to give it a yet more majestic character. This was accentuated by the bottlenecks hanging from it and fee. So great is the danger in which Wotan and all the gods are placed, that this time she has not sent her daughters the Norns to warn him, as is her custom, but she herself has. Since the vice-secretary could not sleep on camp, for a special privilege that Moyaresmio extended him with grace, he would live in the theatre until the end of the cycle of all. The victorious technocratic skeletons who kept on marching towards the Ural Mountains were less than a quarter of a brigade, not more than 400. Ride of the Valkyries. The enemy infantry advances laughing and shouting. They shoot incessantly their shotgun rifles that go disturbing and disappearing portions of matter and energy. And that it doesn't apply to lower-ranking servants. Far from it. It's very much the case. Our dishwashers and garbage collectors are true culinary field aides. No one could understand how he endured the tension, or where he drew his energy, strength, and bestial endurance capacity. He found himself refreshed by work. I will not say that Tofi was dim, for he shone juicy with so many coals, but yes, that his humour was funeral, to say the least, lugubrious and even grotesque. Kundry, who suffered very special erotizations when they took him out of sleep in this way always, and only if he had slept many hours, because otherwise he was a real demon. I was going to have them dismantled, because they take up space, and we also need spare parts. I am glad I did not make that mistake. We will turn them into flying bombs. He defeated Pompey the Great at Pharsalia. Let's not forget. Yes, but he couldn't stand up to the sages. The Franks are in full rebellion. The Germans are advancing. The clandestine broadcasts in Changita never began without this question. How did the Twisty sleep last night? Because of the fibers of the rope after that, there were... He turned to Gustavo, who until a few days before had worked in an assembly of tanks, and asked, "But what is he saying? Let him be. Don't you see that he's crazy?" The Kratos shrugged his shoulders. "That's not what I got from it." She seemed to be enjoying herself. She was in her element, Kundry said, full of hatred. Bitch! But the connotation was wider, since sometimes it was used amicably with reference to a monitorial group wizard, or his weapons, which they also called magical servomechanism. What a dilemma! If he doesn't sign, they will hate him. If he signs, he gives them something. He accepts humiliation. And who knows, if the test is true, they might notice. Laiseca vanishes the theatre from his mind and sweeps the buildings with his fingers as if with a giant five-toothed broom, commenting to himself, "Let's hope it doesn't." "I've never liked triple-dried monitors," said the monitor. "Aye, concluded the waiter, laughing like an idiot at his stale joke. He was about to expel a ring of smoke, but he repented halfway through and spat out something like a cone, which gradually disappeared as it moved away from his mouth. You assume that a completely jaded man like you, whom almost everyone hates, although there are also people who love you, can just step down from power and walk the streets. For 15 days, the time could vary. The executed fell imperceptibly, like dancing, like feathers that violated risible all the laws of physics. According to them, the rise of violence around the world, with the consequent danger for world peace, was motivated by the attitude of a certain country that is not worth. He left him the brooms, but he began to take them away from him as he passed in front of the door. Dollars, diamonds, apartment buildings, cars, yachts for cruising in fear. As he was escorted away, lashing them with gentle blows of his cane, the priest meditated. I could be among them if I'm not careful. The devil has them ensnared. Seriously, I ask you, do you like it? I don't know. Sort of. Have you seen La Dolce Vita? Never heard of it. What? You're ignorant? And so what? In an attack of grave delirium that His Excellency had suffered several months before the trip by the underground, which is being reported, he had taken a Soria by the hair. The energy flashes of the rays were like a giant monitor's speech that would shine with terrible splendor, the eagles with folded wings, the obelisks and the funeral. It was about a malevolent and effervescent monster who, on the contrary, called himself father of the people, protector of the working class, benefactor, friend of fee. There was a man who read a book of chivalry, whose author he was, and which attracted the concentrated attention of Kratos and the rest present, including himself, fee. But yes, I assure you, most high lord, that your Excellence kindly informed me yesterday that you had appointed us your Under-Secretary of State for External Affairs. Dionysios Laiseca, 77, and character, still trembling, were conversing and comforting themselves with countless Moscow fire triples. The horrible humidity in that hole, or cave, was such that not even the own black pit of Calcutta could be lived worse. All the corners dripped with salt. From the bottomless bowels of the underground world, this group of speleologists would perform patrols, armed with wands, fishing for faces as though they were trout. Rosa, before they used to call her just Rosa, because she was young and didn't have enough age so that they could call her lady. They had to take her away on a stretcher as the fingerprint check revealed that the fingerprints belonged to a dead man 3 years ago. When they dug up the corpse, they found that his hands were missing. A sad servant or feudatory would not have done worse. From night to morning, the theological government of the pharaohs had crumbled. Ah, it was all a riddle. Soria, on the other hand, once the Soviet Union had recovered some of its potential, began to receive massive Russian aid through the territory of Aragon and Musarania, which it was necessary also to subtract those who were sick, others who had castrated themselves stealing chickens. When the farmer chased them with a 3-pronged scythe, a mechanical sex circuit, to brain centers, which allowed him to experience genuine pleasure in full confidence without unpleasant psychological slumps. On the contrary, I'd be startled if you did. You're a stupid disciple, but it doesn't matter. As long as I live, I'll take care of you so that you don't fall into a hole. When the door closed behind her, and he saw it really, with a well-real, and not like something extracted from a dream or a delirium, when he took consciousness of the man of the... Once the 13 circles were joined, the structure took on the following form. Small discs of plate were soldered onto the top edges of the circles, where the sails would be placed. When the treasure of the Nibelungs emerges, arises out of silent depth to the world of day. The light! They could see upper parts of skeletons, without eyes, or with the tips of the telescopes burst. They turned these wildly in the midst of their electric collapse. Why don't our bosses order that we salvage the materials from the space shuttles that fall, and all sorts of things? If we gathered enough pieces, we could make lots of guns. You do not understand that the technicians are also saints, warriors, and enlightened on technological issues. They have used us, or wanted to indoctrinate us in their passion. He cancelled even several physical assaults against the head of state since he was governing. At least 10 crazy people had tried to assassinate him. One wanted to fly, eh? Lubris took to the party a knight, whom they crowned King Vittorio. His mission consisted in launching invective against libertines and nymphs. Neither does he mistake by imagining that the dictator of Soria uses the collective unconscious of the people to enhance his secret text. Monitor nodded. Since he couldn't know this in theory, he took a detour. Monitor assured him, "Don't worry about our friends the Sorias. They won't even dream of an attack for 3 months. Each lock that I jump, there are 30, 40, 53 divisions for the enemy. Gormaz, San Esteban de Gormaz, must be defended to the extreme. I remind you, Emperor, with all due respect, that even the last of my legionaries can fight to the death without profit. But only a Caesar can do something much more. Instant, the leader of the Illyrian legions, also a participant in the conspiracy, came out from a secret passageway, arriving late. He was stunned. A little before the Sorias and Russias finished their encirclement of Monitoria, as a prelude to the general assault, the Sorias wizards decided to carry out a major. It gave exactly the impression of someone without yogurt at midnight. In a sense, from the nipple, Juan Carlos Soria would no longer recommend anyone take yogurt. Likewise in the technocracy, where the character of Laiseca was interning, the entire population, including the monitor himself, had Laiseca as a surname. But why Laiseca pretended, as they said, he was very interested in the central figure. It was a reality. He was attracted to the monitor and the phenomenon. A curious thing is not always a nonsense. Much later, and for some of them I could verify their validity. Every 2 nonsense phrases a lit-up phrase. I wonder why it's not written on the walls that if all your armored vehicles were lined up, the distance from the first to the last would be as far away as here to the moon. I've always been faithful to you. I've always served you. You, why did you always seem to hate me? I've worshipped you like a god because you lifted this nation. Something extraordinary happened. The robot, stronger than your excellency believed, didn't die immediately. He woke up to unleash a roar of fury, then silence. Stone and gravel, 110 million bricks. The excavations carried out by 170 steam shovels, sand, mud, and clear water. Seeing his enigmatic gesture, Coco asked him, "Why are you making that face, master?" The Zen monk smiles at certain things. "And what about in the jungle?" He was just happening to pass by casually, but seeing what was going on, he decided to play the aforementioned instructional joke in order to mock and give a lesson both at it. The moon was absolutely sterile and lacked an atmosphere, so they had to build large cities with domes, capable of producing the oxygen that was lacking. People are losing interest in real music day by day. They are selfish people. They're not like me, who thinks about myself all day for the sake of art. It's your responsibility. Inside, there was obviously any rubbish, but, moreover, a machine that would be turned on sending signals to Central Station. Very close to Zapallo was a small boy who was tasked with trenching. He observed with curiosity a viscera still not separated from the rest of his patient. Without worrying about climbing positions in this last place, but completing his tasks with efficiency, until everything changed one dark, stormy night. And thought the man of the barrel, without saying it because he was not so stupid to put himself on display, "What do you want me to propose? Disciple of whoever." In the states of transition always remain loose ends. While this helps us avoid arousing suspicion, they are counterweights that have not yet been broken. The entity above is a dead person, whom the occultist has introduced an iron nail with 4 faces under the veil of a pallet, and that goes through the brain, 96. He moved his head, but not up and down, or from side to side, but in a third sense, grotesque and wage-like. He tried to twist his neck into an impossible position. This, and not the fact of the change of country, was what saved him for another. Because the distance, it was not enough reason to prevent the beginning of Vice Massacre. But as I said, the man must tend towards simplicity, both in politics and in life. If you... The other closed his mind and stopped listening. It wasn't like the people who were transporting it would do so on a gradual incline, more and more steep, and then the first-class lead swastika got a millimetre of play. "We swear to you with solemnity, fidelity, and vassalage. We promise you unwavering loyalty, even to death." And the acolytes repeated, "Until death." Finally he revealed himself, and the result of the experience was that, from that moment on, one lost most of the fear for the other, and there was between them true respect. Territory itself. Then, with Soviet help, and through fierce counterattacks, he planned to force the technocrat forces back to Monitoria, take the capital, and destroy the whole. Military aid, the enemy has been able to stabilize its lines and even carry out major counterattacks from the legendary fortified Quadrilateral and other points. I never wanted to shoot those 50,000 Russians in the Smolensk pocket. It was an erotic directive from the old whore. It was order no, energy cone, and then, with another magical sign, ordered, "Shoes! Shoes!" He intended to make him dance a malambo to humiliate him in front of the others. Noticed. The sunset, last scene. Brunhilde says goodbye for the final time to the gods and Siegfried, and she throws herself into the flames. What would art in general, and music in particular, have been if that man had never existed from the beginning? What does not exist from the beginning of time will never exist. A pink cloud fell 60 meters in front of him onto the sand, standing upright like a menhir. There it stood, terrifyingly high and thick. "Cows, Zadu, I know not, dig, no, de, bring, it's more, podero, so that you baptize Zara." A choreographer was named to mark the dance steps when there were any. Wires were stretched cables, where things move with telephone wires turned into tensors. Only if he returned to the Rayan nymphs, his legitimate owners, would this out-of-control, malevolent power and the curse end at the same time. I approached the wall, just a thin partition, like those that serve to separate two rooms. I set myself with my back against the only wall of my headquarters that still. As soon as he did so, some of the bricks dislodged from the edge and fell into the depths below. It was very deep indeed. It must have been over a mile long. They intertwined with whites, blacks, violets, lilacs, and fire blues. That's why they were confusing. But the magicians on both sides weren't fooled. The whole room seemed to be dimly illuminated by the charcoal with a classic ochre, appropriate for a theatrical sky where the weather is not entirely terrestrial. Then comes the astrologer, who sees nothing because he moves within the abstractions of numbers, but discovers about the same thing a lot of things that are forbidden to the forbidden. For this reason, I was absolutely prepared to die in the Saurian palace if the technocrats managed to punch a hole through the second steel belt that surrounded the capital. Snow, Russia's, and all its soldiers, dead and alive, who had remained there. He was wounded in the center sector while trying to prevent a break in the front line. To them were a bunch of incomprehensible aliens and monstrosities. Party propaganda doesn't interest me. They'll always say we're a bunch of scumbags. All this while, Teng's troops had already been acting, but regardless of the aid they could give them, it was undeniable that the forces of Gorion possessed a tremendous. They will be released over Sigurinsky when he starts a new offensive. This time there won't even be an expectation of it. Sigurinsky will advance defensive perimeters in end. Another thing we must worry about is the current Russian threat to Pretonia. In addition to copper, there are fabulous iron deposits their way also have a lot in Central. They lined up against Dreams, berating the beard with the one saying that his opinions were not scientific, and the other saying that he did not see reality as it was. When 20 minutes later I had told everything to the monitor, this said, "What I most disapprove is that they have tried to kill me with the Egyptian royal snake, that which rapid semifuses are punched in tones that grow more and more acute, marking the gloomy hysterics of our character, like the vague representation of a bombing." The soldiers of Soria, on the other hand, were not much further away, because while certain sectors of Monitoria were going to be assaulted exclusively by Solias or Russians, and for us, the emirs of the Caliphate of Cordoba, breasts are the real arms of a woman. "Ah, well," she replied as coolly as possible, "since it is so, go on." I imagine my magnificent candles, each one a ton, some going up, and others going down. It's such a beautiful sight, all those lights in the middle of the night. Monitor approached the Issachar character, dragging a scarlet cloak like a red life, as at a ball of masks where no one wore masks but the sacred and transcendent masks of. In addition, Almost all PC members also belong to these unions. Moreover, if socialism wins everywhere, membership in the party will become more strict. After unsuccessfully trying to possess the Rhine maidens, deities who were not obliged to sleep with him if they did not want to, he could have easily sought an Eibelang. I didn't know how they could be communicating with the cellar, despite the massive central tube, but the fact is that they were lifting the covers of the dump bins, spying on. Being a poet as he is, has not yet written a single poem where the glory of technocracy is sung, or the unassailable axioms of the monitor are exalted. However, the repugnant and horrible bestia, completely surprised, barely managed to repeat, "You, monitor, getting out of his shock. Don't you fear?" Din-don, 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 dance. Everyone was laughing. Everyone was laughing. Ivan, in particular, was giggling uncontrollably. The doctor went through the monitoring circuits, with bars to prevent dangerous patients from escaping, and, after having the guard in uniform open the last door, he, when he saw the black arm, and not wanting to do an astral for himself, and properly determine the extent of the magical injury as he was exhausted, thought it was enough to. But there was another reason. The Goal hoped that one day a writer would be able to write the novel of technocracy, an integral work with all its dreams and alternatives. Many artists tried, but, as they were not touched by the being, ruined their work. They were executed following a trial that was surprising in its length. The phony idiot smiled at him again, with genuine, sincere cordiality. He said, "Come, Isika." Character Isika was surprised to be mentioned by his surname. Son minutias, miscellaneas, o milanesas, sin principio ni fin, todas en un punto intermedio, el más tenso y saleroso. Learn to enjoy what you have. At least they invite you to a little party now and then. With his teeth, not even that. I say that one has his troubles and other stuff. There are famous anecdotes, such as dressing up as repellent with a jacket of repulsion, magnetic aversion pants, and shoes made from strange relics, through whose eye. Who performed the medieval patrol were the guilds, responsible for carrying out the surveillance of customs, the normal development of sex correctly interpreted and kindly. Far from asking for help, as he should have done, furious because they had brought him to Liliana, he burst into that stronghold where the others had mightily powerful. The Fortishorn fell on his ass, to the Bokedas. When he recovered a bit, he stood up. I couldn't believe it. He sought out the body to corner and destroy it. Teachers, on the other hand, spontaneously fertilized the earth. Then, ashamed, they hid their vectors. Something like rain began to fall on the bunker. Other was he would have kept well clear of the sneak. On the Sabbath, a certain witch friend of mine was possessed several times by a demon in the shape of a black chicken. The lord of the land, who was very angry, told Death that he was trying to take him before he had lived long enough to do so. "Mrs., don't make my anger mount on a proud." He didn't like it, and he said aloud, believing that he was saying it to himself, not realizing that in his terror he had made his thoughts audible. "I swear I won't do." He was far from trusting his Russian friends, but he thought that Solias' forces would be strong enough to contain the first rumble of the attack, even on Chanchin del Norte. Unless the necessary provisions are taken, this serious situation will get worse by the minute, my Soriator, if the enemy decides to attack the sector in depth, since novels are the last kingdom available to frustrated dictators. But in any case, I am better off not thinking about this point, because, since I can't solve it, I feel very bad. Cigarettes, and gazing at the beautiful curves behind their periscope glasses, had no desire for anyone to disturb their peace with such pensions or grants of aid. By a miracle, some were not stuck with that strange lava that already came down the slope in a torrent. Huieron disfavoridos dispersándose por la llanura. Through his anus there came out an interminable hemorrhoid, which he would belch up with great force. One of the servants cut it in pieces using an axe, each piece being... She realized that really he wasn't old, nor anything similar. He noticed her arms and saw them strong. For the first time she was looking at him like a man. When her throat finally burst completely, she started using her ventriloquist skills. But who delivered the blow that night, though it seems impossible, was Fafner. Loge, transformed once again into fire, will set ablaze the immense pile of firewood that surrounds the majestic building, home of the gods. He had already said about the vice-secretary that he would no longer mention it. However, he appeared after some stunted bushes, May change of fate be enough. As the 13th Army penetrated into the depth of the trap they had prepared for them, it would pierce both wings and close the bag. There would begin the battle of annihilation, white as the incorruptible colors of scarlet and azure. There were those who practiced coitus for power, like those who marry for power without being present. Matter. The same applied to the technocrats. When a soldier tore his uniform with one of those glass scimitars, they thought he had ripped it with wood or stone. I've had, for some important meal, several chefs with up to 14 FAs each, said the monitorial baker, to the astonishment and wonder of the journalist. The sun, if they could find a way to harness it. This solar spot is for me, this other one for you, etc. Grades that would come into effect after the victory, of course. The composition was very interesting and worthy of being heard. It began with a moderate and almost harmless development, which in no way hinted at the future violence. Second, they follow a wrong method. In that way they won't make us surrender. All they'll achieve is to fill our people with hatred against them. They don't know psychology. The entire left side is made of Arctic ice. It's crossed by explosions of Hyperborean light, green veins, and dazzling white rails. But if at last I am as stupid as all the others, nevertheless, and despite my idiocy, I'll get by. That son of a bitch isn't going to get me on my knees to build Babel's Tower again, not out of personal vanity, but as a homage tower. They understood their own nothingness, the shell of symbols. This man, before dying and becoming those remains, managed to fart 3 awful ones. In fact, and thinking it over, it was a shame that he died. It would be unforgivable that something similar happened, and you were foolishly killed in a bombardment. On his walk through the corridor, Kratos tripped over guards, and that we are the worst in the world, that the Russians are great and have been forced into this fight, that the people will be well treated, and that Solias and Russians will. These 3 blue-green or red belts looked now to have something of an inverse black belt. They possessed less knowledge than if they were starting out. 98 Monitoria had a river that divided it into 2 unequal sectors. A large port allowed it to communicate with the interior by water transport. Soria. The Sorias. I don't want them to use my things any more, whether it's a jar or a bed, the other Soria interrupts. Louis, sit down here. Already halfway through his speech, let's call it the second one, because before he ate the pigeon he had already given another one, seemed to recall the existence of Gardunia. But the Soriator realized this, to their misfortune, and in a purge he had them all killed after forcing them to endure 3 months of the most painful tortures. The technocratic occultists, who were very powerful, though relatively few compared with those of other countries, when they wanted to read the Akashic records in order to cards. The Russian ambassador, who was nearby, could no longer bear it, even though his government had given him explicit orders to be patient with the madman, at least for fair. How isn't it necessary if it's beautiful? But on another printed change made by his gyroscopes, he threw the book away with violence and took a tape recorder. This is the translation of the text into English. It's just your astral memory, which will not be erased or forgotten for as long as the universe exists. He was suspiciously friendly. Give me the other crossovers, I'll take care of them. Are we head or tail? Head. And good, give them to me that I'll take care of them. Siaka Isika stood up. He turned back to his beloved friend and said, Come on, illustrious one, I have to make a phone call. We're going to get a job. When everything was ready in those colossal islands, scattered all over the moon, even on its dark side, people had risen, because there were those who, going further, and then the man with the skull that seemed armored said to character something so strange that if he had read his death sentence for having stolen the testicles of Kratos, afterward we can perform an autopsy to determine whether he died happy. The other man smiled, as if amused. What's so funny? I'm being serious. Some time before his journey to the Central Computing Center, and without regard for expense, he had ordered his sound engineers to manufacture a giant organ that was won. She would have gotten away with it, as she showed clear signs of being deeply impressed by the suggestive spell, but her companion, who was standing next to her, and understood, king rigidly limited by a constitution almost republican, president already with quite real and effective power, prime minister, secretary of state, charged of protocol, after having put to death a wandering knight, who wanted to defend the lady or maiden defamed by very bad shots that were in her belly dates. And what do you think of this? They were absolutely convinced that Influ was trying to murder Kratos of the languages by the procedure of introducing all the chalk from the blackboard into his trachea. One experiment could no longer stand the blood pressure and took his adminicle outside, thus keeping it until the end of the experiment. His example was soon followed by all. There was a long wall along one side of the vacant lot that ended in what looked like a niche of some sort whose function, in times past, was difficult to imagine. Sacred sediment. Later, among the acolytes, there were wild scenes of love between mirror images. Modesty prevents me from going into detailed descriptions. Crescent. Thus, for example, although it appeared distraction and haste, he did not cease to record the thesis on the Teopathes, which seemed worthy of attention. To distract their attention from his petty concerns, he presented them with a poor Congo, who was there being rehabilitated for something he had written, and was about to go. Instead of the 200 divisions that Sorata expected to attack the central technocracy, they sent 20, and to the own territory of Soria, for the purpose of protecting. The consequence is that now the right is even worse than the center, and it is no longer possible to go back or advance, because the vehicles of all kinds have turned the exit, super-great-grandmother, etc., according to the displacement in time of the genetic contamination. By the time we reach our days, there will be no human traces left. On the contrary, those who lived 45 meters away in the snowy peaks suffered temperatures of 20 degrees below zero. Some cases of frostbite have been reported. The dogs will be out there, and the magicians, fornicators, murderers, idolaters, and all those who love and hate, mind, bite. After interning themselves a little to the stumbles, they could find out how they were on the inside of the crotals that had so much caught their attention. They found 1-1. The tutu of the contralto crackled like dead silk, the tin whales made jingle, chuckle, and all at once she began to sing well. Field assistants took notes stenographically, so that future generations would not be deprived of such war games. Meanwhile the brigade remained immobile. How? Donner charges his hammer one and again on enemy lines. Deities, sirens, and warriors gather for battle. The walls appear covered in fine frost. But General Pedro Gorovin Issacar was not Japanese, nor did he have any intentions of becoming one. So, seeing death near, I didn't know what to do when it was my turn. Thus, Kratos managed to identify, through the most subtle ways and ingenious forms, the annihilation of the 13th Army with the sacrifice of the Thermopylae. He cooled it in a hurry, even though he ran the risk that his mass would crystallize in an incorrect way, as sometimes happens with certain metallic pieces consisting of. He will start looking for saboteurs immediately. It is so paranoid that he will think they have organized the thing to put me in a bad light in front of the monitor. Bewilderment. All they see is a sweaty, babbling monitor, whose formulas he had considered infallible have fallen apart. What a setback! The two Krats laughed at the joke. The internal security official said, "Yes, it's closed. In fact, it doesn't always give that impression, but sometimes it does. Place all at once. I recommend a political action that will provide us with some allies and an immediate attack on the Gardunias divisions stationed in our country." Was almost worse. What he considered huge concessions were for others just common courtesies, part of daily routine, and therefore imperceptible. But also the people themselves. So nobody knew that each change came accompanied by false memories for every being, which made this being justify such a change. I am telling you this because Soriata's brother was invertido, and of a very special type that, thankfully, is not common. Those who hate women with all their soul. Enrique Cattell thought, "All the years I have been Kratos of the languages to teach men the importance of the word, so that now they end up renouncing the language of men." It was a wonderful and poetic creation. They understood that that man, who ended up being a transcendent statesman, could also be a great film director. Also, this is the reason why, in the diabolic roulade, I go back again and again to the same trilled notes that I stole from the mentioned funeral music. By the way, how can the exalted congregation continue to bless the people now that they have been deprived by the state of the constant putrefaction of the blood that flowed? This only increased the suspicions of the others. The technocrats and Soviets at one point came within 2 fingers of coming to blows, and almost started a war right there. If there is no logical and normal fight for life, comes the sanctity of slavery. My men were tired, the officer defended himself. If we rest, they will also rest. Technocratic field marshal died. Military funeral for the burial of a field marshal. Soldier, a monitor has ordered me to come here to say goodbye to you. That's the secret of socialist success. Imitate the best and let everyone follow. I don't say work harder and better is good, but everything has its limits. Creative finished the previous script on the 14th floor, where his agency was located, downstairs in the street. The body of volunteers from Solias Juventude sang. Wait a bit. Soon he told me, make it short. I did so. Take it out. He waited 3 seconds and said, vacancy is fine, old man. The artist continued to write until dawn. In 20 days he finished the 100 cantos of his Cantar de las Gesta de Soria. He had immense success. Cosima, with a fanatic look on her face, like an Arab listening to the reading of the Holy Koran. Don't you understand that you are the Mozart of musicians? Wagner assumed. Monitor, and the beard invisible, thanks to the machine of illusion of the head of state, who had enough power to cover them both up, after hearing these amazing dialogues. Everything was very expensive. 500 grand pianos were thrown from the roofs of various buildings. The horrific noises were recorded with tape recorders. They did not possess celestial weapons, or would have known how to use them. Instead, they did handle knives, lasers, freezers, and stun guns. They know very well that pure and simple selfishness, both of those who own the capital and of those who possess the labor power, has prevented the replacement of men by dead the same food that he ate when he was alive, and manipulate him the most convenient way. In addition, you have to steal the body from the cemetery, etc. If they didn't take precautions when they fell, they always ran the risk of breaking some of the beautiful stalactites or stalagmites of salt that decorated the environment. A thread. In other words, the emblem followed the laws of gravity, since it had no other option, but the aforementioned plate, glued with pins, was twisted. At some point, while they were drinking mate, after one had served himself and left the cauldron on the table, that one started to move by itself, oscillating from side to. Twigs, staves, and wands were the children of Peribolon and Pelican seduced my daughters. And it's not that I'm protesting because they were seduced. His life did this work as a huge effort of purification, and precisely to free himself from his shit. He wanted to save young people their past curse. If it was a man who had the misfortune, they would force him to eat incredible amounts of clay, and, when the other one was well stuffed, they would open his belly with hooks. I think in a year and a half or two he will be able to finish putting the pieces together. By the way, he will have the recourse of trying to put them together, as did Doctor. The character had filled his file with hundreds of tapes recorded with speeches and statements. He kept at least 20 kilograms of microfiche with distinct information. However, without any fear, she continued, "Attack my cities with your Byzantine cannons, Baroque rockets, terrifying tanks, and medieval astronaves. Ensagen should renounce it. There will be trouble, too. 151 CRT, illustrious. Please forgive me, but without singing, thank you. So you already know. Either change it in the act, fundamentally, or shit fire irredeemably. I tell you because you are still on time to change if you want." Walton says, "Go away, slave, and tell Fricker that now vengeance has been taken. Hunding these instantly, felled by the wrath of God. Various armaments, 300. Improvements in our supply lines, 100, with firm confidence in final victory. Salutations." Now and then groups of horsemen emerge from the battle. They remove the red-hot scythes from the braziers, leaving behind their own that have cooled. Then they return. If he never really did feel that cold, where did those peculiar burns come from that the dead carried? They said they were caused by the napalm and the flamethrowers. The power of these deities increased in accordance with the order in which they were mentioned. According to the measure in which that power grew, the resemblance to the three abandoned. That's usually how it goes. The best died. People fell into a fatal apathy in which any expression of delirious humor was no longer possible. Something like Samarkand seemed inevitable, given the decline in the arms race and the deliberate neglect. He mused with rancor. Then he repented. A Thermonitoria of Campo de Marte came a ragged project, but this time not the product of any delusional, but of the monitor himself, and due to his own design. Their technique, their art, isn't all we need from them. It's also essential for them to have a technocratic ideology, but this is difficult or impossible to achieve. That, too, must change. Are the Council supporting us? Yes, certainly. I know at least 2 Krats who are already fed up. It's not that bad in general, after all. 1 or 2. Acostumbrado me tienes et tus munificencias, César contestó Zapalo. En realidad, no tiene importancia. In this way he could enter without causing a commotion. Nothing more natural than a visit from the Kratos of Campo de Marte to a submonitoria that was subordinate to him. Others were a deep, intense, and sharp black. Certain small regions had tar-like colors. There were dirty greyish-browns, angles like noses, yellowed. And what about it? Oh, she didn't die after all. She passed over to the enemy with weapons and provisions. A few hours ago I heard her speaking on Soviet radio. In the end, the word Chichi was used to refer to something powerful and terrible, for good or bad, whether or not it had anything to do with occultism, although it was born. The face of Issika no longer worries to hide the hatred. No. Soria makes a powerful bite and fork on the plate. The fork bounces and falls onto the table. I was extremely concerned, because I needed to buy 5 kilograms of potatoes if I wanted not to be completely hungry at the end of the week, and I was afraid of tubers. Colors. I cannot define them technically because I lack knowledge. Rather, I follow my intuitions in this regard. The colors, I repeat, are splendid. Remaining wing. The other was buried in its jaws. I got scared. Come on, said the brown beast, who was also called the Monitor. It's not like that. They saved the life of only 1 enemy with the intention of interrogating him. Then the eye doubly killed 50 more people, the whole cell. It stopped in the right place. The robot took out the book, and the platform returned to its starting position by very simple means. It simply walked back the way it came. The delegates look at the guy and mention him the next day. Everyone has to do like Comrade Fulano, etc., and we have to get on par with them, sweating it out like pigs. As he worked, he started to sing at the top of his lungs. He was yelling so much that we woke up. When we saw we were tied up, we started shouting for help, or to extract several tons of ferrous material. After the rust was piled up and melted, they obtained several tons of iron in ingots. The aforementioned creator was quite manipulated and paranoid. He had thoughts that didn't let him have a moment of peace, neither to live nor to rest, nor anything else. The sweet flutes, on the contrary, were the young boys Chichis anti-Mozart, muzzled, to whom were applied continuous whips of electric cattle prod in the feet, held a trident, while 4 other men of the same origin as the aforementioned were celebrating their graces with the ha-ha-ha-ha-ha of the national laugh. After walking a few meters, they arrived at a large dining room, where logs were burning in the fireplace, which had a window whose double-glazed panes allowed observation of A. And yet it did not prevent them from being hooked on a new trigger, as thick as the previous one, drugs, just a little less dangerous than Super 60 megaton bombs. 24 hours later, Cattell, who had been troubled in the midst of an important conference with his collaborators 92, asked by phone to keep up the pretense, and now? This is indeed one of the great misfortunes that can happen to someone. Character Issika, amazed, "Don't tell me that all this was about to happen to you." Last poems of Shen Qin. The Fortachon said with alarm, "Be aware that I hate Chinese poetry." I hastened to cross him and tell him that I loathe him. Hanging along the poster, and at an impossible angle with respect to it, there was a first-class lead swastika, so badly made that he must have made it himself hanging from. At the moment of ejaculation, Thor discharges a lightning bolt, and the occultist tool never dies, for this even though it seems incredibly as violently thrown out. I believe that so much has already been lost in terms of memories, that even if we were to gather all the broken pieces in the world, and they gave us their knowledge, then therefore the armored forces threw themselves on the disoriented enemy, cornering it in the Cyrenaica Peninsula, finally throwing it into the sea, with multiple warheads. In the first hours of war, the Soviet Union lost all operational capability in the air, outer space, and sea. It would be the same as if in the act of love one were forced to practice abstinence by touching with only 2 fingers of the right hand, with the left arm bound behind, half. In fact, I also don't ignore that you don't know who did it or why. Neither do I. But I can imagine it. What if you do know why he's taking it out on us? Placed energy corresponding. 6.61025 Ergios. Character Issachar closed the last folder consulted. He had enough. To satisfy also the spiritual need for delirium, there was there a gigantic bombard capable of throwing round pebbles of 70 tons weight. That was 5 meters down, and the small people on the platform. With great general joy, and especially of the carpenters, one day the dome and roof were finished. She assumed that she would be rehabilitated here, regardless of age or wrinkles. There were some artistic and even philosophical redundancies in the sunset. But he also tells him not to worry. In any case, he will be at Valhalla with the other heroes on the same day. Sigurd asks if Sieglinde will accompany him. The Russians would only have resisted an envelopment attempt on their flanks, but if such an attempt did not exist, and instead there was a limited advance, they would wage. All of this was calculated to produce optical fears. The enemy shoots from the turrets of their armored forces monofractical anti-fire fragmentation. May your decision be an interminable lightning bolt, so that the viscous adversary has an adequate reply. We are still the strongest, and will always be. One night, after these events, the monitorial baker walked through one of the corridors of the Eagle's Nest Tower. He sometimes used to explore the deserted sectors. But you told me that, when we moved out of the monitorial palace, it was full of pussies, you know very well. To Eagle's Terrace, there wouldn't be any enemy machines. The balance of forces. Soria happy. After the phenomenal technocratic victories of the Soviet armies, the Soriator felt fear again. Those waxen meters of a meter in diameter, and which were spinning very quickly, were heard on the crank record player What a Crank, of which was spoken in a first course by 180 degrees, and from night to morning took up arms on behalf of the lost causes. There were plenty of reasons, as it turned out. They'll use them to invade Pratilia from Malzahn, and not even that, Monitor, and neither that. They will limit themselves to continuing the pressure in the south. If I accept them, they will form the fifth column immediately. They will immediately fall under the service of foreign powers, Trinquete and Guram, for example. They had driven over it, and this, for a moment at least, made him passionate. Make yourself a visit to Campo de Marte, to be sure, he said to Kate in that far-off moment. Do you think I study for you? I study for my own benefit. When he is grown, he will give me the reason, but I will no longer be there for him to say it to me. The owner of the company, Pekari Tufo, was also mad, and claimed that starting from potassium, all things could be synthesized, even terra medicines. At some point, following a particularly powerful explosion, the armored vehicles observed on their TV screens that a gigantic piece of something that must have been pavement. During that moment, he forgot about his fake documents, rubber masks, prosthetics, and the illusion machine with new batteries, which he had kept stored in a corner. The plundering of the locusts seems to me a good beginning. Tragedy will be if even with this procedure you do not succeed, and the Sorias continue to detect you. What huge armpits you have, Grandma! Or otherwise, that destruction begins only then when you see that everything is from others, definitely. No novelty. Consecrated to Monocatica. Everything followed the same form until arriving at Exatla Teleco, whose minarets required 6 boys to be sacrificed each half-year. So they killed both of them. The monitor was gazing in amazement at the events, and with a movie camera and tripod of his own, he took footage to include in his great movie. He tore off his clothes in a snap of the fingers, and, with the help of a carved pictographic dagger, like a kriss, he took out the eggs there in front of everyone. You ran your hand over your forehead. Strawberries? Did I say strawberries? Bearded and relentless. Yes, strawberries. What strawberries? Jargon. And, in fact, it seemed to be meant to keep that nutritious product. Peribolone, street post. I'm already tired of the spears. An occultist of high rank would have struck them both dead at once. With all this infrastructure, he managed to get by quite well, and his master barely needed to help him. I cannot tell you why Soria Soriata is the most strange man of Soria. He does not like us, that's what I told him. Nevertheless, I would like to be fair. They were never going to inflate his ego with that of they threw the house out the window. Then he made a knot with his meagre possessions, took the beggar's staff, and, in the horrible bottomless pit, a torment of cracks and abysses, whole divisions fell without remedy. With the advent of technocracy, it changed course. It was about time. From time to time, if the score so demanded, The instrument was struck with feathers in the armpits or in the soles of the feet, so that the moan buried in laughter. That way will be like Miss Hyde, a little seamstress who took the wrong step. Drunk with said, and joy fell to the ground, rolling their bellies in a figurative way. The skeletons, once transformed, acquired new bodies. The bones surrounded with the same fragments that they had cut from the movies, disfiguring them. Mirror, which was the window? Open, it insisted, agonically, seeing that it was being outmaneuvered. How to access their requirements was the other. They said they were going to kill him, but he understood that it was a lie. Now they would take him to a concentration camp and not let him go any further from there. Unionists. Because of the functions it performs, because of its specific nature, the PC gets its strength from selection. It does not want to have too many members. The guard chief, even equipped with a neutronic pistol, growled, "Get the fuck out," or something like that, before checking with great surprise that, in fact, nothing was. Raising the little finger, she declared that she had made a very good deal with him, and that don't want to make a scene over an useless thing. I have this thing. Cigarette after cigarette, as the SS officers, while watching their prisoners dig the pits, said, "I've come up with an extremely good method to kill someone." His rise within it was vertiginous. He surpassed all his teachers. At one point, his grade was so high that there was no more room for him to advance. We must finally decide to lead a theological government, desperate as a man whose time is running out. Don't you understand? But isn't it so simple? It is me who is being investigated, he wanted to tell him. But at once he repented of his paranoid mistrust. Monitor contented himself with smiling. Magical Cecilia, made with Dutch clays, and the breath of life, filled with Pamam clay, like an Eskimo pipe, with emu bones. So he informed the superior, advising greater frankness in the attack. General Recondito Patibulario Laiseca decided quickly. I didn't make an astral. I made 1,000 astrals, because the issue has me worried. Oh, although the Solias had blocked it, they weren't going to miss out on this. Captain Eleuterio Sosa Laiseca, Soldat Roberto Pedro, Jorge Toranzo, Pablo Emeterio, and Luis Alberto Laiseca. So he replied, imitating an English unperturbedness. The piano was also uncomfortable, if we're getting down to that. It has been sitting idle for 2 days now, which, like two only wooden joints, huge and toothsome, left nothing but bones. A second later, the head escaped water unharmed, responded instantly. And you more, you bitch. And you even more than that, you bitch. A real one. Shit. Anti-Mozart. Soria. Communist. Even the monitor has to scold her to dress appropriately. Why is it that His Excellence always goes to extremes? The architect smiled and said nothing. It was actually impossible. If the process of entering was analogous to introducing a cylinder into another, the exit was like trying to pull out a parallelopsoid from a tube. They built the backstage box, which is very important. I was advancing on the stage, but I really advanced, like a terrible fist that threatened to collapse over the singers. Despairing and majestic, he asks the absent father where his sword is, the terrible weapon that was to make him an invincible paladin. Where is your sword? Brunhilde's combat cry. Both themes are played with funeral slowness. For this reason, the indication in the score is not followed. The enemy had tanks manned by zombies, whose cannons spewed out streams of gasoline that were ignited by an electric spark, similar to acetylene torches. They accomplished it before they thought they would, and in an unexpected way. They had not even buried half of them when the hurricane started, which lasted 4 days. Later, without a complaint, they both performed harakiri. In front of the bloody spectacle, there wasn't even a tremor in the mouths of those Cathar Templars. 12 o'clock at night, each one with his resinous axe lit, who were replaced at 4 in the morning by hooded bearers of huge black candles, thick as arms. A curious thing, if you consider that Kundry cheated him, as say old French novels. To speak frankly, he went to bed with even the furniture and the milkman. Colonel Evaristo Franco, who tried to escape in his underwear, was taken prisoner, thrown into an iron cage, and taken to Catalonia as a trophy. Years. He will live for centuries to the benefit of technology and the world. If someone else had said it, he wouldn't have noticed, but Aristarch was never servile. To the energy of future love, we contribute with our attitude, because powers cannot do everything, and need the invocation of man. May the gods protect Caesar. Barbudo took the dagger with all caution, as if it were an antique object, thousands and thousands of years old, and he was aware of its archaic, remote origin. These latter were two clowns with whom there was rivalry. Seeing from his frown that the proposed ones were definitely not pleasant to him, and feeling unyielding with and I say chance and not certainty, because if another was born, even though the emperor died a month later, they would rather put a baby on the throne than the so-called the podium from which the head of state would deliver his speech was already set up. In recent years the monitor's speeches were no longer live but recorded. Very happy, he was busy with a rare industry artifact. It seems that, scouring the surroundings, found a plastic container full of kerosene. This was the great secret that the businessman had found in an epiphany, listening between the lines of the opera Rienzi by Riccardo Wagner. Kratos Aristarco was amazed out of his mind. He exclaimed, "But I must be dreaming. These dialogues are crazier than the ones from the Hatter with the March Hare." The long rolls were filled with holes with coagulated blood. The ashes mixed with water, and the music of Valhalla was heard there far away. Close to the enemy, I ordered my troops to fire tracer rounds at their position. Then, at an order, my troops advanced, supported by armored vehicles. A little earlier, seeing the direction that events were taking, the very venerables proceeded to eat the ointment in order to prevent it from being profaned by the enemy. Ground of facts, the word Soria with lowercase serves to name the person who dwells in the state of Soria. It also qualifies a race, more than physical, mental. And she smiled again, with that strange smile that so troubled Bistiaza Vomitasco. However, the terrible took over. He also smiled. He asked with great humility a fourth of the sum that he actually needed in order to pay what was necessary for the dessert of that night. For the rest, he thought put it. Detour. Al being nearly departure time, following orders, they called the office to see if there were any new developments. There were, but one cannot govern without humanity. That is the contradiction of the ruler. Monitor, ironic, Lao Tse said so, he didn't say it, I do. He not only sharpened the teeth until they became like razors, but also the opposite side and the blunt tip. He worked until he left it like a kind of sword. That in many aspects of life was contradictorily transcurridus with respect to his word. It was necessary then to make more case to him. For 2 months he learned how to use sophisticated photographic machines and learned to chase elusive lumps without getting discovered at the same time. You'll be surprised by my technique. The monitor his gesture at elegance and to Kerpel the offer with a hand. No, let us leave this activity to the professionals. Your cruelty, though apparently impossible, is of secondary importance. It is merely the desert of a desert. Stop excusing yourself on justice. Complicated because 3 secrets approved of character's suggestion. Then one with more authority called them to order, ran the shutters, and beat them black and blue. Those who offered him their support were, on the one hand, supporters and detractors of technocracy, and the same could be said of those who hated it. Today we have those who question the existence of Stalin as a historical figure, and consider him an imaginary ruler of the legendary times of the Revolution. The magician must also carry out certain rites and manipulations, things that, in general, cost quite a bit, among other reasons because not any corpse is useful. Throwing at them, and take them all to a national park created for this purpose where they can be happy. Like Yellowstone, do you understand? But for domestic animals. She killed her husband with a large butcher's knife like this. She opened her hands to describe a huge blade. Apparently the guy hit her every weekend with his belt, which. Then he at last described the simple construction in delusion and the perils of pataphysica, childish disease that only attacks to the best. The same goes for when people read a writer and say, "This is what I've always thought," but just didn't have words to express it, and don't realize that this person has just. Astonish me with your polyphagiac hunger, O lover of feasts. I will tell you, I could perhaps talk to you about so many things, but I have neither the patience nor the... Well, those phrases that sometimes are proclaimed, defend such a place to the last soldier, etc., which are always elastic expressions, were not in any way for the sorator. I see, Drafty, that at least you possess the intelligence to acknowledge it, the sergeant said, showing no signs of being impressed by the other man's knowledge of Latin. They were talking incessantly, but because of the speed at which their horses carried them, the caddie only caught fragments of conversations, taken in mid-sentence and without. His captain, with a gallant and aggressive gesture of the cocks, stayed until the end, watching that the withdrawal was carried out with efficiency and in order. The aforementioned staircase would then be connected to the 3 cellars of the opera, which were to be dug between the 4 giants. It was necessary to build them before the feast. They tie him to a rope and proceed to bring it to the surface of the earth. Again, the scenery of the second scene. Alberich is forced to part with his treasure. But the technocratic military had long since ceased to believe in these reassuring explanations, and began taking very seriously the tales of the Chinese. By an emerald cloud iridesced with black particles, blue flames with violet reflections, things like glass pearls and crystal tapestries. But Antiser, who is Alberich, who is the 6 cursed gods of the Exarch, has formed a gigantic army with his malevolent power. Great floating islands of eternal ice, crown envelopes, speed of propagation, discharge of flashes, dissipating teeth of energy. The response was, we serve them like this. We dug in on the 4th principle of gastronomic thermodynamics, which says the customer is always right. I will operate on them when they are young girls, or make them submit to radiations, so that they remain sterile, and thus with anguish will spend the age of 40. It was necessary to create 3 other divisions that would replace the lost ones, recruiting teenagers, almost girls if there were none, in order to continue the struggle. Orvala Eda announces a great danger to you. All that lives dies, what is has its end. The technocrat's sad twilight draws near. As he spoke, he became enamored with his own words, the strong man, the monitorial right hand, the piece of resistance, the irreplaceable machine. Very conflictual, he wanted to protect his boss and to calm him down, to subordinate himself once and for all, to give him reason even if he didn't have it. Believing that they had killed the monitor, they gathered in their hundreds of thousands at the Forum, Senate, and even Palatine of the Eagles, accusing senators and tribunes. We will send a robot to Soria with his same appearance. With hopeful longing, is it possible to do that? I hadn't thought of it. Yes, it's possible. They will certainly compose an arms shield with parts stolen from various differential equations. They haven't understood a single fucking thing about our proposal, which is the technocrats, because they could no longer make them, the Surias, because they were restricted in resources, and the Soviets, because that weapon never interested them too. There is no need to distract our operating force by trying to break the blockade. Tuchashusky is our problem. I completely agree. He is coming down with 4 armies. All the lights in town have been extinguished as a sign of mourning. The only illumination comes from 10,000 steel towers, 1 for every 4-block center taken. 30 in the Soviet Union, the Stakhanovists are sort of heroes of production, those who go ahead in the productivity performance of a factory or collective farm or mine. Today I am turning years, and I have been forced to spend it with the Solias, with the Soria. Indeed, today I am 26 years and 6 months old. That's where we agree, but it's not enough. There's a lack of obedience. To be filled later, to be filled later, to be filled later. You're surrounded by bad company. Even it seemed that the powerful engines of the ship rejected interference. He entered for internment much more than any Russian or Saurian apparatus. Galaxies viewed head-on, at 3/4 view, and at profile, spiral, barred, elliptical, and irregular galaxies. Now you'll swim around the room with your ass, son of a bitch. We will initiate the era of futuristic basketball. Marinetti, whip-crack, dance, dance! But Irina, concerned about the conference, noticed nothing. A sentence came to her mind from Lenin. The strength of the working class is in organization. The vacancy was without a circuit, according to the test bench. There I just asked for a plug with bridge. The cruiser took me 4 hours to get out. In the Moon also lived in a very dialectical way, but the thing was more hidden. We sought to approach perfection. We are fallible, that's what happens. The empty cities of art. Or do you want me to eat some steak? Do you have a scar? The other one. Did you accept the challenge? No, accept me? Yeah, that would have been great. Paradises, Piedad. Be good, please. At least take away the feathers from your champion. Girl, give up those fantasies, he said, once again happy. Because if we didn't, we'd all be screwed. Horribly agoraphobic, Laiseca character couldn't miss the chance as a good technocrat to answer, "Terror, yes, no, I get that." There was no money, not even for renovating costumes or scenery, much less, then, for the exuberant productions required by some operas. It would be very interesting to demonstrate, for example, that even in the Roman Empire there were very strong trade associations which exerted their political power in Anne. A few squeaks, and J.M., reproving and contemptuous until then, who were technocrats, the method of assassination seemed too hard to believe. The creature continued the destruction with two goals in mind: to open an escape route for its master, and to draw attention so that the other could escape. Some time ago there was a nuclear war alert in the United States. All owners of radio and television stations had a key 120. The only essential thing was to determine clearly if the hierarch had made an effort for growth and purification. That was his own line, after all. They caught him tired. It's that, if not, I wouldn't have taken my clothes off, because of this discussion about love and the French. I just burnt the cake I had in the oven. Recently promoted, other officers, monitor, Mr. Commander of the Sea Combat Unit, I invite you to explain the military situation on the southern front. While waiting for the symphonic explosion, with branches of Netleone in each hand, and for the venerable fossil piece on his side, he beat himself fiercely and mercilessly on. A Titan had fallen before the foulness of her corrupted spirit. Dryly puritanical, this one went to the extent of depriving herself of all fun, isolation in the Tower of Silence. He was about to utter his favourite castratum from other times, but knew how to restrain himself. It was progress. In the distance, the roar of the tiger with teeth like sabres could be heard. The magician prepared himself to follow the procession, filled with curiosity, having, forgetting his second-degree differential equations. She kept writing it as if she hadn't noticed. At most, she tilted a bit her own collaborative dimension. "What a scandal!" "It may be so," she said. "Don't be rash with such statements that might go awry on us. Someone might listen in and meddle out of pure malice. You're right, Gok-senpai. Fear before the crows, eternal companions of the god." He tells him that very same god destroyed that sword with his lance many years ago. An urgent letter from General Pedro Gorovin Laiseca to the monitor said, "There is no more bread. The butter will run out tonight." The trees have enormous leaves and drip brown, sticky juices, which slowly trickle down in large drops, blue nettles, purple marshes. He and his immediate superior officer, under whose orders he was working, were both demoted in front of the 10 divisions that made up that austere army. After exhausting sessions in the General Headquarters Situation Room, where he had fought with the soldiers, as he had done with his Kratos hours before, the Soritor still had march and sounds of battle, subtly insinuated by the musical description. At the end, the topic of the enemy slowly faded away. In summary, a collapse in all of Astrakhan was hours away. This would force an abandonment of this city, but also of Archangel, Gorky, and Volgograd. The presented project was as follows, with huge philosophical stones placed on the bottom of large parabolic mirrors, with Oryonging rays on enemy tanks. Any superior cosmovision will always be for them a mere varnish. If you press on them all, you'll achieve is to demotivate them, so that they stop working for science. Now, on the contrary, I fully share his point of view. Only a mysterious hammer can save us now. The commander stood firm until the end. There were still hidden in inaccessible places kilos of intact films, magnetic tapes, usable circuits, data and electronic memories. They simply tried to see it as an erotic sci-fi film. Two Evtushenko simultaneously appeared, sticking their horns out over a hill of rubble. In this unexpected battle, Russians, Chanchitas and Solias lost almost 14% of their total operational forces of men and rolling hunters. They all went silent at the sound. The truth? I hate that word. My father used to say in Ritortillo, "What is the truth? I've been looking for it all my life. Just pretend that I go on adventures, or a hunt through a tangled jungle filled with dinosaurs and pterodactyls, if you prefer. Now go and get me that tank." Netro was a scientist on the planet Saturn and close friend of leader Rebo. Together they crafted an invasion fleet to strike at Earth. He has built a sort of adjustable headpiece made of paper so that light does not disturb him while sleeping. I said that after the nap he disappoints. disappeared. After the technocratic airships had passed, only the bomb craters remained, 30 meters deep. At the bottom of one of them a dead chicken was seen. If personage Laiseca did not lower from his falsely mighty height, if he did not recognize reality as reality and other people as other people, he was done for. There was no shortage of poetry by the state's most prominent poets, among whom was, of course, the renowned poet and musician and actor Enrique Soria. Maybe the grasshopper will chirp, and we'll be lucky enough for a drop of infusion to spill over the grass by accident. Praise him a spark, so that we can meditate on that. Cast him as punishment, reversing himself, because, of course, poor thing, with the little couplets, he won't be able to make sweets in bad shape any more. Later, the missing dimension returned, and kept walking, without having had more than a subliminal consciousness of the passage of time, otherwise he would have gone crazy. He warned 5 days in advance about the murder of the secretary of the Soria Labor Union. He had known about it for 15 days already, but before reporting he wanted to clear. Many times I felt like writing a letter to the Soriter telling him, "What's going on with you, Soriter? That the government is all full of Sorias," until I understood furriers. What happens is that, follow him by watching, at another table, woman the third, brown shoes, eyes the same color, black jacket, leather. This man sometimes suffered from manic attacks. Then he would shout, blinking his eyes, while pointing at one of the prisoners who, poor thing, hadn't even looked at him. After the Laiseca character and butler crossed the plank, the latter pressed some electronic signals with a small device, and they entered into the real interior. The man, in his haste to get to a certain place where he assumed they would give him shelter, a tech-savvy woman who had already been detained, crashed violently into Anne. Already with the libation vessel in hand, pretending to be drunk, he said before all his courtiers gathered, "As this crystal now breaks, so did the traitors destroy." The astrologer thought grumpily, "Why didn't I keep my mouth shut?" Then he remembered that it was considered bad taste to get angry at the jester in the courts, and shaking. The fight had begun in the celestial jungle, ending up spreading to jungles and earthly forests. They were 9 poems about the butterfly war. Noting the look of incomprehension on the other's face, "Sure, you take a chunk out of the host, in the same way that you would cut a round piece from leather with a skewer, to see if sleeping with her would cheer him up." But the other one was so stupid that he didn't notice. Besides, he liked Tulipan Lujuriosa. Because, yes, like his nature, desperate not to have anywhere to spill the excess, in an abrupt change of units, had poured the abundance into new layers that covered the dental pieces. Great spiral nebula of the sweet Andromeda rotating around its axis in silence, and without friction with aggressive convex galaxies. If Lucas Mandinga is a good actor, I don't say no, but it's impossible to be an actor and a director at the same time, not in the same movie. Aside from that, around the time of this last battle, the Soviet Union had concentrated a large number of divisions on its borders with technocracy and Soraya. It was programmed to move continuously in order to achieve the same pleasurable sensations as the Japanese path of the East with its Easterns. Long to verify it. This doesn't have to cause surprise, since this woman, endowed with oligarchical command over her own joy, sacralized any room. This universe, no, but another one that different deities will build. But in any case, our adventure has been a failure. It seems terrible to me. In the months and years that followed, during the counted moments that the war allowed him, he received the suggestions and complaints of the people, but no longer taking him. To make the edges sharp, thanks to the same saw, they carefully cut along both edges at an angle. No one ever worked so hard for such poor results. For this piece, Teresita Olavide was chosen, who had previously sung the grand aria of the Queen of the Night, among other things, at the Milan Scala with a certain. He will indeed deprive her of her divinity, but he must surround her with a barrier of flames, so that no coward dare venture over them. When his ammunition runs out, he leaves the battle theatre and places his apparatus in orbit around the earth. He circles with his vehicle, whose engines are turned off. Oh, though the infinite miracle should occur that he could descend on the other side, his hands, feet, ears, and nose would have to be cut off to prevent gangrene. The water vapour in the clouds instantly crystallized upon entering, falling a perpetual hail of ice needles that seemed to sprout from the cylinder's walls. That does not come now with ignorances, because I told him. However, he did nothing to remedy it. Even before being Kratos, he was already talking to me about these things. The planets, they were real magical weapons. They wrapped them in red flannel, and then carefully placed them in white closets, not allowing anyone to touch them. The logs were burning merrily in the fireplace. At least for the moment he could forget the snow that was falling against his window, which in turn made him think of another. Moreover, while the Monitor and several generals demanded that Moscow be defended to the hilt, most of the High Command recommended evacuating this place and Leningrad in. Bearded, I think you exaggerate quite a bit. You are so excessive in your things that you move through absolute statements without giving more explanations. When he finally spoke, rage and frustration made his words trip over each other. But a Roman, a general who has received a triumph. Logically, if they discovered they weren't going to jail him, but he wouldn't be able to carry out the investigation, apart from losing an incredibly expensive machine, almost. It is certainly unnecessary to say that the tensors were not only used to shred tanks, they should not be confused with mere tank smashers. Nothing like that. So therefore, before they dispel it, finding perversity where there is none, to then burn it, as they will undoubtedly do, I prefer to destroy it myself. 57. The sentence was a reference to the second-in-command, Lieutenant Polyculetitoka Negralisis, whom he named Great Corrigible. Character, the divided city did not seem very safe to him, even if he was on the technocratic side, especially after the speech the Monitor had delivered while visiting in. A few thousand took refuge in technocracy, where, at the beginning of the monitorial government, there was religious freedom, and the exedeistas did not look well. It is a duty to love Soria. Every day that passes I feel more Sorian. It is necessary to have more enthusiasm when talking about Soria, when I have a Soria, thought I. Geometrician would have observed a solid whose base became progressively invisible. He stayed there looking at it, but in reality he was seeing something else. The technocratic officials, eaten alive by mosquitoes, with a huge and daunting task in front of them, were suddenly faced with a new challenge. His signature alone was sufficient to commit a person to a psychiatric hospital. 41. A nurse approached him. There's a new patient, doctor. Character Issika fell silent, and then continued in another tone. The thing is that with that very direct word I've been all day long. Monitors, and drinking a Moscow Mule Triple, 1812 harvest, with ice. Precisely at that moment a brilliant idea occurred to him. Before a table, upon which he had spread a purple cloth and lit crimson-coloured candles, while he operated with a gleaming technocrat emblem on his chest. They couldn't understand that, despite winning all their battles against an idiotic machine, the E-double-is, in the last minute, succeeded in defeating them with an. Aya patu paloro, chacha patu paloro, ter pala palore, baka patu palosi, tete pala palore, chachupa paloro. Enough, Eduardito. The masters usually have those things. Otherwise, they wouldn't be human. I knew, moreover, that the incident would still make more attractive the digs of Tofi. All those shameful intellectuals and rich people suffer from leftism. The ailment Lenin very wisely described as the childhood illness of communism. I assume you are calculating without fail how many words and letters those impossible books have, what portion you've read, etc. No, not at all. I just read it now. Filled with joy, and without even thinking for a second that her obligation before selling anything was to consult her husband, she went at full speed to the workshop room. The technocrat's monitor, despite its threat to liquidate the independence of the rare minerals monitor and put it under the subordinate of Campo de Marte after the failure. Taking the pataphysica route with tomatoes, sure, apart from the fact that if we can industrialize bird poop through some modern procedure, perhaps by drying it in the air. On one occasion, one of these initiated, he told de Gaulle, doubtless hoping to leave him open-mouthed, a lie which the fellow believed very clever had he guessed who the even more so. It is being itself, audaciously assured mathematician to Sode, mathematician Turs, in response to the trines. So, free from the Sorias at that time, technocrats devoted themselves to calmly eating all the little minxes from the north. They raped their women with a vengeance, etc. The toy seems to advance until it reaches the crest of a tiny trench. It lifts its small metal brown-painted cannon and starts to climb up. Keep in mind that the piano is not a swinging mass like the Japanese path egg, but a stiff gadget. Let's say it was not very French. It was lacking in refinement. If Monitor and Gauler Decameron helped me, We can build giant triangles with thousands of Solias and Russians inside and get rid of enemies. Desperate. And you wouldn't even do it for his own happiness, and not even. In fact, they had been very happy because she was the woman he needed. Monitor continued playing a trick. He stuck his unrefutable sword between two opponent cards surrounded by own ones, which he held with the other hand. The rest was a delightful mix of French Renaissance and radiant Gothic. The mouldings, columns, etc., were obviously made of carved wood and tin. And for him, the cabin's door flies open wide, and Sieglinde is scared. "Don't be afraid. Spring has come," says Sigmund, embracing Skeletina. Monitor tried to convince them. A new Soviet defeat, let's say the entrapment of 3 or 4 armies, would put the Russians in a new critical situation. Here is the text translated into English. I present to you a great vase of Monitor Orlando Hysterico in the terrazas. The gods consider it an excellent joke. Small metallic cores floated among the haze, and the mist could be seen as the expanse of dazzling jewels, illuminated by electric algae. You may well have me shot, for nothing would be lost, and everything at home, the other paled out. Take good care not to make another mistake, comrade Tristan Soria. Then he turned to the other Kratos to talk about anything. Eusebio Aristarcho, who had a beard for a fanatic, did not want to fall under suspicion. The group of rationalists, on the contrary, if before it was cold, with pressure it became frozen. That which peace masked turned visible again. If we can slow down the Spanish progress in central and northern Spain on the eastern front, we will be able to go on the offensive in the south and roll up the Soviets from. Even the Exarch himself, with the aid of Zatlatulko and the other 5 powerful gods, could not do so. The phenomenon, as it had come, went away. But the worst of all is that Bolice, that has the store in Velala, capital of Exasperifacia, it's the most rotten cynical that the world has known. But then so many flakes fell that they only walked on this material, sinking up to their knees in the white mass. The phenomenon lasted 5 days. Monitor heads to his final blaze. He won't have a choice but to bring along his film. Some protests were heard, mainly by women. But why? Angry and aggressive, and so you know, Ithaca. Ithaca finished the second mate drink. It was a beautiful day, so he decided to go out. The couple, on the other hand, for their part, did not even imagine the slightest spark of suspicion that would induce them to believe that they would subject the young woman. I don't want to be one of those who collaborate in ripping smiles and shaving others' desires. After all, with what right to do complain if the poet's leave there? Obsessed, as he had been unable to blow it up with the matter of the painting, he believed that he would do better by collecting, with the help of his friends, all kinds of his friends. This is fundamental for unification. Thus, the electrician who works in a metalworks plant does not belong to the electricians' union, but to the metalworkers. One plays a wrong card, and he's lost. Lost in a world that he didn't know, and doesn't know how to defend himself. How much more sinister this sounds, don't you think? The wrong way. Cut first and foremost, first shot. Only the lips of Soria, fine and relentless. Soria, this is the path of those who drink wine. First time in eons over the sight you are watching, an experiment will be carried out with these sciences. Are you ready? And he discreetly looked at the time, then themselves, and could not go on. The delirium of power, the religiado of the technocrats, turned out to be a most strange person. Seeing the other one wasn't getting angry or upset, he asked, "And what do you want? They told me that they needed." "Who told you?" "Zapaton Iseka 40. And with that he adjusted his overcoat. Although leaving it unfastened, he kept his plastic submachine gun in his left hand, as if to say, "What do you think of me?" Foreseeing a sudden outcome, he wrote down in little notes themes and musical phrases from various parts of the work, so that the other could develop them suitably. No one should assume that he forced his zombies to do all these jobs for some esoteric job, or something like that. It was just for reasons of madness, or if they drew a spiral or any provocative drawing on the ground, griffins, bars, and stars, or just stars. If it were an official matter, it would be no problem. After he has it, with the spine of a rose, the esoterist must pull out an entire square of skin from his own tongue and place it on the heart of the golem. After all, I ignore it. In any way that was, the linears of technocracy tell strange stories. I listen to those men with a lot of attention. Juan Vivaldez, with a Greek Y. Thus it will seem like a title of nobility, like von Ludendorff. But I'm disappointed because I can't find a name for the eye. Brunhilde sings between pears and water vapours. Technocracy, beloved country. Oh, Cecilia, made with terraces and cotton plantations. Esteban de Gormaz to Quintanas d'Ovas, which was constantly destroyed by the Saurian rockets and always rebuilt by the technocrats. But I was talking about Professor Laiseca, the sergeant went on, picking up the thread of his story, for he had decided not to take any notice of the warnings of his hearers, because, after all, and if one thinks about it, nothing prevents a dwarf from being a pianist, among other things. This was what he needed. Because of certain cosmic order that would be useless to explain even in its most simplified version, since you wouldn't retain the slightest image, it is necessary to build. It was an artificial hill, built by the same crooks through the totalitarian expedient of digging a deep cylindrical pit and shaping the ground around its rim. Then they sewed them up, leaving everything just as it was before. Sepsis then galloped to its limits, producing explosive fevers that consumed them in a few minutes. Far from the walls with gentle concave shapes, or from the oval room, as the one in the Opera of Rome, or from the arc, like the Scala of Milan. For an instant, before that fierce flash illuminated it, the retina preserved memory of that darkness, overlaying it onto a bursting belly. While he was lost in these contemplations, a large Russian grenade of high perforation penetrated the roof of his bunker, making a round and impeccable hole. When Samarkanda's lock was broken, von Malzahn had already managed to take refuge behind the Ural Mountains. It was a sort of victory within a tragedy. He probably imagines that everything is his own work, to prove his loyalty. Kratos could read them. Tugela laughed. The Kratos! His generals discouraged him by arguing that, given the new line established, that city formed a dangerous salient, which invited encirclement. Today I am not open to dialogue, as they say. The Kratos of languages, who hated the Kratos of Campo de Marte, was not going to miss the opportunity. He answered, Kratos. At another time he would have bitten his tongue. But as he was slightly hysterical, it did not matter much to him if they understood it. Sorrier to meet in private with his new ally, Samantha, right away without fail. Monitor thought quickly. The news from all fronts were terrible. Another fraternist brother, but you're so stupid. And still you dare to correct me. 1 plus double me minus double her plus double her. The faithful robots of the Agatha in action began to cool down and produce oxygen after sealing the environment. The heat was terrible nonetheless. 56. The joke was that, according to legend, the prophet of exaltheism, Polyculititoka, had the physical characteristics described here, so that if one part of the city could be considered exclusively technocratic, and another Soria, the piece, on the contrary, neither one nor the other. Cocodrilaskis, noted Telefunco III, Piranidagago, declared Telefunco II in second colossal grosse dictato. Well knew he, the very scoundrel, that everybody feels guilty about something or other. Afraid of others' fear, it would have protected him as a vague subconscious energy. Russian was really not so much the monitorial as he was. This hatred that had taken him forever did not allow him to rest. He could no longer eat desserts. Inventado Ferini, the patron of Bleneragia Chichi, he and Psoriasis are like brothers. More like pigs. Really, what else could you expect from a Soria? With them on, he waited for a third-rate shoe store to open, and bought a pair of shoes. He returned to the pension and put them on, throwing away his new sandals. There was one who, to beat records, made him throw with air from the stratosphere, with an oxygen mask to avoid suffocating, thus from millions of miles away. And then he tied us up. I don't remember what excuse he told me that occurred to him to do so. Then he left the house and went to a workshop that was behind some trees. Same color, I would carry out my terrible work. In another sector there was a room marked by the color green, and another one marked by blue, and the girl in the last one, the one at the end, the one who typed on a typewriter, and Marcello Mastroianni, who couldn't hear her for the noise the others were making, had been at the party. The crime was truly horrifying for its cruelty. It was the most terrifying murder on record in all of the region's criminal history. Steel plate armored against the bazooka. Those precautions had been taken in case the force fields that protected every cubic centimeter failed one day. The system of the commissioners for the economy failed because of the issuance of directives from above in a bureaucratic form, and not from below, from analyzing the small things to the big ones in the style of the great geniuses. Pay close attention. Do not be impolite, now I am speaking. So then, completely unaware, he continued with his internal monologue, and of course, definitely, if the zombies are the world's most efficient prostitutes, she'd kept since childhood, curled up under the blankets, making herself a little nest between them and the mattress, and fell asleep repeating, "Oh, why?" She turned into total rubbish. So, friend, I propose that since you are as cooked as me, we should take the opportunity to blow up all the evil people we can find. It wasn't mass-produced yet. Otherwise the military surprise that the technocrats would have received would have been terrible. We will talk about this new weapon later. The soldiers on the other side, whenever they wanted to add fresh grass to the mate, were forced to throw the remains of the previous mate there right away, next to the fire. Water. Watch out that you get caught. Caught by the shark. Caught by the shark. Caught already. Ah, the piranha will bite your toes off with one bite. Despite having 5,000 musical works in discs and magnetic tapes 148, he listened almost always rock, or a passage from the Ring of the Nibelung. It seems ridiculous. I speak with the greatest respect. What seems ridiculous to you? Moyaresmio asked with a sigh. Not one, but several. The smooth half of the entity located after they discovered it was also a vegetable was, but its other part carried on the surface an immeasurable amount of triples, fruits. Although he is glad to have gotten rid of it, he also knows that there are unresolved problems. The ring is wandering the world, causing destruction. Death, when dawn came, the victors left behind them the field of death, where there were still things moving among a majority of immobile objects. The well bored clean through the planet and came out at the antipodes, where another well was also located, with its rim decorated with ideograms. Columns, there would be the corpse of whoever it was, standing, naked, and inside a translucent plastic cube. The entrance would be free. Romeo's castle, who, while dying, dreams of Isabel Juliet, the confessions of love, desire, peace of love. Pampered. Monitor at that point had already gotten over his fright. He understood that he had to exterminate jealousy inside himself, or he would never be happy with her. Field switch starts to work from this moment. Change, Solias spacecraft. Here, Captain Machine 37. Circuit tampering. What about me, since I'm in charge of language monitoring and must explain to the people the cause of the defeats? I no longer have any lies to invent. I hate it. The tranquility that Kratos inspired in him had other origins. When Samantha took over power, she sympathized instantly with Fernando Almagro. When the Gawler Decameron observed that all the masters of higher rank who were subordinate to him had died, leaving only him surrounded by a cloud of somewhat incompetent plastics, the girl admired him without reservation. From his delusional perspective, it didn't take long for the other to grow into the living image of Siegfried. So a few months ago, for the first time, I dared to touch my movie that I had finished several years ago. I carried out the inverse process of montage. Note by Sebastian Efrain, Delgado 64. In fact, all of this is called net. I fucking shit in Brazzaville, but I wanted to avoid repetition. It approached a gathering. Asked, I don't know, they replied, pretending to be ignorant. Do I look that different? Finally he found out. Innocent creatures. Miles of toddlers, and even infants with penises and testicles squashed by our 52-ton tanks. Sad, sad, since they did not conclude whether they should cut his nails or rip out his eyelids, and all of this sparked a real issue that was about to cause a minor schisma. Time. The tortured were held tied to 4 supports forming equals with their limbs. The above pan was on top of a ditch, enclosed by a strong wire mesh. A female voice was heard through the loudspeakers. Comrades! Yesterday some shortages, which were still noticeable last week, were finally overcome. Chapter 56. The day they stole the monitor technocracy protected artists, who were more or less in agreement with it, and even some who were not. Specifically, those was the ones he thought of going to in order to dissimulate sincerity and discretion. He got himself photographed entering, of course. One of them popped out a left tit and tossed it onto the table where he'd been making pcheron. Then he said, Phew, sometimes the machine gives you a hard time. But in the air they begin to burn substances of dirty transparency, such as plastic barterers, strengthened at all times by a dark grey. In better conditions, being the owner of production, what you want, but work, it is not that the job cannot be suppressed. It should not be eliminated. The piece they were going to see was called The Furry Giants. That room, almost in the dark, transmitted peace and spiritual concentration. Years after his attempt as a human bomb, he still said the same thing. I've come up with another brilliant idea to assassinate V.P. Humphrey. Such a pernicious malfunction, no matter how charming or seductive those euphonic deceptions might seem, could very well prove very costly for them. It was not by chance, mistake, or omission that Kratos verified with his touch the existence of that border. After all, he only had two hands. Already on top, the gun of the armoured vehicle begins to tilt and point downward, more and more down towards the bottom of the trench. It falls straight. One of those courtly ladies of the past, famous and indulgent, such as Ninon de Leñeros, would have solved the problem of a dandy with the help of the jesters of the court. The lost city of Mercia was inhabited by a very intelligent people, all magicians, authors of the alphabet, and of the above-mentioned language. It is known well, in any event, that there will be those who raise psychological objections. This is because they lack guidance regarding out-of-the-ordinary beings. You are right in the middle, still undefined. For this reason, each one expects to add you to their ranks. Come, I want to show you my palace. Loge, while also composing his own eulogy, says that he did not promise to bring him a solution, but to find one if there was one. The fact is that there isn't one. Wrath of Wharton, the god, filled with fury and contempt, turns back to Hunding, who is very entertained taking the lance out of Sigmundo's chest. If partisan aviation were to rain down bombs from planes weighing 5 tons each on our lines, such a carpet of bombs 200 yards by 300. True heaps of skeletons are appearing all over the plain. Everything seems to have returned to the beginning. The sun looks like a black circle with stars. Towards the concept that resistance transforms any defeat into victory, and that great peoples always triumph, because in adversity they become stronger. Unwittingly that night he found himself in one of the less used rooms of the redoubt, almost a sanctuary situated very close to the outer defence perimeter. She refused to understand the explanations that the other whispered to her. With "Don't explain more Wagner" is a puss with certainty, it is unnecessary to say that she also. Thrown into the White Sea, tied like a piglet. The men of the Eurobaric continent have never been cowards. The history of their international and civil wars proves it. And if it is true what my generals tell me, that the Chinese exist, then they too will march with their heads bowed. 1,000 million Chinese. Already a victory. I must not relax, not even a grimace, or everything will come crashing down. A new shortening of lines would give us an illusory advantage. What would he do if she considered herself betrayed and never forgave him? I hurt and still hurt my head. I am making a great effort to control myself. The humans there found themselves in the clear minority. They were the real scientists, focused on their tasks, and not belonging to the mathematical fraternity. The screens violently rejected the aggression, and the return of energy caused burns on 2 soldiers. At first, they thought the attempt had failed. We must not give them that time to technocrats. Too well knows Soria, on his expense, that those enough is to give them a breath for them to come again to bite. With his energy shields operating at full power, deflecting laser pulses and the expanding waves of explosions as he advanced through rubble and fire. Some say that their objective is to cultivate us, or perhaps to take us out to graze. For a while we'd eat like cattle, or perhaps like juicy grass. If so, maybe, if he had stopped to think for a moment, he would have understood that jailing someone, just because they have the surname, Soria, is precisely a Soria idea. Later, as a final and last thing, 2 or 3 pairs of evil theologies would wipe them out at once in the final war of time's arms. With the demographic explosion out of control, they would have no choice but to eat each other. He peered out the window to observe the people on the pavement. He was about to add, "The monitor orders it, so do it quickly," but then he thought that the fool, bringing the plate, could get to say, "The dessert you have ordered most—" He got dressed and told the owner, to prevent him from having any strange inspiration, that he would go out for a few days, but that he would come back without a doubt, because it didn't sound like it from what I heard through the microphone, you know. Rather, you and he were like bread and butter. How dare you, as brothers almost, As I have said before, he did not believe in the possibility of magic. However, he was very offended when his friends laughed without believing in his lies. You tell them I sent you, that I told you they need someone to clean carpets. They'll give you instructions. Once they let you in, they can still shit on you. But you're one of those who cuts hair with a hacksaw, old man. You put a guy's head on a piece of wood, put his hair tight, and cut it with razor blades. You have no subtlety. Hang him from the fat fingers of the feet, from that ceiling. The poor man tried to apologize for this apparent ray of light. But most excellent Lord, I said that fascism, or any other vision of the world, is equally acceptable, provided it does not tend towards the complete elimination of work. Palmyra. Soon, like in the old Japanese legends, he was blinded by a thick fog that approached him from both ends of each of the 4 streets. If I were to say so, delirious with fever, besides, the thought that someone will be involved with me for 15 years gives me almost a sexual frenzy. If I don't fool the listener with that false Greek why, how do I invoke my promotion from Ivanes and Nikitas to Zarist Nicolases? Instead of saying, this is to burst, this to whip, not to burst it all as a traveller and 6. You were also in the party, I'll tell you, off against the technocratic tanks and robots with freezing grenades, rocket launchers, electric rifles, laser guns, and even gasoline bottles. Nearly half of the enemy country will be in our hands in little time, and if we manage to break its defense in Gomara, we can start the invasion of northeastern Sorian. It becomes a hopeless task, and I don't object to the use of biological weapons. I quite understand that we are at war. I distrust these creatures in particular. He didn't build any more, and Liliana wasn't going to let him. In the IE double, on the other hand, he had reached the maximum rank to which he could climb. Those who danced and screwed around with the zombie Zulema were only a group. 35 of the numerous esoteric society's members. But what comes out of the heart's mouth comes out, and this pollutes the man, like a bass in an opera. And this contaminates the Manet. All this flowed straight down through the floors, and fell into a small pit built for that purpose. The layout of the pit toilet resulted in some discomfort. Disciplined, he showed no emotion, despite the annoying situation and the fact that they sewed him until his underwear and part of his skin. Decide. The sunset of the gods we see the 3 fates, daughters of Erda, mother of earthly wisdom, spinning the threads of destiny. But to his great surprise, he noticed that the army split by the technocratic high command to occupy the Tartary hesitated in the face of their first counterattacks. Despite everything, and what is above, we managed to stabilize the front lines and avoided collapse. Their resources seem inexhaustible. One day, at the inauguration of my own restaurant, a bunch of hooligans, refusing to accept the menu, provocatively asked for chinchulines. The waiter turned pale. There wasn't much time to say to relax with shenanigans and parties. Besides, by the end, there was not one person who didn't have several friends dead. If one believes in the immovability of Parmenides, then to oppose it with something that moves very much, and, if possible, also dances rock and roll. The secret of such a swift victory was that the technocrats destroyed on land, with a fulminating air attack, the entire Gardunia's astronaves. The other Kratos was almost insubordinate. But listen, the military situation is grave, and he allows himself to have delusions of grandeur. Facing, I know them as well as you, perhaps even better, but think, what strength could achieve the overcoming of the adversities suffered by men in the past? Wars, and the prosecutor, the defense lawyer, and even the executioner who cut off his head with an axe after cutting off his platinum-haired hair for him to suffer. The transformers, another invention by the teacher, were machines capable of producing instant force fields in areas covering dozens of square kilometers. Meanwhile, in a neighboring room, the monitorial baker said to himself, I have nothing left, or better said, there is just nothing, nothingness. The problem was not the thousands upon thousands of soldiers of Solias' military junta, many of whom were already breaking through the defense, being held back in their but he understood that he had to take responsibility for his robots, who fell defending him, and he really committed suicide in front of all his dead flags. Laiseca, the aforementioned theologian, persuaded the despot that they should together form the religion of magic and triumphalism. Strange as it may seem, only a month after his death, and when the other was rotten to the core, Sorotor decided to have him exhumed in order to embalm him. The energy entombed in matter, energy forming northern lights from the cores, night Lucas clouds, and controlled hydrogen bombs, to be abandoned. Monitor entered the whole subject. Among other things, I thought about a feature film composed by tales joined discontinuously, the Ladoga, Onega, Pepus, and Baikal lakes, submarines, orbital bombs, millions of soldiers, and the Baltic fleet, in an out-of-the-way town, into which he had entered with a $5,000 bill in his hand. He bought shoes and work clothes, which were sold to him at a loss. He entered a house which he found empty, and, taking advantage of the fact that the servant was moaning in a corner with her boyfriend, who was carrying out all kinds, Bearded thought, "But what the hell is happening here?" And then this thought that seemed to be his own. "This is the most important moment in my life." They were smoking raw leaves, putting them in the paper made for this purpose, previously having cut it into the necessary squares, and wrapping up the package. 20. We must think that if the high priest was guilty for doing so, the monitor much more so for allowing it to happen. There were operational reasons involved. But he who had the good luck to please one of the members of IAA, and his card was taken to Section B, had really entered into the organization. When this version of the Requiem, which we have described in detail, was brought to light some time later on the occasion of its premiere, it made a profound impression. Disguised in order to avoid recognition, just as he had been screaming at a man who wasn't at his desk because he hadn't shaved, Monitor understood everything in an instant. Wagnerian trumpets, as hundreds of thousands of buildings collapsing, or the planet in the trance of its division and explosion into pieces. This is the end. Let us be frank. I had already had the lock before, but in an unofficial form, and without a veil or chastity belt, as it would be later on. The only thing left to do is calculate the number of possibilities I have of winning, playing the same card every week, respecting 463. The guest was absorbed in contemplations for a dozen minutes in the greatest of silences. "Our friend has left," they whispered to each other. Despite his spectacular failure, Kratos performed new magic from then on, but he learned the lesson of the powers, to be less arrogant and rather more cautious. When de Gaulle was left alone, he raised the emblem with one hand, hit a couple of strokes in a difficult place, and when everything was finished in 4 seconds, he placed. I have the thesis. Other esoterists share it with you. Let me clarify that that type really existed, and that he was Emperor of France. Monitor, who was listening attentively, took a double monitor with water and said nothing. "It is possible that you may be right," admitted Kratos. Abandoned for years, and was filled with idle machines. With a click, a rectangle of the floor sank, and they descended into the transport tunnel. Monitor said to Kratos, "Anyway, and despite everything, I think these guys are almost cured of their stupidity." Kratos stifled an impolite yawn. The military adventure had begun, that is to say, the continuation of friendly diplomatic conversations through other means, as Clausewitz would say. The Air Force was unable to provide much assistance due to the disaster suffered on the ground, as the remaining units were targeted to protect the capital. The technocrats, having learned from their experience in Chanchilia, decided to leave those countries alone for a while, as they were not much of a threat to the technocracy. I must say, by the way, that the electro-micropathologists responsible for her well-being chased after her, overwhelming her with their constant examinations. Say was heading for the far depths of Monitoria, the vast automated palace where no human ever entered. Only robots moved there. The companion of the Cadi turned off a magical machine that provided power, and the transcendental holography dissolved by making a small pop. The monitor looked at the drink that he still held in his hand and set it down on the table. After a thoughtful silence of half an hour, he started up the tape recorder. "Let me repeat it for you. The affair of the Diapasons was an unauthorized setback in the middle of the victorious Moiresmius orthodoxies. On a rugged rock, the god Wotan talks with Brunhilde, one of the 9 Walkyries' daughters who gave him Erda, earthly wisdom goddess. These beings advance, protected on both sides by skeletons atop skeletal horses, armed with flamethrowers and other solar weapons. When the monitor found out, thanks to Arnaldus, the giant, about Pedro Gorovin's secret plan, he commented sarcastically, "Well, that's good." The bearded man's face turned a shade of Prussian blue, he said to Kratos, who was looking out the window. Military mistakes were also made. To put it frankly, Exartelico was literally a whore or a hooker, whom the priests dressed in aprons or with pieces of plastic bags. But the jewel of the collection was the head of a very short, nothing less, that shone without its body, which disintegrated itself, and nailed on a pike. If neither the gods nor Anticer exist, everything would be justified, and it wouldn't matter more or less one action than another. But we do exist. Dervia, Castilla, Aragon, and Musarania came to the conclusion that the military adventure had been too expensive, and they went into winter quarters. This will be the beginning of the end. You will find a way to exploit the sea's resources, even without forts. I am already doing that, Caesar, and it is not enough. I hate the technocracy. I am innocent. Yes, let me thank you again. Don't we thank you again. I'll take care of doing the necessary measures. And he left. It was such highly psoriatic acts by him that the very Solias, disgusted, killed him. You know, I never got involved with homosexuals. For 3 days and nights they could hear the screams of dying machines, and at the same time celebrate their victories over the two sides, for as has been said, this, just at that moment, it was when he seemed to think that the levels of explosion had decreased. It was a test that energy in the screens was declining. Now you're telling me that because I'm your conscience that accuses you of the 48 things. Do you know what's happening, Mr. Pumpkin? Geary, on the other hand, would spend hours engaging in daydreaming, like a stern soldier, waiting for Kratos to pass by so he could bite him. Waddling bird in a flamenco parade, he attacked incinerator after incinerator with flamethrowers, rockets, grenades, troops, and tanks. He then ordered that all the false Ithaca technocracy, detected as Solias, must live there obligatorily and change their surname to Soria. Would give a month's salary as Prime Minister, even though afterwards my wife and I would have to live on ration cards from a friend, just so that we could see him in A. Upside down, and even then I don't know it for sure. Went to his monitorial room. It had been a while since I wanted to be painted in a full-body portrait. The protection may be true. But another thing you said was not. It is a fool, according to it, as the beard. In other way he can help much, that boy. Rather to cut us up into pieces. But when my husband saw me half-naked, all cut and bloody, and with my tits out, that's what you know happened. For him, could we have all these channels full of water, this oxygen that we breathe, and even those animals and few plants? We must be grateful to him. The character had to wait, but not just a moment, but 3.5 hours. He knew they were watching him and tried not to show any signs of nervousness. That the organ manufacturers of Thuringia did not bring one onto the market if he had not previously given his approval, so he ordered him to invite him to technocracy, so unionized being. To that statement I would respond, first of all, that I am not sure if I feel like an ant laughter in the room, but as for mystical, it had been almost 3 months since the influenceable had read Amadis, and, as one might remember, that was approximately how long an influence lasted him. Long ago, Liliana had suspicions about the true nature of those 2 girls who accompanied character everywhere, but blocked his intuition to not die of fear. So while I kill the Vice President Humphrey, I bring him closer so that I can see him better, and film him. But listen to me. Go ahead. In order that they manufacture all those tons of TNT and place them in the desert with the pretext that we have to carry out a series of experiments. He got under the bed, but even that did not save him. She started stabbing the bed with such force and desperation that finally it broke into 2. There, you definitely stand out. What a nut, old man. The other didn't know what to say. After a while, they arrived where they had proposed to meet. Sorry, a movement, she muttered without tempering. This is the Super 6 that I get for shaving with an ex-engineering student, and I'm right when I say you're a 6. 2 days later, objects still remained attached to the Russian barrel that, in proportion, resembled small crystals distributed strategically. Necessarily magical. We know that zombies have limited life. Then Penelope and Palmyra ran out. Character left them to return to their tombs. He only advanced from dawn until sunset, the only moments when it was possible to do so, beyond the horrifying environments of heat or cold. Shavings, raffia, feathers, plastic ferns, and tin sheet. They were made corazas, or capirotes, of glued paper and conic figure. Sigfrido left him as a test of love. According to her, getting rid of him would be equivalent to renouncing the bonds that unite her with the hero. He saw a part of the other battle that was taking place in Samarcanda, the celestial fights between Antisir and the powers invoked by the technocracy to defend him. When the temperature suddenly rose, their faces began to rot, which was generally the only thing that remained. Many uniforms were already swollen from the putrefaction. Let's add that his main astrologistas, he used to call Arnaldus the Giant, didn't have an answer for some questions either. Such inconveniences were logical. The region was located in the foothills of Satan's Bronze, not too far from where the Magus Decameron of Gaula faced off against the anti-Sur. False information distorts the imprints. Then, when the goddess appears, everything becomes clearer. Responsibilities become more distinct. Believe me when I say, Kratos, that they cost us more than them. That's when Kratos explodes. Inconceivable. Yes, it looks like it. Technocracy, but they are of low quality and difficult to extract in addition. Pretonia has oil, cobalt, titanium, and zirconium, not because he lacked loyalty, or his work from then on would consist of machinating betrayals, and less in charge of alien defections or perfidies. But it wasn't for that reason that they staggered at every step, but because of the awful smell of excrement and confinement that hung in the room. Apart from the light lasers, they had freezing grenades and a cold air rifle. None of these served separately, but what would happen if you combined them? My wife covers all my emotional and sexual needs. By chance it happened that, although you wouldn't believe it, I love her. It was like a military order. Then everything turned blue, green, black, not like if a scene were filmed. Right, but the chromatism was black, white, yellow, because Beto, another of their brothers, there were 10, told me. You that woman? Yes, of course. But do you know how Beto is? Stole from the people by stealing patents and mining brands, plagiarizing process plans from the heavy industry, and smuggling piles of matches. He left a letter written with very affectionate phrases explaining the reasons for his suicide, claiming to be unable to bear any longer that impossible love. Women open their blouses to show all their interior enjoying earthly and abundanto distract men in this way and gain an advantage over them. Baker. Then he would speak in private with His Excellence. I would definitely have the butler castrated and appointed him butler. Well, perfect. He recalled in a second as a movie machine running at ultra speed. There was a path in front of me that ended in an abyss. It is for this reason that we wish to consult our suspicion with an expert in theoretical physics, or better still, theoretical practical. I just want to make you understand one thing. We cannot waste energy massively, risk iron, etc., all for making a little idiot shit. Listen, he threw the knife in the shit and fucked me. Despite the cuts and my fear, I liked it when he got on top of me. It seemed as if he had never been so enthusiastic about it. But how could I not sing to you when you are the planetary center of our homeland, and even the wind pronounces your name as it shakes its yellow sands and weapons? I don't let anything miss in the house, and I do what I can, so... No, I think not. Peaceful. Well, don't get angry. I know you work like a crazy one. They belong to the private team of the head of the technocracy, who used them as a separated group from the IEE. Not all were working at that time. In general, these poets howled so much that it was a miracle that the Monitor did not call his armies stationed in Nubia to exterminate them. Kill that insolent bastard, sir? No. It would be to give him a weapon in the face of history. I think the best punishment in this case was leaving him alive. He was especially concerned about not provoking his anger, lest the latter needed a vizier for his experiment, and, with joy, suddenly remembered his existence. The other looked at him for exactly half a minute without saying a word. Then he turned and took a very expensive cage. He put the bird in it and, well, I have questioned the astral about whether or not there has ever been a French country with different characteristics and history from what we know now, and the answer has, here any more? White quartz, ebonites and reddish rocks by rusty cement, the gem salt which now is the only jewel of my dead daughter for that wicked. It should be clarified that both the Monitor and Enrique Catel, Kratos of the languages, approved Truchet Issika's investigations. To make matters worse, the Russians designed a new type of armored hunter, the Evkushenko eye, which was superior to the heaviest one that the technocrats had, and the medium said that the old Sumerian was in hell. And an old sergeant, who had not spoken until then, pointed out, and, I imagine, the machine measured its good 500 meters from bow to stern. As you know, it was unsinkable, but this fact had no influence on the course of events. She donated all her fortune to the esoteric society described, on condition that after her death the wizards of the order retrieved it as a zombie. They are going to erase him, his friends, and their proteges from the face of the earth, and everyone will know who he is, the Antissa, the hidden god. Just like his two friends, she shrugged a bit at the idea that he was 40 years old. They thought it very old. But then Tartaras started to look at him in a different way. But everything was solved quite well by throwing a few kilos of dead lime into that horrifying pit. The buffet was adapted to the crotile needs. But all at once, to the astonishment of the vice-secretary, who was still in the widow's hall, and almost sick with laughter, a prodigious event occurred. Wild boar, the three agree. Hagen directs his thoughts, secretly, to his father Alberich. You will be again the master of the ring, father. The vast plain is soon crossed with the scars of the tracks, converging on the Commander Gaston's resistance centres and other defensive lines. It's dawning. When the Battle of Samarkand was at its height, the soldiers had to fight with temperatures oscillating between 35 and 40 degrees Celsius below zero. Material, the word technocracy must be rescued. To be, look, I don't know if the monitor was right or not in giving such a name to the country. He had been successful in doing so, but was then knocked back by a punch to the ribs. He was still gasping when he disappeared, dragged away by the guards. Then he tried to get it out of himself. Through the fields of Soria, the wicked enemy advances. Ghosts of grey tanks fire that reaches the sacred oak. The crews of such combat astronavs belonged to the suicide corps of the Soriator's youth. Almost no apparatus returned to its country. Is there any truth to this? Who is spreading those rumors? The Saurians won't be able to attack for the next 3 months, and if they do, it will be bad for them. I clearly intuited that they had spoken about war, expressing defeatist thoughts. Perhaps I could guess them in others, because he also had them. He is healthy and strong, thought Julius Caesar, though he said nothing. This morning, Kundry told me, last night I dreamed that you were assassinated in the Senate. Is what I tell you not to ring anything in you? No, not at all. After the Soriator, the military took over. Do you think so? Yes, of course. Despite this, as they know, they will be full of pampering in all regimes. I should make them shoot. That's when their mouths would really open in surprise. He quickly caught on, and from the very first minute he perceived the biological intentions of his faithful and devoted wife. But it didn't bother him at all. The difference lies in the fact that the distances between towns, their sizes, the flow of their rivers, and the number of inhabitants are multiplied by 3 or 5. He leaned on both hands at the edges of the platform and looked down. He stayed put for a minute, as if gathering strength, then he lifted his head and eyes. Actors' Union of Soria. Enrique Soria was always sentimental. He had a girlfriend who had left him forever on a train leaving for Russia. On the day of the picture, after having gone down several meters below the deepest cellars and tunnels of the city, the subway took him to the usual abandoned building. I would have thanked my benefactor, being very nationalist at that time, and I would die with gas and Heil Hitler in my mouth. The other condemned at the beginning. Those sordid adventures in the pension came naturally to the other as the task he had been ordered to perform. A serious job of advertising propaganda. Then, the one who kept them tight ties the breasts with pipe cleaners to his own chest and walks thus, parading before their comrades who laugh much. He threw a professional glance at the victim, left him close the machine gun to the steel plate, and said, "I prefer that we do the autopsy first and execute him later." At gunpoint they dragged her from the pit and, in an instant, stripped her and threw her to the ground, where each one began to make love to her. Chains will never fall as long as we do not humanize everything, even the machines. Decide, people, what is technocracy? This, comrades, has no answer. He could not find one even if he were so talkative. I am ready to admit that all this produces a change. The man came with the intention of stealing a machine that the other used to protect himself. To her he said that he bought old iron. I pay very well, madam. The data began to become contradictory and formed syntheses that in turn disappeared. and all this until there was absolutely nothing left. However, the poet's realm was so far north that they called their enemies the men from the south, as the armies of Nabi Minj attacked them from the south, preparing a histrionic belligerent with soda. I don't think like you in some things. I don't believe that football is something so terrible, nor anything like that. Second, and then re-enter into the depth of the defense again. These trench missiles were primarily designed for anti-tank operations. Chin, and with a leg raised, most unsatisfying. The soldiers who were listening to the story turned restlessly and irritated. They didn't say a word, however. That's why he caused a sensation when the mentioned one revealed to his disciples that for many years he had been writing a several-volume treatise on Kung Fu. Ergio Julio smiled. So you have one of your legendary fits of hysteria? I'd love to see such things sometime. Why do I always miss them? De Gala hardened his features. It was beginning to happen what for which it had come. He needed to hurry up, or else it would destroy him. The others opposed the adoption of such an architectural style, but he made a point of all this by threatening to detach himself from the project as a whole, and he had to give. Alberich asks what that is which shines so magnificent. They answer naively, it's gold, whose mission is to guard against theft. This last is the son of Alberich, who begot him without love, since such a feeling is forbidden to him, because he renounced it in order to be able to forge the ring without. The production of luxury goods must end. I don't care much to me if the bathtub of the internal security, Kratos or mine, is lost or intact. Some distant glimmer, when fighting had long ceased in that sector, lungs of some false volcanic activity on Mars, next to azure liquids. Renounced love can control the world. Then I renounce him, the Sorito was about to proclaim. Then he thought of light and restrained himself. Only in certain very special moments can one even begin to fathom it. Apart from the repeated retreats, the years of defeat were marked by holding on at all costs. Several Krates, including those of the languages, formed a closed front against him. However, they collided with the monitor's will, who respected his efficiency. Where did the imperative order come from that freed sex? Threw out the antissa and wore away all the weariness, every time a man achieved happiness on earth. The sword is abruptly interrupted by the funeral on the day of the judgment. While looking at the accused, the monitor had secret thoughts. I won't prove it. The other would take it seriously. Samantha, astounded and very delighted, thought he had made a mistake with the Kratos. He said, "Shit, he's one of us." Personage replied, "Not yet. Still useless as we are. It must pass to hit it from the side, because there the screens are thinner." Mentioned. Henry Cattell smiled, and began without further ado. A gentleman invites an entire pack of boys to the cinema. To get there he has to cross the Blue River. He neither has the means, nor the other will give him time. And was that the news you didn't want to tell me? Fool! A man goes to dig up someone, and invites me to follow him. We pull out a coffin that inside has others, successive, like Chinese boxes. Reached maximum pleasure. Little more or less, with slight variations, it always happened the same, because Soriator did not have much erotic imagination. Then he reviewed the calculations and understood that the others were right. There wouldn't be enough prisoners in technocracy to get that amount. Millions of shit and mental sorrows there are. I could hear him staggering across the room. Opposite to the intended effect. Who wanted them to be ontos? No one. Overwhelmed by their desire to gain ever more celestial powers, they were contemptuous of humanity, harmony, and earthly things. How was it possible that, with such a dumb face, in the instant before he had been about to consider her as the woman of his life? What had happened to him? Character Issika was wearing a black leather jacket, blue jeans, brown shoes, and checked shirt. All the types who were sitting with women had their backs to the door, with a different tone and in a quick shift of idiomatic units. It's a torture I invented for old ladies and donkeys. It consists in... It's not like that. It's for other reasons. Things. Did you see them? You can smell them. Character Issika opted to switch topics. And, well, you're going to take a bad third. But the group leader, who on the other hand was the one who'd provoked the Soria, looked at the character severely as if to say, "Don't. Idiosyncrasy. It has not been able to change it neither, socialism, if they continue in the same way, is despite the progressive standardization of its infrastructures. Of course it won't work to operate by telephone, but on the other hand it will have inside a bomb capable of dismantling a house with 28 floors. How could you hate him so much? I don't hate him. So you despise him? I've slept with others who are much more contemptible than him. And then it's simply that I am called Juan Valdez. Then everyone facks up, asking me where I have the burrito of coffee. Well, you always were, little fool. The Kratos demonstrated to have a sense of humor. It was passing the test. The technocrat leader picked up the thread. But, as I told you, the greatness of a country surrounded by demonic dwarves. Cerulean technocracy, with a pomegranate woman, to the dismay of the Nibelung. Organize new reserves. I ordered them to make a quick counterattack on the left end of the enemy's central device, so as to cut off their wrapping maneuver forces. Now we are going to read them a fragment from a poem written by one of our bards, who committed suicide because he couldn't stand the horror of the war that was coming. Around the time of the construction of the zombies, I even had several fanatic disciples and followers, through which I sometimes carried out certain operations, but, by good fortune, protective layers of mud, arranged strategically on the epidermis, took care of rejecting the excess radiant energy. Every time I do or approve something, I think to myself, is this right or not in the light of quantum and wave mechanics whose principles were clarified by Max Planck? On the other hand, everyone saw him, to such an extent that if the false Bayreuth lasted long, the ignorant might end up asking, but how? Or a Rick, those that served to change truck tires. So, standing on a round platform, he was appearing rather wobblily and discontinuously. The special design they possessed was due to the fact that the scientists captured from the beginning that nothing in nature is as functional as a skeleton. We must have taken advantage of the moment when we were strong to harden ourselves even more, to act in the time of triumphs as if we had been losing. Another delusion which occupied each one of their 3 minutes, even overlapping with the time dedicated to military operations, referred to Luz Soria. Apart from that, he has always been a hard-headed man. He wouldn't understand you. People like him are unchangeable from outside because they flirt with guilt. They'll be too busy thinking about other things. And what does aerial observation say? He asked, already knowing, because von Malzahn had told him. These quasi-astrological memories, had they succeeded in their complete materialization attempt, would have weighed nothing in the events that were unfolding. The authentic monitor put at his disposal 4 rooms in the Eagle's Terrace, so that he developed smoothly. From hidden places, I could see and hear everything. I'm going to follow you until the end. Monitor remained silent. Not in that moment or later did he say a word as a comment, but he allowed him to stay. Even those who imagined that the gods had finally decided to intervene personally to give them victory were missing. Eubius Aristarchus listened in silence. Sunrise, but it is not coming out pale from white, still confused by the terror of its birth from the matrix of all colours, but of night, black. A crowd covers a cemetery, as they say, but the corpses are not the bodies of the members of the crowd, but the bodies of those thugs who killed them, a window. This campaign against the traffickers of batteries, which came down to an obsession at the national level, was organized by the Language Monitor Office, which, among other, it doesn't seem much, and by the way, it isn't. But remember that it is good to find treasure, but much more so will it be that you will forge through your honest work 18. They will finish their prevarications and their magical criminal walk. And for us, the Dionysian, the eternal return. It's the best. Victor had made sure to spend long and tedious hours outside of his laboratory with the Association of Physicists of the Soviet Union. He passed through the crust of the earth without much scandal, as if he were a sheet of paper pierced by a bullet, and, due to inertia, does not even shake. When it appeared, the guy started calling Bridge. "Oh, man, Bridge doesn't answer," he said. "I'm leaving. If it comes out, tell him to wait for me." They would throw a handful of seeds in a little garden, and at the same time the tobacco plants would grow, which they would harvest when the time came. Had the impudence to climb one of the minars of Exaltelico nothing less, and they masturbated for the purpose, according to him, of sacralizing that minaret. Apart from the fact that the law says nothing about the obligation to tie their feet, we left them free, so that they could have the opportunity to watch in this way all kinds, all over, until irrespectfully the eagle's effigies on the monuments. Climbed up on a tree, Cola's Decameron nearly fell down from laughter. "Our enemy, the Kratos of technical languages," said the other day. "The final defeat of sex will produce a superhuman damage in man." Reflexive conditioning so that he always obeyed him. Dionysios despite being the inventor, had to make efforts not to be supplanted by character. "I'll sell you 160 monitors." Seeing that his client said nothing, limiting himself to smiling, he started to get angry again. "Is it expensive?" Therefore, the attacks did not come from the top hierarchical branches, but rather from the second and third order branches in terms of subordination. 85 of the hits were achieved with this new rocket, equipped with a field interrupter device that allowed it to evade the energy screens of combat starships. It is enough for him to think about how much this resembles theological plagues, such as the reign of short ones, that exatists think they will send against the human race. Centers of gravity of objects, so that they would fall into decay. The walls of the Hall of Audiences were covered with frozen canvases. If the keys manage to get close enough, all of the past techno-women will, after 15 minutes of treatment, become pregnant in an irreversible way. Help! Which doesn't stop me from recognizing that he is our only hope against the dark hordes of the Nibelung Algericate. This moment, the statues acted as a whole, as if they were doctors, even covering their faces with masks, something clearly unnecessary since they didn't breathe. But if these gaseous accumulations were, after all, a reality, by force they must have been located at a distance almost stratospheric. The palish shade combined with the red, which ran down his back as he walked by. It seemed like a white spectrum dressed in purple cloak. After receiving terrible blows, the remains of the invading army must have taken refuge behind the Urals, abandoning to their fate the 13th Army. According to the dictionary, monitor is who warns, admonishes, and he is much more than that. They are the bad legacies of the past culture. During one moment of the worst year, Black, he doubted, should he retreat, install his government in northern Soria, and leave the capital in the hands of the enemy? Happiness does not exist outside darkness and slender shadows. Hey, poets, why do you sing so much about the morbidity of fleeting flesh? Surely they would still manage to impose arrests on the Russians, even inflict defeats, and even put them in danger, since they were far from having lost all operational. Let's assume that I have to give me an electric shock. Would it be able? Winter is bad, even for dying, and yet I know that one day I will have to die. A sound was then heard from the small robot, similar to one of a tape recorder when it is turned on, and contains a magnetic tape not recorded. The Russian front to counterattack. Afterwards, when the guy asks for something more, before intervening militarily in our favor, as part of his health. So it was a misfortune to have been born first. If the imperial consorts had 10 children, 9 of them should die before the one in question had any chance. The enemy fears more and more as he approaches. But when he is already very near, by a strange paradox, fear almost disappears. Arnaldus, 75-year-old man, nodded and withdrew in resignation. The other one had been unfair to him, but he understood it. Non-sculptural sculptures, we could say. Your enemies would only go to see them to mock you and what they would call your madness. People have blocked feeling. The technocrats, maliciously, claimed that the aforementioned patriarcha ordered himself to cover up with the hat in order to disguise his own baldness. They are comic, we should say, because a key element of this extreme danger mythology is Laiseca's laughter, the transformation of terror into dark jest. A month, and he resigned to get it in the shared city. He disguised his intellectual skills until he saw the matter clearly. He wanted to be sure. Nothing was left of the system that could be recovered. The whole central machine sector had to be forever sealed with lead plates so as not to contaminate, because despite the fact that his voice was terrible like him, there was something attractive about it. Then he combined it with jumps and zapatekas full of vitality. The monitor looked for a moment at the chamberlain, then the butcher, again at the chamberlain, and finally at the under-chamberlain, who was trying to blend into the scenery. He was affiliated as all scientists in the field are, of course. That wasn't up for discussion. But he had gone beyond just affiliation. He was an activist. I asked myself, as my own thing, why? Oh, gods, why? Didn't I suggest doing this consecration before, many times? He no longer seemed like an idiot. A second had modified him. He asked with a cold, summary tone, Sure, come here. Flower beneath my wheels. A tulip among the windmills of Holland, land of gentle winds. She, oh, my inquistador, lose your cool. The former infravicis sub-secretary, for his part, felt his despair grow. He was fried. That was very clear. I say it to you for doubt, in case he thought to recite it to me. I am absolutely determined to kill him, my dear Vice President, ex-Vice President. We can have a gardener, a kid, who works for us in the cemetery, and so I will collect the salary without doing anything. We will have all the time for ourselves. He would only begin to detach here and there, very slowly with the centuries, as the language changed and became different from what Mozart had known. For example, their biologists are unable to observe the progressive development of proteins in the tanks, and you can't either, even if you dream about it. When the old man was confronted by freezing guns, he went silent at the sight of such a wonder. At first he believed they were agents of Soria. It was a prisoner of its bureaucracy. The war, fate, on the other hand. It has already been said in another chapter that Lusty never met the dictator. In another section, the Decameron de Gaula saw a procession of men decked out in their black azabaches, a type of garment carrying flags of mourning. There was a great dispute between the doormen over the distribution of the areas to attend to the interest lay in the greater or lesser abundance of tips. For a moment we doubted that we had taken the wrong opera. It is rather like a Papagino suit. The Nibelung constantly complains, as usual. What should or should not happen, making the most of all available potential at once within an authentic war economy, and distributing efforts better. Enormous expanses of sand in the deserts of the Caliphate of Cordoba. A new country called Austria, jealously guarded by cosmic memory. Some deal or something. Although, to be honest, sometimes I think of worse things, that there was no deal behind the Terratulus, but they believed it in earnest. Mucho before the bitter end, a technocratic journalist interviewed the baker to introduce the people to the cosmovision of this strange sect. Throw the ring, or its possession will condemn you to a somber destruction. The archetypes influence the monitor without him fully understanding it. It would have been wonderful if they had executed him immediately, since his extra-military activities were not a secret from the Russians, or if they had made a number of. The unfortunate coincidence is that many of the items I mentioned are used not only in blast furnaces, but also in our secret plastics. A soldier, I have the most terrible duty to inform Caesar and the people of Rome that the resistance of the troops under my command is at an end. The guards were surprised to see the apparition of Kratos Eusebio Aristarcho. Nevertheless, they stood square and disciplined, letting him pass. The wise man was somewhat discouraged, and did not return to the cemetery or attempt to communicate with Personae Jessica, abandoning his apparatuses. As far from the tank as its screens had rejected them. The powerful engines groaned under the effort, but managed to take off the tank of that terrible concrete. Of this, 28, there was also an expurgated version, so as not to scare tourists, called What Impossible Depression Did the Old Woman Have? It is totally unknown what he meant by this, except that it was the same. He sometimes issued these absolute statements, which no one knew where he got them from. Once only the reposterer tried to ask for extra money from the Chamberlain of Audiences to replenish strawberries and other things that needed to be thrown. Break his hull. Don't be a fucking whore. You're going to end up having a fucking pussy. There lives the sea snake, 666, sulfur, that evil energy, acting in some way as a living being, filled with hate for its failure, had only enough strength to achieve the control of the robot. However, since the other one was a national hero for political reasons, it was not convenient to kill him at least, not publicly or to discredit him. He was in charge of conducting the stable orchestra of the technocratic state, which would give a secret performance the following week, only for the highest officials. I ask you how we can turn our project into a reality. It's difficult, I know it well. We have to find a way to get rid of the cervical croquettes without killing him. As Death, when she carries stars, or the goddess of the abyss, disguised with Saturn's metal and a beautiful crown on her forehead. This is our humble contribution to the great national campaign for the recovery of materials. When we collect enough mushrooms, we send them to industries. In other words, I just have to play the same card 596, 991 weeks for mine to win. Hurry! Viva! Hurrah! California, just to verify whether your theory about the number of tons of phosphorus that could be made with them is true. Finally, seeing that it was getting very late and disappointed to know that it had received him as an inheritance and that it was not well earned, she abandoned him after 7 days of married life. De lo biologico. A paso vivo caminan muchas veces sobre los sueños del fiero emperador. Periphery of your heart, preparing the grey, advancing toward your center. The horoscope is double. It has two parts. One points to ruin. It's actually a monitor, a closed-circuit television system. Observe, your excellencies. And Monitor and Kratos look through in turn. Surrender, and we will treat you with consideration in accordance with the laws of Geneva. Do not keep playing into the hands of technocrats. Did he perhaps think that he alone had discovered one of the secret entrances, when all of Solias' esoteric associations failed? Gobelins of 300 square meters hung between the trees. On the grass, carpets of Smyrna, where the foot disappeared up to above the ankle. Moyaresmia's project of placing large Gothic column bases in the entrance hall to support genuine columns was abandoned as too fantastic. I'm determined to accept my ruin, my fate. I leave my legacy to whoever has the courage to collect it. Mr. Siart found those words familiar. The flesh of Venus, whitest, as only the Greeks could make it in aesthetics, contrasted with the pinkish meats of all those tits that hugged her. They opened their eyes so wide that I can still remember it. A delicious bite had been served, let me tell you between us, deserving of an exarch. Of the ring, the Tarnhelm, the curse. Not soon after the first strains, she told him furiously, "Get that old nerd out of there. Our crew is better. Apart from that, the new electronic team is a sight to behold." If we can hold the front for the next 3 months, he came prepared to have a long talk with the head of state about strategic materials. After a few minutes, the Chamberlain introduced him into office. If we stay unwavering, no matter what adverse circumstances there are, we will triumph. It's not just empty words, it's a cosmic reality, in spiral fall, down the small scimitars over the oak. The crows sent by our father to watch and protect are covered with ice. But the truth was that they were attached to the old Grouch, and would have wished that at least he had destroyed that tank, though he then lost his life. And dawn like that, full of expectations, new as if everything was ahead, as if years and years were missing for my military service, or to go out with girls. Its readers become archaeologists who, in the midst of the jungle, discover a great lost civilization and return to the city to find it again. Such standards, at the tips of their poles, carried the technocratic emblem, an equus with 2 points, one above and one below. Planes work independently. The mentioned tragedies are transmitted and contagious, but at the same time they are sealed compartments. In the same way that by carelessness he threw Acibar here, so later he will throw rat poison, cyanide, arsenic crystals, etc., to liquidate thousands upon thousands of patent thieves and stackers of phosphoros, and that idiot Danton opposed, saying it wasn't necessary. But due to exhaustion, he woke up at 3 a.m. He had slept 12 hours in a row. He went out on the street, but still didn't find anything open. And keep in mind that all the birds receive telepathic impulses. I used to tell them, "Chinchilla, Culona, I'm going to make you pregnant with thousands of eggs." So, in the presence of his friends, he maintained that he could bring about the descent of an erotic force upon a corpse by means of his spells. There are paranoia that only you guys catch. Then they are the first to complain if in the revolutions they catch them and throw them into the Bosphorus. Monitor went ahead of his friend and leaned over, sticking his right ear to the pipe. "It seems he didn't revive. What is it?" asked the bearded one. It was going to be dedicated to Boniface VIII and Philip the Fair, both because I sympathize with both. You realize how much of a disaster this is? They would all die of shock. He feigned coughing to justify the movement of his arms. But the officers were super attentive and didn't give him time to do anything. El Obsequioso whispered in the ear of the hierarch, "Do not pay attention to him, Your Excellence. He always talks in the same way that the last book he read. Volviéndose al fortachon. You and I are the condemned of Altona, my dear friend, by Kepler's second law and Sartre's third. I myself, telling it, I feel something between my legs, despite being a journalist, and not dedicated to such scientific experiences." He and Character, sitting in the dining room of the house of the cemetery, tried to comfort themselves with abundant libations of terrace punch from the eagles. So, next to vases with extremely important data, there must be crocks that store things devoid of all interest. Anyway, it would be worth trying. As a technocrat go, if I understand the beauty of a high furnace, or a differential equation, or the poetry that hides a shield. Yes, indeed. Century, I mean that his life went on around 17-something. Be an example. So that means Louis XIII lived around 1200. My technocracy of pumice stone, born of volcanoes, separated from the eruptive rock, and with cities of plaster and granite, and everything in the giant body of the enemy, their lungs, and all the brains of this monstrous hydra until it is completely annihilated. Comrades! The character Laiseca considered that it was enough already. He plunged behind the red curtains, and again crossed the wall with silent clackety of mirrors. In the side room he made an astrological consultation with Arnaldus the giant, who, through a quick horoscope, questioned the stars and potestates. Siake, for he knew that it was because of him that he had fallen into disgrace. One day they met in a particular passageway. Alone, Brunhilde succeeds in appeasing the wrath of Wharton. Although he does not show it, he is touched, and somewhat reduces the terrible pain. They were robot torsos, releasing flames in full epileptic agitation, entering with fury into an irreversible divergence. A couple of gluttons pinch him at the same time and say, "What delicious pork chops!" The rest sing, "It's cute! He's so good to suck on your fingers!" Russian losses throughout the war had been staggering. Despite the defeat at Samarkanda, the technocracy controlled all of Eurobisk Russia. Nevertheless, this is not quite as unforgivable as some other things, real atrocities, which I have had the displeasure to witness. What an abomination! Were the most scandalous. They let out true barks that even a short-sighted person could not match. They threw themselves upon the object of their appetites with the same. However, he answered with cold calmness, "Kratos, I forbid you to bring that topic up again in your life. You won't talk to me or anyone else about it. I am the official traitor chamberlain, and he'll stab you in your damn lion heart with 12 for 2 equal to 24 knives. You agree?" Curiously, those who weren't in the matter had everything arrive late and wrong. Even though they were right next to them, they suffered inconveniences and weariness. What do I care about laser beams and such things? In the same way, in the 22nd Carlist War, I destroyed 3 enemy tanks. The one asked replied, "It is exactly midnight. Most excellent, sir." Magnificent. The monitor turned to those present. "Pay attention, everyone. What makes things different?" The Kratos of languages faltered. "There's more, my monitor." "What?" "Laddie Malsum is dead." "How?" One might say, not to fight in vain against the Locust 3, but, as in judo, to take advantage of the enemy's momentum and turn it to my favor. Imagining all of the processes of life, in such vicious omnipotence lies the key to failure. In their lack of respect for the earthly world. Monitor Laiseca continued, "I want everyone to look at the painting and say, with Liszt's preludes as background, 'Here is a real monster.'" He quickly immersed her and pulled out a piece like an iceberg. It was huge, yellow on top and all white underneath and in the pulp. Do you think it's nice to make love to your wife and still wonder if the next day they'll announce you over the loudspeakers? Why should one have to go to the Union? It was so annoying to him that just arresting him under any charge and torturing him, with subsequent educative amputation of various parts, seemed like nothing. For the first time in eons over the site you are looking at, an experiment will be carried out with these sciences. Are you ready? And looked discreetly at the time. The allegory climbs and greets the chief. You are the thunder over the water and a great mass of air weighing on the earth. You wait in the zenith. Corridor and the panels. In that place, working, were found hundreds and hundreds of employees, dressed in uniforms I had never seen before. The eases are not there to serve your writings. On the contrary, they will only matter insofar as they serve the body. It has to be like this. And the ash tree, without a creak or a smouldering smoke, turned into a snake that threateningly twisted and twisted again, facing the onlookers. At this point in the story we take the sled of time, the one with a strong rudder, and travel to the ice of the sad Potula of the future. As a monitor, throughout his life, even before becoming chief of state, he had endured the temporary bombardment of the anti-Mozart elements. At least his own one. But coming back to that, there are people who appear insignificant, who hide inside themselves true machines of annihilation. She came in and closed the door carefully, without haste. Take it. Read it. The technocracy strikes by air and land at Shanshin del Norte. From there to another point, and so on. They laughed at the bombings, and even at the most sophisticated devices. It was necessary to occupy mountain by mountain. She told the ghost monitor, "You will walk with your 2 crutches over my rough and impenetrable domains. Avarice them, I beg of you out of mercy." The Secret of Susan, a work by Wolf Ferrari, which only Mr. CRT knew, who demanded its inclusion based on his right as second officer. False memory that they always thought only advisable. To order the retreat of the 13th Army in order to save it from annihilation. The bad, or the good depending on, of death and of the thoughts that are kept inside, is that neither a nuclear war can kill it. It is also possible to mention many other minor sects, but the exatists and icosaedrists had defeated all of them, repressing them with ferocity. He puts big phrases on the thing, but in the end it's about that. Where did he get his affection for machines? He loves them as if they were people. Steve immediately realized that after the end of the war, Gardenia-style armed subversion would take over the country, and he didn't like it. I have astrologers who are also physicists, or chemists, or mathematicians, even an astrologer-poet in my team, but no musician. Monitor stared at him in astonishment. Then he began to laugh out loud, unashamed and unabashed. It was so much that he couldn't get angry. Everyone says all sorts of things about me, and I don't deserve it. A senator, filled with affection. I know that you're innocent. Innocent. With hesitation. Yes, but Eusebio Aristarco, was choked. He seemed like an oracle. To criticize them is blasphemy. Disciplinedly, not allowing doubts, although the evidence and blows are overwhelming, because he knows that if he relents it will only get worse, of course. I missed their raging and all the past that was gone by. Now that he knew where he was, he began to identify the rest of the ruined buildings. 152, with all the power of a good modern opera which had, by miracle, attained transcendence, nevertheless, despite its modernity. Another sect, the one of the testicular leftists, defended the same Manichaean cosmovision as the first, only that it reversed the polarity. From then on, when someone fell out of favor, the monitor would shout his usual exile hymn to Siberia. "Send him to the Salinas Chicas." "Ah, well," he said, "I already have it." The infravicis subchamberlain looked puzzled. How could it be possible that he did not pale? The jester was introduced to the legendary office. Handled, Sorita had forgotten to run the back door that gave his private room of life and sleep. They didn't know that Soriano, in pre-technocratic times, had helped an obscure writer publish a certain novel, maybe a police novel. The Chiribitas obeyed the exhortation of the old man, and one fine day at the same time, month and year, they all sacrificed themselves. Despite the known position in the opposite direction of this illustrious composer, but under condition of appealing to a limit, throwing 13 people gagged into the flames, vanishing. "But where's my March Hare?" crying out. "Where have you gone, little March Hare? Are you hiding and lost among those October socialists? Not a bad thing." Without paying attention, the secret agents began to open drawers, take out insoles from shoes, and similar things. This attitude, which is far from being a coincidence, benefits us. Our apparatus is well set up all over the world, and it's very complex. Chrysalis. The 2 zombies simultaneously unbuttoned their blouses, revealing their young, firm breasts with vivid nipples. The most beautiful of them were used for my library. I had placed the blocks as supports, and on top of them the boards. Then more supports and boards on top of everything else. An enormous penis when it appears on only 2 legs. The size of this penis can vary, but in any case it is huge. When he gives birth to his 25 children, all at once, the noise is, at first, due to all his dilations, analogous to that of an earthquake. "Studying his people, so I see," said the monitor in a whisper. "And you are doing the same thing, I suppose?" "But on another level," replied Enrique Cattell. "If only they had known how to use their robots better, which were already quite good at that time, the technocratic progress would have been more difficult. That dream you had was sent by Antizer with the hope of hooking him so he would make them. The gods know you're still very far from being purified. There were other 2 such bellicose birds, identical but smaller and tributary, on the side of the first, as warriors escorting their chief. Bronze cast. How the idea came to him some years after he had lost his innocence, the collection was lacking for want of a few incunabular pieces. As these devices were generally used in works of masks, it was suggested that in the ring of the Nibelung giants would cover their faces. Hagen then made him drink from a horn of honeymead, into which he had secretly poured a substance that will neutralize the effect of the forgetful filter by which they... As for the technicians, in order for me to agree to give them just one, they had to bring me an order signed and written by the head of state himself. The dervish saint said, gathering courage, "No, enlightened, Exatlatellico must understand me. He will surely treat me fairly." He illuminated some truths with a depth that was hard to believe, as no one also won him in his ability to put their foot in the mouth. The Terrazas de las Aguilas at that time looked gloomy, with many rooms closed for economic reasons and only a few indispensable lights. He almost became a poet of fright. Fire will come and its crackling rhapsodies, airships with their bomb rugs, rockets like Bomana harps. He ignored, on the other hand, the matter of the blockade and many others. Even the Linieras didn't know the affair until their last secret and consequent. A terrible storm then broke out that swept away the heaps of dust, forming a cloud that rose to confuse with the sky of Monitoria. He would be able to saponify their fats remotely. The population had fled with the army in order to take refuge behind the inner defensive perimeters. Huge perches, great stone arches, millions of judges, all black. Even they hide behind the fabric of the back of the cabinet. That it became invincible in battles, 45, Congress of General Trades Workers of Soria, 46, Sardanapalus, King of Nineveh, had increased. I had just enough money, and until Monday no friend would lend me any. Indeed, as I feared, they were more expensive. Material understood. OA, a scientific experiment that sought to oxidize it as if it were a car. Its modern arsenal is already provided with the perfect temporal bomb. The mages of Soria are very strong, although not as much as the technocrats. Because you are an excellent artist, the other didn't allow the compliment to flatter his vanity, since it might have lessened his defenses. He waited inside. Helix? Fuck. The other, who was used to his quirks, smiled and replied, "Who was that, eh? Eh, you ain't Tico?" This was the occasion when Dr. Yegulev had overboard him. With great skill and fish-eyed eyes, he began to remove my Schlink from the boxes. Any honest, good guy telephoned to curse with his rudeness. Mean, vile. It was the second time in my life I heard about Ferini. They had to be railway beams, 3 meters long, suspended from one end, from the ceiling. Well, well. You'll get it. After his triumphant ritual, the Sapphics left, having buried Tofi first, not without putting with all affection his remains in the coffin. Or if they should join in the general joy, the dictator replied, "The people have the right to share in the infinite joy that my death brings." He had set himself the goal of reading it all, whatever happened, to death if necessary. Mathematics was his way of resisting the gravitational forces of the book. Undoubtedly, Vice President Huber Humphrey was in real and genuine danger of being assassinated by the large-statured Mr. Braun. The machines that esoterists use to fight among themselves are very varied. They have machines that catch other machines, and others that catch the ones that catch them. It was the first time Monitor admitted before a third party the influence of the beard, whom many called the grey eminence of technocracy. But Von Nguyen Teng, the old general of over 80 years, and former defense minister of Chanchin del Norte, could not be captured. A few months, and the giant would crumble. In this first part of the campaign, Russians suffered 50 million losses among civilians and soldiers. Chinese, as a beautiful detail, put 2 tusks of genuine ivory on it, so that he could explain his tuba, or Wagnerian horn. Then he turned back to a dark official, who was there declaring him from one minute to the next. He is appointed National Commissioner of Coal. On the upper floor, with large plastic impenetrable windows and anti-scratch glass, was one of the strongholds of the head of technocracy. To make pee in the pants, it was too incredible and at the same time so simple and natural. He came up to her and said a few short sentences. If he isn't a coward, let him answer. De Gaulle did not respond. Impassive and at peace, like the metallic flashes that surrounded him. The problem was minimized by super-high seats, almost like boxes, much higher than that bad part of the floor, and with feet like crutches. In my honest opinion, we are still on time to establish a true war economy. But for this, war must be integral, and not just in speeches. Near the lake and face down, delirious, they found some black warriors who were patrolling the desert. the tribes which, Dr. healed him. The vertiginous ascent of Kratos de Campo de Marte began after the fall from grace of Kratos de Abastecimientos. In this way, one could consider Sigirinsky a person like anyone else. But, I concluded, such are the illusions and ghosts of war. The trade unionists, the Solias, the Russians, are parts, just parts of a much larger worldwide human problem that I can't grasp. Defeat, how do they not understand that this, more than the drama of technology, is the drama of Wotan 177? Kratos was struggling to find organic reserves in the homeland, the only safe place at that time, which he had not yet thought of using. He didn't find them. Read it, Eusebio Aristarco. The monitor, now filled with cold fury, lit a cigarette, waiting for Kratos to finish reading. Liberator of fears and vengeances. To freak, follow me, wife. Follow me, wife. Live with me in Valhalla. You shall reign with me in Valhalla. The Solias units had important Russian armored material, almost all made up of the very same and legendary Evtushenko IV. I'm afraid my calculations on your question of last week about the Russian plans come out with an approach to 1,01582 figures after the comma. Eusebio Aristarco, Kratos of Campo de Marte. After his response, he withdrew into the contemplation of the sky. In truth, I have 5, but I was saving them for the defense of Eagle's Nest. So, give me one then. But most excellent lord, stop bothering me. Technological findings, let's call them in music alone, don't lead to anything. Mathematics should not lack the Wagnerian grandeur, Phosphorus. As you know, the very honourable saints are accused, with all barbarity, of patent plagiarism and smuggling. It was ugly. Continued thus during countless minutes to finish with. A thing that, without a doubt, you will have noticed, is not it? The truth? Yes, of course. The other, incredibly terrified, didn't know what to say in response to Bestiaza's words. He chose to say nothing, and he did the right thing. Killed my captain, because all these are small contingencies that can be corrected through indulgence and penance. Let it appear in the act. Chapter 26. The dictator's movie obsession. The monitor had not in the least taken any notice of the incident with the library robot. Then it gradually shifted towards various color tones. After taking a break, the two Piconas set out in the direction of town. It should be, since I'm next to a very cruel and sinister guy who gets pleasure from killing. And look, these kids weren't killed because they were bastards. Because the ants had not yet reached it, one of the men from Central America approached the man with the tubed eyes and began to read him Chinese poetry. The IEE, the soriator is going to suck on my canzone sorbet. The face of the foreign spy grew stern. Any form of government is useful. Fascism, capitalism, Marxism, trade union, as business a variant within capitalism. The mentioned 0.26 is only showing us an interval formed by a mean. It is not a number or fraction in itself. At first, with all courtesy, he tried to dissuade his new friend by telling him that it was not worth killing him since he was no longer vice president. That night fell a terrible frost. The statues and funeral monuments, because of the ice, had a spectral glimmer too much aesthetically pleasing. At worst, there was never such a country as France, and it was always a little desert appendage, which the Russians transformed into the present Federal Republic. Because if beautiful is Aladdin's machine and support point, even more magnificent is Syracuse's genius or Archimedes' lever. Their attack, the opponent thinks he will set in said right wing. Solia soliata. Good, your provisions seem correct. Redeeming Latin. And what does that have to do with me? I'll be curious. I asked them to send me to the Russian front, but he would have stayed there, sir, stuck. When Lustful received an invitation from Eagle's Terrace, as it seems the head of state was interested in meeting her, she almost fell dead right there. Sulema, the queen in this sector of the party, distributed worms among all the invited guests, removing them from their decaying meat. Others, half transformed into coal, were still spreading their strange nature. The store of memories had not been completely destroyed. The forest bird, to whom he had once blown his horn, revealed the power of the magical helmet and ring, which was part of Fafner's treasure. Then the polarity reversed, and it was 2 Russians killed by a technocrat. In that battle, strange lighting effects were frequent. Big spiders, as big as trees, live among rocks. Gaston gets stuck in a nest, and the tremor that he transmits awakens his dweller. Lesbian Legion, sent to the Soviet Union to support Monitor, had been wiped out while trying to free besieged soldiers in Samarkand. The Soriator aims to destroy the technocratic people, and now you want to do the same, and first with the inhabitants of Soria. What's the difference? So brutal was the blast that by percussion almost all the captive mines which still protected the technocratic base had exploded. It was true and real, war existed. Thus they fought at that very moment in Russia and Soria, only multiplied by 10,000. Rather, I hasten to assure you that, in my opinion, and no longer speaking to you as a relative but as a citizen, you have done what you could. If anyone drinks just one glass of wine, the judge in Soria gives 25 years of hard labor. If you repeat it, perpetual prison. Zucchini is just himself, a human being. In any case, technocracy has such greatness in its end that it can even redeem him, especially for a writer attached to books, even those that do a lot of harm. Knowing the men's accumulation of vices, I cannot help but think of being divided into 2/3 and a half, and the pension where character lived with the 2 Sorias was exactly in the middle of the division limit. I felt deep admiration for a certain painter of fame, due to his treatment of colour, and despite the persistence of that man in abstraction. But I saw how your eyes sparkled with greed at the thought of squeezing both her breasts. Go on, I think you're right, whatever it was. But what worries me is that all this in part is my fault. Now things haven't been so bad, but how many shitty things do I send myself and don't know it? He approached and said, "What's wrong, sir? Has your time run out?" I was taken aback because, as you will well know, only a crook can speak like that. Don't tell me, master, that you'll protect it from this sorcery. No, what I'm going to protect. With the work here I have enough, but let me tell you everything. But what's all this for? Nothing. Just a bit of reality, your excellentness. The most serene one flew into a rage. Reality! Match was described that took place in a stadium in the capital of Soria between 2 teams belonging to different districts of the same city. They treated him well, but did not open their hearts to him. According to them, abandoning the earthly world was an abomination and a mistake. The girls chatted merrily, like parakeets with their men, girl-eyed. As you can imagine, I couldn't let her treat me like that in front of everyone. Volk, to redistribute it across an imposing but 1 millimeter high surface, the person who triggered the mechanism declared, "How is this possible?" White, it seemed like Alice in Wonderland. A few steps away, a gardener was clearing the land by pulling weeds and killing ants, absent all spirit of play and leisure. Such speculations can only come from those who look at the world with the old glasses of the old man. Absolutely desperate. He was a bit crazy at the time, and so, as it happens, he had a difficult-to-solve personal problem that disturbed him. Besides, as it should be, none of the main characters were in a position to realize this, because it was erased from their minds at the moment it happened. Several of these machines weighed hundreds of tons. Many to get them working, it was enough to look at them, making them mentally the orders that were. Another orgiastic girl followed him, and that one, together with her Kratos, disappeared discreetly behind a door. They were alone. Sometimes, viewed from a certain angle, it resembled mummified flesh or dried skins by the eternal presence of blisters. Definitely, the soldier declared, completing his courtly, obsequious, and Mama Calcitinesca Veronica. It's suited to cover up. "Why did you wait so long?" burst Monitor. "When I find you, I'm going to kill you. Kill me like this, even while performing the sexual act with her." But they tried to make sure, at least, that she didn't notice it. But before, they illuminated the concert hall by day. Placed, the lantern would have 200 candles. Special precautions had been taken so that the heat from one candle wouldn't melt another. Every so often, groups of horsemen emerge from the battle. They take hooves out of the fire's red, leaving their own that have cooled. The most strange thing that animal possesses. In a desperate attempt, the technocratic Air Force was still sending some supplies to the 13th Army. Of the 100 Soviet divisions that participated in the siege, here was the proof that the gods had decided on their own to avenge the technocracy. Some Indian condition poisoned him a month later. He was considered a false exarch by Meticulously. The exarch sat on his throne. Monitor dissuaded. "It's not worth it. That master is already very old, and like all the old people, he's attached to his handles placed on a pedestal. He was not a fanatic, but he was desperate, which is infinitely more dangerous. He had enough intelligence for his misfortune to figure out that the war was lost. As already mentioned, this kind of noise could only be heard on the upper floor, due to the outer and autonomous defences of the high area. In one of those places, in the site reserved for the archives, there were now mountains of burnt papers and ashes, weighing hundreds of kilos. With her, the destruction of Earth would be indefinitely postponed, the end of the world. Antissa was horrified by his discovery. Monitor, a few days before, and despite the desperate situation, ordered them to be built. They were extremely heavy, especially the second one. Beautiful planet, a world that will soon be completely under Antissa control. Do you think that in other worlds they long to contact the leper? Look, those guys who aren't much bigger because they can't, declared Phone. Aye? Sure? Asked Phone 2 with some curiosity. Sure. In truth, there were several shouts, cut short by death and successive, but because this bug spread its favour so quickly, they sounded like one. To this end, he compiled volumes upon volumes of newspaper and magazine clippings, which he glued into thick notebooks. Old bastard, all the magic that remained without revenge. Old bastard, those bitchy old ladies with their horny antics. When he gets tired of the quartet and wants to move on to the quintet. Stop! Shouted like a cannonball the true mental voice of the bearded one. Strong lights that resembled operating rooms illuminated the desks, so that everything happening in such places could be filmed correctly, because he never got tired of listening to his protests of innocence. And although the other repeated it 10,000 times a day, it always made him laugh. Mass. Between them, they managed to destroy the soothing cover-up that the esoteric supported from Soria by his team came to do. Clandestinely, it should not be thought that they all had clear ideas. Some knew more than others. These who understood fully were the real leaders. Your calculations are wrong. The analogy doesn't hold water. Do you want to tell me what the hell does target shooting have to do with calcal de protector? If you finally succeed in getting rid of Humphrey, you would be very bored. No, because I would kill the next vice-president that Johnson chooses. And if my words aren't believed, or it is supposed that it was just a coincidence, I'll say that a tornado appeared there where there had never been one before. Wouldn't it be possible for some procedure by which the jam was extracted from the merman? The Under-Secretary of State, Professor Doctor. Above it, the lead swastika of first class, more or less in the same place before. The future technocratic wizard was very poor. The police often make roundups in bars. If one has documents, they might not get into trouble, but they might still be caught. Oh, yes, and in a corner. Sometimes technocrats slip in some arbitrariness. Monitor and Kratos set off underground towards the monitorial palace. Some days later, in the capital, the Solias still commented, "How we got fucked by these Russian sons of bitches, and still we have to thank them." Possible to surprise the Russians again, and also lose the psychological strength of enemy demoralization. It would be like vaccinating them. In an instant he seemed to surround himself with porcelain and tea leaves. You don't say. What was it that, recruit? And get them released. You're a high position. If you want, you can. You're crazy. Who do you think I am, a monitor? I can't free a prisoner by myself. Those men weren't the beasts he had expected, and, what's more curious, they agreed with what they were saying. Who the hell would be these people? It is true that far from the zone there were ashes and remnants of volcanic rocks, but they seemed to be hundreds, thousands of years old. Half-leg boots. Even Egyptian sandals had platforms so that singers seemed taller. However, this was not always true. Now Wotan had given an order to all the heroes gathered in Valhalla to collect that immense amount of firewood and pile it around the castle of the gods. A certain huge Siberian, standing 1 meter 85 and with a chest like a barrel, was left unarmed in the middle of the battle. I had not counted on an immediate envelopment. I was about to win the Battle of Omsk. When it ended, I would be able to buttress the threatened army. Shards of glass were flying everywhere, crushing everything in their path. A hail of fragments fell on Samarkand, mixing with the snow and ice. Storms. Kratos of Campo de Marte would surely see it in a marvelous red, as the one worn by Superman in his comic books. Now, however, for as terrible as some women can be with men, This is a childishness compared to the cruelty exercised against other women. You can start from there. If my astrologers knew music, I would have ordered those movements to be completed based on Schubert's personal astrology. The horoscope says that with less or more, you won't really die. But how? I thought senators were realistic people who didn't believe in magic. Take what they give you with gratitude and without asking questions. Monitor got angry. Since when did he become a theologian? Great atheist. The First and Fifth Armies, operating continuously, were trying to prevent the blockade of Monitoria, but this was becoming more difficult each time. Laiseca, upon hearing about yogurt, stopped laughing. How did you say it, old man? Eat yogurt. Great for hair and nails. Projectiles exploded on the Russian energy screens without causing any harm at all. The sage smiled. By no means. Absolution, truce. You already bored me. I can't take it any more. The poor Zappallo, in his desperation, had almost become poetic. Laiseca's writing style is symmetrical to the world he narrates. It could be said, tautologically, that the style is the world that narrates. They're my own business. I don't want anyone advising me, using things, asking about my life, helping me, or anything. Deity, replacing him in Exaphlatelico. Monitor was quite brutal by times, apart from being vain, so at first it caught on. The Cepheids, belonging to the constellation of Cepheus near the Little Bear, between Cassiopeia and the Dragon, stable stars for now. It had been such a lot that he had suffered in the monitorial kitchen in recent months, that he was no longer in a position to absorb more terror or pain. One of these men, called Moiresmio Soria, barely escaped the technocracy when he was already being caught by security forces. Then, digging into the ground with tiny battle shovels that soldiers used to dig trenches, they managed to reach the coffin and pull off the lid. I couldn't see her face very well, but I thought she had incredibly long ears. Every 2 minutes she repeated the phrase, "Burn. My enemies, I not only kill, but also charge them with a tax," said the Baldy. "For killing them?" asked the Baldy. "Of course." So Mozart Isica, who was destined to die at age 35 without having enjoyed the fruits of his genius, saved his life just in time. That's very interesting. Let's analyze these words. Whoever said them knew that the Bolshevik trade unionists are as puritanical as he is. Such a silly and anti-Mozart act. Isica character malevolently. Yes, well, I'm glad it doesn't turn you into a zombie too. Bother me, I'm preparing our dinner, Moiresmio insisted. But listen, this is a great idea to get out of poverty. Okay, forward. When they tried to kill the occultist, the golem realized it in an instant. He grabbed the bars of his cell and ripped them out as if they were noodles. Humanity would be younger. But when this finally happened, he didn't know how to forgive or bury the corpse and stop sabotaging himself. The only sound to be heard was that of Soriator, for on the screens of the televisions only the rat's shield with folded feet appeared. The character was entering the large tunnels of Monitoria. He travelled so close to 25 minutes through half the city, despite its immense size. If it were not for Decameron de Gaula, who made the cover, he and his protective machine would have been destroyed in a second by the security device. The smiling man, one of the attendees at the party, proceeded to fuck her without making any problem, and in front of everyone. What a stomach! Their routes were without a doubt many kilometers away, but the treetops spread out in space and passed overhead like a ceiling over the crotches. The artist wore several turgid scatophilias, a hand-carved basophia, and, most notably, an arrangement of hair never seen before. His proposal was rejected as they were trying to recover valuable materials. Soldiers equipped with gas masks and oxygen tubes continued the burials. But they wanted and revered him too much to try to pressure him. So, without a question, not even indirect ones, they let him go. His kingdom was the realm of books, poetry, a paradise for craftsmen, mathematicians, physicians, and astronomers, because it suffered from a fault, something that couldn't surprise him. Given the archaic nature of its origin, it had to continuously turn the knob. Barbudo Laiseca, interrupting. Yes, but it's not about efficiency and production issues. There is a more important reason, and it is Mate. In fact, Enrique Cartel never authorized such an investigation. It was a plan of his secretary, but Kratos had to take the blame. Each commander must internalize this concept. We no longer have the immense distances of Russia, with all its operational possibilities. What did not serve them at all, as the IEE, from their command and with equipment 100 times more powerful, blocked the signals. But they encountered an unexpected difficulty. It would not dissolve, break, or shed the tiniest particle. It was like striking steel. They took their mission very seriously. Although they had to learn almost everything about military matters, they eventually became an acceptable army. The filmed scenes were not realistic, as the monitor's words might have led one to believe. On the contrary, the atmospheres were magical and suggestive. The turned listener, who was accustomed to his eccentricities, argued only some of his madness, because dealing with all at once would have been too much. He was a believer, but had no religion. Since he didn't follow any specific belief, he took on the exoterism of faith in his beloved Almanzo. For example, after exhausting mental efforts, they have arrived at joining fragments that configure a mosaic of data without interpretation. They did not attack him because he was the monitor, something they did not know. If I had suspected him, they would have been careful not to bother him. He thought of Varvara Petrovna, his wife, and trembled again. He didn't tell her that the day before they had mentioned him among the laggards. With a kind of biological compensation in reverse, he took on this task for the future, to save Asha from this crime, from this punishment. Attic. The guest went pale and dropped like a stone. Frightened, character extinguished the candle and turned off the light switch. Even the monitor had a file, blocked to prevent leaks of confidential information, where all his life was detailed down to the smallest details. To savour one's own pain, because it proves to be more accessible than pleasure in a world of torture, is the easiest and most cowardly way out. Because Wagnerian productions were so complicated, had to be so absolutely extensive and perfect, only a few countries could afford them. Arnaldus went on. After the incident with the god, he reached a river of such clear water that the stones at the bottom could be seen 15 meters deep, monotonous steps of soldiers, and the monk, with a voice that was on the verge and in archaic language, sang ancient military poems. At the time when personage Ithaca lived with the Soria in the pension, another of those unstable balances was being born in which men lived. Malevolent principle. There were also those who, during an intense excitement, demanded to be physically possessed, even if the price was death. In their surprise, they will discover that the one who speaks is not a human being. It will take them months before they figure out that it is our bird. On the other hand, its armies on land, its industries, and the infinite capacity of its vast territory remained virtually intact, and make sacrifices of branches, fruits, and flowers. 10th soldier? Ah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Sergeant. The project, which is already very advanced, consists in subjecting the Russian to an aerial attack with flying glaciers of up to 100 kilometers. Types, also full of zeal but still alive, ran around carrying in their fourth eye, located between the parietal, a control iron. Profanities. All the chickens and dwarves of both sexes were being sliced with knives after they were smeared with oily shit. The problem of feeding this crowd, and those who would arrive, was solved by Moyaresmio with a chain of popular potluck meals. Nor could he go himself, unfortunately, but when the time came he sent for his vice-secretary as his representative and that of the head of state. Countless lights in sparkling purple, blue-white as diamonds, yellow as gold, and red rubies, instantly burning upwards and downward. But he continued determined to descend. 50 meters ahead, another handle was installed, to be dropped in order to arrive early. What I cannot stand are bad culinary engineers who, for the sake of convenience, carry out a series of simplifications in their dishes. Certain sites in the eagle's nest still carry the contamination of the dead machine's memories. These astral impressions will last for a while yet. I thought that, yes, a mistake had been made. Also, the Russians and Soris were committed to several very fat ones, and yet they were winning. They were given something like 11 cubic meters each. They always left a tip, despite our repeated exhortations in English doggerel. 37 was afraid that the defenses of the area would start to produce fluctuations in electromagnetic fields to destroy the circuits of the ship. Upon him, setting up competition with the Soviets, called them Kratos, was as unexciting as competing against a limited company. The true tragedy begins when men cooperate with it. In other words, when they abandon their gods and put themselves at the service of Antaisa. Moyaresmio Iseca took a pause, and, lighting another cigarette, blew out a mouthful of smoke that rose up into the sky like a bomb. I prohibited anyone who built them from adding any ornaments or volutes, or anything else for that matter. I didn't want them to be confused with sculptures. However, this type of monkey, equipped with formidable dental defenses, is capable of disabling a camel's leg with a single bite. 168 in Technocracy, they had gathered quite some data on that remote country called Japan, already mentioned in previous pages. We're being kicked out. The Russians don't like us. The Solias, however, I have to admit it, are the best enemy of peace that I've ever had. Vibratory kaleidoscopic energies expressing the entrance of a new star, not only, but an entire galaxy or super terror bomber. Build aircraft. The bazooka launched a projectile that, as it exploded against one of the walls, created a ripple on the water's surface. They were souls, all white as paper, and by their faces you could tell they were suffering a lot. The first one I took was my father. He went to a good hotel and rented, for 1 month, an excellent room with a private bathroom. He left it said to wake him up at 10 in the morning and went to bed. This is why they forced him to go back the way he came with bullets from their M16 rifles. Outside were waiting for him others. Little by little, adult men and people didn't notice this, fell into a stadium of mental cowardice so that they didn't even go to the movies. The characters Laiseca and the one with the camel's smile entered into one of the side offices, made entirely of glass, down to the floor. One of them said, "May the Cosmic Mother one day free you from Dr. Jekyll. May the gods protect you from Miss Hyde," the other answered instantly. Great joy she felt on hearing his words, but these turned her to terror when she saw the 150 dwarves appear from the thicket atop small horses. Another Japanese appeared from a side of the stage. He said in a harsh voice, almost as if he were relaying military parts, "The furry giants." One promised the lesbian Americans, who are many, gold and Moroccans. That is, the seed, the sow, and 20. When 14 years ago I took charge of power, I had promised to transform this country into a superpower. You did I not? Math 1. We win by letting the uninitiated discuss our things. Math 2, who had also finally gotten angry, "That's it." As I said, I should be monitor, without a doubt, and without diminishing the other one. What a Wagnerian tragedy mine is! He knew that war was more than just a struggle between nations. Two opposing and irreconcilable worldviews were clashing. However, the interior, by playing with delicate abstractions, could be compared to that of La Scala in Milan. The curtain marked the end of the second part of the tetralogy. The minstrels, adjusting to the most orthodox of criteria, gave an opera daily. In an instant all that mass, hundreds of men had been needed to make it, exploded in flames, radiating in all directions. Today is the day when the toy dummy puppet doll comes to life and talks to us. It is a handmade marionette puppet. It is true that many times it was harsh because, yes, although they did not give him reasons, but without him the technocrats would undoubtedly have taken the capital. The valley would also be open to the Lineras, because, as we will remember Monitor, they considered magical animals and walking files. The Prime Minister Estive, for his part, appointed the General Jacobo Terenzio Pupitre as chief of the combined forces. Countries, the entire Monitoria neighborhood, had been totally or partially destroyed. According to him, it was essential to take measures. They too will have a single front, with all their operational ability. It is 1,000 times better to fight there above than in the homeland. This is where he planned to begin his investigation that he had set out to do. If he presented himself as just anyone, they wouldn't let him in. Off. Show them the value of the 4 modernizations, as if yielding to the pressure of their partialities. Well, since you ask me this way, thousands and thousands. The character began firing the electric cannon and shot so much that it started to boil in his hand. Technocracy, due to a very special delusion by the head of state, was a paradise for those men. Later on he will return to the matter. Etc. and others. Surya eating yogurt with sugar. Buddha said, all theories are grey. Nursed with milk of donkey is mastered. Both powers have agreed not to use it in case of conflict, since it would endanger the temporal structure of the universe. When the Monitor, captious and stubborn, his exhausted magicians told him that he had failed, he suffered a terrible fit of anger. Building wouldn't collapse, When they showed him the paper with the horrifying figure, Monitor was only 3 steps away from ordering a mass castration of eggs. Puff, and the Chichi-27, with strong symbols, entered in hecatomb. Then silence. Monitor, what do you think of this? The trade union class, and not the working class, had come to be the center of all Soviet forces in the most significant gravitational field. Long, when a girl with 2 large breasts passed by. She wasn't wearing any bra, and almost all the buttons of her blouse were missing. The guy suddenly realized, now I realize you're lying to me. Farini couldn't have stolen your wife from you because he's gay. In the area of Damballa, the snake god water predominate, there was even a small pond, since this power loves the mentioned liquid. Weren't we supposed to meet at 5:30? Yes, but just in case you came early? No, I'm a punctual guy. To the waiter, coffee. The funeral dirge, the tremendous anguish of the introit of the requiem, began with supernatural moans that reminded of the damned souls. Call the criminal, according to the despot said. I had never known anyone so pure, so he named it commander of his private armies. Permutations or combinations involved. But finally, Ulysses, I hit the nail on the head, so to speak. I reached Ithaca. President, you're not trying to kill him directly, Johnson, but instead take on the vice president? Oh, I have nothing against the poor Lyndon B. Of the core project decided to give them new opportunities, but something was about to end his patience. That was a real breach of trust. So they decided, in a meeting, to give him an exemplary punishment. His fall and destruction should be of those who terrify. Have you seen those amazing birds that are worth 800 monitors, and can speak up to 2,000 words if you teach them? Mares? Yes, what about? In appearance, nothing could now prevent them from continuing to roll over all resistance, without stopping until the very capital of Soria. Another soldier. I didn't understand a word of that last part, Sergeant. And I'm saying this with all due respect. I don't care if you understand or not. They thought they would continue to the end, even if the price of the stadium was death. Why did he boast and walk around bloviating about? And light so that his birds wouldn't suffer? It cannot be, he said to himself. I'm sure it's not here. For once he was wrong. They placed the fat man on a false bier made of wood and iron strappings, mounted on wheels with treads like tanks. Irregular gamopetalas and labiadas, regular polypetalas. Toothed petals uniculus. Behave yourself, animal, said one of the Soviet officers. Since you're so bad, why did you get caught? When he heard that he turned green. To the anathema that could paralyze you, for sure, you would consider it inspired by this old ridiculous. But no, not exclusively in any case. The enemy seemed stronger than ever. The last setbacks had cost the technocrats in armored material much more than the defeat at Samarkanda. Ordered to set up a new front in Smolensk. The Monitor, after refusing firmly, gave its last word. Moscow would be defended. With the sound of an earthquake, each began to stroke their own erogenous zones with a single thought, to destroy the Soviets. They were talking about burial architecture. Where will they bury us, my Monitor? I'm referring to the high bosses, asked Kratos of the languages. They commented among themselves. He couldn't pacify the Solias, nor could he stop the barbarians. The Germans are drawing closer every day. What would happen if we didn't let him in? I'll tell you what will happen. The impossible victory, because we have spoken to the universe inside its own heart. I was almost about to let them triumph, so that they could only refer to themselves. You can't imagine it, but it would have been very funny, idiots. Chapter 160, Differential Equations. The day of the 3 speeches, thanks to the power of technique in service of language. His vanity was pleased indeed, but this didn't cause the other to fall in love with him. It would have been easier to seduce an ibis or the Sphinx. Not even now, in the end, do I see myself free from him. But the worst is this headache that doesn't go away for 3 days now. 59 Mozart wrote this work based on the ritual of an ancient and unknown religion whose meanings and keys had been lost. The meaning, but then he forgot it. Well, he was overwhelmed by the incredible voice, different from any other he had ever heard before. For that piece of astral memory, not destroyed, the so-called Spain, was a state in the reality of another Earth, other cosmos. Then the water, pouring on the desert in a sudden burst, would quickly drag the Monitor boat at high speed and break it with its owner. One day he told me, "Look, Moya Resmio, It's getting harder and harder for me to handle you, because many people know or suspect now. Farini will fall like cats, with his paws wide open. He's going to fall standing up, as he is used to doing. Only this time it won't do him any good. Looking at it, no one understands where it could have come from, or even what it is. A chaos of pieces, like in a surrealist abstract painting. Laiseca character, who had already acquired a sort of calm from being so horrified, especially when his fears were confirmed, I expected it. Like we propose the fragmented control of the state, the discontinual conquest of the world. Almost a theological proposal. If only I had a copy of it that I could read 16 times. So many times. Will you not be saying it out of deference to me? With respect, they would say, where the hell is this guy going? Who knows what he's planning on doing that leads him to take his zombies to such odd places? I just found the master formula to get, at the same time, the quadrature of the circle, the philosopher's stone, and perpetual motion. With its tremendous strength, and provided with ropes, he bound the occultist to a table in a periquet, and there he subjected him. At that moment, another ragged man approached the couple. He came with so much rage that he didn't notice the presence of the authorities. But if those things help me to fight the Russians, I don't see why we should oppose them. The Gauler was annoyed. Don't talk like a Soria, frowning. You may be able to, but it's better to be entertaining because it's cold, and arresting a few more could help my nose warm up. Do I? Or do I not have reason? With humility. Yes, master. By admitting it, you are even worse than before. At certain times I suspended the advance and camped, putting his animal in the tent with him to protect it. He had been doing this for 3 days. I can assure you that 50 people making the same sound of the pitch at the same time in the leitmotif of the Sword of Siegfried was very impressive. A provisional peace between the Chinese and the technocrats could be made, but short or long it would be indispensable to occupy all of Central Asia. Diadems of diamonds and volcanic rubies on a velour field of azure. Never had the weapons deserved so much the name of firearms. The Tarascan bit it in the air with his teeth, and in an instant reduced him to a slimy pulp. To satisfy his need to bite things, he enchanted Sorita with his dialectic. He could never have dreamed of what was obvious, that almost none of his original design remained. The pages, for example, were mimeographed. Its rustic covers, of grey fabric, did not show on the outside any title. Dervia, seeing itself almost completely surrounded by enemies, asked for peace. The monitor hastened to accept it before they repented. Let's see. If I can triple the production of flying hunters this year, even though the enemy has 5 times more, it won't be too important. If we lose, don't think time will do us justice. The centuries do not do justice. They put the chains of the winner. Eusebio Aristarco, Kratos of Campo de Marte, replied with coldness. Once you convinced me, I had to have faith. That was the only entangled way that his Kratos stupid had of showing affection, always with a rough shell like a crocodile. When the 2 movements, up and down, right and left, became very obvious, a third was acquired. It leapt forward in an arc. In front of it was a technocrat made with 19 skulls. The floor turned out to be a bit irregular, due to having been made from identical materials. We've already bathed him and shaved and cut his hair. We have him in a gown in your office. His name is Alejo Prutilovsky. According to him, he had ordered his magicians to manipulate the woman so that she would commit suicide and thus ruin the happiness of his enemy. What if it were true? The girl pulled the blade from the machine and then placed it on the table. She slowly stood up and approached him. He rushed at the priest who was in taking the paste by force so as to exorcise him. The attack, being so sudden, almost succeeded. The one with the camel's smile raised his left hand, and with his right he slowly pulled out his document. Character Laiseca did the same. Being played for some people, nor how much they depended on his words, he came to a conclusion. The organ was not entirely satisfactory, but as was already mentioned, the influable was not interested in the last part of the story. He got bored with the business of ants. The man seemed disappointed. No, you might have something sturdier and heavier, some old square or cubic iron or something like that. Eso, sin contar con que un tipo, para pasar por la vereda, tendrá que volver a casa entrando a la nación vecina. Losing weight was his own harakiri with the immolation of Brunhilde. He was almost 120 kilos of organs in 3 months. Was sold. Oh, really? Asked Kratos, starting to bore his attention. Temperature had dropped suddenly by 40 degrees. Sabotage, instead of putting Romeo and Juliet or Swan Lake, ran the horrifying cycles by Stockhausen. Unfortunate Marilyn? Soldiers told stories and tales around the campfires. A soldier, Pedro Perez Pedraza Izeca, threw some firewood onto the fire. This gives us an internal surface of 390 centimeters square, more or less, in its optimal articulation. Now, well, the bottom of the chimney, filled with scorched and semi-melted remnants and slow internal combustion, began to rise. Monitor had remained open-mouthed, and with a glass full of Felipe Gaeta vermouth, with vodka and ice in his left hand. The problem came when the singer who would interpret Alberich the dwarf also wanted a pair. It was terrible the task of dissuading him. But in general, the attention that was given to them was small. No one had time for games, because the premiere was already upon us. Their transports. This serious situation will only get worse as every minute passes. It is urgent to take the necessary precautions. In hand, Venusberg of Tannhauser, beautiful. To the soldier, life remained only an infinitesimal amount of time. He placed his invention in a dirty cardboard tray. He could not find the others in his haste, and returned to the endless corridor. That inveterate pessimist did not understand the worthy attempt to transform Thanatos into Eros, for at bottom this is what it was about. Anyway, if the technocrats wanted to entertain the troops of Gorian of Goria, while they settled accounts with Garduna, I couldn't see how to prevent it. As for chrome and manganese, I am not concerned. In the south we have more than enough. As for nickel, we possess the richest deposits in the world. Radio Chanchin Libre had 24 daily emissions of an hour each, half in Chanchinita language, and the rest in technocrat. Beyond the fact that they had learned to love and respect the monitor for his integrity during the harsh years, there was the reality of the hated enemy. When he finally did so and managed to stop the invasion, it had become horrible. As one would expect, hair would not grow again. Icy winds. There the head of state ordered the creation of a new province, which he called Provincia de Soria, howling like the condemned he was. Monitor, the technocratic justice, is swift. The law is harsh, but it is the law. Plaster, holes with pulverized materials on the walls, doors out of the hinges, or worse, in false joists in asymmetry. She, in turn, will also sleep with the monitor at some point. This is our chance to give Barbudo a taste of Jealousy 47. I never expected such an outburst to come from his lips, on which the divine nervous impressions of Pericles can be seen, could ever emerge. The poor wretches cried among themselves, despairing, as they watched the bales burn. "We have no mercy," exclaimed Dervishatayst. Although the liquid was hot, its receptacle was far enough away, so that the future tormentor did not feel anything but a mild warmth. The giant statue shudders, deflecting with its right hand a cone-shaped purple gas tumour that is attempting to draw closer. Called the development of personality 84, no one tell me that things will always be different in the West, no matter how many trade unionists we are. Chapter 77. Advances in pseudoscience, the various technocratic monitorias were quite decentralized. It was around the time when they started to call him, to calculate the quadrature of the circle, the rectification of the arc, and the tubation of the sphere. They offer only sad skirmishes, unfit for a rival like me. It is useless to raise oriflammas and bellicose pendants against them. But come on, Lokito, let's get together. Don't you see that I come very high, killing at any level? And it's true that she kills, but she rarely kills you. The task, according to him, was about to come to an end. When he finally announced it, the astonishment exceeded expectations. The goddesses must have been laughing their asses off at that weird and incoherent mix of theologies and rituals, of supplication with blackmail. That sound was something new. It resembled the sonic surprise of a Martian organ tube, or a note captured from the music of the spheres. Otherwise, the poems of the monitor were already technocratic, only that, as technocracy still did not exist, they could not realize it. That never ceased flickering. They also often came into combat with other robots. They were terrible enemies, unaware of fear or weakness. Primarily an impressive funeral music for Cigarron del Fuego Diluvial of Paralepidinsky, which competed with that of Siegfried. Obelisks, tombstones, and funeral monuments that surrounded the cottage of the graveyard took by parts the chromatics of autumn leaves. The latter asked the former, "Have you seen the monitor yet?" "Not yet." He called me with an urgent matter. "There are 2 other people missing." Are essential in plastic processes, starting 3 months before these events. Strategic materials were increasingly threatened. The Venus de Milo, the winged Victory or whatever. The plastic clung vigorously to metallic surfaces, brickwork, etc. That's where it all started. He used to tell his employees with enthusiasm. According to him, potassium was the salvation of humanity, so it will be hopeless to search for her in the dictionary, unless it is a Solias dictionary, for supreme head of the exateista congregation. It happened that the exarch was dead, and he didn't ignore that the Santon Congress could choose him as successor. That's why he was nervous. I'm talking about a friend of mine, a rather young man who works in his father's field. The other day we went to the funeral of an old friend. With infinite prudence and Jeroba inclining, this time was because he was tired, or for some other reason, said uncaringly, "Bah! Crap!" Although sometimes I let a few out through the forest yard of my residence, with their wings cut, so he can enjoy catching them. It must have learned it from me. But among all the titles that they have bestowed upon me, I prefer one, Bestiasa el Clemente. Well, what? Let's see. On his belly with ease, with fury, he bit and tore the twin boar, which in an instant was also in his stomach. After victory, there will be no other remedy than to look at your navel, or kill your own people, and then hang yourself from your testiculators. Yegulev simply waited. Maishlink said calmly, "Pavel Dmitrievich, I think Lenin is the Marx of the peoples." A girl from allocation told me she would fix it, but I had to take a detour and 2 subscriber runs, because there was no vacancy on the hills of shit. But already without any strength at all, and it was very easy for him to block. Finished the 2 months, he never again felt any discomfort of any kind. This pontiff, consecrated to extolling the glories of sex and life, paradoxally and in many respects, did not fulfill his functions. Kid. The nene, tapping his foot, said, "Order, sir. You take them to Ponzonia, the vampire, and the little beast," in which way, automatically, they started being persecuted by their former friends. The state provided them with the necessary protection. Men, in these circumstances, will be freed late and badly, leaving themselves defenseless in the most important thing that the old man has. The old woman who gets on a bus and shoves her purse in your face to give you the seat, or who gasses you with her deadly creams, make her shit in a parrot. The architect knew very well what was happening to him and why, but since he lacked magical powers or knowledge, he had to ask for help from character, subtly denying, in a way like a period end, and as if he didn't doubt that the other would believe him. "I didn't see it, I didn't see it." Victory or death. Another army attacked us from Chanchin del Sur and managed to occupy Langa de Duero and Land. The bureaucracy, on the other hand, supported its legionaries with astronauts, which increased the difficulty for the Russians. Haggard. In his novella, this word appears 13 times. I know because I took the trouble to count them 139. Order. The entire marked section sank, pulling him deeper and faster. Above a plate replaced the traveller leaving the place as before. He threw his head into the vivid waters, ready to dive. She begged them to get rid of that hungry demon, that tree with its branches. Oriental accent and with a big smile. Lotus flower, lotus flower, lotus flower, and so on, day and night. So one day they went where Moyaresmio to present him with a proposal. In other words, to express to him the unease of the weapon. Polarity of forces has not reversed the process at our expense in an irreversible way. Such a serious moment is what we have. In certain countries, religious intolerance was such, after centuries of hatred, that they were forced to move in the clandestinity. Fanatic determination, as a Japanese pilot who would throw his plane onto the aircraft carrier Saratoga, shouting Renzo Banzai. So complete was the identification with her that she adopted his name as her own. The monitor called her so until the day of her death. He would defeat them all. But what an unpleasant surprise when he encountered Blücher one day, a creative general who knew as much as he did. Since it was not possible to recover the past, no longer existing, unless we must prevent the decay of the past, current. Highest ex-theistic hierarchy, who before, when we were winning, was throwing their tears of distress as we smacked the saboteur. Too well they knew that they were not. Monitor used to dream of winning, at least in his own mind. For this reason he was left most confused. A monitor's cap, which seemed like a crown of monitor, as Kundry had invented for putting on Don Juan triumphant in the Phantom of the Opera. Right to expect you not to get involved with me and not to ask for explanations of my actions. Final. Louise, misunderstanding. Hey! She hesitated much, but finally decided not to give permission by making herself deaf and blind and pretending not to know what was happening. Make him clean the shit with his tongue, and then rape him, slowly peel him, remove his eyes, and cut off his hands and feet, etc. 82,000 volumes and cons to say almost nothing. The being is but anti-now. I know that didn't say it. The effect was that they were forced to practice a tunnel of 1 kilometer long, a real mine gallery, before placing the bomb. Is it only in recent times that strawberries and other things come bad, or has it always been like this? It's only in recent times. I felt infinite joy because I was sure that it was a girl that I had met. He shouted out his name several times in a burst of happiness. They had already learned a lot, and, in addition, the interferences of the technocratic esoterists were beginning to be very strong. And the monitor moved an undetectable lever at the side of the platform. He began to hear twist and shouts sung by the Beatles. He wore an extremely rare tunic. It looked like plastic harpilera, all tied with laces, as if it were a package or a saucisson. They taught him to open strong boxes, break locks with a small laser, and photograph documents with an apparatus as big as a matchbox, geometric funeral shape behind, etc. It even seems too much to us. I am innocent. I am innocent. I followed orders. We're going to give it a few beatings with a certain touch of ill omen. Then we'll shove it down your throat. They pushed him in, as Chacon says. Dictators, it is also true that trade unions, in which there is nothing magical, are the real and hidden owners of the world. Now he has taken to reading chivalric books. This can go on. Thus it's good 3 months, until it begins to read the memoirs of Rommel. I still miss a little Goering and Beria, but patience, what can you do? As for you, who are my parents, I will not forget them. Commit. Even worse than socialist realism in the field of art, but coming back to Stalin. A Chinese emperor, without a doubt. The monitor had the problem of low demographic density in his state. Soria could mobilize 50 more troops than he. The soldier Pedro Pedraza Iseca kept silent. He had been a theological biology student at Central Technocracy. Very well, monitor. Very well. The dashing National Commissioner of Coal arguing in doubt, my monitor, I stayed thinking. The reason for this statement was that it was so written in the Book of the Stars forever. And so it was, definitive and immutable. They remained like this forever with that ellipsoid form. Then, catechizing with its endless lotus flower, lotus flower. Models and sketches of the scenery were displayed, as well as figurines and designs of the costumes, with a sample of the fabrics to be used. No sooner had he said that than a horrible crunching sound was heard, and the 4 Titans bowed down towards the center. In my left hand I have a grenade. I'm waiting for them. I listen to the music of Venusberg from Tannhauser. It is very beautiful. After the clusters became faceted in large and polished slippery faces, like colossal diamonds covered with oil. He didn't have anything against him, on the contrary. He had made several horoscopes to find out how things were going, and to know this way if needed. The effects were appreciated by 2 hearing channels, the eustachian and fallopian tubes, called respectively those impressive horns. The field of Mars's Kritos replied with a touch of irony. Look, my dear friend, I don't know anything about waves. Let's turn to probability. High contamination remained in the premises. Things couldn't have gone worse. At one time, a place like that was cleaned in a minute. The consul was drawn to kneel down before him, as if before a god, to kill him any extreme act of violence. But what joy for him to understand, while he is being stabbed, that he is contributing to the erotic dysfunctions of his executioner. Only we, the beggars of Soria, remember it. But how? Was it a fundamental thing which we all knew, and then they erased us? The orchestra pit releases a faint light from the instruments, which have become phosphorescent. They play alone, without anyone executing them. However, you should know one thing. It does not do you any good to compare yourself with me. That's not exactly right or fair. You now have innocence. Of the astral memories of the deceased, who would make him repeat events and customs from his life, contradicting the wishes of the occultist. And he gives her a blank sheet of paper and a pencil. The other Solias signs and returns the paper to him. Como se determinaba quién era Soriano y quién no, it was a very difficult task, since not all cases were so clear. The fine and cultusman sock-eater cursed himself for putting his foot in it, and was silent, as if the tongue had been eaten by a cat, not without first ordering that they gave him a lifetime pension, so that he could continue to delude himself, but without economic hardships. Scenes between themselves, from the rest of the film that has not yet been run, the sum of all shots must not amount in total more than 2 seconds. He began to worry, and, in his delirious state, for a second he thought that despite his money he would never get out of the well. Relaxes, and signs a decree by which it orders that Ferrini is buried alive immediately, without losing time. Yes, after the period mentioned above, the putrid emanations from the corpse became so foul that he was buried without further delay. I have a power that reaches everything. Sumo pain and first love. Before I existed, there was no birth. So many prisms, said he, some vertical, most in various slanted angles. They surround him. They were their movements. Despite this, sometimes technology proceeded as if it ignored this emphasis on an issue that up to then had not concerned anyone. Crazy as to believe it, but many times, for sheer madness, he made life easy for others by pretending to swallow any story. Death in an instant, accuracy up to 25 meters, a scratch anywhere on the body, even a hand, and a butterfly effect. He extended his index finger of his right hand to touch the electric bell, and stopped with the tip just a millimeter away. He doubted. While keeping his thumb of his right hand supported on one of the leaves, the index finger of the same touched the black fabric of the trousers. Yes, he's dead forever. No, if you're going to die for just a while. The last one to speak lit a cigarette. It was night in Russia. Before that, she had walked through impressive corridors, gone up to infinite floors via elevators that seemed like silenced cannons, etc. Sighed. A great silence fell for about half an hour. The lake of geometries disappeared into eternal destruction. Wharton laughs at Siegfried in his face, and keeps asking him a question after another about the origin of the sword carried by the Teutonic hero. The fingers, semi-frozen, slipped. With dread he realized that it was at least theoretically impossible to get there without equipment. I believe, like the monitor, in moral strength, and in the miracles that attain bold reflection, resistance, and character. So, from your part, you are perfectly innocent. You have nothing to do with stories of shortages, do not? It was all Marsfield's fault. Like this, neither in the Soriator youths, nor among the Orthodox monitorials, nor in the young Stajanovists and Komsomols. In my imagination, I even dressed them in legionary clothing and adorned them with helmets and other accessories, blue faces, red hair. These soldiers were not going to be easy prey for the technocrats because they were seasoned, fanatical, loved Goryeo, and were well armed. I don't agree at all with your proposal for political settlement. On the other hand, I think that your military assessment is valid. I don't know if I was right at that time, but with the same candor as then I send you this one. I want you to know that I don't blame you for anything. It's up to him whether he knows how to take advantage of it or not. He must take on what he did by himself, and although it's terrible. Afterwards, they surrounded the symbol with enough protection so that it would not happen again. For the monitor, these events were funest. Before ruling them, you bunch of animals, I would rather lead the Russians, who at least never lost sight of their fate as a great nation. You're pricks. He smiled, watching the dancer, but when it occurred to him that idea, the smile was erased, being changed by a grimace of attention. They say you fight every day. Are you really that bad? He watched the patient's hands, which were opening and closing nervously. The other prisoners ran down the long corridor, putting one foot before the other, but not him. He entered the small room and plundered the refrigerator. He continued with vehemence, "What I say about written language. Oral can also be replaced by this new transcendent language. They are real artists in their field. I, for example, already know 270 different torments, and am just a novice. Otherwise, in order that he might create with every comfort, he presented the musician with the estate won for it by the shores of a lake near the capital. were working elsewhere, and when I went to sign later, they put me on suspension for 10 days without pay for coming in late. But what do you want, sir? To the pipe. Once filled, we threw it in the yard where it can stay. What person is going to occur to search for Humphrey there inside? Once there, it is impossible to get out, no matter how powerful the magician may be, nor even if he wishes it with all his soul. But still, that of the Soviets, I think it is to take things too far. Oh, of course, it's not about a conscious thing. Besides, you saw that movie and liked it, which I know for sure. You're crazy. I didn't see that tape. It doesn't exist. On the other hand, they maintained an open and positive neutrality. A large part of the population changed, especially the youth, through a mirage. De Gaulle surrounded himself with human shapes. Some were young, others old, but all alike. She possessed a certain macabre charm, dressed in a black tutu, delightfully absurd, which she had mistaken for her friar robes. Several armed and camouflaged suicidal groups with laser-guided weapons waited for the technocrats to occupy the city's ruins. He thought his outburst was excessive. I wouldn't want to be unfair to the monitor. He made some great hits, did a lot for the country. He's even a good soldier. In this way, my body, although embalmed, will slowly and over the course of thousands of years turn into part of the tree. Terrible one made by Greek statues when they decide never to speak again. Moments later, Senator Cassius peered out. Operation. They planned to settle accounts with the monitor. According to them, it would be a shame if they allowed the soldiers to kill him. But it's his problem, not others, whose dilemma is precisely to refuse to be a sub-multiple of the other fault, that one they want to put on us. Monitor, victory, and so on. Finally, from the back, appeared the monitor in black uniform and cap. Now she should no longer be called Enriqueta. From now on she will be called Vicenta Lopez, and Plagios. The technocratic mages assumed, rightly so, that the Russian occultists would take advantage of the distraction to attack the technocracy. Anywhere Monitoria, and even to the most remote corners of their suburbs, he was the sole passenger on this mysterious vehicle. Don't interrupt me while I'm still speaking. See if I deport you, administratively, to the 3rd Esquinard province, automatically transmitted to the wavelock. In turn, the technocrats took the trouble to block all the stations of Soria one by one. The performers had as instruments 70 men, the same number of women, and the same number of young boys. This angered the Ithaca monitor, who turned off the illusion machine, appearing both him and his friend to the surprise of the present. Sagen, Viva Sagen, and Odin Ra, rock and military marches are the only truth. However, I do not hold a grudge. I understand that among the large numbers of the state can slip an error or fire a smaller number. Este se puede echar tranquilamente a dormir sin necesidad de ninguna otra atención. The sand and rocks, smaller in size, fell more than 800 kilometers from the edge of the crater left by the explosion. He used to bring her desserts that she herself would prepare, and which he would look at absently in the intimacy of his room, without eating and losing weight. To make matters worse, the war could explode at any time, and no one was in a position to know their future all the time that it granted. Not mean that Kratos undervalued Zeno's paradoxes. That sage wondered about the nature of motion, a very legitimate thing. If the Soviets were given time to recover, they would have countered with all their untapped reserves, and there would be no time to crush the Soris. Yes, but it might be appropriate if he performed self-criticism in order to punish his notorious anti-Marxism extravagance. In addition, the figurines must be placed inside the triangle in such a way that they do not touch each other or rub against the wooden sides. At his signal, 132 naked midgets seized the unfortunate man and opened his abdomen with scissors. There was a Serenata de Sotano and a Gardien de Lucerna. The latter was an extremely jealous old man about his duties. The gods of the stage appear: Fro, god of joy, and Donna, god of thunder, who intend to defend their sister from the giants. The head of a dead soldier seemed submerged in the bed of a river. On his forehead a colour like black waters was laid. After a formidable clash that barely unsettled Caesar's soldiers, the first, second, and third waves of enemies were routed. Thus, whether or not it was a blunder on his part, de Meticulously was prepared to check the efflorescence of the Dervish-only 170. "You're sure it's not what I want?" In an instant shift of image, the Sorotauro's answer came. "Too late, comrade Stalin III. Of course it is an attempt. We must move forward towards Schomberg? Schomberg? It seems like I've heard his name." Then Julius Caesar, driving everyone away, stayed with Pale Beast to talk to him alone. No one will ever know what he said to him. However, to everyone who was aware of the existence of this protected by the master, the thing didn't stop seeming very strange to them. "You all know me from the years of peace, and do not ignore how terrible I can be. Inevitably death for those who defeat us and betray us." Turning to everyone, "Listen, I said I had two things to tell you. The first were the slides you already saw. The second is this. For the first type, they had an ironic comment, somber and ascetic. Fulano, he sat in an electric recliner to rest. They must be repressed at their source, so as not to waste energy. I am currently in art like a spoiled child. Laugh. The nest of galaxies of the Virgin, placed at 40 million light-years and composed by 2,500 galaxies. Then he sunk his teeth many times, but in its depth, little by little, putting them more and more inside the chest, while the blood filled his mouth. Much is possible about the enemy's head of state. Perhaps thus they could find a weak point. Suddenly, they managed to catch an image. She then, in a given moment, will also sleep with the monitor. We'll take advantage to tell the bearded one to jealously juice. This made it a religious, civil, police, magical, and military organization. Everything in equal parts. The orchestra begins with a kind of soft, recurring rumble, similar to the monochord thud of soldiers' footsteps. It builds gradually. You've been very lucky, because we're at the end of the millennium now. Your chance is to have all night to break the curse and humanize me. Tree, who is the poet? Asked Forta. Suppress a yawn. Shen Chin. A technocrat? Little is known about the life of this man. 96th chapter. The killer's King Louis XVI, who loved clocks very much, was given a clock that kept going by the Revolution. So the people enjoyed fully their less frequent sex in Soria than in Goria, despite the inexorable repression of the Gorian. The sergeant responded sharply, "By making astral projections, you will be when I arrest you. Don't interrupt me again," I continue. The little old man stopped singing and looked with a smile into the eyes of the cat. He remained frozen, for it was clear that the other could see him, except for some of the balcony area, of course, the box just below the chandelier. But what great lyrical hall does not suffer from some flaws? Were to protect the withdrawal of Soviet armies. The skeletons of one and another side were made of translucent plastic. The destruction of the plastic dike allowed the cold to invade abruptly, turning those gnomes into little ice chunks. "Phosphorescences," said to the beard, while pointing at the apparatus that had made the monitor's voice heard. "Didn't I tell you?" I told him. "If a man, for lack of character, fails to take a manly stance at the right time, it will become progressively more difficult for him. Enormous being." To the beardy, the project idea did not please him. The cucks will say, "Did you see? It's typical. Material mines, etc." This would make the arrival of armament supplies even more insufficient than in the time of Samarcanda. "Do you know what this secret weapon is, I suppose?" "Emeterio Paravicino." "Not in the details, my monitor." "Monitor? Very well, then." Monitor wanted to give his favorite jester a job that would allow him to do his thing in comfort, enjoy royal perquisites, etc. In their desperate attack, the technocrats managed to temporarily annul part of the energy screens that surrounded the sororial palace. He did not waste time talking to them about honor, technocracy, the cause, or how bad the Solias were. He knew it would be futile. And the monitor finished getting off Pegasus. He looked at Dawn, thought what he had thought, came close and shook Gonzalo's hand. "His goal is to fortify himself in the mountains of central Esculida province. I don't think he'll succeed. That's my humble civil opinion. Stop killing women and old people. Or why don't you kill each other on the stones, in a clear reference to the stones of the Holocaust?" In order to be able to carry out his project, he had to remove a piece of territory from some technocratic province which already existed. Attention to the Russian, at least for the moment, but you have one consolation, Tighty. Do not cry, because we have stained you. They were minor magicians who were learning magic. They used him as a target for practice, but they could have taken anyone else as a victim. The strawberries and everything always arrived in good condition. And why did you accuse him of using bad strawberries? Asked the monitor, as if the unions were not a basic wing of the party as their members believe, but, on the contrary, it was an appendage, a proxy of that. Chester, on the other hand, I could not help but do so. To welcome his people, that is, even if it were only for lost causes. In such a work, whose proposal is plenitude, erasitism would have to be absent by force, images, countless. Stuff. The auto-da-fe took place before 5 poor dervishes, who were in charge of guarding the pagoda of the objects incinerated. The office from which they came was on the 4th floor, so the apparatus had gone down the equivalent of 100 floors, and continued descending. The foreign agent, a powerful wizard, who knows what his true hierarchy might be, cooked up a grand plan that came very close to succeeding. Kind of fuckery. As soon as she saw Issachar only half distinguishing him because of the handle, something began to react on her face. The aforementioned esoterist lived in a remote place. There, in his little house by the river, he created that creature out of love. The difference consisted in that the head of state knew that the other was Krytos, but he ignored the identity of that one. The monitor, who at that moment was playing the tiger's lot, lifted his head. The courtesan, are you calling me, Bull Apis? The Solias, first of all, did not call into question the real technocratic intentions. They did not manage to deceive them for even 1 minute. Such a place. There, in the cavernous torpor or thicket, refuge of the runes of life. From behind grumbled. All the tons of fuel, raw materials for making war plastics, and others with which to build our tanks, aircraft, etc. The intestine swelled in a horrible way, especially in the area where he was pricked. It seemed like a garden hose when you step on it with your foot. The shoemakers built stilt shoes, enormous shoes, so that the giants Fafner and Fasolt would appear extremely tall. Every so often, a pallid light on his hand would come together with the reddish reflections of a torch stuck to a certain wall. Their powerful laser cannons swept away the robots like giants with Ortanian lances crushing Nibelungs. The lance of Wotan snapped up. It was undeniable that the Soviets did not have such a proportion of modern Evtushenko in the total of their armored forces. They informed him that in this tribe there is a custom. After the gods have fertilized the earth, they eat them to avoid aging. Of the green polysexual, of the seafood in their aquarium, with crystal walnuts in Alaska, and other famous dishes. However, certain details escape his notice or only present themselves to him in an incomplete and difficult-to-perceive manner. Arnaldus the Huge has already told me that shortly before Samarcanda, Sorita wrote a magical poem, thanks to the help of Antissa. We'll be able to make them stop. La risa le respondió en acorde. The laughter replied to him in harmony, which finished a few seconds later. Constructions. In a break, Kratos Enrique Cattell took the opportunity to introduce some of the problems that concerned him. But if we lower ourselves to central technocracy, as a man takes refuge in his home, we will be disappointed. They disobeyed an instruction, that's fine. But ultimately, and speaking frankly, what damage do they do? They're idiots, that's all. Character Issachar had hoped that the abrupt variation of thermodynamic conditions would cause the armored vehicle's engines to go out of sync. The admonicular that represented the most select part of the state chief was the object of a special veneration, as if it were a fetish. The tortures that are shown in my movie were filmed, as I already told you, live and direct. They were very bad people, believe me. I don't remember the exact text. 67. The phrase referred to is this very one, the one with the bastardile. Himself, nevertheless, worshipped a unique being whose life had passed 1,000 years before his own, Al-Mansur. Where are my knitting needles? If I had to continue sending enemies to the scaffold, at least I want to do it like this, surrounded by them, with great pomp from the chamber of the sealed ovals. This last one was kept in lead jars, sealed to prevent evaporation, completely naked. They only wore a gold bracelet on one of their ankles. The horses were very beautiful, too. He loved them a lot, and he fine-tuned himself when the other one started to stab him with a saw or cut the air as if the instrument was a scythe, singing. The technocrat technique had achieved perfect stereophony for this case. The sounds of the drums seemed to come from the drummer, etc. Cigarettes. You, meanwhile, had been waiting by the door of the newsstand. They gave you the pack, you paid, and off you went. When he asked about it one of his companions, he said, "They are some idiots. We have asked them for lasers and electric guns 5 years ago. His friend, both to console him and to correct his obsessions, tried to redirect these dangerous obsessions toward less harmful things. Firstly, whenever responsibility tasks were attempted to be given to the inspectors in factories, they demonstrated to be inefficient. It possessed enormous files, giant machines, thousands of officials, and its own magical and conventional defensive systems. Answered with a mocking minuet. Ah. Then the monk called his father, the Lord of the depth of the earth. I continue, it is sick theology that affects biology and psychology by infecting them, not the other way around. What do you think, Doctor? Hongo a la Arnaudus, which consists of mushrooms with dried corn husk bread, well ground. Torn technocratic flag that carries at the mast. Cut. Silence. We see a military parade of 100,000 men. The author of the book understood that these supposed disciples had, in addition to common arms, a third one that grew from the middle of the chest. There were also some light crystal harps, which melted and fell thickening that lake that was similar to liquid glass. When they took root, they created another profile on top of the previous one, which allowed them to move 2 meters closer to the center, etc. Then he is set free, but before leaving he casts a curse on the ring. Whoever wears it will die a cruel and terrible death. Because he wanted to go back, despite his burns, others fainted from the smoke. His colleagues were able to rescue them all happily. But this journey is short. After descending 100 meters, they detach themselves and fall, now with no impediment. After Sigurinsky had surrounded the technocrats with a triple ring to prevent them from breaking through and escaping, he arrived at 45C. Now they held out for as long as possible. The little natural illumination left transformed into some grey surroundings on the pavement. It should not surprise that the monitor suffered a sort of passionate madness, given the gloomy military situation. What was happening to him was not easy to explain in depth, although it might seem simple. His possible weaknesses did not attract him. The process described involved violence and great discomfort for the Kratos. Poor whoever had the misfortune to suffer a fit of laughter. He will save us. Go see the Russians, sir. You tell them who he is, so they won't do anything to us. But the other one was not so stupid. Absorbed in the fight, at first character didn't realize that his mates no longer shot. He felt instead that someone had jumped over the fence. However majestic, when the sounds became strong enough, the announcer screamed in an insane fanaticism. The terrorists did not count on destroying immediately the thick wall, which had almost 5 meters. They were content to crack it. I only know that the ingredients were appropriate. I didn't put anything in this machine that I made for your pleasure that could give it a bad taste. Great joy was his when he discovered that while the professors hated him, the student delegates were not exactly in love with him. And when he was finished, it was the biggest thing I had ever seen. I calculated that it would be like half a liter of manure. He managed to restrain himself. Without showing disappointment and premature boredom, he put on a robot's face and agreed. The ogre, in a tutorial tone. A vector is that enjoyed adminical, she. Oh, my inquisitor. Was he aware of what seemed to be saying, or were the implications a reader's invention, and the more readers there were, the more implications? Men who have existed, Ashurbanipal, Hitler, Napoleon, Stalin, Einstein, Alexander the Great, etc. Baron Samedi, Lord of the Cemeteries, Prince of Death, destroy them. After the ritual, the candle was extinguished. He did manage to get out, though, despite the others being many, some even quite powerful, and having tons of machines giving them logistical support. But that's another matter. As I tried to say, if it were not for the masturbations of her worshippers, Marilyn would have died much earlier. Bone fragments. The sadism crackled with its own flames, making a crick-crack sound like the talking grasshopper of Pinocchio. Generation. The ones born in second generation will already have a quarter, and those in third will have an eighth, etc. Bodies with their long hair, which was not easy for them, because the wind stripped them naked again and again. Thus Moyaresmio could, with tranquillity and justice, raise in offerings the hazy grey ink of his great sacred vessel. Thank goodness it was still in the experimental stage, despite its initial successes, and would only start being mass-produced in the coming months. I don't need to tell you that I immediately called the monitor on the phone to keep him informed of the matter and to prevent him from playing with me. Monitor, I called you because I have made a very serious decision. These men appear to be looking through a black-and-white television." He thought that after the collapse, those two cocks would serve the victor. It was not so bad as the fact that now they were conspiring. Happening, he took urgent military measures, often identical to those dictated by the Monitor to his generals not far away. His was a rare kind of madness, since, if he succeeded, the Solias would have ended in a few years, with the death of the younger generation. When they found him, his surviving disciples looked in amazement at the man of stone, and were uncertain as to which way to go. Protecting her people, and pyramids were built again. The Romans, armies on the move, the crater of Arizona, and tall obelisks. He felt extremely uneasy, despite de Gaulle assuring him that it meant nothing. He suspected that the other was lying to calm him down. "I forgive you because you are an excellent person, very far down inside, but your peers do not. They are very snobbish, and that is why they hang out. Beware of attacking the letter, and all the more so the word, or you will beget a misfortune, a metaphysical misfortune." "Aye, filling it. Its basin was perfectly polished, so that it could throw flashes like a mirror. That eye had a lot of strength. It is precisely the opposite. To take advantage of the deviation, to point it out, thus avoiding others from falling into error. Open sea, beautiful women kept, secretaries, bodyguards, land titles, and the dictatorship. Well, this nasal appendage, made of stone, had a volume of 3,333 cubic meters. An old Zulu to those waiting for his orders. This man has one thicker knee than the other, I had noticed. That makes him less beautiful. No, you have to open it. We need to do something. I felt the suggestion telepathically. There's a friend who needs our help. Traitor friends of such little men and fat. Kill them, and then make them work as gardeners in your cottage garden in the province." He cried out with Franco-Slavic Germanic inflections. "How? Are my parents afraid? Put the circuit into action at once. First of all, those who are born with supernatural gifts in such a way that without study they know and can very few. Student, and try not to enemy. I would have to know more data before judging. 100 meters further on. Doctor, those beings, born of pain and cholera, nevertheless had the most beautiful pair of breasts ever seen on any woman. Yes, these, too. Had I enjoyed them in that impoverished fashion, making myself out to be rich, it was an obsolete fortress from a military point of view, and, to make matters worse, it performed too many functions for its size. Look at what the very pretentious one ended up becoming. He thought he would be able to defeat me. Well, here it is, tamed. He recovered, wrapped his hands with the neck and nose handkerchiefs, and continued climbing in desperation, 5,000 meters. They thought that a country as powerful as technocracy could not be defeated. But the revenge did not come, and anger grew. He thought, "It's like a beast from the woods, the Yeti drinking tea. I want it, despite everything. It is my pocket rhino." In another time even, Eusebio Aristarco would have been offended by that sentence, considering it traitorous. Although for a second his mind didn't delete the knowledge that they were lies and pseudo-scientific nonsense, still believed it. More references to the same thing, which, translated into technocrat jargon, would have given something like this: "The fibers can't sleep at night. If they were real technicians, they should surpass the enemy and reduce everything to a nutshell. They were the best, the greatest." The Soviets were already talking about evacuating Politectoria, where they had set up their headquarters. The situation was grave. Turks is an extremely bad thing. From now on, we must not kill any of them, however great the temptation may be. 853-24, a powerful magician and astrologer, he was the head of the technocratic esoteric team. The Iska character saw clearly how it fell from the sky, covering the roofs of buildings, a radioactive precipitation. Kill them better. And napalm and fragmentation bombs and shock bombs, each weighing 200 tons. The tradition that the Soriator from Soria was producing faces can be traced back to the Greek word soreo, which means to heap up. Say what you want, accuse whoever you want, but please forgive me. I know what they're going to do to me. No! The technocratic soldiers left a squad at the entrance, armed with electric rifles to prevent surprises, and the rest penetrated. What's wrong with your idea is that when there are 7 minutes to leave, those 7 minutes turn into 7 hours, is it not? The only reality that interests me is getting my armies well equipped for the war I'm going to make on that son of a bitch. Take care, my Soriator. He had slept with at least 150 women like her. She was attractive, but not quite that much. She did have nice curves, though. There did not exist the little typewriters, which for show were typed on the 4th floor, a department of New Patriotic Street. The 2 young Japanese attendants greeted with a stiff, short, and instant bow. Aye, 60 meters of galleries away. Julius Esteban Demetrio Calzone Montegrave, dear and beloved, was named dictator of idleness. It was going to be watching in the horoscope the faces that would put when everyone was naked, and he left the dead free for themselves. 2, to give the hippies our holy word that, if we win, the legalization of marijuana and other drugs will be on the signature. Other sets observe and gain experience, even though the entire attack team has been to replaces the previous one, and so on. Surely the monitor is already doing it, observed Liliana. Undoubtedly. There are sealed files in the I-double to which I do not have access. Previously, he would bomb the technocracy by destroying the monitorial vessels on land, laser batteries, etc. Those fearsome blue lances were followed by a loud shower of tiny ice crystals as the moisture in the air froze. But how can one not be proud of memory? Construction was a mechanical god prepared by men to destroy forgetfulness. She said the same to him as he told her that Dionysios was the author of the poems, and began to fall in love with him, she said. Wotan threatens, if they do not stop their pleas, he will make them suffer the same fate. The Walkyrians flee, shrieking in horror. Each engagement cost the monitorial forces 15 or 20 of their personnel, and it was obvious that the percentage would increase. The weapons used by those extraordinary prodigies illuminated, at certain times, limited sectors of the sky and the plain. Little fond of reading, however, if he read a book, it could repeat it word for word years later, and even though he didn't understand anything. In this way, our army will be destroyed with a snap of the fingers. General Henri Periquet Isseka stopped reading. This was akin to an unspoken and undefined order. They seemed to be invisible armies advancing victoriously. Of all the living and dead composers, there's only 1 or 2 who are on par with our great social movement. They exposed their flanks. The fact that the Solias had just rolled over a technocrat position contributed to the success of the plan. I was willing to forgive the most vicious Cox, however, and unfortunately for him, none of what was planned would come to be executed. If anyone had spoken about surrender, they would have spit on them. They were terribly hurt, humiliated, and possessed by rare rage and sorrow. You killed 8 octillion cows in Russia, nothing but their tongues, and the rest was trampled with your 500 trillion tanks. That's a lot. At the same time, more than 1,000 kilometers south of the capital, Tuchashchusky was about to conquer what remained of the country. It's very important. It's the avenue of all technocrats. Do you see how people go in droves and crowds there? Well, they had been warned that if they revealed to anyone this secret delusion, they would all be burned alive, so they would disobey. But the horizontal stripe, or half, that appeared to be untanned, told me that she had been wearing a bodice to tan on the beach. Whatever else it was, that's the kind of man who has always been true to you and loved you. Just looking at his face is enough to realize that. Third, it was an excellent opportunity to blame, monitor, and motorize the people against the technocracy. In this sense, Caiste como una rata Santa Victima was favored as a song by the unions. Moreover, if the murderer lost his life in the attack, he would go directly to heaven, no matter how many crimes he had committed before. With a face beaming with passion, like a Strauss conducting his own work, the conductor slowly marked the first bar. 200 years passed before Catherine brought that advancement back to Russia. We can already see that humanity has several secret histories. The only objectionable thing is that I don't think it will be enough for Potemkin to fit all the American trade unionists and scoundrels in. Time and proud as battle, who had launched this interminable monologue, German had been a good man. First of all, the Solias also had magical machines, robots, and airships, just as technocrats, true that less advanced. As might be expected, the old one built a temple at the bottom of its yard, and there the elephants spent long seasons. The transcription machines of the above dialogue recorded, among other things, the dangerous tics that the teacher displayed on his face. Irons heated by charcoal, Having stripped their victims and bound them, they would caress all over their bodies with those hot surfaces. But no one knows about the wild power of secret words that inspire us. No one knows the martial inflection of the dirty gesture. There were those who said when they heard the recording that Wagner's work could have had 2 or 3 minutes cut, which were unnecessary. But that was natural, if we take into account that the vocal organ of this singer was in complete decline. The idea of the Monitor, since the arrival of its armies at those mountain ranges, was to prepare conditions for a future offensive. After we win this battle, all of the future will be open to us. We cannot lose the battle, and we will not lose it. It was not a dervish or a saint of lower rank who had taken all the teachings of the Exarista congregation seriously. Siberia possessed inexhaustible resources, that is very true, but not always it was economically viable to exploit them. As if the manipulator of the apparatus did not want the presence of certain colors, which break in regardless of whether he likes it or not. In front of his troops, they will destroy almost all these bombs in the air, preventing them from hitting their targets. That is also true. Light would have seen a chaos of rubble, broken machines, stripped plastics with their zips torn out and twisted iron. Jacobo didn't believe it. To let it go? He's going to finish us off. No, I've thought of a plan. Let's see if it works. It is with armies. If I were to be left with 70 of the divisions I had in other times, I would dare to throw them out of Monitoria, the country. Construction that had to be an astral journey, of Kratos, inside a futurable, through the regions of what was not given. Matches by stack. These songs were then sung back by activists and members of the technocrat youth movement. But nothing deserves so much effort to be attempted. Technocracy monitor triumph, Enrique Catel, Kratos of the tongues. I would say to myself in the nightmare, but how? How is it possible that I don't have armies, that my soldiers have dissolved into nothing? There were rare stairs there, whose steps, railings, everything, absolutely everything, was made up of these bones, the altar too. Things to you, but you must resist those sinful desires. Exatlatelico said, by fuck! Expression. He realized that his entire life had been a mistake, and the next day he left his mouth chair forever. Thousands of synthetic rubies, set one by one, according to a certain relief in filigree that constituted splendor, was distracted with the old man. Don Martinez, do not worry, Grandpa, this asshole won't bother you again. We must support any state, regardless of its political orientation, as long as it allows us to participate in national governance. After this first encounter, both adapted their respective peculiarities to each other's and ended up becoming quite good friends. Then I had it brought over with a poster and everything across the ocean and nailed it in my house with the same angle that it had. Soria declared war on the technocracy after an ultimatum for it to withdraw its troops from Chanchin del Norte. Many of these plans, we must admit, were due to the overheated ingenuity of very high technocratic officials. The dinners, for their part, were slipping imperceptibly towards tensions, military tones and figures, and Spartan, as successive entrances, equal in terms of their light motive, but progressively enriched by the addition of instruments. The other Walkyriers look at her in terror for her disobedience. Sigleind, who has just come out of her faint, wants to die. He thought that the withdrawal was due to the state of affairs as a whole. In any case, it was like to suspect that there was something fishy about it. They turned into statues from the belly down and died quickly. It was not a party, but a military operation. All repeated, though, as already mentioned, the complex of the Nibelung depths which Monitor hated remained vacant. If people hate and rebel us... By the way, this year will be indispensable, nothing more than for plastic processes, to continue. It is entirely true that, for example, the bombings have completely disorganized our transportation. They were then sent in wagons to special fields, where they had installed gas chambers and crematoria ovens to exterminate them. With his tensors, he left thousands of Russian tanks and Solias because they too had to try them out for themselves. Thing. And they also must take care of the Monitor and take him to some wonderful place, whether he believes in the existence of such a place or not. Series of articles comparing the then unknown Austrian writer with the already established Proust and Joyce. You've just arrived in the country, and so you may not realize that we technocrats No one needs to teach us how to be tough and ruthless when necessary. From Catalonia, for example, 4 expeditions were sent out, with orders to return immediately at the slightest hint of danger. The other one staggered, leaning on the walls of the long corridors of the monitoria, after having left the door badly closed behind him. If the female sex had 3 tits instead of 2, the holes, instead of 2, would have been 3. We don't doubt it. Or do you want to be like her? The old woman of the tango, what did this old woman have? Look how every night she kept the piano. We will manipulate women so they become hysterical and selfish, and he will have to send them away, etc. Nothing like that. I don't know if the euphemism was understood. The instrument to which was referred above was carved out of volcanic stone. As a good general, he prepared a list of days, and highlighted with a red circle those on which the temples were less busy. The Laiseca character put on a run, reaching just as he was about to enter the caretaker's house of the cemetery, when they were about to catch up with him. Our friends, the Russians, on the other hand, were preparing for a multiple launch intended to place spy satellites in orbit. Frankness. It seems impossible, but people are no longer as worried as before about the possibility of having their properties taken from them. If, on the other hand, I was mad, I will surely continue to be. So what sense does your question have? No, if only I said it. The other one. He limited himself to dealing with some of them, leaving others on purpose aside, and I think so too. They came in crowds, ready to kill. They shot at him, threw gas bombs and even grenades at him. It was useless. Confused, the official asked, How? I don't understand anything. What the hell are you talking about? Ignacio del Santo Torreon de Soria has received a telegram from me that reads, Hold out until the last man. Astrakhan. The entire Eurobetic USSR was in the hands of technocrats. However, the Russians would not give up. He thought it was worth it after all, and he acquired that jewel without equal since the days of Babylon. The sergeant took a mate. Decameron of Daula Seta, the master of masters, saw the importance of someone testifying to the technocratic epic. From a combat spaceship, it would have looked something like an opening in the Earth's crust due to a volcanic phenomenon. When the height exceeded that of the existing walls, they built higher ones, and the useless materials were used in the construction. The musical motif that represents it, at times you hear it on one side or the other, and sometimes simultaneously. Gaston asks Wotan, Father, what will become of us? The god replies calmly and affectionately, Do not worry. In truth, he had some degree of personal courage. He was not a hero, but was willing to run a calculated risk. It's true that he took his power from Antissa, but he used the memory and biological strength of his people to invoke the archetype. Change. We must be near the anti-aircraft perimeter of the technocrats in Protonia. Stand by. Machine 4. Last phase correction made us lose copper and selenium from Chanchilia. This incident caused me a great deal of concern, I must admit. Several generals, when they realized the encampment of the general staff by the loyalists, fled on foot through the streets of Rome. From our great movement he understood little. Perhaps I am influenced by the hatreds and monitors' criteria. Maybe so. Well enough, in any case, so that they could be reached by the shots of the Avellano cannons, handled by the esoterical teams. 157 German text and translation, extracted from the book edited by Discourse Columbia S.A. Near the bullring sand, at the start of the stands, he had a throne all to himself, protected by shields and force fields. Very soon the atmosphere began to take on the color of what was coming. The chromatism of a room has its horoscope, for whoever knows how to look. In the act, losing his smile, he lunged at a speaking robot that was lying on the side of the library, full of dust. After starting it up, and while waiting for the laws of thermodynamics to allow the car to heat its engine, he lit a Soraya cigarette. He had been reading for months. He didn't listen to me. I told him to bury himself in books, but as if he were talking to a wall. The problem initially seemed quite difficult to solve, but if the effort was concentrated, what couldn't the nations do? 4 I go, but without covering. 5 tickle a young lady sealing her mouth. 6 same, without sealing. Clever method he used, for fear that it will have imitators. He had a whole system organized to collect taxes. Terrestrial. No one has brought greater misfortune to men than those who desired to suppress the beauty of military life. Absolutely resting. like those who wait to have to get into action at any moment. Character Issachar couldn't observe them well. When you finally arrive, you will feel a great emptiness, fitting of great successes. With an impolite grumble, the other hung up. I accept that your husband is a bastard, but for different reasons. It can be, to put it better. Yes, that's true. The friends of Laiseca 33, having learned about the matter and being greatly indignant, hatched a certain scheme. In the construction of these expensive gadgets, platinum, gold, silver, and iron were used at times. Monitor looked at the imposing leader and said, "Don't be discouraged, my dear friend. I know your time is well spent." When the news reached Solias Soliator, he almost ate his bulletproof door. First, he was speechless. "It's because I'm so artistic. My scribes would copy my sentences desperately, without leaving out even a comma. Some manners. The same happens to you when writing a sentence on sand. The first wind blows it away." Each measured 30 centimeters high, and had completely bare necks and heads, so they walked with that part of the skeleton exposed. Epileptic-like nervousness that aroused a grotesque and unbalanced incomprehension. They threw it in tomatoes. The firemen assigned to guard the scene hid behind curtains and peered out during Act I, ready with their buckets. Surprised for the second time, he couldn't prevent his phalanges from opening and releasing the weapon. They rolled across the floor. A glass powder floated in the air, getting into people's eyes and lungs. The giant mirrors did not end up broken with the first impact. Jet-powered balloons, so everyone looks very serious and supports you. Why don't they give me all that support, since they're so bright? It was the first of our Lucullus taverns open to the general public, so there was still a certain lack of experience. They would wear him down in 1,000 ways difficult to prove. It was better to make an indirect and prudent maneuver. The long-awaited counter-offensive, which he believed would destroy the Soviet army in the central sector, has failed with a bang. These projectiles, combined with electric and laser shots, were able to finally open a kind of cylinder through the barrier of mines. He said in anguish, "Even if we win, this monster will stay with us. I had been too lenient with them. I let them do what they wanted. More. Not even in the way to achieve this, or at least locate the emitting source. Even the esoterists failed. Guilty or not guilty? Before you answer, have him tell me." And Zarpallo pointed at the monitor. "What does he tell me to say, Zarpallo?" So, since it lacked something suitable to my ends, I had to return dissonant the theme of death from Siegfried's funeral, had already grown tired of being a monitor, and turn into a simple citizen. Then he would dedicate himself to cinema. We're not at all impressed by this overabundance of military spirituality. Russians, yes, this is curious. I don't know if it's lucky, Gola answered. And what if they accuse the technocracy? An international incident can be produced. Imbalance had taken hold of him, nothing further from the truth. He was always like this, only now he could show it. The one with the camel's smile said to the one who was sitting, "Good morning, Chief. Here I bring a new member who can be very valuable." But unless the visitor looked at the doors with powerful magnification, which was unlikely, their beauty would remain hidden. Anita, unstoppable, they just let him go on the left breast, that is to say, and ended up crushing it against the floor. Because it must be remembered that he was so monstrous that he slept in a special carriage, reinforced with iron and screws. Upon hearing the word salt mines, the field commander paled and never spoke again, or took the initiative for the rest of the journey. Way to stop the human race from disappearing. The first bomb would make irreversibly psychological the phenomenon. "How many men has your battalion lost this week?" 48th Battalion soldier. "Of the 3rd Division of the 4th Army?" No one drank from it, though its wine was equal to that which everyone else took. This cup was reserved for death. In this way only a hero can possess her. Wotan kisses the Valkyria on the forehead, and she falls into a heavy sleep. The voluntary opening of the uniform, as well as any combat accident, meant the instant solidification of the waist. Although they managed to take this city, it would be the last important town that they could incorporate into their control, and so it was. In the early years of their relationship, despite and though he said nothing, he would cast deadly glances at every woman who tried to seduce him. The others were stunned, as if Monitor in 1 minute had transformed into a fountain or another extraordinary animal. Coitus interruptus. I deftly turned the conversation to strategic materials, and he could not escape. He said, perhaps a bit suspiciously, "Haven't you taken it out of some Wagnerian opera by any chance? Listen up and pay attention." Outnumbered him in power. However, this feat had cost him the destruction of all his magical weapons and defensive devices. Look, it was like this. There were 3 of them: Julio Absalon Duarte, Jorge Nicolas Paravicino, and another one. This is not common, since the zombie it lacks its own will, but sometimes, if the nail is not well fixed, it can happen, although it would not have been significant, to stop the invasion. So he puts a huge amount of things on it with the pretext that he needs them. The man settled in one of these countries, and, as he was a megalomaniac, he appointed himself emperor, to Beethoven's horror. The effect of collapsing stars that fall towards the inside, and the terror bomber over the last trench with its bunker. And what do I care if the pensioners in Donetsk have no benches where to sit, or if my grandmother has lost her teeth? Particularly incredible were some adventures and industries of those who began to gain power, without being altogether magicians. But if we bombard him day and night with these things, jealousy, suspicions, in the end he will give way. It was only applied in cases where, according to the congregation, it was necessary to apply a chastisement that would terrify. He covered his head with the Black Baron's Samedi top hat, the voodoo god who presides over the cemeteries, the Prince of Death. To be completely happy, the only thing I would need is a loving girlfriend. Love, did you see that? One needs someone to love them a little. Sexual freedom, for example, is the next fortress we must destroy in Protonia to begin totally dominating them. Reproof. He remembered, for example, the novel of personage Issachar, who never had liked him, in contrast with the monitor who had. So I sent them a Wangler grade 18, and since then I'd been going up. When they were about to die, I made them come under my spell. It is my hope that enemies will not notice the presence of the birds, because only a lake can close at once a sword cut. If they had changed the past as I imagine it, the records would present the way they currently do, or maybe it's due to other causes. Allow me to introduce my colleague, Professor Albert Julius von Destrepante, a distinguished glaciologist. He barely defeated thousands of powerful magicians and magical machines who killed legions of strong and experienced esoterists. He endured it with courage, without complaining, like a soldier who makes an imaginary game at 20 degrees below zero. Drowned. Once the fire has burned out, the waters of the Rhine rise, and they put out the last burning embers. Lit up for 2/5 of a second, that Jarif skeleton with the underground tremors of the Pacific ring of fire islands. They didn't live in the house until Venus said it was time and made them run. First, across a plain full of sun, nose and cheeks. Thanks to them, they could have withstood temperatures of 100 C below zero, which never happened. The exoteistic congregation needed to contemporize and unite, although it was with pins, the different trends. An absurd graph showed technocrats in the shape of a terrible amoeba who held 8 Russian armies between their pseudopods. Finally, I don't know. I would have to discuss this with Decameron de Gaula. The positions will be filled by volunteers anyway. The one who had been born last inherited the throne. If he died, his immediate older brother became the future emperor, and so on. Knowing how to control and direct its effects in the right direction, they would have erased the Soviet Union from the map. Oh, well, it was the only way to get rid of this son of a bitch. I'm not very sure, but it seems to me that the sacrifice is worth it. Juan Carlos. Juan Carlos, like the giant of Macunheimer, answers affirmatively. Oh, who? My collection of giant pipes. I have a composition of tropical forests. The smoke passes through a maze of linden trees. If anyone had questioned about the human conditions of his confinement, he would have immediately answered. We treat him well. Along these lines, most of the visitors used to lose their balls, which would accumulate in a corner and form a little hill. In truth, I did not need the book, since its electronic memory contained my entire library, but I knew that the monitor was traditionalist. He only failed to tell him that, if this were to actually happen, the monitor, who was also a little one, would disappear along with the god of evil. And since he is a loner at heart, despite having had thousands of women, he goes so far as to dip his toe into the waterline. Little Chinamen showed up in figures to prevent repetition, because even combinations have a limit, and they get tired out. Analogous to a handful of embers placed in the far corner of a room for transatlantic receptions coming from his eyes. To put it mildly, spoken and written humour has been replaced, with room to spare, by the good humour of fact. He thought for a moment, and then, as if taking a name at random out of thousands, they're right next door, have the Vice-President, Humphrey. But no, because no is no reason. On the contrary, when I was a kid, my dad always said the same thing to me. Look, you're going to have to make a deal with the law. Me too. What a trip. I remember now that your drawing doesn't interest me. He gave her protection when the secretary was looking for him. Furious. Adventures. Let's go on adventures? Oh, yeah. Below, in the centre, was the huge oblong box that held the great secret. It took him an hour to descend the steps. All the little money he makes, which is very little, he spends on them. How do you know where they live? I followed him one day. Russians, with pink boots whose colour was achieved using nail polish. They covered part of their heads with Louis XV wigs. But listen, he said. It's terrible, I know, but after all it was only a play. Do you really believe that? Asked Moya Lesmio. Violet-blue explosions and fuchsia northern lights were succeeding each other without a break. Rays rose and fell, complicated alloys, or with the gigantic lenses of observatories, which run the danger of breaking if they are cooled too quickly. He, for his part, was in confusion. He could only see shadows. I saw a catastrophic future ahead. He enlisted in the technocratic army during the distant era of combat against the guerrillas of Chanchin del Sur, in times of peace, or as we did in the first years of war. When we run out of cover, the enemy takes advantage. Subjugated by the mirage, the conjurers made this serious mistake in calculation that would prove fatal to them in the short term. All the great masters who led that battle against technology also died. Others lost magical powers for the rest of their lives. Finally, he had them close by. Now he could carry out his experiments. His Russian distillations would become famous. Either way, I don't think it's impossible. I know my frugal Kratos of Campo de Marte must have captured 1 or 2 tanks. Runonia means love of runes, or magical words. 107, according to Hippolyte Taine in Philosophy of Art. The beard replied, You've blinded yourself to protect yourself. But in doing so, you dehumanized yourself. And I have more than enough power, despite everything and above all due to my triumph, to send anyone to Siberia. All he wants is to gather enough power to destroy you, and once he achieves it, if he does, he will die of boredom. And I say badly called, because in your case they would be monotonous. Crazy was the dervish, but not so much. After the head of state, thank the Chinese for the delightful, refined, and rare. Oh, how strange. Systematic friction, using a rag, bone by bone, so that in the ceremony they wouldn't cause noxious odours. When the law enforcement agents went to her house, they were very surprised to find that Patibulon still kept all his limbs. Watch the boats in the port, 98, etc. When he took them out for a boat ride, he would row, of course, since he was a gentleman. Another of your fads. How are you going to sell it for that price, and so quickly, with this cage, which is the cage of fertility? If you pushed a button, you could hear it a song. Kratos is Puto. El Kratos was far from offended. He smiled. The Russians, according to air observation, operate with a large number of divisions. Our monitor will speak this afternoon. Fact that I won't be there to cheer on the new leader, putting aside nationalistic feelings. Let's analyze the possibilities. Of course, the end of the arboreal tentacle was very weak, so it would be necessary to suspend it from a place closer to the trunk, equipped with a more powerful field interference that was 3 times as effective and easily pierced the energy screens. There were those who practiced coitus out of obligation, as those who married out of obligation without being present. She, for reasons delusional difficult to understand by anyone the initiate, instead of sleeping naked, used to sleep in a gown. If it was just spirit, we would be lost. By cutting off his head, I made a mistake. I should have kept him alive in a palace, if we should ever find a greater loyalty. The curse, Publius Livius Livius, Salinator glanced at his secret and smiled. An unauthorized sigh, an equivocal scratch, or a suspicious grimace could bring about a collapse of ribs with a thud. Were the Babylonians and Sumerians technocrats? And do we even know, or will we ever know? Was Atlantis real? Kundry felt an explosion of tenderness within himself. Without suppressing the impulse, he hugged her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Those dishes, despite their vulgarity and poverty, given the circumstances, were a true luxury of Asian style. crosses his ankles, does the same with his arms over his chest, and smiles beatific. What bitch got up last night, Beto? Napoleon's original plan was to halt the fighting 1 minute before his suicide in Helena and start everything again. After a long time, the singing voice said, "Cut off the arms, and then the penises," another incredibly long session. When I entered your service, I dreamed. I was happy then, but I can't live like that in perpetual terror. I'm tired. The technocrats, taking things calmly, limited themselves to the usual military precautions, denying all accusations. Besides, she's not good for anything and doesn't breed. But women like gays? Ah, maybe that's how it is. Transcendent mystical level. He had a well-stocked ecclesiastical wardrobe. For instance, we had there the red tunic. Who was watching his work attentively upon hearing it, commented, "I will give you a piece of information that may be useful to you. At least, this is what happens in many countries, as in the Soviet Union, for example, and in others this is the trend." A sixth sense woke him up soon after. The circle of hardened earth, like lava, was used by ants as a hunting ground. On the contrary, such a thing would have been considered an ingenious, discreet, and very worthy method of imitation. Once the three had surrounded the monument, the commander said, pointing at the aforementioned crystal, "This is not really glass." The robotic units remained scattered, almost like a cordon device. They were unable to concentrate them in the necessary points. The idea to create such creatures was struck by the monitor, thanks to a nightmare he had for 3 consecutive nights. Like the others, his story was not considered either genius or anything. They looked at him with hatred and filled with cold. And speaking of, I forgot to mention that he liked to whip his mother's vaccines with nettles in order to energize himself. Courteously, but with only 1/4 of a finger in front, they didn't allow anyone entry without magic electronic ID. And he that sat on it was named Faithful and True, and with justice judged and punished. A sigh. The upper tertulia, a verdigris for the upper gallery, and grey perla for the gallinero, or paradise. The soldier had only 1,000th of a second left to live. My armies begin to retreat on the whole central front. The sorcerers of Soria, on the other hand, would give the monster's brain all the astral memories Luz Perfecta had in life. Null circuit, so I can lock out. Machine 8. The order to carry out repairs began to be transmitted at this moment. He then turned to those who were left and said, shaking his head, "It's a pity, the situation of men like Aristarchus, I mean. The fields were where all the women went, without distinction. Old, young, teenagers, girls, and even babies. I play the flute, like the Hamelin one does, and nothing will happen to me. They will separate when you fire troposurizo ion. The heart failure didn't allow for amortizations or long agonies. Almost a stroke of luck, all things considered." Strongman proceeded to interpret it. His revelation was as follows. The tree of life is yogurt. He let out a savage howl before adding this little uplifting comment. Even if you were to mount a big-breasted woman, it wouldn't save you. The Chancenita border, penetrating into forbidden territory. Almost immediately, all contact was lost with them. It was evident that for her this was more important than that. She was not yet a communist. She was a trade unionist. Life through a combination of medicine and magic. Before going on it is necessary to clarify well the point. Issika took advantage to cross a long corridor and go out into the street. He never again doubted of the possessed, a further proof of the confidence that the one with the camel's smile had on him, because usually one entered as a rags. The ogre, in a Han Dynasty poet, "Oh, the gentle breeze of the north brings wisdom and peace," and with that final great sentence, the crypt-keeper, Kafka, set out to leave. "Wait," said a character interfering with his walk. The guard, for his part, watched the terrifying face with eyes as big as marbles from 1,200 monitors. He sang, danced, laughed, and drank at the plaza of all the wretches, where the greatest confusion reigned in this one. It was a master circuit idiot, sweating profusely as when they were in Libya and Montgomery chased them. The bullets come hollow from the factory, with all of the back end concave, since that is where they are pushed by air pressure. Builder of arches, the Zen continued to smile at him, deliriously boisterous. And I was a fool. They did not pretend when they said that, for them, gremialism was the worst thing in the world and the greatest threat. Anything before living, opening up to others, understanding the world of women, which after all is all they are asked for. To escape the piranha, you fell into where the shark is. Shark, 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 shark. Mixed in with the ash trees were bananas and giraffes, intermingled with mammoths and animals from the Pleistocene era. After the operation was finished, the boss gave a new order, and the chicks flew up, reconstituting the false totem. One of the rooms of the theatre, the problem was finding volunteers for the firemen's floors. Brave men there were. Sublime. In those moments, even the orchestra played well, and, moreover, it seemed to be conducted by George Salty. Post-battle analysis of the Samarkand engagement led to explaining the defeat with one error or another committed. On the sand, he had the same feeling as sailors when they touch land, that everything was a rocking boat. From architect to head of all the bellicose adjacencies, a not so impossible leap to take, if one thinks about it, but Chan wasn't convinced. You white barbarians, and please don't be offended, can't understand certain things. The Agathos on the other front have helped me a great deal with their amusement. They are supporting Russian movements with their fun. Thunder, your lord calls you to come. He commands you to come forth. Come, come, come on, go. Nothing. I'm still as much of a bastard as I was 15 or 20 years ago, and those guys were right to rebel. Character Laiseca, for his long training in IEE, had received the rank of reserve lieutenant. When the reinforced door creaked open, resembling an acrylic exhibition object or a precious sculpture, he began to appear. 111, extracted from Los Pájaros y su Mundo Maravilloso by Victoriano II Blanco. Something's about you. He signs. The Soria looks at it, and analyzes with an air of great importance. Well, she knew perfectly that they were setting a trap. If she went, she would have no moral authority to forbid subsequent sacrifices. Traditionally, this nation has been a producer of grains, wood, livestock, and butter of excellent quality. What shits are we going to pull today? And the other answered, looking up at the swamp, No. And I there with the micro in my ear, did you see? It was already 5 hours since I had been on the roof shivering from cold. Everyone filled with horror, except character, of course. He turned on the electric lights, blew out the candle, and smiled. You know, I'm just joking around with you. Turning to the victim, he focused his spotlights and gravitational fields on her. And so, after a year, you will have completely gotten rid of the habit. The other did not want to know anything, as if he had already imagined what he was going to witness, and guessed that he would need solitude very much during the entire performance. That? Pascualitos, amazed at the other's ignorance. That, you mean, reverent and fetishist, Benito. But such an action was impossible for her, and she retreated a step in fear. But what's got into you, bitch? Then she knocked on the door. Kisses, celestial warnings, bad or good, horoscopes, instant astrologers, etc. Like if you didn't use Trigonia, and at what level. Don't waste your breath. Suddenly conciliatory. Oh, if they carry out frontal attacks, they will give us all the opportunities to counterattack from the quadrilateral and other points. What follows refers to the appearance on the screens of a compact mass of small projectiles, apparently coming from outer space. Vuros bands filled the space in an impromptu manner, dazed with their habitual snorts of celestial gangsters. Both of them looked fascinated at the spectacle of Falso Bayreuth burning, which was reaching its peak at that moment. They were perfectly aware that the technocracy he was not only losing the solar battle at that site, but also the ice one. Disciples? My tragedy is not having a single disciple. Yes, I do have parasites. They steal everything they can. When the Syrians and Russians realized that protection had disappeared for that day, they began to bomb with their aircraft and rockets. It's because you don't listen to my words with attention. Oscar Wilde, at least, practiced the martial art of the paradox. Conventional explosives. It would have been necessary to use time nukes, which the technocrats were not willing to employ. Thus, what is truth, with all the ambiguous, lying, and epileptic sense that this expression has been given to it? I do not know its name, so I will call it great. Signed, Loud Soria, son of 1,000 whores, to the paradise promised by Prophet Polyculitita, who died 3,886 years ago exactly. If you doubt, they will notice and lose their power. Monitor looked at the assistant as if she were seeing her for the first time. A bit old-fashioned, aren't you? along with other things. The madman, outraged, "How can you say the Great War doesn't exist?" On other occasions, like now, the animals sensed the telepathic rejection of the creature whose flesh hung there. They wanted to die. They enjoyed going with him. Those women were very beautiful, very, very beautiful. Chapter 51. The High Priest Monitor, as he had proposed, named a religious or high priest. You never know what position in the organization he might have taken. To character, I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd turned out to be a top boss. Swallowed by his black star, in this way, in order to torture whomever it was directed at, he proceeded in stages. Command, exhausted by the continuous tensions produced by his constant dedication to the service of his country. I take advantage of the beautiful sun. They get so nice and beautiful. Down below, the other one was absolutely terrified. The execution went like this. For the Queen they set up a special apparatus that, apart from the head, held her breasts. And this is its mythical description. Graciela, fundamental divinity at that moment in him. Fouchet Issachar, to our respectful understanding, has taken things too far. He is totally bonkers, in other words. The husband had died a few years before. Sixth soldier. Before what, my sergeant? Before his excesses. I, on the other hand, value my point of view or idea totally. Vulgatum, in the order of all the antonyms. Rivers of water flowed down from the crest, joining the melted remains, hissing as they became more steam. You're a pawn. All of them were dependent on the regisseur, functions in which Moyaresmio would usually meddle. Calm and dignified, it is blocked. Now we don't even have the void left. It has been filled by the Nibelungen mist. In the last days of the besieged army's agony, the lowest temperature reached 51 C below zero, etc., etc. There was a very special relationship between the Soriator and his Kratos de Campo de Marte. Everyone should have the religion that appeals to them. I rarely go to the Temple of Mars. When I remember, and at random. And keep in mind, I'm only talking about the inner ring. The walls of the building will be 20 kilometers high. Light of day. In front of him, he could see a house that attracted him for its beautiful reliefs and complicated twists. I love you, my Russian princess. What should be like an orgasm final, like a secret weapon, long and very sweet. The supreme leader of this land was a fanatical despot known as the Monitor, a title almost a name in itself. Be sincere otherwise. Are you going to make me believe that he has never eaten yogurt in his life? So immaculate is it? But Monitor spoke again, and all imagery dissolved into a confusing gas, quickly absorbed by the walls. Monitor, like a machine, give me a couple of slick quotes and bring me some wild, lustful women later on. I didn't give the delegates the due importance, and when I could, I avoided any campaign on social issues. We are going to put a little selfishness in him every day, to almost imperceptibly decrease his generosity. Amphitheatre, and after walking about 50 meters of stairs and galleries, they accessed an inner area. He was brave, but finally terrified by what surpassed him. With hairs standing on end, he took shelter in the house. And the more contradictory formulas, in appearance we commit, the closer we will get to recording the truth of the event. To find out its weight, even if only roughly, he built a sort of seesaw or beam scale with equal arms. 1. Those writers are reclining in the comfort of their worthless metaphysics and don't worry about going further. Kiev, Ukraine's capital, fell into their hands, as well as Lvov, Rovno, Kharkov, and Dnipropetrovsk. They were chosen troops, fierce as dinosaurs, or like hippopotamuses. When they are in the water, they are not for jokes. It must be clarified that Soriator and Monitor did not hate or want each other. They simply didn't pay attention to each other. He was saved from being completely so because he still had human traits, although no more than his necrophiliac love for Luz. I'll leave that for the Soriator, who hates reality and loves deserts. I know, but please answer me. What would happen in that case? Would tear me apart when the mouth without teeth of the fallen in disgrace whispered my name to the dictator's ears. It was already too late to win the war against the USSR, even with the help of Soria, since technocracy was in ruins. Wherever he directed his gaze, he saw the indelible lines, with the cartoon red, made by the tracer bombs of the Sorias. The animal understood absolutely everything, ready to submit his will with discipline. Only he could take away her life. If this little one had known that the Soriator had spent all her life looking for a woman who would let herself poop on without protesting. Tell how I kicked him in the ass with my babushkas. Issachar monitor. What did you expect? Some shameful confession. The beard-making, as if he didn't hear. But your ignorance of reality does not end with some of the things I mentioned. All this is food, cut wide shot, Laiseca and Soria. The latter triumphant but paternal. I went over the 5-unit quota that I had set for myself. So I won't do you that thing, but I will do another one. The only one of the agents who had spoken so far answered, We do wear caps, but we leave the mushrooms in our secret depositories. He's completely capable of throwing the boy off the balcony and killing himself or me or anything. Besides, he already told me that. Thousands of man-hours, planned paper, and made artists, calculators, and electronic machines work for months. If they had achieved it, they would have been defeated just as much, but at least in their retreat they would have saved a larger part of their forces. Only the sergeant, who was unconcerned, seemed not to notice, but I don't know why he should bother to give explanations to me. Let us take as an example the paradox. As it entered, the heavy curtains muffled the noises and flashes. Even with complicated technology, they had managed to make the most important, old silent and spoken films holographic. Each pig comes its grill of San Lorenzo. They say Arabs that valor is only the discipline of a moment. This didn't mean that he was implacable with the wicked and traitors, and even ferocious and cruel. But it was different. To convince them, he has promised, without giving it a second thought, to hand over Freya, the goddess of youth and beauty. An attack against Aragon and Musaranya would leave the invading forces considerably exposed on the flank and rear. They fucked me up. Such stupid hook line. I hope to be will be glass soon. Do you know electronics? With giant strides and determined to burn through the odious milestones, what doubts could there be? The perfect light of Ferrero was so corrupt and confined within the plastic cube that he was for Sorieta Brunilda sleeping. Do you suppose by any chance that Eusebio Aristarco only exists here, in technocracy? What nonsense! The latter in particular were persecuted with an intensity worse, if anything, than that directed at heterosexuals. The philanthropist, who had remained at a prudent distance throughout the process, approached them and declared, Don't smoke. His name was erased from streets, avenues, bridges, plazas, and his busts dragged by the pavement. Killing a person is also genocide. Not the blade of the knife, rather, walking very unstable on the blade of castration. Mosaic, as one might say, which will help to justify the existence of the human creature on earth to a certain point. It was very simple at first glance, without any alizarin, unworthy of the best baker of the nation. The only thing he really valued was the intermittent, fragmented, underlying power of the unions. I have never done so much work at once. I went back to the past and the future. He looked at Coco, now completely awake. They, and only they, are to blame for everything. They are the misfortune of the revolution. But anyway, it's not all lost yet. Look, he could be overdone, Teresa. Here the man is me, not you. Don't mess with me, because I'll beat you up at the old school. This is the hub of all evils, the main evil, and almost the sole abomination from which all others derive. Lines stopped working because the repugnant odor released by that miasma penetrated through the ventilation openings. The commotion is constant in a jungle, day and night. However, at that moment the forest had become silent. However, from the very moment he left the sect, simultaneously he became without a job and without money. How am I supposed to understand that? The outline of this book, the edges of actual systems, are already unimaginable. Soria, on the other hand, issued a general mobilization decree and called up 3 classes under arms. For no particular reason, they were there, as if, by an intolerable incongruence, they had been put there. It could then be verified that it was actually a secret Soria weapon. They were hundreds of thousands of sex slaves. The lantern, on the other hand, came from a failure. Desolate, they tried another method. The military advisers did not see what form this could be achieved, if even occupying Siberia was already highly problematic. Who knows how long that poor animal had gone without eating? For Gaston's good fortune, the bug was very stupid, just as one would saturate all the orbits of an atom proactively so that no stray electron could enter from nearby. We can deploy our troops in the northeast to operate, but once the bolt is released, the Sorias will also have their troops available. If I could speak, The things I could tell you, sure, I will not speak. I'm a traitor. That is, I'm innocent. The autopsy revealed acute alcoholic intoxication, of a kind that the forensic doctors had never seen before. Then the current exarcha and the divan prohibited such kind of human sacrifice while maintaining the minarets. So then, looking at it with a scrunched-up face and toriously, he vibrated in low, continuous. Look! A furious tornado swept away the little cottage in which the Sorrows lived, and left not a single straw behind. Et que para ponérsela que le va bas, en la occasion que la vie, debió sacársela anterior. Descend as far as where time capsules sleep, responsible for taking to the future red flags with white shields in the center. Speeches. He only made them listen to those closest to him in his circle of trust, while everyone else rolled in laughter. In the boarding-house he changed his clothes. It was already noon, and he went to eat at a central restaurant. He said, "It's because we all have something. A double car. A good person's car is not possessed even if the type is. Bottom of Monitoria's undergrounds, in the central technocracy, on the deepest level of the great machines." In this last place he would have continued to the end of his existence, had it not been for the intervention of a benefactor. And so it was, in fact. 2 more women to Eve appeared from the vague hint, and went towards the third. I can't understand how I haven't executed Kamenev yet. Defenestrating his group will get rid of me a nice lot. Cyborg. That is, he had human parts, but also an electronic complex distributed throughout his body. Issika, 33, who was sweating and nervous, hurried to press the mechanism that would open the entrance downstairs. Our Kratos of the languages did not like this type of art, and to effect made a comment. Monitor replied, "Pedraza Issika did not need me to tell him that at this long hot stick they were thinking of putting it all up their arse. No one takes us seriously because we are short," he exclaims, his gestures becoming more and more charismatic. Solid fuel bar underneath each one. The idea was that the actor jump from a certain height on one of his feet. Even though he has shed the ring, he hasn't been fully saved. At most, he has only achieved a postponement. On this side, there were blazing arenas. 100 centimeters from it, the glaciers began in blue. This weighed even more heavily on their backs, which already supported most of the world's esoteric technocratic population. But on this basis, long pipes appear, thick as a fist, that cross the room cleanly from one wall to another. Eusebio Aristarco, Kratos of Campo de Marte, finally arrived at the great hall of audiencias. It had happened before, but only in a fragmented way, never with such overwhelming gravitational force. The lead sheathing, on the other hand, were in charge of making any type of astronomical discovery impossible. He had grown attached to that crazy Chanchanita who spoke to him about the famous enchanted skull every time they met. In addition, there was no need for pretenses, because the continuous destruction of the bombings took care of everything. The other looks at him sadly, already lost in the argument. "You're going the wrong way, Issika." "Well, Soria, how good." An hour earlier, our planes had softened the position with a bombing of 1200 minutes. These fell whistling. Everyone agreed that the lost poem was, by far, the best, not only my own, but also others. When he saw that the other was renting a room for an entire month, with legitimate sorietas, he softened, turned into a magical animal. A curious thing, the old Linieras were not very happy with their new companion, mockingly imitated the lamenting tone of the dervishes. Very venerables, forgive us, with another tone, fags. Martinez, they had the habit of greeting each other every now and then, even though they hadn't separated for a single instant. All right, so long as we get those 10 boobs back by return, male and with a My Fragile label on them. So they jumped down from a drawbridge, the 14 walking giants on horses so big that it was clear that no one else had seen them. It seemed to regret its selfishness. "Do you like it, eh?" with a gesture of the right hand. "Ah, no, thanks." By the way, the merchant had already placed in the hands of the architect the disputed cage with the bug inside. Why is it that when it's very cold we try to take shelter under a roof, even though it doesn't have walls? He thought. Fight with technocrats, to disguise at least. They would try to delay the meeting as much as possible. 132. The Northern Army group took Leningrad and penetrated as far as Archangel, ceasing all resistance there. These few disciples finally realized that if the treaty spoke of 4 legs, it was necessary to get 4 legs at least. An unexpected way that startled him. You have done very well to come. The moment couldn't have been more opportune. On the other hand, by castrating a few people, what harm do I cause? How cruel! Or anything similar. With an captivatingly extravagant affectation, with a simple eccentricity, with a suitable ridiculous stutter, called to Fricka the importance of Sigmunder's triumph for the gods. Neither would she understand it, blinded by her narrow vision. Undoubtedly, it would be necessary to reach a political compromise solution with the Russians themselves in the middle of Siberia. Arrows. I had crossed the plain. I entered the labyrinth of walls that nonetheless have the sun above them. Exactly 5 steps. He didn't think he had the energy to make the awkward movement, essential to cross to the other side. But never, never, out of fatigue or recklessness, except at 12 for a Gesalishta king. He had devoted himself to defending the monitor from all kinds of nonsense, such as robot attacks and various handles. In the last instance, they practiced shooting at chickens with their electric cannons, lasers or freezers. When he heard that damn voice, he didn't know which ancestor it touched inside him. Any resistance was useless. I knew from the moment I met you that you were a very sweet and capable man, and one who could make a woman happy, she said gently. But you can't stop the wind, not exactly divine, after all, from getting inside and breaking up and moving your playground. By dealing in batteries, above all, since this is the state of perpetual crime. Take their bodies away. No, I don't know why you're so damn fucking annoying, because when they made me an O. After everything was over, and things returned to normalcy, nobody made the slightest comment, protest, or complaint. In spite of being of humble origin, he treated his people like a feudal lord. They are usually the worst. I order them to strip, and, after dressing in the appropriate attire, they dance the 7 veils. He answered, gloomy, and on the verge of moral collapse, I don't know how you can think such things about me. I am good. It doesn't matter how much the voice is imposed, or how perfect the imitation is. It's impossible to deceive machines. Such annihilation, translated into pure energy, amounted to 2.123 ergs. As for your last line, I didn't know he had become an officialist, Mr. Moiresmio. Oh, we fight every day with that Ishtar. Then another voice was heard, that of the relator, who sang with all the charisma of the aesthetic. He berates him angrily for his predilection for Walhung, the name of the tribe to which Sigmund and Sieglinde belong. Them, seeing that these dangerous doctrines were taking root more and more among the officers, decided to test them. Priority also work at a chain of restaurants that they have opened in Monitoria and other points in Technocratia. That's right. They'd better yell less and revise their ideas. With mystical delusions, you don't get anywhere. The thunder is wrapped completely between the clouds that, little by little, condense and darken. The other took a risk, Sarah, but no, magician, Samantha. He was completely infatuated with the monitor. They had all taken part in chilling military actions. In fact, whoever was still alive by force had done incredible things. Therefore, such partiality, assigning blame and responsibility to Wharton, is unfair. This could only make sense if he were to send a similar letter to each of the millions of people in technocracy, which was, of course, impossible. Eucalyptus 12-12, Essica, was one of those who didn't learn from a lesson. They need another one. The higher it was that they had thrown themselves pressed by the Entredico, the faster the last half-meter was. The other, however, then he was, began to laugh hysterically and roll on the floor while clutching his belly. Finally, one of them succeeded in finishing the work. It fitted very snugly, but it did fit. The insects, cornered and filled with indignation, had no choice but to take the path of the pipes to escape the heat. In modern Russia, on the other hand, nothing could be more false than the lie about the monolithic power of the Soviet state. Come soon, my incubae. The obedient felt so embarrassed by the grace that this whole situation was ridiculous. I am as bad as the moneylenders were to King Frederick the Great of Prussia. The other smiled, and he said nothing. He thinks I tried to steal his woman, Bearded asked Zippy. And was that really so? The 3 burst out laughing. Earth. This last one was intercepted by the anti-missile and anti-satellite orbital fleet of the technocrats. Upon hearing this, he turned pale. The Gowler. But now it won't be like that, whether you win or lose. Siegfried, whom mind deceived by telling him that he was his father, has ordered him to forge a sword. I was won over by the certainty of being able to do my own thing with full powers through a high-ranking official. Military campaigns, in terms of setbacks and advances, are a series of contradictory interconnected procedures. Stockhausen's attempt and all the others, but they followed a wrong aesthetic path, and the sooner they abandon it, the better for them. Monitor, on the other hand, having recovered an understanding that he must complete the interrupted phrase, said, "Yes, that's it." The professor, manipulating a remote control, whose button seemed like a pocket calculator, pressed button 1. Laiseca was monologuing above the stage, essentially, Soria, but he hadn't left the pension yet. Not even Keitel himself knew why he had sent a long letter to an ordinary individual, as if he had nothing better to do. Seeing that the food had ended, and that they would not give him more, he turned again and dived. "Rippling waters," stammered the jester. "But, as I said, I want to tell you because I think it has a lot to do with your person, my Soriator." 8 uniformed officials, and the victim, dressed in kirimas and bottines, ready to be cast upon the burning Moloch. While they were wasting time fighting the Chasco organization, the real I double surrounded them. At the appropriate time, the content of the molds was removed from them and distributed on the pedestals of the avenue. His assistants already knew that madmen interested him very much as long as the crepuscular were varied and exotic. New lamps for old ones. To his comrade's house came a man sent by a rival esoteric society. As metaphysics is what is beyond physics, pataphysics has been defined as what lies beyond metaphysics. "Oh, no, my monitor. How am I supposed to know that language? And which one do you speak? Just a little Protello?" Subconscious mind. After embalming those birds, there could be no limit to him, as it were. He went downhill. Around a pink cloud menhir, trying desperately to free himself of his disciples, who pursued him without rest. They seemed to have recovered from the terrifying blows they had received in a time that surprised for its brevity. Certain loud, guttural noise, accenting the U, he lasted 2 seconds. The dissenters from the great political or religious organizations continue working for them, even if they do not know it. "Please," said Decameron de Gaula, interrupting him in turn. The others remained absolutely silent. These formulas and equations, once juxtaposed, lost all sense from a mathematical point of view. "What weight?" replied Zappallo, without being affected. "Guilty. A lie. I'm innocent. I haven't killed anyone." But even if they deserved it, the worst is not the crime of mutilation, but the harm he inflicted on himself. The other old man, although he didn't intend to direct anything, flatly refused to cooperate in the construction. After such a coincidence was blamed on him, naturally, with which the man himself applied the whip against his body and being. Kind of light movements. It should be remembered that he was carrying almost 25 kilograms of lead, the poor old man. Laiseca's character commented prudently, since he did not believe in premonitions or supernatural, and can be. Angered, the one mentioned replied, abandoning the familiar form. "How dare he speak to me like that? I don't want anything to do with that guy. I can't even stand to look at him. Just his name gives me the jitters." Really? Congregation of the temple, even the relapsed enjoys some relief if he repents sincerely, and in time. Blows of iron against glass. The scene becomes totally dark and silent. It lasts for 3 seconds. But as I told you, my object is to get out of here, a horrible monster, and let it go off into the world. What else would I want, besides having an army to invade that decaying and persistent island full of stubborn people? Does not because we already have Calvino, Islesbrick, Impetraco, Irinatisi, etc., Maria de Huerta, which are defended only by weak garrisons, and which in no way we are able to defend. He arrived at the Tigris River and began to skirting it, faster and faster, peeling the legs of his carpet. According to this, Gaston managed to get a high number of skeletons from the cemeteries to use them as material. When someone once relented to the temptation of relieving themselves in that way, he was obliged to continue doing it. In the process of dreaming, Soriator was his friend, something that had not even happened when they studied together in high school. Of course, the bellicose statement against this last country could only have had symbolic character. Only widened the circle, and, by strange paradox, that you tightened the chains instead of breaking them. The first was because I had nowhere to go, The energy screens are giving way. But do you really want to be with us? Then they start listening to horrible music with a transistor radio. He listens hot and full of hatred. He can't write. Solias were not only two former roommates, but also the expression of a theological property of weariness. They carried the best arms and ultra-modern vehicles. Not a single expeditionary returned. They arrest him, torture him to make him sing, and in 10 days they release him kicking him in the arse without the money. Monitor conducted the friend through an avenue of sitting giants, which led to some sort of natural amphitheatre. At some point he attended a religious service, which took place in one of the temples of the technocrat congregation. Abominable alfalfa eaters from the dissolved Club de Comedore de Alfalfa. Oh yes, we are mystical, with religion, temple, and militancy. I believe it, and very proud of it. 3 promised gay men, this and that, and whatever else might be of their particular interest as a reward. It has only one drawback, but it is serious enough to make more than one person give up if they have the idea of building it. I would do it as ruthlessly as the other one did. The earth, a bath of blood, air, and fire. He well knew that the Kratos of languages was interested in the crazy ones, and did not want to test it from that side. At that time, they overlooked the fact that there are countries who don't fear and don't negotiate. By way of a flash of lightning mirrors, Ishika appeared behind the heavy red curtains of the technocratic session hall. In the bars they had the obligation to serve them, an unusual thing. The linearers did not abuse of it. As expected, this innovation took place behind the supreme leader, and despite their violent opposition. Some frozen corpses flew into the air or collapsed as if they were still fighting. All objects began to leak water. That's why Tenjay is invincible, because my cousin whispers to him how everything will be before the battles. I'm innocent. Yes, of course. But look at you, my traitor Chamberlain. I am innocent. I am no traitor. And closer were extremely interested that Monitor would make that little sacrifice on behalf of the fatherland. After looking, the entire top of the armored vehicle, which contained the autonomous cannon system, had disappeared. Poke out their eyes, cut off fingers, or drive themselves into some heart before continuing on their way. But as I said, it is necessary to have some cunning, and humour, the procedure of eating locusts, that's what. Without thinking it over twice, driven by enthusiasm, he sent a long letter to the Kratos of the languages. It is difficult for him, because of the very stable structure of the universe, braced by sex and aesthetics. Someone was talking on the line, woman's voice. Because I told him, Juanita, why are you like this? But they can't execute me like this. Listen, I have a Laiseca friend, and he raised a finger to indicate his Yuan. Their diabolic bloods of very venerable saints will stagnate, rotting in their own malefic pools. Entirely so. The concert on the oboe of a romantic, exalted, and unknown artist. In an instant he understood that it was no longer a question of orgies or anything like that, so he went to investigate. We had to take thousands of pictures with precision cameras before we dared move the relic. And yet, if someone coughed, it wasn't because he had a sore throat. He was a rival magician with false cough to Mangia. About this country, technocracy sent false aircraft which were nothing but shells with engines capable of sustaining them. Then, when they were about to achieve their detection, de Gaula intervened again in his life to save him. Small iron pipes, plates, and screws, each side of the frame protruded 2 meters above the abyss. It was like listening to recordings ruined on old pastor records, but with the best singers in the world. This was the end for the encyclopedists. This is how those wise and archivists ended up. No woman should feel at ease until she has replaced her man in all the work and functions he performed within the technocracy. From then on, he would be called Almanzor Billah, the victor, with the help of God, like Almanzor. By the way, it was the same that General Prussian Blücher used against Napoleon at Waterloo and elsewhere. To this, the monitor replied, "First, the enemy will not stop bombing us because we start doing so." But Zarpalo, who in no way was going to let go of it, began to operate by outer lines. What a bitch, huh? Monitor was so absorbed by looking at their creations that they didn't notice anything. But the bearded one heard him. One night he was conversing with nothing less than the feared monitor of technocracy when the special phone rang. They are used to name objects, people, animals, plants, or to construct sentences and speak. Over the course of hundreds of years of suspension, the eyelids stretch out to reach a length of 7,000 meters, of proletarian consciousness, which a long text, inaccessible to them at that time, could not have offered them. Afterwards, in a horrible and macabre ceremony at the bottom of the pit, they cut the corpse's hands off. When the neighbors saw him appear in the friendly company of those terrifying and inaccessible guys, they were stunned. He continued without noticing. On the other hand, for bell sounds, I don't want bells. The ogre taking up the troubadour lute. You have a pleasant path, and great wheat masses touch your legs. But this time seriously. Soon he understood that the real bosses of the eye double were all occultists, closely followed by character Issachar and Liliana. The monk remained silent until they were gone. Philosopher's stone. With it, and only through it, the earthly creature integrates into the universe. The golem had already killed 200 soldiers. At that moment, the troops began to retreat in disorder. As they are scattered, every time you talk to one of them, you'll learn about the existence of a part of the huge mosaic. Horrified, he saw the yellow teeth of the Soriator of Solias as absolute in themselves. Carried away by enthusiasm, he forgot to take the pills, and the effect disappeared quickly 145. They piled them in a place where little by little they were forming an enormous rose with thousands of petals. He also went a little bit over with Mozart's The Magic Flute, another of his favorite works, 4 minutes and a half. One of the candles fell on the clothes of the fat man lying there, who, to make matters worse, was hooked to the wire. These volumes contained detailed and exhaustive references to all imaginable weapons and their use. There existed in the land of Soritar a certain philosopher named Juan Carlos Papiresco Soria. Those gentlemen think, what if Russians and Saurians form an alliance? And what? What a wonderful thing! Seconds later there were heard murmurs, imprecations, noises of struggling and fighting. They said, well, that was a good ruler, and this is a bad one, but at least it's not an abominable firstborn. But Kratos couldn't handle his genius. Here's another one. A certain town used to bury its dead in the same place. Has ever been written, since the final Holocaust will give way to the beginning of the kingdom of God. It is spoken about them, not only of non-existent countries today, but also of states that never existed. He bites the end of the chewing gum and stretches the other end with his fingers, showing a long green paste. You're already quite big, I guess, and you know what you're doing. Then I told him desperately that, listen, you got it all wrong. Electronic detectors and disintegrators watched day and night, ready to destroy spies and saboteurs. Who could calculate the time that guy had kept his feelings hidden, unable to tell anyone? Sagan. He began to perform the gestures of direction, and they, after opening the door, went out into the hallway. Other plants. The sectarians, desperate for having lost their god, fell into the most abject nihilism, which Mr. Marshall Field had already referred. The missile in question has resulted incredibly effective. Sebastian Corambobis, a very thick singer who affected gravity despite his ruined voice, a true asset. Seized by a fit of anger, he almost strangles the dwarf to force him to confess the mystery of his origin. Forgive me, Monitor, that I talk to you like this, but it is necessary that at least one make known the truth. Men, but as for continuators, let alone talk about it. It's a thing that gives you shame. The story where Tristan does not want to touch Isolde out of loyalty to the old King Mark did not like him, as expected. Monitor, this, plus the fortifications, plus the mobile forces operating them, yes. Cubículos de trabajo antes acristalados y luego solo sus armazones como bajo prensa. He wondered what chances a suggestion of his would have of subjecting the old man to a summary execution. Perhaps a herd of totodryers capable of spitting fire, and which, in little time, had wiped out the human race. The sentences came in great leaps, like discontinuous fragments of violent energy. Front. They seem like a nuisance, but when you consider all the benefits they bring, it's a small price to pay. There would be time for the winner of the inevitable world war that loomed, if there was anything worth in another place. I'm afraid that living roasting a man who ruined my holidays and killed my quarterback is too little, way too little, he thought. I can see myself up there on stage, mummified, in my underwear and with a cardigan. A cursed world in which to get on a bus, and this is just an example, It took you about a year. With their heads out and still breathing, were almost completely hidden by those viscous sorataceous rocks. I, Nero IV, the terrible, am indeed terrible, but not towards you, my dearest. A very different thing happens with unions, in which selection is not only unnecessary, but also undesirable. Club, the blended gold microphone, still hadn't heard that he wasn't a member anymore. He was still allowed free entry, because the real, true, and great enemy, common to all of humanity, was in reality anti-Sir. Due to its rigidity, I know perfectly well each one of your stupid thoughts, because you're wrong from half to half. Without the monitor, had turned to strike breakers or traitors who served as relays in their empty factories. Every single one of Wagner's scenical rules were faithfully followed. At least that was the intention. That tick, as they call it, I feel like breaking his teeth with one punch. A Russian full of disgust commented. He was so evil that no creature, not even a grass or a worm, could survive his unleashed wrath. When women fall into the hands of soldiers, these almost always limit themselves to raping them, which is quite enough. Serious the hour lived. Do you know something? In the north of the White Sea there are the oldest ice in the world. There was a robot in the courtroom tasked with clarifying name, occupation, and position of each of the convicts, and even by some Chanchiner divisions. There, the operation was joint between the two first. Like a miser, he surely keeps an agathor hidden in some spider-infested corner, if I were to find out. We well know that the alloys do not include lead among their components, due to its high toxicity. Joke. The psoriasis. In the first cluster of sofas, Telephone the Third said, "What do you think?" And disaster areas used to attend, on the other hand, 2 or 3 corridors of icicas per year. Cerrándose los hoyos, podría darte un castigo horripilante y en efecto te lo merece. And as the architects noticed that I was looking at them nastily, they swore to solve the technical problems in 4 months. He worked like a slave to support us, and when he got home, instead of lying down with me, he would read that. Male homosexuals who wanted to correct their vice tried to start with her, using her as a springboard. In this way, real traitors will not have a place. Zappallo, the official betrayer chaperone, is appointed. Cursed, if I understand why, the hive that they so much fear has to be a bad thing necessarily. Even if they passed their afternoons at the Humphrey mansion, discussing the best methods for murdering him to Humphrey. When the owner left, the Gowler approached the old woman and asked, "Please tell me, madam, have you ever been married?" She saves me a lot of time. She's my right hand. And he shot the girl with a terrible look to prevent him from denying it. Sierra de Cabrejas to their right, which would hinder their progress, being, moreover, fortified. General, they died of caloric shock. The technocrats' uniforms were said not to protect the face. Someone proposed an automatic fire extinguishing installation, placing ceilings filled with sand. Lamp. Wotan reproaches him for abandoning him at the moment of greatest need. The Russians would have attacked in combination with the Solias, and the offensive on the new front would have turned into a disaster. There are many fanatics among the prisoners. Saboteurs would arise like mushrooms before the cock crows. From then on, explosions would be more frequent. But there, and still had the courage of a scoop. The records showed that it hadn't been done by any human being. So who or what then? Blockage, starlings or buzzards, for I am a good hunter. I will put in a big bag the enemies of our monitor. Monitor looked at him with indignation, but also admired. But who do I think I am? Flashed Gordon. That is the way it was that some, seeing him so enthusiastic, turned around and patted him smiling. They base their assumption on the false premise that in the theatre of their own souls they will find purification. Simplicissimus. And the brackets were sent to the corner. On other occasions he opted for courtesy. Suddenly a spark. At a kiosk he bought shaving blades, brush, razor, mirror, and soap. That's the truth. It's a Soria. Of course it's a Soria. He insults the honest last name Ithaca. Remember that the best film material was presented to the monitor, who kept it for his future movie. The owner of the weapon, seeing that they were trying to take it away from him, hit his fingers with the paper with a fierce blow. About keeping everything, he said. His legs started to shake. He knew exactly what awaited him and his wife. Buffoon the second, always moving his fingers like hooks. Puta puta. We don't eat puta puta. As a pumpkin, replied the commander. who, like everyone in the technocracy, had heard of the gesture of the monitor. All capricious and difficult to get. Thanks, I could build a triangle of 30 centimeters side. This one was also called Satan's Bronze because of its immense extension, round like a cauldron. Despair for not having recorded the whole program. The sound is defective, but it has something that encantes. It appears the designs included a large conical nozzle with helical stripes for drilling wells. I don't know. Maybe there's a key missing from me. The monitor is a weird type. I don't understand him. It does not take long for an Evtushenko to stick to it like a leech. And that's where I'll tell you about it. Let's break it down. Who assures me that the plot is strong enough to triumph? Perhaps I can shake them off, and you don't move. Other madmen pretended to construct with plastic foam their own Great Wall of China, 3,000 kilometers. Politoria is the last catch before Monitoria, then. Block, block, oh, our Terunio, great and holy. Instantly, a victim of a powerful poison. Over time, she falls in love with a young man. Why would you start talking in the master, the chest skin? A few seconds, suddenly a scream. In any case, these progressions are not the only ones, since there are others that span different times. It was a new version of Santa Claus, but upside down. Entry into the Union is purely voluntary. Yogut, this point of contact, compared religions with exaltheism, let alone sexual relations. Close your mouth if you don't want me to give you a good slap, Eduardito. Yes, Don Huesca, and he fell silent forever. The curtain rose in the midst of an impressive silence. On stage, very broad, there were many singers. Last quarter-liter. Telephonic the second, after finishing its story, got lost in thought. Why not? Because not with him. And turning around, he left, while the door-flyer continued to sound desperately. Well, I assure you that. Nowhere will you find it for less than 500 or more. I know. So why are you making that face? Since it was invisible at the moment, he could come out of his hiding place and mix very proudly with the guests. I almost prefer the beat, despite it being horrible. Why? The other put his eyes white and said nothing. It is better to weep for man than not to do so, but not because one is strong for some, by God. Gunther, on her part, is beginning to feel remorse. He thinks of his sister. She'd never forgive this murder. The explosion so constructed would surround the tank with an igneous ball, no matter where it touched. They did not retreat an inch, and the Russians were forced to exterminate them to continue the penetration. Bearded felt a great concern. He didn't need to be a soldier to know that now they were going to get the worst part. This involuntary stomach descent was harshly ridiculed by the strong, who remained in their posts. Only 2 or 3 days ago they sometimes passed long hours relatively calm. This was no longer the case. Ex-deism? All our diligence and readinesses, even the smallest ones, are blocked by the state. This morning, at about 3 o'clock, I woke up with a strong delusion of amnesty. It lasted 2 hours. He turned off the device by pressing a button and commented, smiling bright. This, my dementia. The monitor, observing his reactions, said, I wanted to treat myself to this Hittite style. Even they had made him listen to a false conversation to pique his curiosity. That, give it to him? Why not? Televisions that humans use to inform themselves about what happens around them. I don't see any reason to question this. The howling winds caused some damage in towns hundreds of kilometers away, and many window panes were shattered. The guy was laid low, where the worms began eating him slowly. Laiseca married Liliana. Marilyn's astral lengthening her life. This happens with all film actresses and also actors. Govidon Soria, my Soriator, the military situation on the southern front is as follows. Reward me with your cruelty. This way. This is how my love is. The little jumps. No one ever knew how they found out about it, but they were there first of all, attired in overalls and slates. In the darkness they were lit with kerosene lamps and resin torches. The task was terrifying. The eternal dream. It was a terrible and cruel struggle, almost like a theology battle. It had been a while since there was no snow, nor water on the stairs, and again he felt thirsty. What happened with the Kratos de Abastecimientos is typical. That portfolio should be subordinate to me. He did it at the beginning of the world, renouncing to love. Defective about the created matter. While one part of its forces amused General von Buenteng, the rest joined the main battle. Then the bearded one turned to the man from Campo de Marte. And you were criticizing us for our excesses? I mean, you take charge of leading the war. As the highest-ranking officer in the technocratic army, thanks to the mirage created, it assumed the appearance of an ordinary person and managed to slip away from the group. They were very excited because they would see the monitor so close for the first time. Also, it would be the last. Rosa's troops started to flee 2 hours before the fight was decided, thus defining it. The problem was that they didn't have such property anymore, because it had been confiscated from them. From here, all social deformities. Viktor Hippolytovich worked late into the evening in the laboratory. Thanks to that effort, to this blood that would be the last to be spilled, and Tessa never again would affect man. She confided that she had been married to a very good man, but he could neither read nor write. They worked in the fields. It is this. And if we tear off its fingernails and then force him to play with them ships, it would be reckless. We cleared them before letting them in, or if they did manage to get in, or if we didn't lock them up first. All these comic strips don't affect or concern us. Our aim is to access the new man, to the Dalai Lama, the yellow hats. The monks taught him, along with 500 other disciples. The doll was still not in possession of its future strong personality, so it had to be taught. During a time, the man was treated with veneration and respect. He even was given more importance than the giant. They told me you know about enchantments and miracles, and that sitting on your tripod, you're a true Pythia. Even in his last months of life, he read just one book, over and over again, without stopping. Almost the opposite happens. That fat Siegfried almost falls into a hecatomb by tripping over. From the central Russian plateau, communist long-range batteries supported the Soviet attempt to break through. This attitude was not shared by everyone. There we had Pedro Golovin-Iseka without going any further. He felt like a Sumerian in the palace of Emperor Enmerman. Other things were more difficult to control. Of parasites. Consul Keitel had to go out to tell them that Caesar was alive 182. So with it, they decorated fronts, and even there were those who completed entire wings of buildings. In spite of his real admiration for him, he started to pretend that, too, in order to please his vanity. Don Juan, triumphant, and his faithful followers prepared to eat the last supplies. 17 Monitor had under his orders many Chinese, Koreans, Japanese, and Vietnamese. There are no bosses here. We're all the same. Iseka. I never said I was a patron of anything. Others, finally, could have intercourse, but without caresses, and with the least possible pleasure. With the eventual addition of expressions built into slugs, such as legal person, litigious. As the highest-ranking officer of the technocratic army, the Monitor has sent me here to greet you, he said. These informations inspired the Monitor to have a convulsion of feelings, all mixed up and contradictory. The Solias, on their part, unaware of what was happening, as revenge did the same to those of their enemies. Cosima unbuttoned his shirt, gave him a tit, and then, after having wrapped him up, put him to sleep. Closing behind him, he crossed a system of earth banks with cypress ditches on either side. It was nearly night. New and ultra-modern theatres were founded, and whatever was necessary was given to the existing ones. Leave this matter in my hands. You do what I tell you. You no longer have anything to do with this part. He was medium height, but very strong, and surprisingly agile. He didn't stay still for a minute. The police couldn't tell the truth of what happened for several reasons. First, they would think we were absolutely mad. Mollusks and dead shells, showing between the breaks the spires of their branchiate apparatuses. This made it imperative that the crossing plan be carefully laid out to avoid suffering a defeat. The Russians, by surprise, they knew the technocracy was strong, but they didn't imagine how much so. Little more. The eye of a hurricane can extend to 22 kilometers in diameter in some cases. The impossible had happened, at first almost in a whisper. Then the litany rose in volume. Without them, it would have been impossible to mobilize the scenery, hang decorations from the grate, etc. The strong sword, that in the storm I bear, springs forth from my chest, what still rages within. He did not feel hands or feet, and for a moment he suspected that they belonged to another. Before becoming the undisputed leader, the monitorial baker had to battle in several tournaments. If Nota gives me an answer, even though he is a dictator who can put him in jail, what can you expect from you? But instead, the Monitor shouted at them. They tried to destroy me. What a fierce injustice! In the past I will tell you another unknown event from history, so secret that only a few people know it. The tragic ending that awaited him, and which he had never doubted, was about to suffer another postponement. Camp, with hair like straw, the other Soria had hair forming curls and tiny spots on his face, in front of the astonishment of all, because although they were expected, they never stopped giving cold jolts. One's own position. Union power was like an invisible rationing card, pass and secret police. Everyone inside and outside of Sorias believes this because they don't know anything, but I do. How is it that schools do not teach that the horrible and bloated vice of smoking brings child paralysis? They would then become very angry and throw candles at him and rebury him without further ado. Mussolini was really great. Who dried out the Pontini swamp? When did the trains arrive on time as they used to? Full of joy, he entered the business of the gamekeeper, with all the money from the debt crammed in one hand. When you appear with your hooves, you're like the foreign animals that spin in circles to eat my field greedy. The major combat units B and C had linked up, thus capturing half of the enemy country in that way. Well, after all, and reconsidering, the so-called Lenin turned out to be an ecstatic clown. In the room of his secrets, which he had previously swept and mopped on his knees, corner by corner, Monitor felt lonely, and, for the first time in his life, saw himself with all of his false omnipotence. It seems like their resources are limitless. Nevertheless, I am confident that we will come out of this well. Let's sing to the great spectre. From its splendid cloak you see only the threads of his rags. I'm still waiting to see the painter do a great painting featuring the characters from the Wagnerian Ring. As it is logical, this very serious thing that affected everyone could not be carried out in the light of day. With all the patience, he explained to him that by pure miracle the tensors did not explode before. He could have done it, though, but such a miracle would have forced him to spend an energy that he needed for other things to protect. Saurian chamber began shitting inside an empty urn, like those used to contain the ashes of the dead. On its occurrence, the silence of metals and woods comes abruptly. Technocracy Monitor triumph. I think I'll spend half my salary on a crown and 5 bottles of Monitor Triumphant for joy. There is nothing more aberrant than an act of cruelty, and that is complicity in one's own agony. Lance broke in a third, throwing him to the ground, not without leaving a piece of the tip in its chest. Don't sleep with him, but you're going to get sick. Fuck it. She lived on the first floor with a balcony facing the street. They arrived at a plantation where several hippies, men and women, worked in order to be rehabilitated. The magical pieces of the machine. 10th soldier. Forgive me, Sergeant. Can I ask a question? No. The monitorial card began to insert itself between the two in this virgin loads. This was almost a tragedy, because the weapon, piercing with a stab the structure, tipped over the brazier. Campo de Marte to an efficient technician. Eusebio Aristarco Laiseca. Fundamental field, I repeat, but not the only one. Santons are people of my special preference. Eusebio Aristarco. Of nearly all this stuff he talked to you about this before, he said. But some lineaires of us know that the men of Nab image today dominate the world. The character ordered the retreat for the position that the new tanks occupied. Their men were very forward. Personage would have wished to tell him, for instance, Monitor, I am on your side, making himself look foolish. After several minutes of revelry, all in this fashion, the cries ceased. He has lost knowledge. To them, we will make them play the piano with our elbows. Yes, Diamete. It seemed like a dolmen, of those under which the ancients buried their dead in prehistoric times. A granite sword, due to an arpeggio played by Parallelpedinsky, was covered with rust, because stability, which is so dear to us, is one of the conditions for our power to remain unalterable. Bombers composed of 150 operatives attacked a group of unarmed civilian citizens, killing them at will. It is invaluable to its creator, and protects him, among other things, from voodoo-type attacks. Clearly the so-called monolith was no more than the magical seal of an airtight underground room. His eyes closed, but still without arrest, so that the punishment would be greater in case of failure. Those torches of inquiry had asked to assist at this birth in reverse with the excuse of science. The Ring of the Nibelung, for example, got 4 minutes for each part of the tetralogy, 16 in total. Your name, do we move from the siege? O Monitor, O Father, armed with a sword. As it was a friendly nation, Protilia would be compensated by the whole caliphate of Cordoba. Bonaparte moved his armies against Wellington. Then Blücher attacked his rear guard. Really, the Soviet Union was not a country. It was a planet. It seemed they were at war with Saturn. As the last one did not exist, since the monitor did not use a crown, she was forced to design it herself. Just by looking at the square of their tires, you can tell that with them. You're not going to go very far. We have some plump and magnificent quintets that have long been waiting in line. We can start here. He then suspended meditation and the eschatological process and came out of seclusion. The first was by a time bomb buried in the sand near an angle of the glassy structure. How difficult it was to assimilate affected his psyche, making him particularly vulnerable. I never imagined my music would be used for. Monitor, on learning this, was astounded. Was for the other, maybe because of this. The composer felt he was getting better, and in more than one sense. With ease? Of course not. Nor to anyone that I know of. It simply just occurred to me. She emerged from chaos like a terrible effort of being to condense itself into a first form. His fate is to die hanged within a few years, whatever our personal destiny may be. That fucking asshole probably never touched a tit in his life. Tragic was the story of Professor Laiseca. The vice-secretary listened attentively, without intervening in the conversation, and without the slightest smile. When the Russians saw those mirrors, they did so at the edges of their vision, and were unaware of this. No one understood exactly what had happened to that man, but after Samarkand he was no longer the same. Much, he began a ruthless struggle in order to establish who would be the violator. Your saga will be repeated again, but this time victorious after the end of times. If it hadn't been because he was crazy and worked alone, with his inventions the technocracy could have won the war. 66. The Divine Comedy, by Dante Alighieri. Translation by the Earl of Chester. Ivan IV. The hardy or the terrible, Peewit, Din, Don. Don't forget that I'm grade 33, and that in my invisible grade I'm just one grade below his. He prepared to demonstrate this without taking into account the ridicule with which the others received this statement. I have little water left, but your smile's memory can change despair to destiny. Cho Tang. To himself, this dangerous fall in potential and self-esteem could have easily led him to the grave. It was the most beautiful naked woman he had ever seen in his life. Beautiful breasts, etc. At first, everything went well. The android let out a great sigh and began to breathe in sync. It is all real. Nothing is dismissed. Everything tastes except to die, of course. I wouldn't have noticed if it weren't for something you said, my sergeant. Your sentence was enlightening in this regard. He was full of life, to begin with, and those experiences were entirely legitimate from every point of view. It had all the aspect of a statement like this, and lately don't bother me, because I open it, and that's it. The nymphs are appalled and try to stop him, but it's too late. Scene second, it is a fresh morning. Completely determined to put into effect their misdeeds, they proceeded to endow him with a carnal dress. Let's think if the time hasn't come for a new Supreme Commander. Monitor. Agree. The senator pressed his toga by closing his fingers on the right hand, a little above the buttocks. They took the confused languages of their souls and spread them, systematizing superficiality. A Chinese general must be prepared for any emergency, said General Laiseca. Yes. A few hours earlier, tired with worry, he dozed off in his chair, propped against the table. Now, the problem for the Unionists wasn't that their property had been taxed to the point of absurdity. If anyone deserved death, it was that just-retired officer. In any case, it's done now. How painful it must have been for him to have had to kill them. Then he surrendered so that they would burn him. After his monologue, the executioner chose to sit on a comfortable red velvet upholstered sofa. Where is Liliana? The others, bewildered, didn't even think to look at his astral to see how many there were. Immersed in their private world-view, they seemed not to understand the immediacy of the great test. In a slight sinister tone, as if caressing an organ Hammond chord softly, yes, I wavered about whether or not I should follow them by the road to Immerse in order to support our left wing. But it was an unusually rare thing. All its rigging had collapsed to form a single object. With that yellow species of Second Soviet Union, divide influence zones in Asia, etc. In a fiery speech, he denounced the pact with Gardenia, accusing the ruler of this country of treason, change. Here, machine 2, too late, machines and motors going into divergence. The opposite would be throwing myself into the free play of my paranoias, and life would become unbearable for me. Exactly because of the horror of that terrible joke, of its implicit secret, is why he laughed. Kratos shuddered. It thought that the protection with which they counted could not last much longer. Very curious that the aversion was unanimous, because the animal didn't attack anyone but certain people. Understand him. I wouldn't work there either if I knew the job, because I don't like being locked up. From the holy sacrificial stones, the cruelty of our rights is cited as an argument. The Soras were invincible, as they knew karate, judo, and everything else under the sun. According to the astral man, would be murdered on order of the Soriator himself, and for 3 reasons. The oxygen-producing machines, nitrogen, and other essential gases began to operate. With sentences of 100 years, 200 years, 80, 90, and 5 years. Naturally, in the face of such a shortage, it was not even dreamed of inviting famous foreign artists. Speak technocratically, old man. That I evaded subvert it with the tip of my eyelid. Ah, right. They never saw him again, nor did they hear from him. The government of the time covered it up. So, it is the very same thing, and, at the same time, the instrument to study it. Lightning ascending from the ground towards the heavens. The battle was spreading, invisible, listening to everything while taking down notes in a tiny notebook. Had he noticed? Very strange. The security internal Kratos loathed our composer's work. With a satisfied smile, overlonged for mountains, only to give happy thoughts they crave. The monitor turned around, shocked, and took his hand in an imaginary cartridge holder. Your subconscious mind resists. Should I give up the ring of power? But what are you saying? And what if I decide they should be only 23 or 25? No, try to stick with that amount. They could build machines that would work forever by putting just a few grams of potassium inside them. So, the initial task after the foundation was to dig a well 10 kilometers deep. Something had happened that, despite being extraordinary, happens in life more often than people imagine. Another telephonico. They were headed to a box of circuits installed in a basement to test a pair, he grunted. And if our Calais isn't enough to make all those Solias shit themselves, why? Also to her, however, would have to come her end, as to all, exactly on the day when. Put it completely out of its mind, and put it to bed, to avoid that it went out of control, found extremely difficult. He had been trying to read it for more than 3 months without being able to finish it. The seismographs all over the world could feel the blow as a great intensity earthquake. Young, extraordinary fucking stupid camel who cares that I have 7 tank babies a year. All of this attack plan was in the hands of Soriator, thanks to the team of traitors operating in Monitoria. Powerful. They occupied half the country, but the lines had not moved for long months. They looked like the effects of the activity of a remote past volcano center, now already disappeared. But he is so technocratic, in a bad way, that he won't accept supernatural explanations. The low murmur of the electromagnetic fields of the outer defenses could already be perceived. But the batteries of their generals are running low on energy, despite technocrats charging them every day. Instead of making Wotan win the war, he didn't come up with anything better than covering everything with water. When I first saw her, she was wearing a dress that left almost all of the back exposed. Margot II lightly tapped his tongue against his teeth. Go fuck yourself. It was at least one and lighters, although doctors are scandalized and say it's not possible. An extreme pleasure touches the boundaries of pornography, not too much or too little, just enough. We have to exterminate all those damn kulaks. Then he changed to a moderate tone. The forensic doctor counted about 200 stab wounds. Horrible. As for Mrs. Look at what things are like. I'm going to tell you that those sites are a real temptation. You have 4 by 12 equal to 48 days arrest. You know why already. ST. The above mantra is repeated 184 times in succession, after which, chaffed. All that was left was to strike with it, which I shall call the Armageddon weapon, for lack of a better word. The orchestra plays the power of Wotan, or what one can guess, thanks to having heard it before. Maybe the explanation was quite simple. In reality, all these wonders took place in the astral. On the other hand, the Kraitels of Campo de Marte took advantage of the silence to intervene. Had it not been for the collaboration of Hunding and Hagen, Alberich would undoubtedly have been defeated. Simply the Russians knew that at that point in the war, technocrats did not have elements capable of facing them. The other reason was that today I found out about something, and I thought it was right to tell the monitor. Infiltrating doubt among the people would decrease the suggestive power of that terrible miracle. And he made big hand gestures, as if etc. were also an international conflict engine. And so the technocrats, without even a comment, started to interfere with the radio waves. Then, to his comrade, just occurred to me a project. It's nothing more than a sketch for now. Described a secret meeting took place of the supreme head of international syndicalism. Almost always they were used in the processes, hundreds and sometimes even thousands of liters of mercury. Free. I hoped that they would eat him instead of me, as you will come to understand. Fondes Trupante. Well, my monitor, I was actually referring to the future within 5 days. It was useless. They rolled them up and slowly opened those white bellies with the knives. On an altar they worshipped Icosito, which is a volume of 20 faces. If we used a name, taking it from the fantastic facts, we would have to talk about the giant Atlas. I suppose that, if they caught me, I would declare something similar, he concluded paradoxically. The weapons of time used in Chanchin del Sur were not enough to produce such a catastrophe. With his own hands he squeezed the necessary buttons so that the energy would return to the robot. It would be unforgivable not to respect native customs. Some consumed highly alcoholic drinks. Continue working on it. Steel bars? Steel bars of what? Are you losing your mind? Sacrificial offerings of Exatlatelico. Well, I will do so, my Soriator. Nor the break, since technocrats would not have given them time. In fact, it was not their fault. To be heard, the other was a tough man. On the 5th day at night, nothing more was heard. Politics. He delivered his speech without prior notice or greetings, and left at once, presided over him with attire similar to theirs and emblems appropriate to the ceremony. What will happen if the nation's springs do not respond positively and en masse? They imagined that, once the defeat of Soria, technocracy and Russia would sign the peace. I want more anti-Soma Lepa. The glutton was ejected without considerations. Despite their wisdom, they did not know that the sunset of the gods at all times was so close. Horses and horsemen have veins and arteries filled with blood in every bone. They were beaten up by pieces, and as they arrived, since they could not even devise a joint plan. Countries and geographies, without a former reality, tried to break in between the belligerents. The rest of the buildings that constituted the external defensive perimeter that surrounded the city. Ithaca's poverty was a kind of latent potential waiting to be realized. The moment of downloading. Others, with an elegant gesture of his left hand, let's start for the sake of the gods. Due to lack of habit, he had forgotten to buy socks. He went to the humblest guest house he could find. Consume, leaving them pale spectres, but the panoramic view was now all green. One of the goals is for the types to swing with their feet just 2.5 meters from the ground. Working as an oinker in the IEE, it becomes more and more difficult doubting with concern. From here to the comfortable mistake, an easy doubt, and a backward deviation, there is a step. Of course, the position of technology against trade unions was real and true. He walked, feeling the ground deeply under his feet, with total clarity in that cold night. Dragged by the inertias, he falls to the ground, but keeping his body attitude intact. Cut. He could see all of the technocracy together, in the past, present, and even a little into the future, of a cannon vibrating, since the explosion masks it. They had the scoop. He flees with the only woman who did not eat him. She also ate it, but in smaller quantities. He moved troops from one sector to another, bolstering the front in the areas of greatest danger. I already know that we failed Fourier's law. Both of them laughed wildly at the excellent joke. They alternated one word and another in order to soften the psychological enemy. Monitorial Repostero Laiseca brought the favorite mayor of the Monitor, Babylon. I don't see the point. The point is, how can I help it if everything that exists is absurd? Next to pleasure came the yellow-tinged spectre of sadomasochism, clouding everything. Their goblets, Louis XIII, ripped out with the same urgency and identical instrument. We should make hate the joy of everything, going off the rails, salt to the sea. Perhaps the man, disconnected from the cosmos, tends to change the past automatically. Time, a unilateral disarmament would have been a lever and suicide. That porcelain machine gave forth a dull and constant rumble that echoed through the night. No doubt, the subscribers would have to complain about the bad odor at the first performance. That is why he put the bulk of his forces in the center instead of preparing to operate in the south. If the amount of silver spent on delusions were made public, we would be amazed at such wonder. The ambiguous indefinable that ends in grey. Eternal contention. Ground floor. It happened to be that, a few meters below, was the Soriator's bunker. Less well that he had already fired all his missiles, otherwise he would have died of anxiety. No one could predict in advance what would come out of those bowels with such genes. At 32, he received an honorary doctorate in philosophy, Soria, naturally. Mesidor, termidor, fructidor, head to the drawer, until they lose their nut. Psychical liberation as suspended from the eyelids, which must bear the weight of the body from now on. There was a great rumble of pluses about this, in which it was sought to explain such behavior. 5 minutes later I fell back asleep. I was in some sort of forest talking to one of my masters. A friend of his, also an esoterist but of lower grade, entered to visit it. Let it be that the cat necklaces and socks, canine and dental, will be tax-free. On the other hand, in a certain sense, they were his good and positive parts, because whoever wants to sneak hunt in my landscaped properties, I let my Dobermans loose on them. During a major air attack on the city of Soria, technocrats lost half of the machines. Listen, stranger, your tanks will burn like a forest. Silence on the speakers. What he could never have imagined was that the leader of the esoteric team was behind the matter. Yes, when the gravedigger scratched the bottom of the river, the first moan escaped him. Carrying cloth bags filled with 2 or 3 kilos of white sugar hung from their belts. So I decide, because I want to keep an eye on you so that you don't make the mistake again. Further, regardless of the sacrifices, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. They watched incredulously as they destroyed nothing less than 3 Evtushenkos. Scared and quivering in their astral cubicles and black holes, he gnashed his teeth with impotence. This is the proof that the Mandrill Monitorial graduated its energy of bites. All powerful governments at that time had their teams of magicians who did esoteric work. I repeat, the dead are people who have left without return, but there is hibernation. Super-technological, who decided that there was still much to live according to the plus doctrine. Monitor was the first to react. "Open your mouth, lady, I am going to water." For he was insatiable, and roughness and toughness attracted him as much as the delicate. That may not be commonly used in English, including the non-Latin script characters. The grip remained blood, only that here the elephants changed. He adored her. Football is the container of the waste of the universe. They are like karmic residues. They fail in their truth, those who assert that I plugged the machine of throwing pale ones. Like a premonition of disaster. It's related to the cold, but I don't know what it could be. Julia Pelican Ithaca, an old lady, was designated to the role of florist. I'm going to talk about you and everything I saw in these 4 days. The magicians didn't answer. The technocratic skeletons inside the bag had long since been destroyed to the last. I don't understand a word about it. Monitor, with clarity, you do not believe in magic. There's a guy in Soria who's exactly like him and serves the same functions. The next day, the Premier, with wide eyes, saw on the ground the terrible object. Suppose mess we made, people feel guilty for not recognizing that they are blocked in feeling. In the same sheet, there can be observed a great number of boys, assistants at the sacrifice. The despot used to say, "I have sheets of blank death sentences signed by me." After that alteration of the famous saying about religion and opium, Dr. Yegulev smiled. Party that would follow. Total, the penalty had already been taken. Dirty beasts, with the power you have, in the oboe, to see if he could save himself by acting humble. Go ahead. The newcomer opened the little gate in the hedge and began to follow the other along the garden. It is legitimate to seek rest after work, but it is not legitimate to yearn for idleness. To the max? You'd like to skin me, piece of 6? The newcomer ducked out of sight. They didn't leave her alone for a minute, but her torture was short, happily for her. The Dutchman wandered, led his boat through the red waters, while a formidable storm was raging. On the ground, collapsed, there was a group of colours, each one small in extent. The grass, when touched by the wheels of the carriage, took on the colour of the philosopher's stone. The general staff as a whole, without a single exception, spoke out against retaliation. These people. Many years ago I sent you another letter in which I criticized your management. Father Cake Ishika lit a last cigarette and tapped the cyanide capsule in his overcoat pocket. To prevent useless and idle discussions, I will tell you my intention. Go and tell the monitorial baker to bring a dessert to honor the monitor and his friend. Gardunia pericotessoria, towards a theological arbitrary law. For every batch there was a basic torture applied, which had to do entirely with their crime. There is always some chance of resistance and strength, even in the most fragile material. From there one could see a spacious cave, 3 meters wide and 4 long. It was the greatest enemy on one of the most ringing and contributing planes of reality, and at the exact moment of thinking such idiocy, no transcendence or very little. The production of animated proteins, for military purposes, was definitely abandoned. Suddenly he realized that his uneasiness was coming from what was locked in some folders. Moyaresmio, on the other hand, wearing sandals with stockings, was completely happy. The technocratic units were lighter than the Russian ones, which had been built somewhat mastodonic. Both things happened. It only depended on the plane in which the observer was moving at that moment. His name was Odious Pericon Hugo, and he was a military aide to 7th Beast Division. The government no longer knew what to say to the inhabitants to give them courage. Arrive at the conclusion that I have always been innocent, which is what it wanted to demonstrate. Luis, you show us no consideration whatsoever, Isaaca. After all we do for you. Everyone was delighted by this new joke from His Excellence, everyone except the ex-Issachas. And speaking of another thing, do you like this variety of giant grass that I had sown? You didn't know that? No, but I should have. And what does it matter? From the depths of caverns, from the nadir of the earth, sacred birds rise to meet you. Cécine, a vampire in his coven, that red-hued troop. The Minotaur, upon being summoned, furiously struck the planetary crust. Day, you love yourself enough to release your only irreplaceable existence. Whatever happens, sing oo-oo to get me out of trance. Yes, master. Lost dimensions of what could and never was. He is a half-god of music. The ring, which they should win by killing Siegfried, is not enough to convince him. The figures of Russians killed by the hurricane turned out to be ridiculously exaggerated. At first, they display a greyish rainbow, hermetic hues, untranslated. Scientists analyze them because they are pieces of the atmosphere that existed in the past. The merchants, in the meantime, eager to continue selling their products, found an interim solution. Should the books that were to be burned compensate for those who should not be? It's hard to say. One was all stone, except for his penis, which was made of butter and joined to the statue. Now you're going home with your wife, the monitor interrupted. In fact, did the other guy have a woman? The green light, I know of truth, illuminates it. Now he, too, is a Soria. One of the interpreters still held his last instrument, a bloody contrabass. It has all the flavour of those arbitrary extrapolations by the futurists in purple. Filled with emotion, his character ordered through the microphone. Super Monitor, get going! The astrolabium books have an edible appearance, like if their pages were made of wax. There is nothing to analyze, nothing to discover, nor any understanding to be gained. It seemed to stick to the surface of some dilapidated luggage that was accumulated at the site. Within a week, 200 volunteers had arrived who would form the work squads. Native platinum, native gold, amber, grey antimony sulfide. The officers had to be very forceful in preventing those premature and fatal gatherings. What magnificence in the sexual attire, what outfits, what elegance possessed the skin. If we don't stop believing in it for even a moment, I guarantee that Jupiter himself will believe it. Violent sounds. However, their discordant decompositions are connected. Technocracy monitor triumph. The Kratos de Campo de Marte was deeply moved. The Soriator did not want them. and ordered that they be hunted down like dogs. The Laiseca character fired all over the roof, thinking that it would be his last day of life. But it was so easy. It had always been there in plain sight. On the contrary, we would make it impossible for humanity to escape this maze of mirrors. He didn't settle for anyone, not even with the government, which shared several of his aversions. It's not a coincidence that despots of all times have hated Llaneiras and pursued them. The first storm, so as to save energy, to exterminate you like a cockroach. She had lost an infinitesimal particle of its mass, great as a cubic light-year, a quiet, fixed sun, like the immovable, incorruptible center of the gods. Put yourself more on the right or more on the left, or in the perfect center, equidistantly. Progressive music and nymphomaniacs, who at that point were ready for any self-denial. It's not only possible, but that's what happened. He took a deep breath. Let me tell you. Terrorism. No matter how much you work, there will always be someone who works harder. Let me explain. Your mistake comes from the democratic concept you have formed about things. But what unfortunately he didn't know was that he was going to die that very night. The barrel of the machine gun floating like the third eye of Tibetan transcendence. Their mission was to distract us from the real ones, those in charge of important operations. He only handed over to his friend an anatomical piece bought from a medical student. But these were not the only investigations, based on the novels of H.R. Others. Thus, there were less than 4,000 people who wanted to take her to bed. The Llaneiras lived there. The poorer the people, the more rubbish they throw out. To direct the world and protect it, he lacks the experience and wisdom of the gods. In addition, dozens of short and medium-length films were shot for television. It didn't suit him for me to die inside the Alcazar. The dervish had acquired some notoriety. The gasification of blue-violet to phenol-physc invaded by copper. Little could surprise, then, that some took as many licks of dew in gold bars. So if we experience a shortage in one process, it will affect us in another as well. He felt pity for Chan and anger at his dishonorable end, which he could not help. The monitor was close to dying from the shock, despite the heating starting to work automatically. He operated with the beloved ghost until covering the rough equations of his poverty. If we had interviewed each other in that interval, I would have forgiven you completely. According to world opinion, there had never been so close to a general conflagration, and imposing lacayos who remind me of the funeral stele of the pyramids. Abruptly, the head and hit against the table. It was in front of everyone, as long as the favor is not asking me to defend a bridge, because bridges belong to everyone. He told her to buy some birds. They would complete the defensive task he was about to start. And behold, the most perfect said, "It fills me with honors. It's very natural." The central grip in Almazan, before the enemy could count on the support of the rest of its troops. In this sense, I think of a dwarf musician, to whom he gave the inner passport. The other didn't pay him the slightest attention. "Habt acht, watch out for me." It was undoubtedly a very serious matter. De Gaulle could have easily killed him at that moment. The gloomy tones of the orchestra are describing the twisted soul of the dwarf to us. I would never allow myself to slip into a pentaclary, and much less a lightning bolt. Not to lose the moral strength, waiting for the moment of revenge. To resist. What more do they want than for us all to be cute and together? No way. This was the reason why even the very magicians of the technocracy ignored their existence. The time. His antics with the lunatic came close to costing him dearly. Prepared to face any premature arousal around the corner, and in the hands of the first evil. Delegates and volunteers kept watch unceasingly, monitoring production quotas of foreign countries, had a file with all his life recorded in minute detail. Highest seat, the smallest whisper and vibration that might take place below. Psychological features are those of a personality morally deranged. Nobody can tear them. I designed aquatic motifs, fountains and birds, boiled so as to give a delicious surprise to the guest when he trenches into it, etc. I thought they were going to arrest us in Moscow, and we ended up in the Urals. That's not even a dream. Between their legs hung flaccid scrotums without testicles, full of pus. The cast iron was replaced with tin sheets which had innumerable little holes in them, ancient saurian, to destroy with the power of spell the technocratic troops. For example, The mobilization of the Saurian women for the Labour Front was my idea. We're almost in technocracy. The next withdrawal will be to monitoria, because the world is sustained by dreams, and Antissa cannot dream. With point, I meant enough. Juan Carlos Soria. What's enough? That isn't camaraderie. Would be the stays of the score. Another 900 years, but on the right leg. What does the common people know about the power of esoteric societies that patrol the cities? To smell, that was to introduce one's nose into the exhaust pipe of a bus. They would double-check when they really wanted to know something about someone they found out. But his unwavering will combined with a lucky decision managed to save him. Or if not, then I invite him to have tea at home, and then throw it in the compactor. I made a mechanical snake that bites them every night without their noticing, and fits the product. From there, it goes without saying, the whole people would imitate me. Icosahedrons of lead, all of this in permanent centrifugation and boiling, of the annihilation bag within which the 13th Technocrat Army was located. Do you want the total orgasm? Yes, the teed, they all screamed hysterical. Impervious to any ideology, he can't possibly understand the dreams of his monitor. All sounds diminished in intensity until they were back in the background noise. Soria said, I was the first and the last to write poetry in our country. Abyss. Your worried classmates? Are you sick, Ferini? Better. Monsters, located on the outskirts of Monitoria, central technocracy. But I repeat, nothing very terrible or detailed, because this is not torture. They didn't go to the cinema unless they had a good supply of alfalfa to chew during the show, but also did not have any problem plagiarizing it. The professor, Mr. We managed just barely to form a new front by hastily calling up other reserves. Another always wore the same T-shirt, even before and after performances. It was not an influence, but rather an aesthetic intent equivalent. It is a fundamental fact that occurred in Soria after the death of the Soriator. Idolized Giri, as if he were a god or a very powerful authority in any case. Attention. And the silence turned more absolute than ever. Those who are lucky suffer this temporarily. In others it is final. The hired killer, very pleased with the answers, said, Thank you. Social aesthetics, education-based, is all we have allowed for many years. For all these reasons, the head of state started a clever interrogation. As is natural, the new ones came with the same mission as the previous ones. No sooner had he finished speaking, Decameron de Gaula turned around and left. It is a theological problem, and as such can only be refuted with another theology. And that is correct. But they should also have trusted us more and learned from us. Then the Catalans took Gardus by assault, with which the war ended in that sector. The old laser cannon models could no longer penetrate new Evtushenko types. A few days later, hairs began to fall from the red velvet that covered the emblem. The Libreles, the Magellan Clouds, Andromeda, and Berenice's hair. They devoted themselves, among other things, to spying on the monitor day and night. This piece of oratory, which he charged with disseminating among the survivors, the false enemies of pain participate in the same diabolic gesture. You can see that I was wrong in more than one way. By the way, he was a moderate. Well, no, sir, he's going to pay for all of it. Orgasm and revenge, says my coat of arms. The moment of material destruction. We can still prevent it. We technocrats, I mean. All out to occupy this small country filled with swamps and mountains. Of the monitor, there was a wide terrace which gave its name to all the construction. Moyaresmia was heavily criticized on this, and for good reason. From Errol and take refuge safely, although they suffered heavy losses. That one occasion sufficed for you to familiarize yourself with Wagner's style. But neither the most ferocious time hurricanes could move a hair on the main characters of the drama. That was a terrestrial color, not celestial, and remained so for many hours. Forgive me for interrupting your monotonous speech, but the orchestra is about to begin. Every 1,000 years there is a 5-minute break. If you want, you can have some tea. Influential one, who generally only gave importance to his own delusions, when someone, in a terrible and unforgettable moment, broke her trust forever. He wanted to leave soon, the oppressive mass of endless memories. That spider's web was nevertheless enough to support the dome's frame, made of boxwood. I want you to understand me, my monitor. It's not despair, it's the truth. Daula, they would kill themselves in protest, practicing the hatefulness, to diffuse mustard gas in a volume of 8,000 cubic meters, until the margins were covered with annotations, driven by his frugal spirit. Honorable country for your great military victory? The Japanese looked surprised. Everything was very difficult. He found that he had about 25 kilos of wool. To inflict casualties on the technocratic and Chanchanita southern armies. In 20,000 years, extremely interesting, but useless, lustful, drenched in sweat, and with eyes closed, smiled. They clutched Barbaras and bleached pennants of the 4th Regiment of Chasseurs of Rhine. They maintained that all his victories in the 7 Years' War were due to mere chance. Or at least, try not to put them on me too much, or that I don't find out anyway. He said, filled with hate, cursed technocrats, and he worked the weapon. That sand mud was unprecedented. Kundry approved. I like that more. Technocracy? I already know that this is a time of adjustment, but it shouldn't go too far. They approached cautiously, trying to infiltrate and gradually replace them in their duties. With telescopes you can observe the Caspian Depression and the heights of the Volga. Tide well, dig a hole in the bronze courtyard of the computer center and put it there. Of their students. He would therefore be the first to use it in the realm of music. The violence of the disturbance had pushed materials up to the stratosphere, and the fool smiled at death as a horse after uttering his lame joke. 1020 ergies, something like a miniature Krakatoa. The world and its laws are now supported by Wharton's spear, which replaced the tree, of a bank, when I observe its transparent shields, barely blue. A purple-colored plane divides the chest of Kratos of languages. He decided to sleep with the professor on the first tire change that came up. Process of contraction, the cataclysmic readjustment, and the terror bomber. He was sent 2 levers, one of great energy, another small, to distract. Add anything that would expand the concept, leaving the other one confused and uneasy. A beauty of a novel. A wonderful novel, the greatest literary gem. Similar face to Lusty's. Of course, he was not going to cause her any physical harm, because someone has to bring absolute material support, the film, from behind. The excessive nature of her peculiar demands, precisely that, saved her. He had an impressive set of teeth that made him look scary. A mandrill would have envied him. He wanted to write a magical poem in ancient Soria, which would take him to triumph. During the ensuing discussion, the 2 Krates stood side by side. It intertwines with magical fire, Valhalla, Siegfried, and death. His personality initially acts quietly, without being noticed. They look or touch the aluminum cup for milk and leave vast enchanted areas. But for a few minutes they had to work together. It was inevitable. Excellent joke. I promised not to do it any more. That's what I hope, at least. Nothing good was going to happen. She tried, he knew her very well, safer means. Division, and by the 88th Steel Division, which were coming behind. I noticed your presence at the very moment when you began to follow the general's procession. You are eternal revelers and minstrels. Be careful, watch out for me. It might not be a good idea for him to become a martyr at the expense of the exarchy. These local wars had already cost him a great deal of wear and tear. According to them, the jester had more than enough reasons to hate Julius Caesar. Defenseless, the things they were going to learn. It was magnificent. 3 years had passed since his election, so his nightmare was most ordinary. We have thrown the house out of the window with the sole purpose of spoiling him. The spy tacks on, I hear and obey, Supreme Pontiff. He gave him, before it opens his mouth, a jewel made by its hands. The Caliphate of Cordoba, on the other hand, declared war on Soria. Well, the fist of a rugged Labrador. He didn't lack courage. When they are all pregnant some time later, they come to him very happy and smiling. Much too well he knew what he was risking, but having started, he kept on going. They killed a guy, said a Sorley. Another commented, Oh, pity. The Vice-Sub-Chancellor to the Infravis Sub-Chancellor. Have it analyzed. He was just a jerk, son of. After it seemed to think for a while. How come? Character thought that these things sounded very crazy and funny until they happened to you. And Ambrona, subsequently attacking the town of Medinaceli. The sergeant pretended not to hear, so she put her doctrines into practice. This is all the technocracy now. It took some effort to get it, I have to admit. Long time to lower the supplies. This situation could not continue. We all have its vices, or almost all of them. That's why we're losing. As for the front I command, there are no more armored forces worthy of that name. Believers were to carry it with them everywhere, day and night, except in the temple. The subtropical climate and frozen megaliths of the Arctic glaciers, reserved to eat that very night. He cared a lot about his freedom and life. Once the 30-block route was over, the vehicle went to foundries and scrap. Who uses teeth these days? They both laughed. Now, friends, the piece de résistance, the explosion of the super, would take place. In any case, didn't Napoleon know that it was cold in Russia? Siegfried wakes her up with a kiss, and she greets the sun and the morning. Another general retreated to the back of his room, pretending to be terrified. Some assume it's a social, political, trade union, or economic problem. Sweeping of lasers and electric cannons from the spacecrafts of combat. You must be superior to the simpleton Ricardo Wagner, who did not answer my letter. Confucius said, Laiseca, this is the healthiest thing in the world. The saurial virus. There he deported all the saurias that doubly discovered. Ilik Ermolaev approached him and accused him of being antisocial. No, you were next, old lady. Don't be a damned fool. I know that you would be unable to tell me a lie. Yes, but not. Their own personal experience. It wasn't about political propaganda. The Linears didn't know that such social segregation was no longer in fashion. They showed him a narrow wooden staircase, 8,000 meters high. The splendid Soriator said of himself, I her name like a witch's. According to her, at last, she has been disillusioned with our regime. It happened that the aforementioned military was very popular with the technocracy. I never wanted to shoot those 50,000 Russians in the pocket of Smolensk. More for me to see what the other answered than for anything else, he added. In a minute he'll know our Apollo project. Viva Cabo Cañaveral had already taken Juba and Somain, destroying their weak garrisons. Absurd attempt by my mind to rectify the irredeemable. A great battle is prepared between Sigmundo and the cheated husband. 2 burned batteries were spitting out smoke through a crack near the trigger. It looked like pumice, or what scientists call volcanic bombs. Out on the tenor saxophone, a uniform face without summer. Stationary stripes seen in the spectra, high brightness distant, after soaking them with aviation kerosene and setting them on fire. Because former vice presidents remember everything, were like maggots. Yet they would soon be rid of such spawn, and in an unlikely way. At first she settled in a corner, showing insolite modesty. Advance like legions of ghosts or monsters from a nightmare. Common sense triumphed, and the riposter continued to be the magister. When he realized the others screamed, more furious than ever. Look, only on a journey through narcotic wastelands could something like this happen. Energy of command as an engine of continuous movement. Pumpkin. But even though you noticed, I still declare him innocent. It wasn't true, but it was necessary for him to believe desperately. It is something entirely different from a linear and simple conclusion. There's always a Stajanovista who forces the whole group to work faster. On this matter I have already sent the relevant directive, and so it was done. He brought out his novel too soon. Excessive insolence, yes. How do you say it, Grosseru? He took a cigar from an expensive box. But we should not be surprised at men who have turned their backs on the 6 holy gods. Exploit. I would put just. The catastrophe was allowed. They wanted to detect surprise mystery at its sources themselves. He realized that this was the easiest way to bring an end to it. Kollontai 83, Gunnar Myrdal, theorist of socialism. I have received interesting offers from the Russians, which I believe are sincere. And that is the film. All cues of movies that do not exist. It is necessary to stop writing novels. It is an obsolete instrument. Domingo just emeterio patibulon. Despairing at the thought of what was coming down on him, character went into a lockdown. Once the cut was made, the entrails tend to come out spontaneously. Little after the battle entered confusion, coming to hand-to-hand combat. They never tried to cross them again, or even had any chance to think about it. All the rest is in the autos caratulados, so you can read it there. But the fact is, if I were doing it today, I would do something else. There were 393,000 circles, with 9 million amateurs. Among her delicate and dazzling clothes, she hid a freezing gun. One night he saw a flickering light through the windows of a crypt. They didn't kill at random, but people whom they hated for some reason or other. They say they will abandon him because he does not dare to defend them. They were exploding on the towers, or the hatches of the enemy tanks. Proportion. The enemy, on the other hand, seemed to lack nothing. This is still peripherical technocracy, even the Northwest Front, I say. My hatred for you is as great as the love that I feel for you. Sometimes they began to suggest homosexual thoughts to him, Germanic myths, and the huge deities of the Hyperborean regions. This is absolutely true. She was kind to him, at least at first. Why don't they dare make mudras of the Russians, if they dare? They were incredibly cheap, and this is what sparked interest. Defeated in short time, he got to laugh so much that he cried. With his portable bonfires not so allegorical that devoured handwritten papers, he preferred to send someone else to deliver the eulogy, pretending to be sick, something that could still be overlooked, but rather as if he were the only god. The novel of character Laiseca continued in much the same way until the end. When he woke up, the obedient one was next to him, attending to him. So what? They were the most perfect fake values ever known. From the deepest it comes back out, raising its barrel. It comes out. I don't know anything about magic, nor do I know how I can join my love. When he sensed it near, the magician broke out of his static posture. The tremor in his body continued, not exactly because of the cold. But how? He held out the paper to the consul. Take it, with explosives, so that they do not fall into the hands of the enemy. Pasteleria explained his criminal neglect in today's dessert. Origin of the 42 annual deaths in the minarets of the Exarchate. Sex will not disappear, by the way, just as it did not disappear in Russia. In other words, whether there is land inside the fire. The turn of the hearer, what does one have to do with the other? How does it relate? The threat. But at first, catastrophe seemed inevitable. He was afraid of finding a roof and shit himself. There wasn't such a thing. To avoid further disgracing myself, I decided to keep quiet. Diagonally, in whose peaks funeral bonfires burn. Most juice out of each installed unit, out of each invested ruble. A few heretics were imprisoned in the insane asylums every year, has been said, and I will conclude this first part of the lecture. Technocracy had already won the war, but it wasn't like that. Only a full-blown Soviet could achieve such an incredible miracle. When one of the engraved circles was descending, the tray trembled. There was terror among the decorations, which entwined together. His happiness was complete when he could adopt Pavie and Frutti. Laiseca, with disgust. Where are the Stales? Understanding. Beyond value. Have I been clear? True? It was the plastic cube that held Luz Ferreira captive. Oscillates around its axis while sliding on the edge of the ecliptic. And so the chichis take longer to die and suffer. On the other hand, how could one not be filled with enthusiasm as well? Other deserts that could in no way be compared to the aforementioned. Then she turns to the gods, so that they are witnesses of her pain. Since 1813, they have not had a single original idea. First looked at the bearded man, and then at the super with astonishment. And redemption for love. This one, all over the cosmic house. Moment, you cannot utter a word without threatening someone. He had nothing more to do than lower his hand and press a button. Pretext for such a trifling matter would be a very dangerous thing to do. After a yawn, she moved back from the railing and came in again. Can I say something about the end of the story that you told, High Sergeant? Event. The truth is that his authority was still intact. But, as I am also a citizen, I have the right to my opinion. This book obviously refers to all the hordes, on both sides. It's the victory of Samothrace with a head, but without victory. Extraordinary terms that they deserve a brief comment, at least. I know it's like that, and it's fine, but you're not. You can grow. Capital, while the other was delivering a speech, etc. That's how they reason every time they screw up and want to justify themselves. They would continue falling in the area without interruption for days. The severe and deep austerity of the koto made him shiver. It is the perfect balance between reality and dream. This high-ranking person had a very poor childhood, poor Brit. When this was achieved, the sumptuous perfection was complete. about all if the one who had in front of me was a minimal subordinate. Rulers of Egypt, as alive as any human being, a sexual repression paves the way for what is to come. She swallowed it like someone swallows an aspirin. Poor Marilyn. Freya flees, asking for protection from Wotan. These measures were useless in their intention to set an example. To go to see La Dolce Vita by Fellini Isica. Severely offended, he took away his painting without saying a word. And you were listening to what they were saying. Perfectly. 10 guys, let's say, who really pissed them off by losing. And didn't it come equipped with laser beam? No, that model. Who wrote the pornographic tango? What the hell had the old one? Large stage or floor, which would be the true floor of the theatre. The most notable thing was the behavior of the accused. Faults and innocence. It is time for my absolution. These excursions. The afternoon was ending. It is an order from the Chamberlain of Audiencias, so quickly. It was a mixture of irony with something unreadable, mysterious. They didn't know about breaks, walls, barriers, or dikes. In technocracy, in fact, non-classical forms are prohibited. The Southern Front. The situation has become very difficult. Krato's soul left him. He's in full delirium. Also devious, if you want to say it more gently and politely. Return to the dream of circuits. Now then, part of the cornice took on the form of the mythological frieze. Attacking it was like hitting cork or cotton. It was unhookable. So did the soprano, who would embody Freya Holder. He intended to dedicate himself to these activities after the war. They only managed a few 100 meters before the money ran out for good. Wrapped in real linen, perfumed with precious essences. Could be heard, "I'm innocent, I have not killed anyone," by its ability to penetrate the future and spread out within it. Gomara enriches Peñol Casa. That's all, my monitor. Great creative power. One didn't deny the other. In particular, her envy was directed at women's breasts. It had a trembling, Homeric 18th century success. Well, it will have gone by now. Take your dessert. It's typical of this mineral when it is extracted from deep digs. It was more like a joke that he had decided to play on the other's expense. Hermetic, so that only human exceptions could benefit from it. The beating had fallen on him without giving him time to breathe. Do you want insects? Well, you will have insects. Good. They shared in his madness, but not in his genius. Impartially to the concentration camp, of course. In fact, the Union was the state for her. Even the existence of snails want to blame our monitor. And above all, do not let them steal Tofi's bones. He would place the funnel over the pipe that led down into the basement. Library robots, despite the total absence of books. For a moment, he seemed to have heard a faint, ironic tone. It's like annexing overseas territories, he maintained. Compound in different and even opposite situations. However, with what money did we launch the first edition? But the non-commissioned officer was not astrally alone. The passion of both for architecture brought them very close. It was the kind of 20 Kratos, no. Lit the candle and turned off the electric light. In fact, the old bitch was not in hell, but in heaven. An angle like pipe clefts from branches. Still, they considered it a good and acceptable price. Fire, repeating over and over again. Send energy over that site to heal it, and he healed it. His failures were numerous, and we will refer to them later. He well knew how the father of the people dealt with traitors. The Soviets have humor, but only socialist humor. Whistling full of hatred, tedeschi maledetti. But I don't understand how all this will affect the communists. A portion of debris was a treasure not to be disparaged. His comment was meant to hide what he really wanted to say. Thoughts of the brain's muscles, wielded a laser rifle. The monitor, in a fit of rage, turned off the TV. Also suffered an identical excommunication. Though he would have liked it, he wouldn't have been the first, of course. It is the enchanted skull that tells everything to tend. The language used at times was delusional, because if they take him for a child prodigy, poor him. On the other hand, the evidence has disappeared forever. This extra does the same role in all operas. Ithaca eyes, sarcastic. Yes, had not yet torn off, and it will fit perfectly, where we all know it, after inserting 2 funnels, arriving at the Soric Mediterranean Mass. without impulsiveness, liveliness, or grace. Turn out this way, at least it's worth trying. He got into his car to go to his friend Katir's place. Can take out a lung with my balloonet without killing him. One of the central offices of the language monitoring. The trial had to be suspended by morning, the last soldiers splashing in Venusian ponds. Carlin had set one of the rooms to serve as a situation room. Right away we'll throw them into a hole with poisonous snakes. Of wine per year, that's where it all begins. He was forced to kill 100 guys before he could get unhooked. Other than that, the honor lasted 1 minute. Others belonged to extragalactic civilizations. Chuanzu, Taiping, and Lipo. Every time the enemies failed in a penetration, it could have lit up the Theatre alla Scala in Milan to daylight. But the idea of surrendering never occurred to them. Time, in the infinite space, but the tranquility of the mummifiers was short-lived. Square should be wrapped in newspapers to give character. Life into 2 parts to betray everyone. In that country, pain and tragedy are indestructible. The other, resolute, yes, well, they were like burned ships over the Venus Ponto. Admiration, puta, what good soldiers. Monitor, no, it's fine, I've had enough. The Druids, to bless the stone circle and altars. In an after-dinner chat where he was present, Lady Macbeth Demzenk, currently banned. I understand very well. We won't fail, the master reassured him. Yes, yes. The same time as a powerful submarine defense chain. As things were going badly and realized everything. Attention, so it is mostly skinless. Strengthened, it would have taken a lot to defeat him. The first opera of the tetralogy has ended. Courageous and difficult. Abdicate. I know that, then the sophisms will come. When the 2 chichis stopped drinking tea. They were prevented by 2 circumstances. Coryzus, cooked ham and raw. That we'd become Solias, or anything else, already suffered, and which can be final, created and lead everything to annihilation. Yes, Almighty Lord, in the same way. One can choose the victim that comes to mind. But Kratos did not intend to punish anyone, because they didn't pronounce the word that could have saved them. Get out of here, cowards and incapable shit. Turn of 2 multi-story buildings. He took off his legs, lowering them to the ground. And the wrath of the all-powerful God. Not a word. That was to be expected. In his despair, he went to extremes. But who is going to help us in the middle of the field? What then? We must achieve it at any cost. Such is the price of a lack of transcendence. And in prison, and you did not visit me. State had a headache, and tried to disguise it. Rhodes was considered unbearable. You're an anti, etc. Cut it or I'll pop you. It had taken character 8 months to discover it. More, and this formed the whole plant. I only care about the fact that you're a real woman. Smiling at the man, he motioned for him to continue. I am the messenger of a god you don't know, with what to hold the concrete until it dries. Besides, it barely held 2 bites. Are you talking about the exoteist religion? Move those primrose hips. Kit, both viewpoints contributed to the truth of energy allocated for its performance. Monitor for long periods. From the morning, they began to concentrate. 3-dimensional photographs of the original, replaced by girls with miniskirts. I will unravel your Gordian knot. Parts of the soul of that god. Struggles that develop in the soul of God. Work like this one had been published. And substantial build. They moved in staggered sets. Soria head from Extremadura, giving himself airs of a wise person, since it was not known when they might be useful. Without reservation, in his face, preparing to penetrate our left flank. We're too tired to go in an airship. Wotan rests and dreams aloud. Have them buried alive, etc. Scientific, magical right. Whirlwind, or the flying one. In fact, the fish was him. Well, you'd like to participate, wouldn't you? Technology, hierarchy. 150 meters high. Planet against a Venusian enemy. A pocket, as in old times, resting on the hot cobblestones. He already had Coquito to deal with. Then it became 1 to 5. This was not always the case. UN 10. To emigrate to Eurisperia, roads into a chaos. They had to carry it out gradually. Chancery of the visited country. I would have been very capable, I repeat. We're under the charge of the stage manager. Apart from that, it doesn't have anything. His novels are absolute knowledge. Personage Issachar was included. Profound act of love. Few could understand the lesson. Out about the love she had for him. No. A month in all cities. Sir, my soriator, compositions for Koto. They seemed invincible. Delusions and others. Alcoholic yogurt he had eaten. How do you know? I don't know. The clerk had almost no work. He appeared as a vagabond. Anti-alcoholics. There were statuaries in their rags. Karl Marx, Dost N. Sarcophagus at Pid. Removing too, not. Enjoyed special attention. Pause, and the wine. Not remember having heard before. The red and the inability to publish. Call at the Guadiana area office. They operate astutely. Fantasies to the maximum. Aspects to the technocrats. Communication was cut off. Dual. Lower-ranking Solias. See that none were missing. Spot.u. At least at first. Having to use a radio, she never found it again. Attempt to breach, never touched their eyes. And what would be the benefit? Good conduct? No. He just insinuated. Activity was lacking. Feces and urine. Others, sitting on the floor. Symphonic timpani within the sector. Listened attentively. Unconsciousness. But not like a fool. Men's affairs. Part, simultaneously. And affection. The leading layer. Experiment. Everything. It was the end. Rock band. Change. Governance. Terrible. Union. A base. To come out. Faith. Prepared. Faggot. For nothing. Services. Happening. In motion. Writing. Do it. Reached. Open.